Chapter 702. Sacred Wolf, Xiao Zhao Tian. Come here. Xiang Yang Yanran exclaimed with palpable excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us is the contemporary prodigy of the Xiang Yang family. The only individual in a millennium to attain the 8th level of the Soul Moon realm before the age of 30 and to achieve 100 consecutive victories in the arena. The remarkable Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. The host proclaimed, using a loudspeaker to amplify his voice. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. The audience erupted in fervor, passionately shouting his name. Upon his arrival, the young man bore the weight of countless accolades. The Fire Cloud Sparrow gracefully descended onto a section of the audience, as the young man, sword slung across his back, approached Xiang Yang Yanran and Xiang Yang Kuei. Brother Zhao Tian. Xiang Yang Kuei shouted with uncontainable enthusiasm. Zhao Tian approached them with a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. May I sit between you two? Zhao Tian inquired, gesturing towards the empty seat between them. Of course, Brother Zhao Tian, please take a seat. The two young women responded, their excitement palpable. Humph, scoundrel. Trying to play both sides? Many of the Xiang Yang family disciples, who harbored affections for the two women, muttered under their breath. Scoundrel. The moon-swallowing heavenly wolf grumbled as well, only to realize that he too was a notorious flirt. How could he cast stones? Cough cough. No, I mean. The noble-hearted moon-swallowing heavenly wolf quickly shifted his thoughts. The Fire Cloud Sparrow stood beside Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, its majestic aura overwhelming many of the beasts around them. However, the second dog, Xiang Ergo, felt no such pressure, as he was a bona fide sacred beast, while the others merely awakened a fraction of their divine beast lineage. Yanran, your golden cloud leopard has made progress. Impressive, Zhao Tian remarked, turning to his left. Kuei, is this silver wolf your beast companion? It looks remarkably splendid. Though Gene E is commendable, it pales in comparison to Brother Zhao Tian's Fire Cloud Sparrow. Xiang Yang Yanran responded with a smile. Brother Zhao Tian, I heard you recently led a maritime expedition to conquer islands, successfully capturing 2 lesser islands. How impressive. Xiang Yang Kuei said, her eyes filled with admiration. Haha, they were merely small islands lacking formidable masters. Nothing to boast about, Zhao Tian replied with a serene demeanor. His face devoid of arrogance, though a hint of pride sparkled in his eyes. This fellow seems to be equally attentive to both, clearly aiming to win the hearts of both Kuei and Yanran. The moon-swallowing heavenly wolf assessed, unable to discern the man's character. In this land, reminiscent of ancient times, polygamy was commonplace, and the quality of relationships largely depended on the partner's sense of responsibility and commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, the iron-armored Mad Bull has achieved its 9th consecutive victory. Who dares to challenge the Iron Bull? The victor will secure a 3-match winning streak, the host announced. In the battlefield below, a towering bull demon, clad in iron armor and standing 6 to 7 meters tall, emerged. It rose upright, wielding a fearsome giant blade, adorned with a pair of imposing horns. This creature was at the 1st level of the Soul Moon realm, possessing astonishing strength and formidable defense. Surrounding it lay several corpses, cleaved in half, drenched in blood. Amidst the cries, silence enveloped the surroundings. Xiang Ergo did not approach. The 1st level of the Soul Moon realm posed no challenge to him. With no one willing to step forward, the host decided to draw from the list of all registered participants. Holding a roster in hand, he gazed at the names of the participating beasts. One name instantly captured his attention. Although this contender was at the 1st level of the Soul Moon realm, the challenge range extended to the entirety of the Soul Moon realm S minor celestial tier. Now, let us invite the esteemed Saint Wolf Xiao to step forward and accept the challenge. The host proclaimed. Saint Wolf Xiao? Who is that? Whose pet has such an absurd name? Murmured the crowd. Indeed, Xiao, who is that? I've never heard of this character before. Countless voices buzzed with curiosity, while Xiang Ergo was taken aback. Had he been selected? Xiao, that's you. The name I registered is Saint Wolf Xiao, Xiang Yang Kuei explained. Xiang Ergo, feeling at a loss for words, replied, Little Demoness, could you have consulted me before choosing a name? My name is Xiang Chun, you know. With that, he turned and made his way down from Xiang Yang Kuei's seat. Who dares to call themselves Xiao? Step down and let me cleave you in two. The iron-armored bull scoffed. What's the rush? I'm right here. The sizable moon-devouring celestial wolf leaped down, landing at the center of the arena. All eyes turned towards this rather diminutive wolf demon, in stark contrast to the iron-armored bull's colossal frame. Xiang Chen's current form appeared quite small. Not all demon beasts possessed the innate ability to change size. Only those of a certain bloodline rank could do so, typically requiring at least a superior spirit beast's lineage. Such a tiny creature is hardly worth my time. How much do you even weigh? The iron-armored bull sneered, towering over the moon-devouring celestial wolf, which barely reached his knee. Foolish bull, don't be so arrogant. Your realm is too low for me to even be interested in devouring you, the moon-devouring celestial wolf retorted, before transforming into human form. As the silver demon light dissipated, a strikingly handsome youth emerged, adorned in a white martial robe, wielding a black heavy blade, with flowing white hair and an enchanting visage. Xiang Chun flexed his fingers, eager to test the limits of his human state. His wolf form was his strongest state, yet he could not afford to reveal it easily upon returning to the continent. Upon his transformation, many of the women from the Xiang family gasped in astonishment. How could there be such a stunning demon? Xiang Yang Kueishi gazed at Xiang Chun, her eyes widening in surprise. Xiaoha looks so remarkably handsome. Beauty, in this realm, often appeared predetermined upon transformation. One's appearance was largely beyond their control. However, there were exceptions. Some beings possessed the ability to imitate others' appearances or to transform based on their innermost thoughts. To our surprise, our little contestant, the charming Xiaohai, is indeed quite handsome. His master is Miss Kueishi from the Xiang Yang family. Let us witness the performance he will deliver. The battle begins, the host declared. Xiang Chun locked eyes with his opponent, beckoning with a finger and scoffing, "You foolish ox, bring it on. Do not worry, I will not kill you." The enraged iron-armored bull roared and swung its massive blade, a terrifying force descending upon Xiang Chun. With a thunderous crash, the blade, infused with over 200,000 pounds of strength, struck the ground, sending dust flying and shattering the steel surface, creating a fissure that extended for dozens of meters. Yet, as the iron-armored bull gnashed its teeth in a savage grin, its expression froze. The strike had missed entirely. Xiang Chun stood unscathed. Having merely sidestepped 2 meters at the moment of impact, the blade's fury could not touch him. "Your speed is lacking, foolish ox," Xiang Chun sneered. "Curse you, brat. I shall strike again." The iron-armored bull bellowed, swinging its colossal sword in a diagonal slash. Xiang Chun deftly executed a backflip, narrowly evading the attack. The iron-armored bull's techniques were grand and sweeping, yet they failed to inflict even a scratch on Xiang Chun, who danced like a nimble leaf in a tempest, evading each onslaught. What remarkable agility! The iron-armored bull cannot even approach Xiaohai, the host marveled. In that moment, Xiang Chun landed upon the blade's surface, a surge of ferocious energy erupting beneath his feet. With a resounding boom, the iron-armored bull's blade trembled, crashing to the ground under Xiang Chun's forceful step. In an instant, Xiang Chun transformed into a blur, his celestial moon wolf claw extending forth, tearing through the air. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth as the iron-armored bull's armor was rent asunder, its arms tendons shredded, leaving the left limb incapacitated. Xiang Chun swiftly maneuvered beneath the colossal form, his claws shredding through the tendons of both knees. With 2 swift strikes, the sinews and ligaments were severed. "Ah!" The iron-armored bull howled in agony, its body wavering before it collapsed to the ground, its legs and one arm rendered useless, stripped of combat capability. Xiang Chun retracted his claws, signaling the end of the battle. The crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into applause. What incredible speed and agility! The ferocity of the claw strikes is unparalleled. It is astonishing that Miss Kueishi's Yaochong is so formidable. Xiaohai triumphs in this battle, the host proclaimed loudly. "Xiaohai!" The audience burst into cheers. Having defeated the iron-armored bull in their inaugural battle, Xiaohai was awarded a triple victory. Who dares to challenge Xiaohai next? The host called out to the myriad of beasts poised for battle. "I shall. When it comes to agility, I have yet to concede to anyone." At that moment, a magnificent azure bird descended like a streak of light, transforming into a human form. The demon cultivator, also at the first level of the soul moon realm, fixed a menacing gaze upon Xiang Chun and sneered coldly, "Boy, let us see who is swifter. With my claw blades, I shall sever your head." The host introduced. "This is the notorious Wind Chaser, reputed to be the fastest among the first-level soul moon cultivators. He is also a 10-time champion fighter. Let us witness if Xiao Ha can continue to leverage his speed advantage." Xiang Chun retorted with a scornful smile. "What a mere azure lark, making such a racket. Your flesh would surely make for exquisite skewers. Arrogant fool, perish. The demon cultivator bellowed, his razor-sharp claws springing forth as he transformed into a swift shadow, hurtling toward Xiang Chun at the speed of sound. Xiang Chun did not evade, under the gaze of the moon-viewing eye. The trajectory of his opponent's movements was laid bare. At a distance of 100 meters, the claws were already poised to strike his head. The azure claw energy swirling, requiring but a third of a second to claim Xiang Chun's life. However, in that moment, he perceived a dazzling flash before his eyes as two blinding arcs of blade light sliced through his arms with incredible swiftness. With a splatter of blood, the demon cultivator's arms were instantly severed, transforming into two massive azure wings. The demon, now armless, wailed in agony, only to be sent flying by a kick from Xiang Chun. The latter sheathed his blade, and in the instant the black heavy sword returned to its scabbard. No one could discern the speed of his strike. The azure lark lay on the ground, lamenting, its demon form marred and wings cleaved. Xiang Chun had spared its life. Refraining from claiming its head, the host stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the youth, shaken by the astonishing swiftness of his strikes, which far surpassed that of anyone at his level. In this battle, Xiao emerged victorious once more, as his opponent was a 10-time champion. This victory would mark Xiao's third consecutive win. Remarkable indeed. Our holy wolf Xiao's swordsmanship is truly astonishing, the host marveled. Well done, Xiao, exclaimed Xiang Yang Kueishi. Beside her, Xiang Yang Yanran sneered. His entry into the 100-demon battlefield marks the beginning of his despair. Kueishi, your demon pet is quite impressive, possessing formidable strength, remarked Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. Indeed, Xiao is formidable, capable of defeating even those at the second level of the Soul Moon realm. Kuei-shi exclaimed with excitement. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian inquired, has he been neutered? Kuei-shi was momentarily taken aback, then replied, no. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian frowned. After all, he is a male demon. If he is to be your pet, it would be prudent to have him neutered to avoid any unnecessary gossip. Exactly. Without neutering, one cannot clarify the nature of the relationship between owner and pet. Xiang Yang Yanran added with a smirk. What nonsense are you spouting, Yanran? Xiao is my friend. How could anything untoward happen between us? Kuei-shi retorted angrily. Isn't he your pet? And now he is your friend? When did he become your male companion? Yanran mocked. It would be wise to consider neutering him, Zhao Tian remarked, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing that the moon-swallowing wolf had not been neutered. To hell with you. On the arena, Xiang Qin's hearing was remarkably acute. Upon catching Zhao Tian's suggestion, his face turned an ashen hue with rage. I believe it is unnecessary. Xiao is merely a stray I picked up, not one I have raised since childhood. I have no right to treat him in such a manner, and it would be unfair. Xiang Yang Kueishi found herself in a dilemma. Yet her response did not disappoint Xiang Chen. If Xiang Yang Kueishi were to consider becoming a eunuch simply because of a word from Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, he would surely have misjudged her character. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian remained silent, deliberately neglecting Xiang Yang Kueishi and engaging in lively conversation with Xiang Yang Yanran instead. A twinge of bitterness filled Xiang Yang Kueishi's heart. However, she said nothing and redirected her attention to Xiang Chun. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, how audacious! Fearing that I might take your woman, you plot to castrate me? If I desired to claim your woman, I would do so with my own prowess. That little enchantress has long since succumbed to my charms. Humph. Should you ever find yourself in my grasp, I shall make you experience the taste of castration. A surge of resentment welled within Xiang Chun, as his impression of Xiang Yang Zhao Tian soured instantaneously. Xiao, should Xiang Yang Zhao Tian wish to castrate you, come align yourself with me. I assure you, I shall not harm you, and I will take you to soar with the little she-wolves, Xiang Yang Haiba conveyed discreetly. Scram, you 3-second man. Xiang Chun retorted with irritation. Xiang Yang Haiba was taken aback, his face betraying embarrassment as he exclaimed, how do you know this? In Chapter 704, The Conspiracy of Ergo, Dawn, Xiang Chun cast a cold glance at Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, silently marking him with enmity. Xiang Chun then participated in 2 more matches, effortlessly achieving 10 consecutive victories, thus earning the right to enter the 100-demon battlefield. After securing his qualification, he returned to Xiang Yang Kueishi's side, attracting countless astonished gazes. People couldn't help but marvel at how strikingly handsome he appeared in his wolf demon form. Xiao, you look quite handsome after your transformation, Xiang Yang Kueishi remarked, instinctively ruffling his furry ears. Indeed, I dare not look in the mirror for fear of being breathless from my own stunning appearance, Xiang Chen boastfully replied. Xiang Yang Kueishi rolled her eyes. Ha, vain creature. Yet I still prefer your original form. It is far more endearing. Change back, quickly. Upon her request, Xiang Chun reverted to his heavenly wolf appearance, as it was more convenient for him to navigate within the Xiangyang clan in this guise, given that most recognized him as his true form rather than his human guise. Some individuals, seemingly innocent, are often hiding secret affairs within their gilded cages, engaging in unspeakable deeds. At that moment, a derisive laugh echoed from the side. Xiang Yang Kueishi furiously retorted, Xiang Yang Yanran, what venomous words do you speak from your hidden corner? Xiang Yang Yanran replied with a cold smirk, do you not comprehend what I am saying? If you two are merely friends, why are you unwilling to sever ties with that wolf cub? Xiang Yang Kueishi coldly responded, I have said it before, Xiao Ha is simply a friend I encountered. One I found, not one I raised. Why should I treat him in such a manner? Kueishi, he will tarnish your reputation, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian interjected coolly. Brother Zhao Tian, you do not trust me either? Xiang Yang Kueishi felt a pang of sorrow at Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's skepticism. I am merely concerned for your reputation. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian feigned a caring demeanor. Ha, perhaps it is your own reputation you are truly concerned about. Why drag others into it? At this moment, the moon-eating wolf spoke with human words, calmly asserting, little Demonis, there is no need for you to bear any guilt. Our actions are just, and our intentions pure. Nothing untoward has transpired. Some may choose to judge a noble heart with the malice of a petty mind, but those who truly love you will harbor no doubts regarding such matters. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention towards the moon-eating wolf. Fully aware of the veiled mockery in its words, he coldly retorted, are you referring to me? The moon-eating wolf cocked its head, casting a disinterested glance in his direction, and replied indifferently, do I know you? If you possess a conscience, then you should already be aware of your own shortcomings. If not, I could assist you in cultivating a sense of morality. Impertinent. A voice like ice pierced the air, emanating from the Fire Cloud Sparrow beside Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, revealing itself to be that of a woman. You, a mere Yuan Yang demon, dare to retort against young Master Zhao Tian? I command you to kneel and apologize at once. The moon-eating wolf feigned surprise, exclaiming, oh, a female. TSK, TSK, some truly know how to keep their treasures hidden. Who knows what might have transpired between you and your little bird? Xiang Ergo echoed Xiang Yang Yanran's words back to Zhao Tian verbatim. Bang! Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's expression turned frigid as he slammed his stone chair, unleashing a terrifying aura while coldly glaring at the moon-eating wolf. How dare you, beast? Are you questioning my innocence? Unyielding, the moon-eating wolf retorted, you can question Kueishi's integrity, so why may others not question yours? Do you know where you stand? Speak such vile words, and I may very well take your life. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's demeanor remained icy. He had never encountered anyone on this island who dared to speak to him with such audacity. Alas, Zhao Tian, why engage in conflict with a mere pet? Calm yourself. Xiang Yang Haibo interjected with a smile, attempting to mediate, signaling the moon-eating wolf to refrain from provoking Xiang Yang Zhao Tian further. Humph. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian waved his sleeve, brushing aside Xiang Yang Haibo's intervention, and turned to Xiang Yang Kueishi, saying, is this how you train your pet? I find myself somewhat disappointed. Brother Zhao Tian, Xiang Yang Kueishi replied, her eyes slightly reddened, feeling distressed and at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she exhaled slowly and stated, Brother Zhao Tian, you may be overthinking. Whether you believe Kueishi or not, the truth remains unchanged. Her demeanor shifted to one of calmness as she took a seat. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that his feigned indifference would compel Xiang Yang Kueishi to comply, yet she exceeded his expectations of control. He quickly donned a warm smile and said, Kueishi, you are mistaken. I have faith in you. My concern for your reputation compelled me to speak out. Nearby, the moon-eating wolf silently scoffed, already discerning that Xiang Yang Zhao Tian was nothing but a hypocrite. 3 seconds, Haibo. Does Xiang Yang Zhao Tian truly harbor feelings for your sister? Xiang Ergo transmitted silently. Xiang Yang Haibo was momentarily taken aback, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat. 3 seconds, Haibo? How on earth does this fellow know? He pondered, realizing that the rogue had let something slip. Xiang Yang Haibo coldly remarked, what sincerity? This fellow merely seeks to leverage my sister's influence to gain my grandfather's substantial support. I have long seen through his intentions. Yet my foolish sister has fallen into his web of affection. It is not only my sister. Yanran is also ensnared. Yanran's grandfather is one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Xiang Yang family. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian is but a distant relative, lacking any significant background. Yet he has garnered the family's attention due to his extraordinary talent and ancestral bloodline revival. Upon hearing this, Xiang Ergo's eyes gleamed with malice as nefarious thoughts began to brew within him. Moments later, with a sinister smile, he proposed, 3 seconds, Haiba. Would you like to free your sister from this beast's emotional grasp? Do you desire to win back your beloved Yanran? Xiang Yang Haiba was taken aback. Then, with a tone of astonishment, he inquired, Xiao Ha, what do you mean? Tuanyue Tianlong's lips curled into a sly grin, revealing sharp fangs as he echoed. I have a plan to expose this fiend's true nature, allowing both the little enchantress and your beloved Yanran to see through his deceit and ultimately lead Yanran to fall in love with you. Oh, what plan? Xiang Yang Haiba's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked. Tuanyue Tianlang replied, I shall reveal it shortly. However, you must heed my instructions. Xiang Yang Haiba responded with enthusiasm. Xiao Ha, if you can unveil Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's true form and prevent my sister from being deceived by this scoundrel, we shall be sworn brothers henceforth. Rest assured, it shall be done. Tuanyue Tianlang grinned wickedly. He turned his gaze towards Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, sneering coldly, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. I initially had no intention of sabotaging your affair with the little enchantress, but since she regards me as a friend, I cannot allow her to become a mere tool for your ascent to power. You vile wretch even seek to castrate me. How could I remain indifferent? Chapter 705. The scheme against Zhao Tian this day merely selected those qualified to participate in the 100 Demons battlefield. The true battlefield will commence the day after tomorrow. After the selection concluded, Tuanyue Tianlang and Xiang Yang Kueishi returned home. As they departed, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian wished to invite Xiang Yang Kueishi for a stroll, but due to the doubts he cast upon her that day, she felt a twinge of resentment and declined, returning to her residence with Tuanyue Tianlang. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian watched their departing figures, his brow furrowing, and his gaze turned particularly frosty as he observed Tuanyue Tianlang's back. My lord, shall I eliminate this wolf demon? Hui Yunke whispered beside him. Not for now. This little wolf demon is currently valued by Xiang Yang Kueishi. If he were to be killed, it could lead back to us. And that would ruin everything with her. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian replied calmly. What if he truly has something with Miss Kueishi? Hui Yunke queried. If there is, so be it. What I desire is not her as a person, but the backing of her grandfather. Ultimately, I aim to secure the position of family head and become the ruler of the Tonggusi region. What kind of woman could I not obtain? Xiang Yang Zhao Tian scoffed coldly. As for that wolf demon, once I gain Xiang Yang Kueishi and become betrothed to her, I shall swiftly deal with him. Once I break through to the Lingxiao realm, none among the younger generation of the Xiang Yang family will be worthy of my regard. Nevertheless, despite his outward demeanor, he harbored an intense displeasure within. With such beauty, who wouldn't desire to be the first man in Xiang Yang Kueishi's life? After she retreated to her room and locked the door, she denied Tuanyue Tianlang entry. Furrowing his brow, Tuanyue Tianlang called out, Little Demoness, let me in. Xiang Yang Kueishi replied, her voice tinged with a slight quiver. From now on, you can choose your own chamber to sleep in. You needn't accompany me anymore. Through his moonlit gaze, Tuanyue Tianlang, with his keen perception, glimpsed Xiang Yang Kueishi lying on her bed, clutching her blanket, her eyes red-rimmed. It was evident that the doubts cast by Xiang Yang Zhao Tian had wounded her heart. With a sigh, he averted his gaze, unsure how to comfort her regarding matters of the heart. He himself was no paragon, a man of frivolous inclinations, yet his affections for Qingcheng, Yi Tianjiao, and Ximing were genuine, devoid of ulterior motives. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one, he thought. Little Demoness, I shall not allow you to fall victim to that man's schemes, to be exploited and then cast aside. Silently, Tuanyue Tianlang departed, seeking to plot with Samyao Haiba. Upon entering the estate of Xiang Yang Haiba, he was momentarily taken aback. There stood 2 strikingly beautiful women with wolf ears beside Xiang Yang Haiba, who was seated at a low table, sipping wine as he awaited Tuanyue Tianlang's arrival. Little Ha, come here, Xiang Yang Haiba beckoned. Tuanyue Tianlang approached, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 women, his expression darkening. Both were wolf demons. Little Ha, what do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I? Look at these 2 little she-wolves. Their figures are beyond reproach. Aren't they appealing? Xiang Yang Haiba chuckled. Join me. We are men, and men understand each other. Get lost. I have no interest in discussing such frivolities. Send them away. Tuyu with Tianlang replied, his mood soured by the sight of the two alluring she-wolves. My lord, is it that we are not to your liking? The two wolf maidens cooed, approaching him with delicate arms entwined around his neck, one even daring to caress his abdomen. Tuyu Tianlang remained indifferent, but suddenly, a surge of sacred wolf pressure emanated from his eyes, enveloping the two maidens. Ah, they gasped, overwhelmed by a primal fear as they instinctively recoiled, sensing the weight of his bloodline. Leave. I have matters to discuss, he commanded coolly. Why yes. The two wolf maidens hurriedly retreated. Xiang Yang Haiba, puzzled, asked what's wrong. Do you not fancy them? What is your ideal type? Perhaps someone plumper? I prefer your sister. Tuyu Tianlang retorted brusquely. What? You fancy my sister? You lecher. You truly have designs on her. Xiang Yang Haiba exclaimed, that will not do. The direct descendants of our Xiang Yang family cannot marry outside our clan, unless you are of the bloodline of the divine bird. Clearly, Xiang Yang Haiba misconstrued Tuyu Tianlang's intent. You fool, I was merely criticizing you. I have no inclination towards the little demoness. Now, to the matter at hand. She was brought to tears by Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. As her third brother, will you not intervene? Upon hearing the words, Xiang Yang Haiba's expression darkened. That scoundrel Xiang Yang Zhao Tian must be the one who today cast doubt upon my sister's purity, thus wounding Kuei-shi's heart. How despicable! Were it not for his family's esteem, I would have dispatched him long ago. Therefore, we must devise a plan to deal with this wretched creature, revealing his true nature to the little temptress and ensuring your sister escapes his grasp. Tuyu Tianlang, with nimble claws akin to hands, leisurely sipped from his cup. Indeed, this is of utmost importance. What do you intend to do? Xiang Yang Haiba inquired hastily. To prevent any prolonged uncertainties, we shall act tonight. You are aware of Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's residence, correct? Tuyu Tianlang set down his cup and produced a map. Of course, it's right here. Very well. Here is the plan. You shall enlist those you trust to assist me. Tuyu Tianlang began to outline his strategy. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yang Haiba's eyes sparkled with excitement. He embraced Tuyu Tianlang's wolf head and planted a fervent kiss upon it, laughing heartily. Oh, splendid. This scheme, though treacherous, is truly brilliant. Surely this fellow cannot conceal his true self any longer. Goodness, you're insane. You actually kissed a wolf, ugh. Tuyu Tianlang spat, momentarily taken aback. When shall we commence our operation? Xiang Yang Haiba asked, brimming with enthusiasm. Let us aim for around midnight, to avoid any unnecessary delays. You must arrange for our forces. Tuyu Tianlang replied. All right, I shall summon them at once. Xiang Yang Haiba exclaimed, rising excitedly to gather his allies. Little temptress, do not hold this against me. This is a trial. If Xiang Yang Zhao Tian can withstand it, it will signify that he is worthy of your trust. Tuyu Tianlang sighed. Having spent much time with Xiang Yang Kuei-shi, feelings of a different nature had begun to blossom within him, not of romantic love, but akin to that of friendship or familial bonds. Despite her initial mischief, one would soon discover her sincerity in matters of the heart. Tuyu Tianlang then leapt onto the roof, gazing at the luminous moon, awaiting the passage of time. As moments ticked away, Xiang Yang Haiba prepared his men, and the appointed time drew near. Chapter 706. The cunning two-dog. The residence of Xiang Yang Zhao Tian lay a mere 10 kilometers from where Xiang Yang Kuei-shi and her companions resided. Outside the high walls of the estate, a shadow cloaked in dark fur, resembling a small cat-sized wolf, landed gracefully upon the outer wall. With a leap, he ascended to the top of the fortifications. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he observed a layer of invisible sigils swirling above the estate. A mere touch would trigger a thunderous defense. A defensive array. Tuyu Tianlang summoned the innate energy of his foolish fish spirit, releasing a strand of spatial power that sliced through the void. Flames erupted, forming a circular black hole. With a mighty leap, Tuyu Tianlang entered the void and emerged within the estate, having traversed the defensive array. Stealthily, he approached the largest chamber, leaping onto the balcony, gazing through the glass window with his moonlit eyes, peering into the room beyond. In the dimly lit room, on a crimson couch, two figures were entwined, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian and a red-haired enchantress, the Fire Lark. How audacious of you, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, to indulge in such activities while questioning the innocence of the little demoness and myself. A chilling sneer escaped the lips of Tuyu Tianlang, who then exhaled a wispy, pale blue smoke that seeped through the window's crevice into the room. Moments later, both individuals felt a heavy drowsiness enveloping their minds, leading them to collapse onto the bed. Tunyu Xiang tore open the window and leaped inside, his gaze icy as he regarded the two. Transforming into his human form, he deftly conjured a spiritual binding and swiftly restrained their hands and feet. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the spatial power of his Qianquan ring, drawing the pair into its depths. Having captured them, Tunyu Xiang departed from the scene. Not long after, in the chamber of Xiang Yang Yanran, she too lay unconscious, abducted by Tunyu Xiang, alongside the little demoness. In the dead of night, a vessel set sail from the Tianyang Island dock, navigating towards a desolate isle over 100 kilometers away. Suddenly, a bucket of icy water cascaded over Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, Xiang Yang Yanran, and the little demoness, Xiang Yang Kueishi, and Xiang Yang Haiba. The trio jolted awake simultaneously, startled by the cold deluge. Xiang Yang Kueishi shook her hair, only to realize she was bound. Where am I? A throbbing pain lingered in her head. Sister, are you all right? Xiang Yang Haiba inquired anxiously. Also bound. Third brother, where are we? What is happening? Xiang Yang Kueishi's face paled as she scanned their surroundings. They found themselves in a vast, frigid cavern. Present were Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, Xiang Yang Yanran, and Xiang Yang Haiba, but the fire lark was conspicuously absent. What is this? Come, someone. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian bellowed in anger from the ground. His limbs restrained. He attempted to channel his true essence to shatter the chains, only to find himself utterly powerless. Spiritual needles were embedded in his dantian, and he had been forced to consume a forbidden essence pill. Where's this? Release me at once. Xiang Yang Yanran joined in the furious outcry. At that moment, the cavern illuminated as torches ignited along its walls. Soon after, 5 or 6 shadowy figures entered, approaching the captives. Dressed in black, their faces remained obscured. Who are you? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Release us. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian demanded vehemently. How brazen to still speak so defiantly after being captured. One of them rasped with a cold laugh, advancing to deliver 2 swift slaps to Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. Just as he had barely regained his footing, he was knocked back to the ground. Do not strike my brother. Xiang Yang Kueishi shouted, springing forward to confront the assailant. He effortlessly sidestepped her and hurled her to the ground. With a sinister grin, the speaker lowered his face covering, revealing a ghastly visage marred by numerous wounds, instilling terror in the hearts of the captives. Do you know who I am? He sneered. Who are you, and why have you captured us? Xiang Yang Haiba inquired in a grave tone. I am Hulong, the leader of the Lunghu pirates, whom your Xiang Yang family annihilated 3 years ago. The man replied with a sinister smile. Hulong, how can it be you? I thought you were dead. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's expression changed dramatically. He had participated in that battle. The man claiming to be Hulong scoffed as he sat on a nearby stone, saying, Unfortunately, the heavens had no desire to claim my life. I was engulfed by a whirlpool and survived. I am destined to take revenge on your Xiang Yang family. Hulong, since you have escaped death, you should flee while you can. If you dare to hold us captive, our family's powerful members will soon come for you. Xiang Yang Kueishi shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, rest assured. This time we have planned meticulously. Your family strong will not discover our presence. Hulong sneered, gazing at the group. You 3 are direct descendants of the Xiang Yang family, and the 4th among you is the strongest talent of the younger generation. Surely, the Xiang Yang family will feel the loss deeply if I eliminate you. The faces of those present turned pale at his words. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian quickly interjected, Senior Hulong, it was Xiang Yang Qing from our family who destroyed you. What does that have to do with us? If you kill us, it will only expose your survival. Release us, and we shall not reveal your whereabouts. Xiang Yang Haiba rebuked. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, what do you mean? Are you suggesting he seek vengeance on Xiang Yang Qing? Xiang Yang Zhao Tian shot him a glare, urging him to remain silent. Hulong replied coolly, Indeed, killing you would unveil my whereabouts. However, I must avenge my pirate crew. Yet, I can offer you a chance. Who among you is willing to trade their life for the lives of the other 2? 1 life can save 2. Contemplate your choices. Who shall live, and who shall die? The group exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. To exchange 1 life for 2? Who would be willing? Without much hesitation, Xiang Yang Kueishi declared, Kill me, and spare my brother and brother Zhao Tian. No, that won't do. Hulong, I am willing to give my life in exchange for my sister Kueishi and Yanran. As for Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, Do as you please, Xiang Yang Haiba hastily added. Xiang Yang Haiba. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's face turned ashen with rage. Is this even a reasonable suggestion? Xiang Yang Haiba's willingness to sacrifice himself for his sister moved Xiang Yang Yanran slightly. Kill me instead, and let my life be the price for Zhao Tian and Xiang Yang Haiba. Xiang Yang Yanran gritted her teeth and said, "Ah, there is a semblance of camaraderie here. And what about you, young man? Who do you wish to see perish?" Hulong's icy gaze fell upon Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's countenance darkened as he found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, he did not wish for death. No one does. Since two women were willing to sacrifice themselves for him, why should he be forced to choose? "I cannot make a decision," Xiang Yang Zhao Tian replied coldly. "Two women are ready to die for you, and you do not wish to trade your life for theirs?" Hulong mocked. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian remained silent. In the face of life and death, few can be selfless. Yet, his silence inevitably left Xiang Yang Kueishi and Xiang Yang Yanran feeling a twinge of disappointment. The game is dull and devoid of interest. Hulong, with a sinister smile, proposed anew, "Let us engage in a different game. I shall provide you with a knife. Whoever is willing to slay the remaining three shall be granted their life." Xiang Yang Kueishi, filled with fury, retorted, "You beast, how could you stoop to such depths?" Hulong laughed heartily, his voice chillingly cold. "A beast? I am a specter returned from the depths of hell. Your Xiangyang family annihilated my band of pirates. How many of my brothers fell beneath your merciless blades? Are you not the true beasts?" Xiangyang Kueishi shot back. The Longhu pirate group engaged in robbery and island destruction, a transgression against natural justice. You brought about your own ruin by violating the code and ethics of piracy. It is no wonder we exterminated you. Hulong scoffed. Such noble words. Where in this world exists true justice? Your family's dominance is built upon the bones of countless islands. Today, it is my turn to exact revenge. Now, who among you will partake in this game? Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. With a cold smirk, Hulong brandished a dagger, crouching before the four of them. Xiangyang Kueishi, do you wish to live? Slay the other three, and your life shall be spared, he taunted. I would rather die than commit such an atrocity. You may kill us all. My family will surely avenge us. Xiangyang Kueishi spat defiantly at Hulong's face. Hulong then turned his gaze to Xiang Yang Yanran, asking, "And what of you?" Xiang Yang Yanran, pale, shook her head. Next, he turned to Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, mocking, "What about you, young man? You are the future genius of the Xiang Yang family. Are you content to perish so easily?" The color drained from Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's face, for those words struck deep within his heart. How could he resign himself to such an end? "Kill them, and I shall grant you freedom," Hulong sneered. "You can abandon all hope. Brother Zhao Tian would never stoop to such depths." Xiangyang Kueishi retorted angrily. "Indeed, how could Zhao Tian ever entertain such thoughts?" Xiangyang Haiba chimed in. "Oh, it seems you all hold him in such high regard. Very well, I shall oblige you. Let us die together, starting with you." Hulong lunged the dagger towards Xiangyang Zhao Tian's chest. The blade pierced the skin, blood slowly oozing forth. "No, stop. I am willing to kill them all." Xiang Yang Zhao Tian shouted desperately, unable to withstand the impending doom any longer. "Oh," Hulong paused, a cold smile spreading across his face. "Are your words sincere?" Both Xiangyang Kueishi and Yanran gazed at Xiangyang Zhao Tian in disbelief. Xiangyang Haiba, filled with anguish, cried out, "Zhao Tian, what are you saying? You would murder us three? How could you stoop so low?" His voice, laden with sorrow and disappointment, could rival the best performances of the year. "Brother Zhao Tian." Xiangyang Kueishi and Xiang Yang Yanran looked at him in astonishment. Through gritted teeth, Xiangyang Zhao Tian declared, "Rather than all perish, let one survive. Kueishi, Yanran, Haiba, I shall live on for you." He then turned to Hulong, pleading, "Hulong, spare my life. I wish to live. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you." At this proclamation, both women appeared as if struck by thunder, their hearts aching with betrayal. Xiangyang Zhao Tian, I never imagined you to be such a cowardly, ungrateful wretch. I have misjudged you. The actor Xiangyang Haiba exclaimed with a face full of anguish. "You three are all direct descendants, each possessing a distinguished background. I have only my talent. After all my struggles to reach this point, I cannot perish. Why should I choose death?" Xiangyang Zhao Tian shouted fervently. "Brother Zhao Tian, I misjudged you," Xiangyang Kueishi said, her eyes glistening with tears. "Xiangyang Zhao Tian, you scoundrel. How could I have ever liked you?" Xiang Yang Yanran also berated him in anger. With deep affection, the actor Haiba responded, Yanran, do not fear. Even in hell, I shall love and protect you. Hulong laughed heartily, saying, Indeed, young man, your spirit is admirable. This world needs individuals like you. Bring him his freedom. Two men in black approached and untied Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. He stretched his limbs, rising to his feet, yet his cultivation had not yet been restored. The effects of the forbidden yuan elixir still lingering. Hulong extended a knife towards him, expressionless. Eliminate the three of them, and thereafter you shall accompany me. As a mark of your allegiance. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian hesitated briefly as he grasped the dagger, yet his resolve soon hardened. He advanced towards the three on the ground, who gazed at him with expressions of despair and anger. Kuei-shi, Yanran, and you, Xiang Yang Haiba, rest in peace. I shall burn paper offerings for you, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian declared coldly. And with a fierce glare, he struck first at Xiang Yang Haiba. However, at that moment, Hulong suddenly intervened, delivering a devastating kick that sent Xiang Yang Zhao Tian crashing into the wall, blood spilling from his mouth with a pained cry. You truly are ruthless, capable of such violence. But I have changed my mind. You shall all perish together, Hulong sneered. You bastard. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian roared in fury, feeling utterly deceived. Captain, it's bad. The strong members of the Xiang Yang family are pursuing us. A panicked voice announced from outside. What? Hulong's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, we must flee. Without a second thought for the others, he led his men out of the cave in haste. Die, remnants of the Tiger Dragon pirates. A furious voice echoed from the sea. Meanwhile, Hulong and his group had vanished from sight. Wonderful. Kuei-shi, our family's powerful warriors have arrived. Xiang Yang Yanran exclaimed with joy. Indeed, we are saved. Xiang Yang Kuei-shi sighed in relief. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian staggered to his feet, his expression a tumult of emotions. The gazes of the three were fixed upon him, filled with profound disappointment. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, with your demeanor, do you still aspire to be the captain of the Sun Pirates? Do you wish to be the head of our Xiang Yang family? Xiang Yang Haiba mocked. In the face of life and death, I had no choice. Do not blame me, Kuei-shi, Yanran. Do not hold it against me, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian pleaded. Yet the two women remained visibly disheartened. Observing their expressions, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian forced a bitter smile, a hollow laugh escaping him. The facade he had maintained for years had crumbled entirely this night. I cannot allow you to live. Otherwise, you will surely speak ill of me, jeopardizing my future control over the Sun Pirates and my position as family head. A glimmer of madness flickered in Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's eyes as he reached for the dagger once more. Continue to perish, for the act of killing is not my own, but that of Hulong. Chapter 708. The winner of life, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian gripped the dagger and advanced towards the three. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, what do you intend to do? Xiang Yang Haiba exclaimed, his face paling in shock, anger lacing his voice. He had not anticipated the ruthlessness of this individual, daring to act further. With a sinister smile, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian declared, since your perception of me is irrevocably tarnished, you shall only serve as an obstacle. Hence, perish. I shall remain Xiang Yang Zhao Tian in the eyes of others. You beast. You are utterly deranged. A person like you will never inherit the family legacy. Xiang Yang Haiba rebuked vehemently. Madness is a prerequisite for survival. This world does not belong to the virtuous. Kill. With that, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian lunged forward, aiming the dagger at Xiang Yang Haiba's head. Fool, what are you doing? A furious roar echoed from outside. In the next moment, a silver flash surged forth. A wolf's claw, imbued with remarkable force, struck the dagger, sending Xiang Yang Zhao Tian flying. With a cry of agony, he spat blood, propelled by the tremendous force. A silver celestial wolf landed before him. At that moment, Xiang Yang Qing and the others arrived. Their expressions grim. Xiaoha! Xiang Yang Kuei-shi joyfully exclaimed. The swallowing moon wolf, casting a cold glance at the fallen Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, remained silent as it approached to assist Xiang Yang Kuei-shi in severing the iron chains. Xiaoha, I nearly lost you. Xiang Yang Kuei-shi sobbed as she embraced his neck. The swallowing moon wolf felt a pang of guilt. This entire ordeal had been a carefully crafted trap, a test of Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's character. Xiang Yang Qing approached, his face darkening. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, what were you attempting just now? Qing, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian stammered, his pallor betraying his confusion, unaware of how they had arrived so swiftly. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, I have misjudged you. Xiang Yang Yanran, now freed from her restraints, seethed as she approached and delivered a stinging slap to his face. Yanran, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian attempted to speak, but Xiang Yang Haiba seized his collar, coldly stating, "You wretch, you have deeply disappointed us." With a resounding thud, Xiang Yang Haiba struck Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's face, then hurried to pursue Xiang Yang Yanran. Xiang Yang Kueishi gazed at him with profound disappointment, removing a necklace of bone teeth from her neck. "This was a gift from you. I return it now." She handed the pendant back to Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. "Xiao Ha, let us depart." Without a trace of emotion, Xiang Yang Kueishi turned to leave. "Kueishi, stop. Dare to follow, and I shall cut you down," the swallowing moon wolf warned coldly, signaling that he should not approach. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's expression darkened as he clutched the pendant, his heart seething with fury. "Hu Long, you have ruined me." His hatred for Hu Long was palpable. Yet, little did he know that Hu Long was merely a facade, a mask worn by Xiang Ergo. The true destroyer of his fate was not Hu Long, but rather his own selfish nature. However, the scheme devised by Xiang Ergo is indeed insidious. Those who are excessively selfish, disregarding their friends and family, would be willing to take up arms against others to preserve their own lives, targeting the baseness inherent in human nature. Xiang Chun might also resort to murder to save himself, yet he would never act against his friends or beloved. He would rather face death. He could never exchange the lives of those he cherishes, not even for Xiang Yang Yanran, yet he can bear to do so. Such individuals, if they do not perish, are destined to become tyrants. However, they are easily led astray from their true selves. "Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, you have disappointed me greatly," Xiang Yang Qing coldly remarked. "Before I arrived, I had already discerned your fate with my spiritual sense. What becomes of you will be left to the judgment of the Grand Elder. No, please, Qing Steward, Grandfather Qing, spare me this time." Xiang Yang Zhao Tian pleaded as he knelt. "Take him away," Xiang Yang Qing responded indifferently. The two men proceeded to escort Xiang Yang Zhao Tian away. On the coastal edge of this island, upon a massive rock, Xiang Yang Kuei sat, her head buried in her knees, her arms wrapped around them, silently weeping. "Little Demoness, do not cry. If you continue, you will no longer be beautiful," Tun Yu Tian Lang comforted her, making silly faces to elicit a smile. "There is no reason to weep for such a person. Come now, let me pat your head. No tears, I can sing for you or dance. How about a performance of chicken? You are too beautiful?" Tun Yu Tian Lang gently ruffled her hair. Suddenly, Xiang Yang Kuei could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, clutching the plush neck of Tun Yu Tian Lang as she sobbed. "Little Ha, how could I have misjudged him? Once, my brother Zhao Tian was so good. I bore no grievance when he sought to save his own life by sacrificing mine. Yet, he now wishes to kill me for the sake of his reputation. How could I ever have liked such a scoundrel?" Her tears flowed like the raging yellow river, as she cried out in despair. Who hasn't he fallen for a scoundrel? Do not weep. Seeing the truth now is better. Would it not be more heartbreaking to discover his hypocritical nature, akin to that of Yu Buchuan, only after you have entrusted your life to him? Do not cry. Let me take you flying, shall I? I can tell you stories. Tun Yu Tian Lang patted her back soothingly. "You are always so kind, little Ha. One day, will you ever kill me for your own sake?" Xiang Yang Kuei asked, managing to suppress her tears. "I would rather die myself than harm you. I will always be your little Ha. Is that agreeable?" Tun Yu Tian Lang replied earnestly. "Oh, you are so wonderful," Xiang Yang Kuei cried, embracing the wolf's head of Tun Yu Tian Lang once more. Tun Yu Tian Lang sighed inwardly, thinking, "Little Demoness, I apologize. Although I do possess ulterior motives in seeking your golden crow bloodline, my words today are sincere. You are my lifelong, steadfast friend. The only woman who has ever ridden upon my back." Strangely, he felt no overwhelming carnal desire for the little Demoness, perhaps merely a desire to take advantage of her. Some individuals are simply destined to be friends, confidants of the opposite sex. Perhaps there are those whom one wishes to protect without any ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Xiang Yang Haiba, the actor, captured the heart of Xiang Yang Yanran at her most sorrowful moment. He is the true victor in this tale. As for Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, his fate took a tragic turn. Upon his return, his grandfather, one of the elders of the Xiang family, refrained from imposing severe punishment on him. However, he compelled him to enter into a profoundly unjust contract, binding him for life to the lineage of Xiang Yang Kuei. Clearly, although Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's character had faltered, his innate talent was still recognized by the Xiang family, who could not bear to discard him, thus forcing him to pledge lifelong loyalty instead. Within the estate of Xiang Yang Haiba, In a secret chamber, a fiery cloud sparrow was confined within a cage adorned with intricate runes. As the door swung open, the moon-eating heavenly wolf entered, gazing upon the fiery cloud sparrow. The moment the sparrow caught sight of the wolf, it let out a furious roar. "You wretched wolf demon! Where's this place? Release me at once!" It bellowed. "Are you certain you are addressing me?" The moon-eating heavenly wolf replied coldly, its form swelling to a colossal size of over 10 meters, exuding a terrifying aura befitting a sacred beast. The once defiant fiery cloud sparrow was instantly rendered speechless, staring in horror at the immense wolf, feeling the oppressive power that sent shivers through its very bloodline. "What is this? This bloodline pressure? What are you?" The sparrow gasped in shock. "I am a sacred beast of the wolf clan, destined to become the future king of all demons. Before you lie two choices: 1. To be refined by me. 2. To acknowledge me as your master," the moon-eating heavenly wolf stated with icy indifference. It could be said that this fiery cloud sparrow was the most remarkable creature he had encountered, second only to a golden giant bird. Possessing a bloodline awakening of the highest caliber, its talent rivaling that of the Qingming. A sacred beast? Impossible. Where in this world does our demon race still have sacred beasts? The fiery cloud sparrow exclaimed in disbelief. "There were none before, but now that you stand before me, one exists. Should you choose to follow me, I can impart the cultivation techniques of the Zhuke clan, the Zhuke True Sutra, enabling you to unlock your bloodline potential," the moon-eating heavenly wolf declared, pacing before the cage with an air of authority. "This bloodline pressure is at least 2 levels stronger than my own," the fiery cloud sparrow thought, trembling as it sensed the fear coursing through its veins, even its own Zhuke bloodline quaking in trepidation. Could it truly be a sacred beast? Has a sacred beast of our demon race truly re-emerged in the world? "Tell me your choice," the moon-eating heavenly wolf commanded coldly. "What has become of Xiang Yang Zhao Tian?" The fiery cloud sparrow countered. "Your loyalty to him is noted. He is unharmed, but I fear his reputation has been irrevocably shattered," the moon-eating heavenly wolf replied with indifference. The fiery cloud sparrow murmured, "It's not loyalty. I merely entered into a master-servant contract with him when I was young. Even if you are a sacred beast of my demon race, I cannot recognize you as my master. I am well aware of that. I possess the ability to dissolve the master-servant contract within you. Such contracts were established by our ancient sage, and the human race knows not the means to break them." The moon-eating heavenly wolf scoffed. "If you can assist me in breaking it and impart the Zhuke True Sutra, I might consider acknowledging you as my master. However, if you are indeed a sacred beast of my demon race, why do you submit to Xiang Yang Koishi?" the fiery cloud sparrow inquired. "Who claims that I am subservient? I merely infiltrated the Xiang Yang family to acquire something. Allow me to first assist you in refining the contract." The devouring moon wolf exhaled a surge of potent celestial wolf bloodline power, which coalesced into a silvery radiance, transforming into a series of runes. These silver symbols resembled tadpoles, darting into the eyes of the fire cloud sparrow in an instant. The fire cloud sparrow emitted a piercing cry of anguish, as if its very soul were on the verge of shattering. Within the depths of her soul, a page of the rune contract hovered, as silver demonic patterns cascaded down upon it, igniting it in an instant. The soul of the fire cloud sparrow resonated with excruciating torment, its head repeatedly striking against the iron cage, which retaliated with a thunderous brilliance. After a brief moment, the pain subsided, leaving the fire cloud sparrow bloodied and feeble within the confines of the cage. "Summon the demons." The devouring moon wolf's eyes gleamed with intensity as more demonic patterns coalesced into a stream of light that penetrated the soul of the fire cloud sparrow. This stream of patterns embedded itself deeply within her demon soul, possessing the tyrannical capability to control her life, body, and thoughts. In her weakened state, the fire cloud sparrow was forcefully bound to the devouring moon wolf, who then swiped her claws, effortlessly tearing apart the iron chains and flinging open the cage door. "My lord," the fire cloud sparrow emerged from the cage, bowing her head in deference to the devouring moon wolf. "From now on, you may continue to reside with Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, leveraging his influence to obtain cultivation resources. He can no longer contend with you and will remain oblivious to the fact that the master-servant contract has been obliterated," the devouring moon wolf stated with indifference. "Understood." The fire cloud sparrow nodded, her massive form shrinking until she stood at human height. The devouring moon wolf led her out the door, just as Xiang Yang Haiba returned. his face aglow with excitement. "Haha, little ha, I adore you." Xiang Yang Zhao rushed over, intent on embracing the devouring moon wolf with fervent kisses. The devouring moon wolf rebuffed him, pushing his head away with a paw and retorting, "Let us discuss matters at hand. Refrain from such advances. I presume you have successfully won over that Yin Yan, haven't you?" "Haha, indeed. Your strategy was brilliant, little ha. Yin Yan has seen through Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's true nature and is now willing to accept me." Xiang Yang Zhao beamed with triumph. "Congratulations." Historically, profound affection is often met with betrayal. Only cunning schemes win hearts. "By the way, this Fire Cloud Sparrow will accompany me." The devouring moon wolf gestured towards her. Xiang Yang Zhao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Isn't she Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's demon pet? How can she be willing to follow you?" "I see. So you prefer a mother bird over a mother wolf?" Upon hearing this, the devouring moon wolf's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he struck Xiang Yang Zhao's abdomen with a paw. Xiang Yang Zhao let out a pained cry, clutching his stomach and curling up on the ground. "Let us go." The devouring moon wolf departed, with the Fire Cloud Sparrow fiercely leaving a claw mark on Zhao's face as they exited. On the third day, at the demon battlefield, the events surrounding Xiang Yang Zhao Tian remained unknown to others. Only he, Xiang Yang Zhao, and a select few were aware, and this matter had become a significant leverage for him. In the arena of the 100 Beasts, the atmosphere was electrifying, teeming with spectators. Shouts echoed, "Fire Cloud Sparrow, Golden Cloud Leopard, slay that wretched wolf." Within the arena, hundreds of demonic beasts converged, yet only 10 among them could ultimately remain standing, either by choice, through elimination, or by fighting to the very end. Xiang Yang Yanran and Xiang Yang Kuaishi remained at odds, while Xiang Yang Zhao found himself increasingly overwhelmed between his girlfriend and sister. In a corner of the arena, the moon-swallowing wolf trembled, surrounded by several female wolves of the Soul Moon realm, all eyeing him with sinister smiles. "Ah, what a handsome little silver wolf. Where did you come from?" one black-furred she-wolf inquired, speaking human language. "And look, you have wings. With such fur and features, little silver wolf. How about you come with me? I'll take care of you." A crimson she-wolf licked her lips. Perhaps, in the eyes of the wolf clan, the moon-swallowing wolf is the most attractive of them all. Xiang Ergu, observing the hungry she-wolves, felt a shiver run down his spine. With his hind legs squeezed tightly together, he managed a wry smile. "Ladies, this is a battlefield. Can we postpone our competition?" "Very well," the she-wolves giggled, swaying their ample forms as they moved toward the center of the arena. The moon-swallowing wolf sighed in relief, narrowly escaping being overwhelmed by the pack of she-wolves. Chapter 710, Frenzied Devouring. Good morning, esteemed audience. I am your host, Xiang Yang Feng, and I welcome you to the 100 Beast Arena. Today, we shall witness the clash of the most formidable young talents of the demon race from Tianyang Island, the 100 Beasts Battle. The host, mounted on a flying creature, soared above, announcing with fervor, "Fire Cloud Sparrow, Wild Tiger, go little ha." At this moment, a tidal wave of cheers erupted from the audience, who were enraptured by the diverse array of demonic beasts in the arena. There were eagles crackling with thunder, a majestic white giant python, tiger demons, wolf demons, and even sea demons, including a massive floating red octopus, some appearing in human form. Hundreds of demonic beasts congregated in the arena, their aura palpable and overwhelming. Spectators fervently shouted their support for their favored beasts or cherished familiars. The moon-swallowing wolf kept his distance from the she-wolves, while several other beasts glared at him with malice. "Little wolf, I'll be the first to devour you," a nearby demon tiger snarled. The moon-swallowing wolf merely smirked, remaining silent as he awaited the battle's commencement. The rules of the 100 Beasts battle were straightforward: be eliminated, torn apart, or survive until the end. Ladies and gentlemen, let us revel in this grand spectacle of chaos and carnage. The host bellowed. With a resounding roar, the battle commenced. In that instant, the arena erupted into chaos as a cacophony of roars filled the air. Blood splattered as demonic beasts were mercilessly torn apart, the scene unfolding in an unrelenting display of brutality and savagery. However, it is precisely this bloodshed and brutality that incites the audience from all directions to erupt in frenzied cheers and roars. Deep within the human essence lies a genetic predisposition for warfare, bloodshed, and savagery. "Roar!" That ferocious demon tiger bellowed, exuding a terrifying aura of the second pinnacle of the Soul Moon realm, and lunged at the moon-eating heavenly wolf. with a swift swipe of its paw. The moon-eating heavenly wolf unleashed 5 celestial moonlight blades that effortlessly tore through the golden barrier emitted by its foe, enveloping the demon tiger in an instant. With a sickening squelch, the demon tiger was unable to emit a cry of anguish before its entire body was brutally cleaved into several large pieces, drenched in blood. The devouring heavenly vines spread out, consuming the essence of life, while a shroud of black mist enveloped the scene, and the moon charm devoured souls. As for the little zombie, the Kuan spirit was the most pitiable, left only to scavenge a few bones and scraps of flesh. The collection of corpses was complete: the moon charm, Kuan spirit, and devouring heavenly vines. Boom! At that moment, a colossal blue fireball exploded towards it. In midair, a blue flame avian beast confronted the moon-eating heavenly wolf, clearly a powerful creature of the 3rd tier of the Soul Moon realm. The moon-eating heavenly wolf roared, releasing a wave of celestial moonlight that easily detonated the approaching fireball with a resounding crash. Whoosh! Then, it soared into the sky, reaching 3 times the speed of sound. Its terrifying velocity nearly closing the distance to the blue bird in an instant. The blue avian was taken aback, and as the moon-eating heavenly wolf struck with its claw, it effortlessly pierced through the creature's demon essence, feathers, and body. The beast screeched in agony, blood staining the sky as the moon-eating heavenly wolf grasped it firmly in its claws, opening its maw filled with sharp fangs, and with a crunch, severed its neck, voraciously consuming flesh and blood, its spatial talent allowing it to swallow the entire head into its belly. The refined essence of blood would be stored within its divine sanctuary, to be transformed into energy during future breakthroughs. The entire arena descended into chaos, a maelstrom of slaughter and consumption. Among them, the strongest was the Fire Cloud Sparrow, a formidable entity at the 8th level of the Soul Moon realm. Any demon beast that fell within her gaze found it nearly impossible to escape her wrath. The surging crimson flames could incinerate demon beasts to ashes, instilling a profound terror that deterred others from provoking her. The remaining demon beasts, aware that they could not emerge victorious, would strike down an enemy and hastily drag the corpse away to consume and refine it. Survival within the demon race was thus brutally ruthless. Members of different races and factions viewed one another merely as blood elixirs to enhance their own cultivation. Even within the same race, beings from opposing factions would devour their kin. Given the strength of the moon-eating heavenly wolf, it faced this battlefield of 100 demons with little difficulty. Hit! At that moment, an enraged roar echoed, and a golden light shot towards the moon-eating heavenly wolf. Raising its paw, the wolf swiftly tore through the air, and 5 light blades shredded the golden war spear. With a resounding bang, the golden spear was obliterated. Suddenly, a golden giant leopard lunged at it. "You little wolf cub, I shall tear you apart." The golden cloud leopard charged forth, a powerful beast of the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm. The moon-eating heavenly wolf chuckled coldly and remarked, "Do you truly not understand your own weight? Kill." As the golden cloud leopard unleashed a colossal paw imbued with astonishing strength and demonic energy, it struck with lethal intent, unaware of its imminent demise. The bloodline of the moon-eating celestial wolf erupted with formidable power in an instant. The force of the dragon elephant inner strength and the true essence of the Een moon combined in a cataclysmic explosion. With a similar claw, it retaliated, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Boom! The 2 colossal demonic claws collided, resulting in a deafening eruption of a terrifying energy field. The golden cloud leopard was thrust back, its eyes wide with disbelief. How could a mere 1st level of the Soul Moon realm possess such strength? The moon-eating celestial wolf cleverly masked its true cultivation of the true sun pill by emitting a false aura of a 1st-level Soul Moon realm, as revealing its actual prowess would be too astounding, given the vast chasm between realms. At that moment, the moon-eating celestial wolf expelled a radiant ring adorned with intricate runes, the heavenly moon divine restriction. This luminous ring swiftly ensnared the golden cloud leopard, infusing it with a binding light that rendered half of its cultivation almost instantly sealed. "Where has my power gone? What sorcery is this?" The golden cloud leopard exclaimed in terror. "Begone!" In that instant, the moon-eating celestial wolf lunged forward, delivering a devastating claw strike upon the golden cloud leopard. A pained howl escaped the golden cloud leopard as its body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the distant audience, who frantically summoned their true essence for protection. Jean E. You wretched creature, how could you be bested by that despicable wolf? Xiang Yang Yan exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury in her voice. Humph. Xiang Yang Yan, your golden cloud leopard is lacking. Xiang Yang, she retorted with a cold smirk, reveling in the moment. Do not be so smug. I shall find an even more powerful beast companion in the future. Xiang Yang Yan shot back. Although their rivalry was not over a man, the competition between them remained fierce. The arena was thick with the stench of blood. Within less than half an hour of battle, numerous demonic beasts had perished or retreated, consumed by the chaos. Currently, around 20 ferocious beasts remained, all exuding a formidable aura. The Fire Cloud Sparrow remained prideful among them, unchallenged by others. The remaining beasts were all of at least the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm, leaving no existence below that threshold. In unison, several beasts had set their sights on the moon-eating celestial wolf, perceiving it as a mere pretender masquerading as a 1st-level Soul Moon realm weakling. Chapter 711. The Unknown Existence. The host observed the scene below, continuing the broadcast. Esteemed viewers, the 100 Beasts battlefield has reached a critical juncture. As we prepare to determine the top 10 Beast Kings, who will seize the final 10 seats. Look, our Saint Wolf, Xiao, has caught the attention of the Sea Demon Octopus. Wolf Demon, will you withdraw voluntarily, or will you become my next meal? The massive octopus, measuring over 10 meters, fixed its gaze upon the moon-eating celestial wolf, its tentacles adorned with razor-sharp fangs emanating a chilling voice. The Sea Demon Octopus, also at the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm, was incredibly powerful, with 8 tentacles as resilient as steel, making it a formidable foe. I am contemplating whether to turn you into octopus balls or roast you. The moon-eating celestial wolf replied coldly. Foolish creature, so be it. Let you become my blood feast. The Sea Demon Octopus declared, unleashing its 8 tentacles, which coiled and constricted around the moon-eating celestial wolf, their lengths extending with menacing intent. The moon-eating celestial wolf let out a cold laugh, transforming into a streak of light as it lunged forward, skillfully evading the entangling tentacles that sought to ensnare it. With astonishing agility and speed, it struck out with a claw, unleashing 5 radiant crescent blades that sliced towards the Sea Demon Octopus. The creature roared and retaliated by expelling a torrent of blue water to counter the assault. In a series of explosive clashes, the 5 lunar claws were torn apart, while the blue barrier morphed into a powerful tidal wave, surging menacingly towards the moon-eating celestial wolf. Drawing upon its demonic energy, the wolf summoned intricate runes that coalesced into a formidable array. A massive lunar disk materialized, imbued with terrifying strength. The moon ascended over the sea. The lunar disk released a tremendous surge of demonic aura, transforming into a shooting star that crashed against the blue barrier. With a thunderous roar, the barrier shattered, even freezing into icy fragments from the impact. However, in that moment, the Sea Demon Octopus's 8 tentacles swept in, ensnaring the moon-eating celestial wolf. The vicious maw of the tentacles began to grind and tear at the wolf's flesh. It was over. Little Ha had been caught, and it was well known that prey ensnared by the Sea Demon Octopus had no chance of escape. It seemed his battle was at an end, the announcer exclaimed. Little Ha, quickly use your battle armor. Young Sunflower shouted. We've been waiting for this moment. The moon-eating celestial wolf let out a chilling laugh as it merged with its battle armor. With a series of clicks, a suit of silver armor enveloped its body, rendering the tentacles' gnashing fangs ineffective. Then, from within its core, 6 streams of chilling Huangquan energy erupted. Huangquan's forbidden tome, the coldness of the 9 Yus. Boom. The overwhelming Huangquan energy swept forth, instantly freezing the tentacles that had just ensnared it. The moon-eating celestial wolf advanced towards the Sea Demon Octopus, the Huangquan energy cloaking its water-based demonic essence, spreading forth to freeze its very being. No. The Sea Demon Octopus gasped in shock, twisting in an attempt to flee. Yet, the 6 streams of Huangquan energy crashed down upon it, enveloping its form. In an instant, the Sea Demon Octopus was encased in ice, while its body was simultaneously corroded. This spectacle astonished all who bore witness. The moon-eating celestial wolf pounced, its claw crashing down upon the creature's head with a sickening squelch. It tore through the octopus's skull, slaying the Sea Demon Octopus. The wolf unleashed its devouring power, consuming the Sea Demon Octopus whole. Incredible! Our holy wolf, Little Ha, has turned the tide, the announcer exclaimed in astonishment. Little Ha? cheered the many admirers of the moon-eating celestial wolf. Huh, we did it! Young Sunflower shouted in excitement, leaping into the air. When did she acquire such a gifted demon pet? In a private box within the arena, a handsome middle-aged man donned in a blue robe observed. Astonished, he was Xiang Yang Wangyao, the father of Xiang Yang Sunflower. The little wolf remarked on its serendipitous connection with the fourth miss, recounting their encounter during a sea voyage when it was captured by an old servant who brought it into the fold as a beloved pet, showcasing remarkable combat prowess. Xiang Yanqing chuckled. Indeed, given its extraordinary fighting talent, it could eventually be integrated into the Xiang Yang family's beast training camp for thorough cultivation. Xiang Guangyao nodded in agreement. Nurturing mystical beasts has long been a tradition of the Xiang Yang lineage, a family intertwined with the blood of half-demons, harboring no aversion to the beastly kind. In fact, nearly half of their formidable combat strength derives from the mystical creatures within their ranks. Just how powerful is the Xiang Yang family? What Xiang Chun has witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg, as this formidable clan can stand toe-to-toe with the naval forces of the eastern sea of the Great Xia. The abundance of powerful individuals and their profound heritage is staggering. Those of the Lingxiao realm are not even the pinnacle of the Xiang Yang family, serving merely as the backbone. Among the top 10 of the 100 Beasts battlefield, the moon-eating sky wolf has carved out a place for itself. However, its goal has never been to gain fame here. Rather, it seeks the legitimate opportunity to train in the sacred land of Tang Valley for a period. After the selection of the 10 Beast Kings of the 100 Beasts battlefield, the chaotic battle of the beasts finally came to a close. As the moon-eating sky wolf exited the arena, the 3 she-wolves that had previously retreated pursued closely behind. Lord Xiao, we wish to bear wolf cubs for you. The 3 she-wolves exclaimed as they lunged forward, causing the moon-eating sky wolf's expression to change drastically. With a howl, it fled into the sky. Wait for me, you little rascal. Xiang Yang Kueishi followed suit, chasing after them. Beyond the Tang Valley Ocean, in the vast desolate sea, a colossal black and white tiger whale, measuring over 300 meters, burst through the surface, revealing its fearsome fangs as it snatched a soaring giant eagle, dragging it into the depths. This desolate sea serves as a haven for the aquatic race and ferocious beasts, a retreat for some of the continent's most fearsome creatures. Beneath the sea lies a submerged city, 30,000 fathoms deep, where the overwhelming underwater pressure could easily crush submarines into mere disks of metal. At the heart of this underwater metropolis lies a vast, dark abyss, a chasm so deep that light fails to penetrate its depths. Several streams of blue light dart through the water with astonishing speed, plunging toward the abyss, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding currents. Lord Beastmaster, we have confirmed the intelligence. The Tianyang Fire Crow is indeed in its breeding phase, gravely weakened. One figure respectfully reported from the depths of the chasm. Suddenly, a terrifyingly immense silhouette emerged from the abyss, revealing a pair of blue eyes larger than houses, their depths resembling an unfathomable ocean. Is the information beyond doubt? A cold voice reverberated throughout the chasm. It is beyond doubt. We have meticulously placed our spies within the upper echelons of the Xiang Yang family over many years, replied the blue figure. Excellent. Inform your king to prepare, for the Tianyang Fire Crow at this stage shall undoubtedly be no match for me. After uttering these ominous words, the colossal figure closed its eyes and sank back into the abyss. The figures bowed respectfully before disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 712. Open and aboveboard in the courtyard of Xiang Yang Kueishi, the moon-swallowing wolf reclined comfortably in a large wooden tub. While Xiang Yang Kueishi diligently brushed its fur and paws, washing away the bloodstains from its body, she truly treated him as if he were a dog, giving him a bath every day. The fellow known as Second Dog rested his wolf head against the edge of the tub, squinting his eyes and humming a cheerful tune, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Little Ha, tomorrow you will embark on your journey to the Soup Valley for cultivation. Are you excited? You will finally meet the divine bird you have longed to see, Xiang Yang Kueishi remarked while continuing to scrub his wolf paws. Little enchantress, is your family's divine bird truly a golden crow? Inquired the moon-swallowing wolf. It should be. The divine bird is said to be a descendant of the golden crow, though I am not entirely certain. Nevertheless, it has existed for an exceedingly long time. Over 1,000 years in this generation, Xiang Yang Kueishi replied, starting to clean his head, digging out dirt from his ears. Over 1,000 years? It seems its cultivation has reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. The moon-swallowing wolf mused, narrowing his eyes slightly. Is it true that over 10,000 years ago, a golden crow descended upon the Soup Valley? He asked again. Indeed, it is true. Our ancestor from the Xiang Yang family obtained the golden crow's legacy and intermingled with its descendants. Thus our lineage was established. We, too, are of the golden crow's bloodline. The current divine bird is the fifth descendant of the ancient golden crow, Xiang Yang Zhao explained. Now I understand. What of your ancestors? Have they perished? Do not speak disrespectfully of our ancestors. The forebears of the Xiang Yang family have ascended to the heavens in search of the celestial path. It is said they seek the ancestral golden crow, and after each generation of divine birds leaves behind their bloodline, they ultimately depart for the heavens above, Xiang Yang Zhao chided, lightly tapping the head of second dog. All done. You're all clean now. She took a towel handed to her by Xiao Zhu and wiped her hands. The moon-swallowing wolf leaped from the tub, shaking off the water from its fur, the bloodstains now entirely washed away. Little enchantress, if I were to leave the Xiang Yang family in the future, would you come with me? The moon-swallowing wolf asked as he jumped onto a chair, sprawled out comfortably, and began to gnaw on a spiritual fruit nearby. Leave? Where would you go? My father specifically requested that I integrate you into the Beast Warriors camp, allowing you to become a part of the Xiang Yang family. Why would you want to leave? Xiang Yang Zhao inquired from her reclining chair. A man and a wolf basked in the warm afternoon sun. The world is vast. I yearn to explore it. You cannot expect to remain within the confines of the Xiang Yang family for a lifetime, can you? The outside world is perilous. The wild sea is rife with ferocious beasts, and the continent belongs to the great Xia dynasty. The legendary outer heaven is chaotic as well. The East Sea is so delightful, filled with countless wonders. Why must you wander aimlessly? Xiang Yang Zhao, clad in a cool short skirt, lay on her lounge chair while Xiao Zhu applied some skincare products to her. This is the nature of women, I suppose. I am a man. I aspire to conquer the world. A true man aims for the vast horizons and cannot settle for comfort in one corner. The moon-swallowing wolf replied, resting his paw on his head, his tail swaying gently. Once you have conquered this realm, I shall follow, riding upon your back as you take me to witness the dominion you have forged. How delightful that would be. Yet, it would be rather unbecoming for one of your stature to allow a mere girl to ride upon you. However, once I become the king of all beasts, I shall bestow upon you the entirety of the Eastern Sea, nay, the West, South, and North Seas as well. TSK. Men are ever concerned with their pride. Even as you ascend to the throne of the beast kings, you shall remain my little darling. This period may well be one of the few leisurely and cherished moments of camaraderie for Xiang Chun in the days to come. From this point onward, he will find himself embroiled in the tumultuous battlegrounds against humans, demons, and myriad races. On the following day, a contingent of the direct descendants of the Xiang Yang family, the prodigies of their lineage, gathered before the Tianyang Grand Hall, preparing to embark for Tang Valley. Over 1,000 disciples of the Xiang Yang family convened. The youngest among them scarcely 10 years old, just beginning their journey into cultivation, while the older ones, such as Xiang Yang Zhao, had already achieved the soul moon level and honed their skills for over a decade. Tingyue Tianlang stood beside Xiang Yang Zhao, gazing at the assembled disciples of the Xiang Yang family, marveling at the congregation of youthful strength. This is what a prestigious family of this continent truly embodies. Compared to the Lu family, the Xiang Yang family is unparalleled. One cannot fathom the vastness of this world without stepping out. Suddenly, 2 rows of golden-armored soldiers wielding long spears emerged from the Grand Hall. These warriors exuded an intimidating aura, with none below the Soul Moon realm. They were the Tianyang Guards, elite members of the Solar Pirate crew, the most formidable force of the Xiang Yang family, reigning supreme over the Eastern Sea. As they formed 2 lines, a tall, striking man clad in a golden robe and wearing a golden crown approached, flanked by several elders of the Xiang Yang family. Salutations to the family head. The younger disciples of the Xiang Yang family bowed deeply, their respect evident. The man at the forefront was none other than Xiang Yang Hao, the current head of the Xiang Yang clan. Tingyue Tianlang watched in astonishment. Despite the man's restrained energy and aura, the intensity emanating from his moonlit eyes was as fervent as the blazing sun, leaving one in awe. He could not discern his precise realm, but it was evident he surpassed even the formidable Huang Ho. Let us forego formalities. Indeed, we are a vibrant generation, Xiang Yang Hao said with a genial smile. Who could have imagined that this man ranked among the top 3 on the bounty list of the Eastern Sea's royal decree? With a reward exceeding 100 million spirit coins? Family head, all disciples under 30 who have awakened their bloodline are present, along with a selection of promising demon cultivators. Everyone has gathered. Shall we now proceed to the sacred site of Tang Valley? Inquired an elderly man with a white beard. Time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately. The young ones shall follow behind. We elders shall lead the way, Xiang Yang Zhao replied with a nod. With that, he took a step forward, transforming into a streak of light that soared skyward, surpassing 10 times the speed of sound, vanishing into the expanse. The other elders and seniors followed suit, leaving behind the younger generation of the Tianyang Guard. As everyone set forth, the little ones who could not fly gathered around us. One of the captains of the Tianyang Guard shouted, "Little Ha, let us depart." Xiang Yang Kuaishi swiftly mounted the back of the moon-eating celestial wolf. The wolf transformed into a majestic Tuzhong size, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, following the throng of disciples from the Xiang Yang family as they raced toward the Tang Valley. This journey would finally allow him to boldly venture to the place he desired. And whether he could acquire the bloodline of the Golden Crow would depend on this expedition. Chapter 713. The ancestral offering. With merely over 100 kilometers to the Tang Valley, it did not take long for the group to arrive at its outskirts. Outside the Tang Valley, tall city walls stood as barriers, guarded by the Tianyang Guard, with formidable experts at the celestial realm stationed there. This was the sacred ground of the Xiang Yang family, home to their divine bird. Under normal circumstances, no one below the celestial realm from the Xiang Yang family could approach this place, for they would be unable to withstand the scorching solar energy. By the time Xiang Yang Kuaishi and the moon-eating celestial wolf arrived, the family head, Xiang Yang Zhao, and others had long been present. The heat was unbearable. The newly initiated disciples of the Xiang Yang family relied on the energy of the stronger members to shield them, lest they succumb to dehydration. Once everyone gathered, an elder beside Xiang Yang Zhao addressed the crowd. This place is the sacred ground of our Xiang Yang family. It is also where we honor our ancestors and the divine bird. A place of cultivation. Some of you have visited here before, while for others, this is your first time. We shall now guide you into the Flame Valley. Ensure you don the sun-repelling pearls and fire-repelling pearls. For those who are here for the first time, the junior members who have just embarked on the path of cultivation should stand on the left. As the elders' words echoed among the 1,000+ individuals, 500 to 600 young and inexperienced children stood on the left, protected by the energy of the stronger members. The crowd parted, with the younger generation at the Soul Moon realm forming a faction led by Xiang Yang Zhao Tian. Ultimately, the Xiang Yang family had not forsaken this prodigy. Such is the nature of this world. Those with talent and strength can have their transgressions overlooked. Conversely, weakness and ineptitude are deemed faults, a primal sin in itself. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian cast a frigid glare at the moon-eating celestial wolf, harboring a desire to eliminate it. He even felt resentment towards Xiang Yang Haiba, Kuaishi, and Xiang Yang Yanran. Should he rise to power in the future, he would undoubtedly seek to extinguish those who knew of his past indiscretions. Mark my words, I will eliminate you before I depart. The moon-eating celestial wolf thought to itself, a cold smile forming within. It understood that this individual posed a future threat to Kuaishi and the others. As long as he harbored ambition, he would inevitably seek to silence anyone who could expose his sordid behavior once he became powerful. The juniors beneath the Soul Moon realm would soon follow Elder Yin to the lower-level flame pool for their initiation, while those at the Soul Moon realm would accompany us. Xiang Yang Zhao announced. Yes, the 1,000 voices echoed in unison. Now, let us first pay our respects to the divine bird. Open the gate. With the patriarch's command, a thunderous sound erupted as the city gates swung open. As the millennium-old cold iron gates creaked ajar, a wave of searing heat surged forth, blinding golden light enveloping all. A torrid wave swept through, enveloping everyone in its searing embrace. A throng of individuals entered through the city gates and arrived within the Valley of Soup. Gazing across the vast expanse, one could see a colossal canyon, within which flowed golden magma, while the mountains and rocks were transformed into crystalline structures, glimmering like glass. The low-ranking practitioners of the Sunfire Crystal, Chun, were inwardly astounded. Though he had merely observed from afar that day, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the rocks here had been transmuted into sunfire crystals, imbued with the incinerating power of the sun. It was unbearably hot. Many of the smaller individuals, despite the protective energy of their stronger companions, were drenched in sweat. They continuously replenished their bodily fluids with the essence of the spring water contained in their water bags. Along the canyon's sides, numerous walkways constructed from heat-resistant flame wood sprawled out, with additional lofts suspended against the cliffs, creating a breathtaking spectacle. A scalding thoroughfare stretched through the golden magma, leading toward an almost boundless lake of molten gold. A group traversed this path, the ground searing beneath their feet. The temperature astonishing. Should any low-ranking practitioner lacking the Sun lineage attempt to tread here, even with the protection of a powerful ally, they would succumb to the Sun's energy radiation. At the end of the path stood a massive altar, upon which a statue of the golden crow was erected. The moon-eating wolf, having withdrawn its wings, sensed the terrifying presence lurking deep within the golden expanse. The group gathered before the altar, and Xiang Yang Zhao, with a flourish of his robes, knelt and proclaimed, "We pay homage to the ancestral spirits." The remaining members of the Xiang Yang family promptly followed suit, kneeling and exclaiming, "We pay homage to the ancestral spirits." The moon-eating wolf also lowered itself slightly, aligning beside Xiang Yang Kueishi. Suddenly, a terrifying surge erupted from the distant infernal region, causing the golden magma to churn and surge skyward. A colossal golden figure burst forth from the magma, transforming into a giant bird that hovered in midair, radiating blinding golden light. Behold, a magnificent creature enveloped in pale golden flames, resembling a gigantic raven, its splendid feathers shimmering in hues of rich gold. Its massive form extended 400 to 500 meters, casting an awe-inspiring shadow, while its crimson eyes surveyed the diminutive figures below. Is this the revered divine bird? How grand! How beautiful! What a fearsome energy! Could this truly be an existence capable of rivaling the great Xia dynasty? The youth and children of the Xiang Yang family were left in astonishment, this scene forever etched in their memories, imprinting an indelible mark of the divine bird's formidable and untouchable power within their hearts. The Tianyang fire raven, a celestial beast species, possessed half the bloodline of the divine golden crow, a vassal race of the golden crow lineage, with a bloodline purity reaching 80%. Allowing for potential evolution into a full-blooded golden crow. The ominous presence of this ancient creature conveyed its message. A celestial beast, half-blooded golden crow? Shen felt a twinge of disappointment. It was merely a half-blood. He had anticipated a pure-blood golden crow. Yet, upon reflection, it was reasonable. Pure-blood golden crows had already ascended to the status of divine birds. How could one still remain here? This was indeed his first encounter with a celestial beast in this world. The powerful Tianyang fire raven alighted upon the altar, its overwhelming aura sending shivers through the hearts of those present. Such an entity could likely incinerate an entire city with ease. Nevertheless, even a half-blood golden crow could refine the golden crow bloodline, which was sufficiently satisfying for his current realm. As all were in awe and reverence of the radiant sunfire crow, one individual, however, harbored a nefarious intention, contemplating how to extract its blood. This man's prowess was extraordinarily formidable, leaving the concoction he had developed uncertain in its effectiveness. The moon-eating wolf was troubled. Having expended a considerable amount of spirit coins to procure numerous precious millennium-old herbs to brew a potent elixir, yet he remained uncertain if it could subdue this entity. Upon encountering the sunfire crow, his confidence wavered. Ancestors of the spirits, I humbly beseech your understanding as my kin shall undergo a baptism and brief cultivation in the toad during this period, Yang Hao implored with utmost reverence. The blood of the Yang family, coursing through their veins, was intertwined with that of the sunfire crow. Millennia ago, a cultivator and his ordinary female fire crow companion arrived here. Through the inheritance of the golden crow, the fire crow transcended its mundane existence and became immortal. Their union gave rise to the Yang lineage, a family that would come to dominate the cultivation realm of the East Sea. Thus, the Yang family venerates the sunfire crow as their forebear. The Yang clan possessed a modicum of golden crow bloodline, albeit only 1 or 2 parts. Xiang Chun could extract this bloodline from the Yang family members, but it would require numerous sacrifices, an act he could not bring himself to commit, given the kindness shown to him by the little demoness. Among the clan members present, was there anyone with an awakened bloodline of 80%? The sunfire crow surveyed the assembly, her voice revealing a feminine quality. Yes, those with an 80% awakened bloodline, step forward, Yang Hao declared. From the crowd, over 10 individuals emerged, including Xiang Kuei Shi, Xiang Haibo, and Xiang Yanran, among others. Notably, Xiang Zhao Tian was also present. Oh, there is even one who has awakened to 90%. The Sunfire Crow observed Xiang Zhao Tian with mild astonishment. A 90% bloodline of the Sunfire Crow was deemed nearly perfect among the human race. A complete one could fully transform into the Sunfire Crow itself. Junior Xiang Zhao Tian pays his respects to the esteemed ancestor, Xiang Zhao Tian declared, suppressing his excitement as he knelt. Esteemed ancestor, this young one is the highest awakened bloodline in our family over the past millennium. Should you bestow upon him even a single drop of your essence, it would undoubtedly lead to his complete evolution, Yang Hao respectfully proposed. Upon hearing this, countless gazes of envy and admiration turned towards Xiang Zhao Tian. If he were to fully evolve, his future standing would be unparalleled. How can this scoundrel, with such a poor character, be so fortunate? Xiang Haibo secretly cursed. The Sunfire Crow shook her head, stating, "At this moment, I cannot grant him my essence. However, I can bestow upon him a vial of my celestial blood, sufficient to further enhance his bloodline's power. While it may not lead to complete transformation, it shall elevate him to the realm of Ling Xiao." A beam of light emerged from the Sunfire Crow's mouth, and a jade vial descended before Xiang Zhao Tian, containing her potent blood. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor." Xiang Zhao Tian felt a twinge of disappointment, but accepted it with gratitude. "U11. Each one may receive a portion of my essence." The Tianyang Fire Crow gazed upon the sunward Kuei Shi and the other prodigies, each bearing 80% of their potential, and exhaled strands of her essence, transforming them into 11 rays of crimson energy that infused their bodies. "Thank you, ancestors," they all bowed in reverence. "As for the rest of you, make your own arrangements. Sunward Hao, come with me. There are matters to discuss." The Tianyang Fire Crow directed her gaze towards Sunward Hao, uttering the words before her immense form ascended, transforming into a beam of light that soared towards a palace suspended above the lava in the depths of golden radiance. "Elders, please escort these youngsters to different areas of the burning pools for their training. I shall proceed ahead," Sunward Hao addressed the elders, who then also transformed into streams of golden light and followed suit. "Everyone, come with us. Disciples at the Soul Moon Realm, take the left walkway." The elders began to lead the group, dividing them into two teams destined for separate locations. The moon-devouring heavenly wolf followed Sunward Kuei Shi along the pathway adjacent to the cliff and under the guidance of the elders. They soon arrived at a tunnel lined with numerous stone halls and chambers. Before long, they reached a vast stone hall, where a colossal golden pool lay ahead, filled not with water, but with flames. Solar fire essence. Energy harnessed within the Soul Moon Realm, a red-clad elder proclaimed. "This is the Yang Pool, familiar to many of you from your first visit. Entering it and immersing yourselves in the solar fire essence will refine your bloodlines and true essence. For those with bloodlines below 80%, enduring a month of training here will undoubtedly advance your lineage. Furthermore, utilizing the solar fire essence for alchemical refinement or spiritual stone cultivation will dramatically expedite your progress. However, entering will subject you to the searing agony of the blazing sun. How long you can endure depends solely on your willpower. The longer you persist, the greater the rewards." "Ah, this place again, such childhood trauma." Sunward Haiba lamented as he gazed at the burning golden pool. "If you cannot endure this suffering, how will you ever surpass Sunward Zhao Tian? You must persevere until the end. 2 months. Sunward Yanran admonished. 2 months. Yanran sighed. "Fine. I will do my best," Sunward Haiba responded with a bitter smile. Now, Sunward Yanran was pushing him to set Sunward Zhao Tian as his goal, even striving to surpass him. Many women often compare their current partners with their former ones. To seek prominence in the eyes of others, one must endure suffering in silence. Youngster, if you wish to become powerful, countless hardships await you, and innumerable foes will cross your path, the moon-devouring heavenly wolf remarked, taking strides towards the solar fire essence. "Hey, you old rascal. You speak as if you were an ancient demon," Sunward Haiba retorted, following closely behind. Others too braved the pain, entering the solar fire essence pool, where the essence enveloped them, rendering them invisible within the pale golden flames. "Ah, damn it, it hurts." That familiar sensation. Upon entry, many grimaced and cried out in pain, their bodies engulfed in the excruciating torment of searing flames. The moon-devouring heavenly wolf, shielded by the essence of the Tian, felt no discomfort from this pure yang energy manifested in the solar fire essence, while he might fear other fire-based energies. He remained unperturbed by the power derived from the sun. The sun and the moon, in their eternal dance of creation and destruction, held a potent force within them. Despite the feebleness of his lunar energy, it radiated with unparalleled purity and quality. "Are you all right, little demoness?" Yang Yang Kuei inquired, stifling her pain amidst the flames. "I'm fine. Come in with me," replied Tun Yu Tian Lang, undeterred by the fiery surroundings, transforming into his human form and grasping her hand. "You've transformed." Yang Yang Kuei exclaimed, her vision obscured in this place. "Yes, feel this power within me." A stream of lunar essence flowed from Xiang Chun into her being. "Oh, it's no longer hot. It feels so refreshing," she marveled. "Indeed, retain this energy within you without absorbing it. It will aid you in resisting the heat here, allowing you to freely absorb the solar fire essence. Moreover, my blood elixir makes this the perfect place for refinement." Releasing her hand, Xiang Chun gazed at the enchanting girl before him, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Little demoness, I must take my leave." Having arrived at this juncture, his plans were already halfway realized. Such a fascinating power, it feels delightful. "Little Ha, will you accompany me in my cultivation?" She stepped closer, clasping his arm. "Very well. I shall stay with you for a while," Xiang Chun replied with a smile, unable to refuse her request. And together they ventured deeper into the realm of concentrated fire essence. They found a secluded spot and sat facing each other. "Little demoness," Xiang Chun began, "I shall impart to you a set of invincible techniques, the awakened invincibility 18 forms. You must not disclose it to anyone, not even a high bow. From now on, this will be your solitary path of cultivation." "What kind of technique is that?" Yang Yang Kuei asked, puzzled. "It is a divine skill inherited through my bloodline. The awakened invincibility 18 forms, superior to the techniques you practice. I now pass this to you, and you must keep it a secret, understood?" Xiang Chun stated earnestly. "The awakened invincibility 18 forms. What a peculiar name." She pondered, her mind swirling with questions. The name was indeed a fabrication of Xiang Chun's imagination. He intended to share the foundational techniques of the sun's true scripture, also known as the Great Sun Sacred Text, with her. "Is it truly your bloodline's technique? Can it surpass our family's Tian Yangju? I promise I shall never share it with anyone." Yang Yang Kuei assured, nodding her agreement. "Now, I shall channel my energy through you, and you must memorize each unique meridian pathway and acupoint orientation." Xiang Chun commenced the flow of the sun's true scripture, energy surging within Yang Yang Kuei. She focused her spiritual essence to perceive and remember, instantly astonished by the profundity of this technique. Nearly all her meridians were activated and influenced, as streams of solar essence flowed into her body at an accelerated pace, causing her bloodline to boil with joy. The efficacy of Xiang Chun's guidance far surpassed her solitary practice. What a powerful technique! Yang Yang Kuei, not one to be easily deceived, quickly discerned the superiority of this skill over her family's teachings. She began to absorb the intricacies of Xiang Chun's energy flow, noting even the unfamiliar meridians. This transmission of knowledge required an entire day, as Xiang Chun meticulously traversed numerous cycles, allowing Yang Yang Kuei to barely grasp the operation of the technique. This is merely a practice of the cultivation method, excluding the techniques of divine powers. Concurrently, within the resplendent golden hall, the essence of the heavenly Yang fire crow swirled, transforming into an exceptionally beautiful middle-aged woman, clad in golden robes, adorned with a golden crown. Her visage was both dignified and enchanting, her skin tender and youthful as that of a maiden, with cascading, softly curled golden locks and a graceful figure. Were it not for her mature aura, one might easily mistake her for a young girl. Xiang Yanghao lowered his gaze slightly, unable to meet her true countenance. Yet his heart raced with emotion. The heavenly Yang fire crow, known as Xiao, was a revered figure among the demon clans of the Eastern Sea. Hailed as the demon queen Xiao, the last time you came to report unusual movements in the desolate sea, was it not? The demon queen Xiao spoke softly, seated upon a golden phoenix throne. Indeed, esteemed ancestor, Xiang Yanghao replied respectfully. We have observed an uptick in the frequency of attacks by the sea beasts on our mining vessels, indicating that the sea clans of the East are gathering strength. It is highly likely that another wave of sea beasts is imminent. The sea clans reproduce rapidly, They must engage in military exercises and internal strife during the beast tides. It has become a pattern. However, unless extraordinary circumstances arise, I shall refrain from intervening. As you are aware of my current situation, the demon queen Xiao remarked with indifference. Yes, I understand, and I merely wish to inform you, esteemed ancestor. There is no need for concern. Our Xiang family and the forces of Tianyang Island are sufficiently capable of facing this challenge. Xiang Yang Zhao responded with reverence. That is reassuring. I have summoned you for a purpose. After ensuring the continuation of my lineage, I fear I shall soon depart from this continent in pursuit of my forebears. The demon queen Xiao stated. Xiang Yang Zhao raised his head in astonishment. You intend to ascend to the heavens above? Indeed, the demon queen Xiao affirmed with a nod. When will this occur? Xiang Yang Zhao felt a pang of reluctance within him. No one knows, but I shall likely do so within a century. Before my departure, I will nurture my child to take my place, the demon queen Xiao declared. Xiang Yang Zhao's expression wavered, and he remained silent. Is there no possibility of me accompanying you? He inquired, voicing a nearly impossible question. Here, I cannot attain significant advancement any longer. The demon queen Xiao shook her head. Then may I follow you? After a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yang Zhao finally expressed his innermost desire. Unfeasible. Your cultivation is insufficient to withstand the tribulations of ascension and the violent energies of the cosmos. Bringing you along would only be a burden. The demon queen Xiao decisively rejected his plea. Xiang Yang Zhao smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Despite being a formidable force among cultivators, in the vastness of the universe, he truly amounted to little. It was said that above the 9 heavens, there existed beings capable of plucking stars and extinguishing worlds. In the solar fire essence pool, after imparting the cultivation method to Xiang Yang, Xiang Chun also began his practice there. However, he could only store the energy absorbed within the ethereal space of the silly fish divine soul, refraining from refining or breaking through. The 10,000 demons sacred method had yet to reach its second tier, making it challenging to ascend to the soul moon realm. Thus, he could only reserve the energy he was currently absorbing for future breakthroughs, at which point he would be able to enhance his cultivation dramatically. As time flowed, 5 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, on the edge of the desolate sea, a solitary island awaited. On this island, which is home to a population of approximately 100,000, including monks, lies an abundance of mysterious iron ore. Under the dominion of the Xiang Yang family, this precious resource is indispensable for forging weapons, constructing ships, and crafting magical artifacts. As the tides rise with the setting sun, colossal waves crash upon the shore. Amidst the tumultuous waters, silhouettes emerge, stealthily gliding over the waves. Each figure towers between 2 to 3 meters. Resembling humans yet adorned with scales upon their faces, gills upon their necks, and webbed hands and feet, wielding spears, polearms, and harpoons as weapons. 1, 2. And then an increasing multitude of such creatures materialize, the sea folk, the true sovereigns of the wild seas. The waves roar as they traverse the waters, moving with such silence that they seem to meld with the ocean itself. On the coastal ramparts, high above, magical mirrors emit scorching beams of light, probing the surface of the sea. Atop a high tower, a monk of the Yuanyang realm yawns, gazing listlessly over the waters. Suddenly, a spear, imbued with terrifying power, pierces through the water with deadly precision. With a soft thud, the monk is struck in the neck, silenced before a cry could escape his lips. Swish, swish, swish. Subsequently, an onslaught of spears, polearms, and sharp arrows rains down from the sea. A cry of alarm erupts. The sea folk are launching a surprise attack. The walls reverberate with the anguished screams of defenders as they are overwhelmed by a deluge of projectiles, suffering heavy casualties. Simultaneously, alarms blare across the island. Boom. From the depths of the ocean emerges a colossal blue sea monster, radiating an aura of the Lingxiao realm, with 8 tentacles, each several dozen meters long, surging with energy as it leaps onto the ramparts. The sea demon releases a thunderous roar. The waves behind it churn violently, transforming into towering surges as hundreds of sea folk leap towards the walls, brandishing magical artifacts to assault the island's defenses. The sea folk are upon us. Chapter 716. Island-wide mobilization. This is merely one of the island's enclaves facing an onslaught. Nevertheless, the Xiang Yang family, having stood firm in the East Sea for many years, has established a swift early warning emergency mechanism. Within 10 minutes of the initial attack, an urgent report reaches Xiang Yang Zhao, the head of the family. Upon reading the report, a shadow darkens his countenance. Indeed, a new wave of monstrous sea beasts has begun, he declares gravely. He then surveys his surroundings and bellows. Immediately notify the entire island and all clans to prepare for first-level combat readiness. The monstrous sea beasts are attacking. Understood. The guards hastily depart to relay the message. Moments later, across Tianyang Island, towering warning towers, each over 1,000 meters high, sound their alarms. At the same instant, the clarion call reverberates across this expanse of 10 million square kilometers. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of the evening, filled with the hustle and bustle of life, pirates and revelers indulge in merriment, while residents engage in their nightly routines. Suddenly, the alarm echoes overhead, startling those drinking, wandering the night market, or visiting establishments of ill repute, all abruptly awakened from their revelry. A monstrous tide of sea beasts is approaching, all inhabitants of Tianyang Island. Please take heed and immediately seek refuge within the towering defense towers. The members of the Sun Pirates and all associated pirates and brigands must promptly respond to the call for Level 1 combat readiness and assemble at the defensive walls. From atop the lofty watchtower, a powerful voice infused with vital energy resonates through a conch shell, echoing across hundreds of miles of land. The same proclamation reverberating from various locations. The sea beasts are upon us. Hurry, retreat to the defense towers. Upon hearing this, the entire populace of Tianyang Island and its cities sprang into action. These towering fortifications, soaring thousands of meters and sprawling across dozens of miles, are encircled by formidable city walls. Each city boasts its own massive defensive tower, capable of sheltering residents and stocked with provisions such as water and food. Each defense tower resembles a grand castle, and whenever peril from the sea beasts looms, all residents swiftly seek refuge within its walls. Brothers of the Greatsword Pirates, heed my command. Form your ranks and head to the defensive lines. The time for great fortune has arrived. Members of the Wanghu Band, unite to protect our sacred land. On Tianyang Island, countless pirate and bandit factions stand resolute, none wavering as they heed the call and rush toward the defense lines. Tianyang Island, the pirate capital of the East Sea, serves as a sanctuary for pirates and brigands alike. Here, even the great Xia dynasty dares not impose its will, making it a true haven for all maritime rogues. Tianyang guards, members of the Sun Pirates, assemble. The call reverberates throughout the Yang family. With a swish and a swoosh, figures take flight, either riding magical artifacts or summoning ethereal wings to soar into the sky. Countless strong warriors ascend to the heavens, with those at the Soul Moon realm appearing abundantly, while practitioners at the Yuan Yang realm gather in clusters, and masters of the Lingxiao realm are not uncommon. The first squad is assembled. The second squad is assembled. The third squad is assembled. The fifth fleet is assembled. The speed of this response is indeed astonishing. Within moments, thousands of cultivators, clad in battle armor and wielding magical artifacts, promptly align with their respective squads. Boom. Figures radiating brilliant light surge toward the front lines. The Beast War Camp assembles. In another region, a palpable aura of beasts surges forth, with countless monstrous creatures roaring, some taking on human forms, while others reveal their true natures. 100-meter-tall, terrifyingly large white-furred giant ape bellows in the air, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surpasses even the Lingxiao realm. In an instant, it transforms into a robust middle-aged man clad in black armor, wielding a massive war spear. This formidable presence far exceeds that of the Lingxiao realm. The leader of the beast camp, the esteemed elder of the Yang family, is known as Yao Xiaobai. Defend the city, Yao Xiaobai bellows. And with a thunderous sound, he transforms into a beam of light shooting forward, his terrifying momentum and astonishing speed covering several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Behind him, throngs of beastly creatures and demon cultivators roar, surging forth, propelled by the overwhelming aura of the beasts. With a single command, the entirety of Tianyang Island, be it the Yang family, various merchant factions, pirate forces, or demonic clans, mobilizes, and thousands of powerful warriors rush toward the front lines. Compared to the scale of such a war mobilization, the conflicts between nations like the Great Chu and the Great Xiang seem almost laughable. Within the Tang Valley, Alarm bells continue to reverberate. A piercing cry echoes. Amidst the valley, numerous spirit beasts enveloped in crimson flames take to the skies, the fire crows soaring upwards. In the heavens, a flock of no fewer than several thousand fire crows circles above, comprising those of the Soul Moon realm, the ascending sky realm. And even more formidable fire crows. They are the celestial sun fire crows, the most loyal protectors of their demonic queen, a clan unto themselves. The celestial sun fire crows belong to the category of immortal beasts, while these ordinary fire crows are merely spirit beasts, among which a few are celestial sun fire crows, albeit without the awakened golden crow bloodline. The Queen of Dawn Moon is a pure-blood celestial sun fire crow, and additionally, she has awakened a half-blood golden crow bloodline, thus can also be referred to as a half-blood golden crow. In the Sunfire Essence Pool, the talented scions of the Xiang Yang family suddenly fell into disarray, rushing out of their training grounds upon hearing the shrill alarm. In the dim corners of the corridor, Xiang Chun, who was poised for action, stepped out in astonishment, tearing off the human skin mask from his face and furrowing his brow. The tide of sea ferocious beasts has arrived. Damn it, why must it strike at this moment? A few days' delay would have sufficed. Xiang Chun cursed inwardly. This onslaught of sea ferocious beasts abruptly disrupted his plans. He had intended to spread poison throughout Tang Valley, lulling everyone into slumber, thus seizing the opportunity to extract the golden crow bloodline from the Queen of Dawn Moon. Damn it, who could have foreseen this occurrence? Now, it is naturally impossible to proceed with such a scheme, for otherwise, his actions would bring calamity to Tianyang Island. Xiao, where are you? The voice of the little demoness, Xiang Yang Kueishi, resonated within the communication jade. I am here, in the third corridor, little demoness. I am coming to find you. Xiang Chun promptly responded, hastening towards her. Numerous Tianyang guards, armed with weapons and donning armor, rushed past him. Soon, he arrived at the Sunfire Essence Pool and spotted Xiang Yang Kueishi and a group of others. An elder, known as Elder Wu, was addressing them. Xiao, come here. Xiang Yang Kueishi beckoned to Xiang Chun, who quickly crouched and made his way back to the crowd, standing beside her. Where have you just been? Xiang Yang Kueishi inquired softly. I had something to attend to, Xiang Chun casually offered an excuse. It is perilous with the sea ferocious beasts approaching. You must not wander off, stay close to me. Xiang Yang Kueishi cautioned. Silence, everyone. Elder Wu commanded the raucous crowd, signaling that he had something to convey. Instantly, the tumultuous gathering of hundreds fell silent. Elder Wu declared, the tide of sea ferocious beasts is upon us. Do you understand what this signifies? Each time they strike, we suffer considerable losses. The sea ferocious beasts and the sea tribe are our greatest adversaries, not to be underestimated. Over a decade ago, when the sea ferocious beasts attacked, many of you were merely fledgling cultivators, protected by the powerful within your families. Now, you are all cultivators of the Soul Moon realm, no longer weak among the human race. This time, you must arm yourselves with your weapons and treasures to protect yourselves, safeguard Tianyang Island, and defend the Xiang Yang family. We, the Xiang Yang family, do not harbor cowards. Elder Wu solemnly regarded the younger generation. At last, we can step onto the battlefield. Indeed, I have awaited this day for far too long. A group of spirited youth, upon hearing the call, felt no fear. Rather, they were filled with fervor, yearning for the battlefield. Elder, let us engage in battle. They clamored. Yes, Elder, we must protect Tianyang Island and vanquish the sea tribes. Many voices resounded in agreement. Silence. Elder Wu admonished. Do you think the battlefield is a mere game? Once you step onto it, you bear the weight of your own life. Death is eternal. This time, you may enter the battlefield, but you must be fully prepared and obey commands. Xiang Yang Tuo, Elder Wu called to a figure behind him. Present, a robust man, a master of the Lingxiao realm, stepped forward, bearing claw marks on his face. I entrust this group of youngsters to you, the 18th team of the 3rd Flag Division. You are responsible for leading them, Elder Wu commanded. Yes, I shall ensure their training is completed, Xiang Yang Tuo replied respectfully. Elder Wu addressed the crowd. This is Captain Xiang Yang Tuo. You will all heed his orders as he guides you in defense and combat. Captain Xiang Yang Tuo. The crowd honored the burly man with a bow. Xiang Yang Zhao also quietly saluted. Esteemed ones, I shall lead you into battle, and for many of you, this may be your first encounter with the sea tribes and their fierce creatures. I require your utmost compliance with my directives. Our mission is to defend the area surrounding Block 945, eliminating any intruding sea tribes and their fiends. Captain Xiang Yang Zhao instructed the assembly. Yes, they echoed in unison. Now, don your battle armor and follow me. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Yang Zhao led the throng onward. Amidst the crowd, Xiang Chun sighed helplessly, resigned to follow along. Why must I, with a mere golden crow bloodline, encounter such turmoil? Am I perhaps the reincarnation of Conan, destined to bring chaos wherever I go? This is truly arduous. Xiang Ergu, speechless, followed suit, being the only one among them whose actual cultivation was merely at the Yuanyang True Dan level, albeit disguised as a Soul Moon Realm practitioner. As the group departed from Tang Valley, Captain Xiang Yang Zhao commanded a contingent of 400 to 500, the weakest among them being at the Yuanyang Great Heaven level, with numerous Soul Moon Realm experts and several masters of the Lingxiao realm. Over 1,000 donned battle armor, accompanying Captain Xiang Yang Zhao to defend a city district. The might of the entire Xiang family system likely rivaled the strength of a major state within the Jiuzhou, and certainly not that of the weakest states. Clad in the heavenly wolf battle armor, with the long K demon blade slung across his back, Xiang Chun followed beside Xiang Yang Kuei. His already striking appearance was accentuated by the armor, drawing the attention of several female cultivators within the ranks. Even Xiang Yang Kuei occasionally stole glances at Xiang Chun, pondering how someone could transform so handsomely. Cousin, that boy is a demon wolf, and he bears a great grudge against me, Xiang Yang Zhao whispered to Xiang Yang Zhao. Xiang Yang Zhao's gaze swept over Xiang Chun as he replied, Do not worry, cousin, I know how to handle this. If possible, it would be best to eliminate Xiang Yang Yanran, Xiang Yang Kuei, and Xiang Yang Haiba all at once, as Xiang Yang Zhao Tian coldly glimmers with a murderous intent. They are the direct lineage of the family, with elders backing them. Xiang Yang Tua finds himself in a dilemma. It is not we who take action. Everything is orchestrated by the Sea Clan, the Sea Beasts. Dying for the family, for the protection of Tianyang City, is an honor. The family cannot pursue matters too rigorously. In the future, when I gain power, my cousin shall undoubtedly hold a significant position among the elders. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian subtly conveys this thought. Very well, I shall take this risk for you, sighed Xiang Chun inwardly, his formidable perception sensing that Xiang Yang Zhao Tian was secretly communicating with Xiang Yang Tua. However, his current cultivation level prevents him from eavesdropping on their exchange. Rumbling, the colossal waves roar, crashing against the towering walls of Tianyang Island. These walls, rising 1,000 meters high, are a breathtaking sight, overlooking the clouds. On the walls, numerous weathered sword marks and claw marks bear witness to a long history. The walls of Tianyang City are forged from steel, magma glass, and a portion of mysterious iron. With a thickness of 100 meters, even a master at the Lingxiao realm could not breach these walls. Countless Tianyang guards, clad in armor or pirate garb, stand vigilant atop the walls, wielding swords and magical artifacts. Furthermore, ferocious red cannons, known as Tianyang cannons, stand ready, boasting astonishing power. Many skilled archers have also readied their bows and arrows. Rumbling, in the distant waters, enormous figures emerge. A massive water column erupts from a great breathing orifice, soaring hundreds of meters high. A colossal whale, measuring 100 meters in length, surfaces, its immense body resembling a moving island, its mouth lined with sharp teeth. Upon its back, numerous warriors from the Sea Clan tread upon the fierce whale. Not just one, but 10, 100. Soon, the entire sea is filled with ferocious whales. Numerous gigantic sharks, swordfish, and tiger sharks, among other formidable sea beasts, rise from the depths. Looking out over the waters, thousands of meters away, the sea is densely populated with these monstrous creatures and their warriors. Along the extensive defensive line, all the formidable beings on Tianyang Island wear grave expressions, braced for battle. This is the first line of defense. Should it fall, the defending troops will retreat to the city, relying on energy towers and various defensive measures to continue their interception and destruction of the sea beasts. Typically, it is rare for a tide of sea beasts to breach the first line of defense. The Sea Clan is prolific. A single brood can lay hundreds or even thousands of eggs, and even if only a fraction survive, their reproductive capacity remains astonishing. Sometimes, they also leverage war to cull their numbers. An overly vast population invites not glory, but ecological collapse. With every great battle, Tianyang Island suffers grievous losses, yet gains a wealth of resources from the sea beasts. Chapter 718. The Colossal Beasts of the Ocean. Goodness gracious, Captain, this is unusual, exclaimed a member of the Tianyang Guards, astonished. As far as the eye could see, stretching for dozens of kilometers, it was all sea beasts and warriors of the Sea clan. The captain's countenance was grim. He was a master of the Lingxiao sect, possessing a broader vision that unveiled a far more extensive scale of impending chaos. Indeed, the magnitude of this occurrence was considerably greater than before, signaling that a fierce battle was imminent. The captain uncorked a vial of spiritual elixir and consumed it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a battle horn. Boom, boom, boom. A legion of formidable sea monsters, the ferocious sea whales and sharks, surged from the depths, unleashing a torrent of formidable primal energy that crashed violently against the coastal defenses. The ocean roared, propelled by this energy, conjuring towering waves that reached hundreds of feet high. Kill! Bellowed a warrior of the sea race, clad in battle armor. Kill! In an instant, thousands of sea beings and monstrous creatures surged forth. The ground trembled with their collective roar as they charged towards the shoreline. Some rode the monstrous waves while others descended from the sky. Fire the cannons. Release the arrows. Elder Xiang Yang shouted. With a low hum, the celestial sun cannons, infused with potent solar flames and specially crafted solar crystal stones, were prepared. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a barrage of thousands of cannon fire erupted from the city walls. A cascade of golden energy streaked towards the oncoming tide of sea creatures. A massive crimson fire crystal projectile struck the head of a 100-meter whale, detonating instantly, unleashing the true fire of the sun. A chorus of screams erupted from the sea warriors atop the whale as they were engulfed in the blazing inferno, their bodies disintegrating and blood splattering in all directions. Boom! Countless red fire projectiles rained down upon the advancing horde, incinerating many of the sea beasts in an explosive display of solar flames. Whoosh! 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 Skilled archers unleashed a torrent of energy arrows, creating a veritable storm of arrows that rained down upon the sea army. Some of the ferocious monsters fell, pierced by dozens of arrows. Raise the sea barrier, a commander among the sea army shouted. Countless sea monsters expelled waves of blue energy shields, resembling oceanic surges as they cascaded forward. Thousands of sea beasts unleashed waves of seawater energy, transforming into colossal torrents of energy. Amidst the cacophony of explosive sounds, these energy waves collided with the cannon fire, shattering many projectiles and nullifying their force. The energy arrows were likewise rendered ineffective against this formidable sea barrier. Amidst the resounding roars, the energy barriers surged towards the city, threatening to topple the walls. Establish the defensive spirit shield, Elder Xiang Yang commanded with fervor. In that crucial moment, nearly all the celestial sun guards, equipped with defensive artifacts, summoned their protective treasures. A spirit shield radiated with defensive light, encompassing a radius of 100 meters. Thousands of defensive shields were activated, forming a colossal barrier above the city walls. As the energy waves crashed down, their immense power was nearly unfathomable, capable of shattering mountains. The waves collided with the spirit shields, which glimmered brightly as they fought to withstand the onslaught. All those wielding the spirit shields roared, pouring forth their strength and true essence. Meanwhile, the sea army seized the opportunity to press forward, intent on destruction. At the heart of the aquatic legion, there lies a colossal battle island. No, it is not merely an island of combat, but a giant sea turtle, measuring over 100 zhang in length. The turtle emanates a terrifying aura, upon which stands a gathering of individuals. Among them is a man of impressive stature, wielding a trident. His skin is a deep azure, and his curly seaweed-like hair cascades around him. His striking eyes are a vivid green with a hint of crimson, crowned with gold and draped in battle attire, complemented by a flowing blue cloak that billows in the wind. He is the Sea King of the Red Glass tribe from the Eastern Wilderness Sea, known as Li Bo Dong. Behind him stands a formidable assembly, each member a powerful entity, exuding an aura of dread. Release the Songhai beast. The Sea King commands coldly. Release the Songhai beast. Echoes a voice from the crowd. Deep within the ocean, a resounding roar reverberates, stirring up a massive whirlpool. An ancient beast, a terrifying creature, awakens from its slumber. This beast, measuring 500 to 600 meters in length, is armored in bony turtle shells and resembles a gigantic lizard, a true Songhai dinosaur. Its gaping maw could easily consume 10 trucks, with fangs extending 7 to 8 meters, pulsating with an unimaginable vitality. On the front lines of the battlefield, the aquatic army draws near to the city. "Throw your spears," commands a commanding warrior of the sea, brandishing a spear that he hurls with ferocity. Whoosh! The spear transforms into a streak of blue light, infused with the strength to pierce mountains, shattering a spiritual shield upon impact. A cry of anguish escapes a member of the Tianyang Guard as his body is pierced, followed by a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, more than 10 individuals fall victim to the spear's deadly trajectory. In an instant, thousands of spears surge forth from the aquatic army, a deluge of lethal energy. "Hold the line," roars a venerable elder from the Xiang Yang family. Within him, a torrent of true essence bursts forth, a pure golden energy that manifests as a blazing curtain of flames. Hiss, hiss. Numerous spears are incinerated upon contact with the solar flames. "Kill!" shouts Xiang Yang Guangyao, a terrifying powerhouse, as he wields a massive golden-red sword, cleaving the air with devastating force. With a resonating hum, a sword wave extending 100 meters slices through the void, striking a massive sea beast with catastrophic results. The colossal creature, measuring 100 meters, is obliterated in a fiery explosion, the fearsome sword energy enveloping thousands of meters. Cries of despair arise from the sea tribe as they are consumed by the scorching sword energy. A fearsome sea serpent roars, transforming into a towering figure. A monstrous man wielding a gigantic battle axe. With a mighty swing, the axe cleaves through the air, shattering multiple spiritual shields in an explosive display. A second swing follows, resulting in the devastating demise of countless Tianyang Island cultivators, their screams piercing the chaos. "Kill!" resonates across the coastline as the earth-shattering battle erupts in a cacophony of shouts, roars, and the cries of beasts. Such a battlefield is truly overwhelming, where even those of the Soul Moon realm may meet their demise at any moment. The ocean roars in response to the tumultuous clash. A colossal marine dinosaur, encased in a formidable exoskeleton, soared into the sky, its lengthy body stretching several hundred meters. It unleashed a torrent of potent vitality, assaulting the coastline. Despite the barrage of celestial artillery striking its immense form, the creature remained largely unscathed, its physical resilience astonishing. This gigantic marine beast propelled itself forward, harnessing its life force to crash into the city walls. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the mighty dinosaur collided with the defensive energy shield. In an instant, dozens of protective barriers shattered, sending defenders hurtling through the air or obliterated by the ferocious force. The marine dinosaur unleashed a tremendous roar, expelling a massive blue beam that struck down upon the hundreds of defending warriors atop the walls. The devastating impact obliterated them, reducing them to mere fragments. The beam extended for miles, crashing into a towering structure, which erupted in a cacophony of destruction, collapsing into rubble. It was indeed a behemoth of the sea. The masters of the Lingxiao realm, witnessing this calamity, were struck with dread. "Quickly slay it," commanded several Lingxiao masters, rushing forth to unleash their formidable energies against the marine monstrosity. A barrage of searing sword energy, shimmering barriers, and arcane seals bombarded the creature. Yet the explosions merely left fissures on its tough exterior without inflicting substantial damage. With a swift motion, its enormous tail lashed out with lightning speed. Exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, its destructive force aimed at one of the Lingxiao masters. The impact was devastating. The master, protected by robust energy shields capable of withstanding missile strikes, was shattered into pieces by the overwhelming brute force. The monstrous claws, resembling fish fins, tore through the air, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that sent 5 or 6 Lingxiao masters reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. "Captain, this section of the city wall was on the brink of collapse due to the rampaging marine dinosaur, as a horde of aquatic creatures surged forth, breaching defenses and engaging in brutal combat with the warriors. A spear imbued with formidable energy pierced through a defending soldier who, in a final act of defiance, swung his blade at the aquatic foe, severing its head even as he succumbed to his wounds. "Abominable beast," roared one of the commanding officers, an elder of the Xiang Yang family, Xiang Yang Guangyao, as he transformed into a streak of golden light. His massive golden blade radiated with a 100-foot arc of brilliance, plunging fiercely into the dinosaur's skull. With a crack, the invulnerable defensive exoskeleton, impervious even to celestial artillery, was pierced. The blade infused with the searing heat of a sun-like fire driving deep into its crown. The marine dinosaur let out a pained bellow, its claws swiping viciously at Xiang Yang Wangyao. He swiftly retreated, a pair of fiery wings erupting from his back, propelling him to an extraordinary speed. Sunfire Incineration Spell. As the radiant sunlight surged forth, it coalesced into intricate runes, transforming into a blazing sun that descended with tremendous force. A thunderous roar echoed as the searing sun struck the gaping maw of the Shanghai dinosaur, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered its head into fragments. The colossal body collapsed against the city wall. However, before the others could revel in their victory, a cacophony of tsunami waves erupted as 1, 2, 7, or 8 Shanghai dinosaurs roared forth, charging towards the defensive line. Heavens! How could this be? So many Shanghai behemoths had emerged this time. The defenders of this region, the Tianyang guards, were gripped by terror. Across the defensive line, dozens of Shanghai surged forward, relentlessly battering the coastline. Following closely behind, the sea tribes advanced, breaching the coastal defenses. The fortifications were on the brink of collapse. Retreat to the city and activate the second line of defense. With the situation unraveling, the captains promptly commanded their troops to resist while withdrawing. In Tianyang City, countless sea tribes and beasts surged forth from the cerulean waves, launching an attack. Xiang Chun and his fellow defenders, witnessing this scene from several dozen kilometers away, were profoundly shaken. Xiang Chun himself felt a deep shock within. The once fervent young warriors, eager for battle, were now rendered speechless and pale at the sight of such terror. The magnitude of the unleashed energy was nothing short of a cultivator's meat grinder. Xiangyang Kuei-shi, I'm a bit scared, she confessed, having never encountered such a grand spectacle before. Fear not, Brother Sin shall protect you, assured Xiangyang Haiba, wielding his spiritual sword, surrounded by several floating spiritual treasures. Xiang Chun's expression grew grave. Within his Qinkuan ring, powerful spiritual symbols, acquired at the cost of nearly 1,000,000 spirit coins, surged into his true essence, ready to be unleashed upon the battlefield. Kill, annihilate Tianyang Island, and the East Sea shall be ours, cried the sea tribes, charging forth with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, numerous energy defense towers erupted with runes, their formations radiating towards the heavens. Thunder rumbled as the sky crackled with electricity, the power of thunder converging into bolts that merged with the towering energy spires, amplifying their might. With a crackling sound, thick bolts of lightning, over 1 meter wide, were unleashed from the thunder towers. The formidable thunder energy targeted the overwhelming tide of sea tribes and beasts. Amidst the tumultuous waves, countless sea tribes, swept along by the tsunami, screamed in agony as they were struck by the lightning, exploding instantaneously. The power of the thunder spread through the seawater, claiming the lives of hundreds and thousands. Thunder roared across the heavens, blinding flashes illuminating the sky, as relentless bolts descended, empowered by the energy towers. Such a formidable defense system was no wonder the great Xia dynasty turned a blind eye to Tianyang Island and the Xiangyang family. To mount a full-scale assault would require the lives of innumerable cultivators. Xiang Chun felt overwhelmed. On Tianyang Island, countless thunder towers released arcs of lightning, obliterating all who dared approach the second line of defense, forming an impenetrable barrier. Fire. The elders of the Xiangyang family commanded the guardians, and one energy cannon after another. The Tianyang cannon unleashed its devastating beams, effectively intercepting the tumultuous tide of the sea creatures and their fierce kin. Thunderous roars erupted. Meanwhile, upon the vast ocean, towering sea tornadoes spiraled skyward, with formidable warriors standing atop, harnessing the raging storms. Among this assembly, the foremost figure was none other than the Sea King of the Haili tribe, the Haili Wang. With a furious roar, Haili Wang swung his trident, channeling terrifying energies of heaven and earth into a blue beam of light that tore through the firmament, extending several hundred meters long and traversing kilometers in its assault. This formidable energy blade cleaved through the Thunder King, crashing down upon the towering defensive Thunder Tower. The tower trembled as it was rent in twain by this lethal radiance, culminating in a thunderous explosion as the massive structure forged from mysterious iron and glazed stones, collapsed from the sky. What a fearsome warrior. Chapter 720. The Emergence of Great Power. With a single strike, the Highly Wong obliterated a thunder tower. Accompanying him were 4 other formidable warriors, each unleashing their own powerful attacks upon the remaining towers, annihilating them with ease. The Red Glass Sea King. The expressions of Xiang Yang Guangyao and the others shifted dramatically. This time, the Red Glass Sea King had personally intervened. Did that mean the ultimate being had also arrived? Previously, the Red Glass Sea King rarely made an appearance amidst the rampaging sea beasts. Boom! The Red Glass Sea King swung his trident once more, sending forth another blinding strike that cleaved through the heavens, targeting the defensive forces. With a resounding crash, the city was rent with a terrifying fissure stretching 5 to 6 kilometers. Countless buildings crumbled, and thousands of screams echoed as lives were extinguished in that single blow. One strike could annihilate an entire battalion. Red Glass, do not be so reckless. A massive flaming giant bird swooped down from the distant skies, executing a powerful martial technique that struck the advancing army of sea creatures, igniting a conflagration that turned thousands of sea beings to ash in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 figures soared into the air, led by Xiang Yang Zhao, accompanied by the 3 esteemed elders of the Xiang Yang family, channeling formidable energies. Xiang Yang Zhao ascended high above the distant sea army. The family head and the 3 elders have arrived. Brothers, hold the line. The cultivators on Tianyang Island, witnessing this scene, immediately regained their confidence and roared with excitement. Xiang Yang Zhao, Xiang Yang Gui, Xiang Yang Sun, and Xiang Yang Ji. The Red Glass Sea King regarded these individuals with a cold gaze. Red Glass, do you seek to instigate an all-out war? Xiang Yang Zhao demanded angrily. And what if I do? You stand at the eastern edge of the East Sea, a gateway for the great Xia's dominion. If the Sea tribe wishes to advance into the continent, we must first remove you. Xiang Yang Zhao, your family is also a clan of the extraordinary. Why not ally with me to dominate the seas, and when we march upon the continent, I can grant you the title of a provincial lord. The Red Glass Sea King replied coldly. A deluded dreamer. Though my Xiang Yang family belongs to the extraordinary, we ultimately hail from the continent. How could I allow you to lead the Sea tribe into the continent to commit unspeakable atrocities? My Xiang Yang family does not submit to the rule of the great Xia dynasty, nor shall we yield to your savage bloodline. Xiang Yang Zhao retorted icily. Ha ha ha. In that case, let this island sink into the depths of the sea, and may your Yang family become mere fodder for fish. Charge my army. The Crimson Reef Sea King laughed in fury, raising his trident and commanding, kill. The halted sea tribes and beasts surged forward in thousands towards the city. Fight! Roared Yang Zhao, producing a formidable treasure, a colossal mirror of radiant crimson gold. The Sun Mirror, the most powerful artifact of the Yang family. Yang Zhao infused it with his immense true essence, and the Sun Mirror resonated with a hum, radiating an incandescent brilliance. In an instant, beams of crimson gold sunlight emanated forth, imbued with terrifying flames, instantly sweeping across the approaching sea creatures. The ground trembled as the sunlight struck, and anguished cries filled the air. Hundreds of sea tribes and beasts were reduced to ashes, annihilated by its overwhelming power. The Sun Mirror. The Crimson Reef Sea King's expression darkened as he wielded his trident to deflect the blazing rays, shattering the incoming beams. Yet, the sea army lacked such defensive and offensive capabilities. Even formidable sea masters of the Ascendant Realm disintegrated into ash upon being struck by the sunlight, their might truly dreadful. It is the Sun Mirror, the strongest treasure of the Yang family. With the Sun Mirror unleashed, the sea tribes are destined for defeat. Countless cultivators from Sun Island gazed upwards, awestruck by the mirror's scorching radiance illuminating the night sky, their hearts swelling with excitement. What an extraordinary artifact! From afar, Xiang Chun beheld the Sun Mirror unleashing its golden light, obliterating waves of enemies, his heart equally stirred. I wonder if the treasure from the great Sun Scriptures, the Sun Mirror of the heavenly dawn, would possess such terrifying power once forged. When I break through to the Soul Moon stage, I shall begin crafting my own treasures. He mused quietly. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous bellow resonated across the sea, as if an ancient roar stirred the very depths of the ocean. The waters surged, rising to immense heights, revealing a fearsome creature. It was crimson all over, accompanied by the towering waves, its head resembling that of an ancient dragon, while its body appeared as a colossal fish, adorned with scales of deep red. Its eyes were profound, as deep as the blue abyss, emanating a terrifying aura that warped the very fabric of reality. This monstrous being stretched 1,000 meters in length. Lord Spirit, the sea creatures parted to form a grand passage, reverently chanting the name of this entity, kneeling as if in the presence of a deity. The spirit of the Crimson Reef tribe, the Crimson Fish Dragon. Upon witnessing this terrifying creature, Yang Hao's countenance shifted entirely. Boom. The Crimson Fish Dragon unleashed a massive blue tidal wave, crashing towards the sun mirror, which was releasing its potent golden light. The heavens trembled as if on the brink of collapse. The cataclysmic impact shook the sky, unleashing a shockwave that swept through a radius of dozens of kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. Buildings erupted in explosions. Countless cultivators screamed, swept into the skies, obliterated by the tidal energies, and vast expanses were reduced to ruins, a scene of utter chaos. A whirlwind of energy surged forth, engulfing swathes of the city. The kiss of the dragon beast, yet another celestial beast species. Xiang Chun was taken aback, instantly recognizing the origins of this creature. The Li Qin, one of the 9 branches of the dragon lineage. Among the 9 offspring of the dragon, the Li dragon possessed a head resembling that of a dragon and a body akin to that of a fish. With formidable powers, it could stir the seas and conjure tsunamis. Boom. The powerful energy of the light barrier shattered the attack of the Tianyang mirror, forcing Xiang Yang Zhao to cough up blood and retreat, his face pale as he gazed at this ancient and terrifying being. Tianyang Island, along with the Tianyang Fire Crow, and the Qi Li Sea clan, which boasted the Qi Li Fish Dragon. Xiao, are you not coming out to meet me? The Qi Li Fish Dragon spoke with a chilling voice that echoed in all directions, sending ripples throughout the city. How? In the Tang Valley, flames soared to the heavens as a colossal golden bird, several hundred meters in length, ascended into the sky. The Tianyang Fire Crow emerged, transforming into a streak of golden light, followed by a multitude of fire crows soaring upward in its wake. What a gathering of formidable beings! Xiang Chun marveled. The Tianyang Fire Crow led its kin as they gazed upon the Qi Li Fish Dragon riding the waves, their eyes glacial. Chiwen, you have crossed the line. The Tianyang Fire Crow spoke icily, its voice resonating with the nobility of an ice-cold woman. Heh, do you dare to engage in battle? You, who have just laid your celestial eggs, do you possess the strength to contend with me? The Qi Li Fish Dragon sneered, its massive eyes fixed on the Tianyang Fire Crow. Indeed, the expression in the Tianyang Fire Crow's gaze shifted slightly. How could it know? Who leaked the information? Chapter 721. The chaos of battle. The Tianyang Fire Crow has laid her eggs. Xiang Chun, having overheard their exchange, recognized their words as the language of the demon race. Incomprehensible to ordinary people, yet he understood it clearly. A thrill coursed through his veins at the revelation. If he could acquire her eggs and use the mysterious ancient cauldron to evolve his bloodline, then consume them, would he not attain the Golden Crow bloodline? Look at this predatory ambition. Is this the mindset of a human? Truly, a beast at heart. Little did the Tianyang Fire Crow know. Within the Xiang family lurked an egg thief. The Tianyang Fire Crow responded coldly. You may attempt it, and see if you can best me. Oomph, mere bluster. Since I have personally come, I have surely received accurate intelligence. By devouring you, I will become unmatched in the East Sea, establishing my own dynasty of devoted followers. The Qi Li Fish Dragon scoffed, then unleashed a surge of overwhelming demonic energy. Boom. Its colossal form summoned a tsunami that swept across the heavens, charging directly towards the Tianyang Fire Crow. Kill. The Tianyang Fire Crow ignited a golden inferno that engulfed dozens of miles of land, surging towards the Qi Li Fish Dragon. A fierce battle between the continent's mightiest beings erupted in an instant. Thousands upon millions of sea creatures and oceanic fiends surged forth, madly attacking the city. The battlefield was fully ignited, a true eruption. Xiang Yang Zhao and the squad tasked with defending this district were about to be thrust into the fray. The tsunami crashed into the city, countless sea beasts rushing in for the kill. Kill. Hold this defensive line. Archers, take the high ground and eliminate the invading foes. Xiang Yang Zhao bellowed. Among the crowd, over 300 archers leapt onto the rooftops, ethereal bows appearing as they readied their spirit arrows. Kill. Thousands of sea warrior soldiers. Leading a horde of oceanic fiends, charged into the urban landscape. Be cautious, little demoness. I shall assist the archers, Xiang Chun commanded Xiang Yang Kuei-shi. Very well. Take care of yourself, little ha. Xiang Yang Kuei-shi nodded. Xiang Chun, alongside several archers, ascended a tall building, retrieving his dragon hunter bow. You, a demon spawn, are also an archer? Inquired a bowman of the Soul Moon realm. Xiang Chun nodded, silently knocking 4 rune arrows, drawing the bowstring taut. His gaze fixated on the approaching sea creatures, 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Release. At that moment, Xiang Chun unleashed a sudden burst of energy. The 4 arrows, imbued with terrifying penetrative power, soared toward the 4 sea warriors atop the sea beasts. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of these 4 sea warriors were shattered, their bodies plummeting from the sea beasts. Excellent archery, exclaimed several archers beside him, astonished that no one among them could achieve such a feat at 3,000 meters. Fire. As they reached a distance of around 2,000 meters, the other archers finally released their arrows, a cascade of arrow lights raining down. Many sea folk cried out in agony, shot down from their mounts. Throw spears, roared a small sea chief among them. The sea warriors brandished their spears, infusing them with immense power as they hurled them forward. Bang, bang, bang. The spears struck the buildings, exploding like missiles. Some of Xiang Yang's kin screamed, pierced by the spears, while others wielded weapons and artifacts in defense. A sea master charged in, wielding a blue war spear, unleashing a razor-sharp strike that cleaved through the air for dozens of meters. Amidst the cries of despair, 3 Tianyang Island warriors were struck, torn asunder. Kill! Xiang Yang Zhao bellowed, unleashing the formidable energy of a master. He swung his battle blade and charged toward the enemy master. The other Tianyang warriors sprang into action, summoning their artifacts and wielding their spiritual swords, all rushing toward the oncoming sea folk. Xiang Yang Kuei-shi was not to be underestimated. As a minor celestial of the Soul Moon realm, she unleashed her Sunfire Spirit Whip, igniting a blaze as it lashed out at a sea beast. The whip, akin to a longsword, sliced cleanly through the sea shark, severing it in 2. Xiang Yang Haiba, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, and a multitude of the younger generation from the Xiang Yang family plunged into the fray. Xiang Chun had already felled 6 sea folk when they surged forward. Kill! Xiang Chun roared, transforming into a heavenly wolfman, drawing the Dragon Gate battle blade from his back. He launched himself at a sea warrior of the 1st level of the Soul Moon realm. The sea warrior thrust a spear infused with powerful energy directly at Xiang Chun. With a single stroke, Xiang Chun cleaved the incoming attack, shattering the spear. The blade, imbued with monstrous strength, struck the warrior's head, cleaving him in 2. His blood vitality absorbed by the Shura blade technique. Brat, perish! From either side of the water, 2 figures surged forth, attacking Xiang Chun with lethal intent. Behind him, another assailant circled around for a surprise attack, devouring sky evil vines. From Xiang Chun's back, 3 tendrils of the devouring sky evil vines manifested as spear-like projections, swiftly piercing the 3 sea folk. The piercing sound of a thrust echoed as 3 sea creatures were impaled, subsequently ensnared and devoured by the sinister vines of the devouring sky. Ha, little ha, is this impressive? What kind of treasure is this? Truly formidable. Xiang Yang Haibao laughed heartily, as a bead beside him infused with genuine essence surged forth, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly pierced the body of 1 sea creature. The warrior screamed in agony, immediately igniting into flames. This battlefield, though less exaggerated than the previous siege filled with powerful warriors, was nonetheless crucial. Here, the forces were evenly matched, soldier against soldier, general against general. Yet, the lower-tier battlefield held immense significance. Should the opposing army claim victory and consolidate their strength, they could jointly annihilate foes more powerful than themselves, converging the might of 100,000 genuine essence to obliterate celestial beings. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian was also exceptionally strong, with several crimson feather-like treasures hovering beside him, whistling as they transformed into red light that sliced through the air, swiftly decimating a sea creature of the Soul Moon realm. Shattering its corporeal form, he wielded a spiritual sword, ignited by pure yang fire, transforming into a blade of light that struck down upon an approaching enemy. A formidable opponent at the 7th level of the Soul Moon realm, assuredly lethal with a single blow. In Tianyang City, countless cultivators and sea creatures clashed in fierce combat. Above, a terrifying energy reverberated, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing, as two powerful celestial beasts battled against formidable foes in the sky. They were the pinnacle of this war's might, capable of withstanding legions. Thunderslash. Xiang Chun cleaved with his blade, unleashing a curtain of thunder that crashed into the water, the potent lightning dispersing through the sea, causing over 10 sea warriors to scream as they were struck and rendered paralyzed. Meanwhile, Xiang Qin's devouring sky vines transformed into numerous vine spears, piercing through their skulls. In the distance, Xiang Yang Zhao appeared indifferent as a 7th-level soul moon sea creature was flung by his energy, landing near Xiang Yang Zhao. The sea creature roared, quickly surfacing from the roiling waters, thrusting a spear towards Xiang Yang Zhao. Chapter 722. Someone is letting water, a surge of formidable energy swept forth. And Xiang Yang Zhao's expression changed dramatically as a soul moon realm sea cultivator lunged with a spear. Although startled, she remained composed, summoning a floating spiritual shield that radiated light to defend against the incoming attack. The spear struck the shield with a thunderous roar, causing it to emit brilliant light as the tremendous force sent Xiang Yang Zhao staggering back, coughing blood. Kill! Roared the sea cultivator, launching another spear imbued with immense essence, pressing the attack against Xiang Yang Zhao. Xiang Yang Haiba exclaimed anxiously, rushing to her aid. However, two soul moon sea creatures surged from the waves towards him, preventing him from assisting her. As the sea creature's cultivator stepped onto the waves, the water exploded, coalescing into 3 colossal blue sea seals, adorned with shimmering runes, bombarding forward. Boom, boom, boom. The seals shattered, unleashing tremendous explosive force. Though Xiang Yang Zhao's spiritual shield was commendable, the disparity in realms was insurmountable. She was relentlessly pushed back, her vitality shaken. With a final gasp, Xiang Yang Zhao could not suppress the blood that erupted from her lips, her meridians quaking as her genuine essence dissipated in an instant. In that very instant, the Sea Clan's Soul Moon Realm cultivator seized the opportunity, thrusting forth a spear with precision. With a piercing sound, the weapon plunged mercilessly into the chest of Xiang Yang Zhao. A blood-curdling scream escaped her lips as her chest was penetrated. Fourth sister. Xiang Yang Haiba's eyes reddened with fury, his heart aching in anguish. In a fit of rage, he was caught off guard by the Sea Clan cultivator, who struck his chest with a blade, causing him to stagger back, drenched in blood. The Sea Clan cultivator then lunged with a claw, aiming for Xiang Yang Zhao's head, seeking death. However, at that moment, several hundred meters away, a Sea Clan member was violently thrown aside as a silver celestial wolf leapt into action, unleashing a beam of lunar light that struck the assailant's arm. A pained cry erupted from the Sea Clan cultivator as his arm was obliterated. In the ensuing chaos, the silver celestial wolf soared through the air, snatching Xiang Yang Zhao from the clutches of danger. Her chest had been pierced, the heart injured, and she lay unconscious, on the brink of death without immediate intervention. The celestial wolf promptly expelled a surge of true essence into Xiang Yang Zhao's body, and then, from within its spatial ring, it unleashed a formidable force, consuming her and enveloping her within the confines of its realm. "Ah, you cursed wolf demon!" roared the Sea Clan cultivator at the 7th level of the Soul Moon realm as he brandished his spear, transforming it into a streak of luminous energy racing toward his target. The celestial wolf howled in response, the power of its sacred beast bloodline surging forth, channeling the might of dragon and elephant energies, along with the release of its lunar essence and demonic cores. The moon rises over the sea. The celestial wolf's demonic aura rolled forth, condensing its true essence into a myriad of runes that formed a formidable formation. With a resonant hum, a brilliant white moon materialized, shooting forth like a comet to collide with the spear. The impact erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending forth frigid air that froze the surrounding seawater. In that moment, the celestial wolf charged forward, unleashing the power of 6 yellow springs as they erupted within it. The forbidden classic of yellow springs, the 9 hells of icy desolation. 6 torrents of chilling yellow spring energy surged forth, corroding the opponent's consciousness. The Sea Clan cultivator cried out in agony as a sharp pain pierced his head, forcing him to retreat, while his water attribute true essence began to freeze ominously. Kill! The celestial wolf, undeterred, lunged with its claws, rending the Sea Clan cultivator's body asunder. piercing through his defenses and leaving faint traces of blood in its wake. The 3 strands of devouring evil vines emerged, transforming into thorn spears that brutally pierced into the flesh of the Sea clan cultivator. "Ah!" he screamed, his body instantly drained by the devouring evil vines, which consumed him hungrily, leaving not a remnant of bone behind. Within Xiang Chun, the seed of Devour had birthed the 4th sprout of the devouring evil vines, a tiny shoot, no larger than a thumb, yet brimming with potent life force. If nurtured, its power would undoubtedly be fearsome. Hungry, hungry, devour, devour. This sprout emitted a distinct wave of spiritual resonance, its hunger palpable, yearning for blood, flesh, and the essence of all living beings. Boom. At that moment, a droplet of water coalesced, bursting forth from the inundated streets, propelled by the surrounding ocean. The water column, imbued with an unfathomable pressure, struck the moon-eating celestial wolf with a thunderous impact. With a resounding crash, the beast was propelled against a towering structure, creating a gaping hole in its facade. From the depths of the sea emerged a colossal creature, measuring over 30 meters in length. It was a young sea dragon, exuding an aura that rivaled the might of a Soul Moon Realm Grandmaster. With a fearsome roar, the sea dragon lunged towards the moon-eating celestial wolf, who swiftly shattered the building's floors to evade the attack. The sound of destruction echoed as the high-rise was bitten into oblivion, collapsing in a cacophony of chaos. "Xiang Yang Zhao, who do you think you're fooling?" The moon-eating celestial wolf bellowed, glaring at the formidable leader of the sea tribe, Xiang Yang Zhao. As powerful sea creatures breached his defensive line to assault Xiang Kuei-shi, the wolf sensed something amiss. As a proud master of the Lingxiao sect with formidable spiritual awareness, how could he allow so many adversaries to infiltrate and attack this location? "You wretched beast, cease your nonsense. Who could possibly defend against such a multitude of sea creatures?" Xiang Yang Zhao retorted, slicing through yet another sea monster with his sword. The young sea dragon roared, its lizard-like claws charged with potent energy, striking fiercely at the moon-eating celestial wolf. The wolf retaliated with its 5 claws, engaging in a titanic clash of strength. A thunderous explosion reverberated as the violent force sent the moon-eating celestial wolf reeling, its blood surging with fervor. The gap in power between them was insurmountable. Even the adult sea dragons were formidable enough to vanquish grandmasters. The young sea dragon, exhilarated, soared into the air, its jaws poised to strike. It felt an instinctual urge that devouring this wolf demon would yield immense benefits. "You savage hybrid of the dragon lineage. Do you truly believe I am a mere sickly dog?" The moon-eating celestial wolf's gaze turned frigid upon the approaching jaws. "Ancient cauldron, refined for me," it roared, as the soul moon-grade demon core, purchased at a high price, was instantly refined within its ancient cauldron, unleashing a torrent of powerful demonic energy into its being. Boom, boom, boom. Within the celestial wolf, it felt as though volcanoes erupted, as demonic energy surged, breaking through to the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm, amplifying its power exponentially. With a fearsome howl, the wolf transformed from a size of 10 feet to a monstrous 20-meter beast. The sea dragon's teeth sank into its neck, but could not penetrate, as if biting into steel. "Wretched beast, does my flesh taste delectable?" The moon-eating celestial wolf replied coldly, before unleashing a colossal claw that tore through the dragon's body. Blood spraying in the aftermath. The sea dragon screamed in agony as its belly was ripped open by the wolf's strike. 3 strands of the devouring evil vine viciously pierced its form, voraciously consuming vast amounts of life essence. At that moment, the moon-eating celestial wolf seized the young sea dragon, sinking its teeth into its neck and severing it with brutal force, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh to devour, converting it into a torrent of blood essence stored within its divine repository. The life essence of the dragon of the vast sea was completely drained by the devouring sky vine, leading to its tragic demise. At that moment, within the body of the moon-devouring wolf, the seed of the devouring vine sprouted forth a 4th bud, growing rapidly from the size of a thumb. With a resounding howl, the moon-devouring wolf unleashed a massive length of the devouring sky vine from its back. This particular vine, of vivid crimson, resembled a fiery branch, imbued with potent fire energy and remarkable penetrating power, as innate runes manifested within it. It was formidable, resilient, and possessed an enhanced aggressiveness and devouring ability. This new devouring sky vine was significantly stronger than the previous 3, capable of effortlessly piercing through the defenses of powerful foes at the Soul Moon realm. Ha ha! The fourth devouring sky vine has finally come into existence. The moon-devouring wolf rejoiced, knowing that with each additional vine, its offensive capabilities would surge. Little Ha, save me! At that moment, Xiang Yang Zhao cried out in distress, pursued by two Sea Clan cultivators at the 7th level of the Soul Moon realm. The moon-devouring wolf immediately tore through the air towards Xiang Yang Zhao. Die, human! One of the Sea Clan's 7th level cultivators sneered, slashing through Xiang Yang Zhao's defenses with a strike aimed directly at his head. However, at that instant, a crimson vine erupted forth, transforming into a fiery spear that pierced through the back of the Soul Moon Sea Clan warrior, directly penetrating his source of true essence. Just as the blade was a mere 10 feet from Xiang Yang Zhao, the devouring sky vine pierced through the warrior's skull with a sharp sound. The warrior's life force was immediately absorbed by the fire vine, a surge of incinerating energy flooding into his body, causing him to combust into flames. A ghostly orb of azure light escaped from his corpse, the soul moon fleeing in terror from its physical form. Yet, the moon charm transformed into ghostly mist, howling as it engulfed the fleeing soul moon. Another warrior stood frozen in shock. Heavenly Moonblade. The moon-devouring wolf lunged forward with a claw, unleashing 5 radiant heavenly moonblades that tore through the air. The Sea Clan warrior swiftly wielded his battle spear to defend, but was sent flying by the explosive force of the 5 blades, which carved deep gashes into his flesh. With a fierce roar, the moon-devouring wolf gathered a beam of moonlit energy that crashed down upon the warrior's skull, causing it to explode with a thunderous sound. Xiang Yang Zhao gazed in astonishment at the massive moon-devouring wolf, incredulously remarking, "Little Ha, you are incredibly powerful. Let's talk. Someone is deliberately sending strong adversaries to attack us. Stay vigilant, protect yourself, and if you cannot withstand them, retreat," the moon-devouring wolf advised, casting a glance toward the distant Xiang Yang Zhao. Xiang Yang Zhao's expression turned cold as he contemplated this, suddenly awakening to a realization. "Where's my sister? Little Demoness will be fine. You must take her and swiftly evacuate to the inner city of the Xiang Yang family," the moon-devouring wolf instructed, enveloping the unconscious Xiang Yang Kueishi in a sphere of light, revealing her before Xiang Yang Zhao, who hurriedly cradled her in his arms, deeply pained. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from afar. Xiang Yang Yanran had been struck in the abdomen by a harpoon, her body propelled through the air and impaled against a towering building. Yanran. Xiang Yang Zhao's expression changed dramatically. Xiang Yang Yanran gazed in terror at the approaching Sea Clan cultivator, her abdomen racked with excruciating pain. "Kill!" The adversary lunged forward, aiming directly for her head. Boom! However, a beam of celestial moonlight shot in from afar, striking the Sea Clan cultivator with tremendous force. The cultivator exploded, scattering flesh and blood, drenching Xiang Yang Yanran in gore. A figure raced towards her, seizing her body along with a large chunk of wall, whisking her away. "It's you!" Xiang Yang Yanran exclaimed in astonishment as she recognized the enormous silver wolf that had come to her rescue. "Wretched woman, should you dare betray me again, I shall devour you." The wolf growled. The moon-devouring wolf unleashed a surge of restorative essence, expelling the harpoon embedded in Xiang Yang Yanran's body and mending her wounds. 3 seconds, Xiang Yang Zhao. Protect your own woman. With that, he hurled Xiang Yang Yanran towards Xiang Yang Zhao, who quickly flew to catch her. "Thanks, little wolf. From now on, we are sworn brothers," Xiang Yang Zhao declared as he caught her, cradling Xiang Yang Yanran in one arm and his sister in the other, swiftly commanding a flying sword to navigate towards the inner city of the Xiang Yang clan. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the air. Boom! A massive skyscraper crumbled as a terrifying giant sea dinosaur, nearly 200 to 300 meters in size, charged through the defensive line. The great beast of the ocean. Xiang Yang Zhao's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Retreat, quickly!" He turned and fled deeper into the city. Bang! 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 The sea dinosaur smashed through building after building, rampaging through the city with astonishing speed, pursuing its prey voraciously. 3 soul moon cultivators, unable to flee in time, screamed as they were caught in a powerful vortex, their fate sealed as the beast's jaws clamped shut. With a sickening crunch, they were reduced to mere pulp, devoured by the sea dinosaur. Damn! The moon-devouring wolf's countenance paled as it turned to escape towards the inner city. This was a creature even the esteemed Lingxiao master could slay. It was not to be trifled with. The colossal sea dinosaur barreled forth like a massive cannonball, obliterating everything in its path. A throng of people fled. Those who lagged behind met a grim end in its jaws. The moon-devouring wolf summoned its celestial crane steed, preparing to flee. Thunderous rumblings. Just then, a colossal hand of Lingxiao essence coalesced, seizing both it and the crane's steed, yanking them with ferocious strength. The moon-devouring wolf was hurled towards the sea dinosaur by this overwhelming force. Xiang Yang Zhao, damn you! It howled in fury, watching as Xiang Yang Zhao effortlessly sped past. Xiang Yang Zhao smirked, surpassing the moon-devouring wolf in his escape. At this moment, the sea dinosaur was less than a kilometer away, inhaling deeply. A tempestuous force pulling the moon-devouring wolf into its maw. Though the moon-devouring wolf was formidable, it appeared diminutive in comparison to the monstrous sea dinosaur, which loomed over 200 meters tall. Come here. The moon-eating wolf roared furiously, unleashing the sinister vines of the sky-eating evil vine that swiftly shot forth. In an instant, for tendrils crossed nearly 1,000 meters, ensnaring Xiang Yang Zhao's feet. Subsequently, the moon-eating wolf summoned all its strength to pull. No! Xiang Yang Zhao cried out in terror as he was dragged backward by the vines, while the overwhelming suction of the oceanic dinosaur also held him in its grasp. Chapter 724, Retracing Steps. The devouring force was utterly terrifying. Man and wolf were inexorably drawn towards the gaping maw of the creature, which spanned several meters. Damn beast! You have betrayed me! Xiang Yang Zhao shouted in fear and anger. Who told you to deceive me? If I must perish, I shall take you down with me. Come here. The moon-eating wolf sneered, suspecting that this man had conspired with Xiang Yang Zhao to ensnare him. The massive mouth resembled a black hole, and a foul stench wafted forth. With a thunderous crash, the formidable jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, came crashing down. Shrinking instantly, the moon-eating wolf transformed into a creature the size of a kitten, slipping into the crevices between the monstrous teeth. In stark contrast, Xiang Yang Zhao was doomed, lacking any ability to diminish in size. The colossal teeth, imbued with a terrifying biting force, descended upon him, shattering his protective barrier with a resounding crack. No! Xiang Yang Zhao howled in despair, only to be gruesomely torn apart by the enormous teeth, his life extinguished in an instant. Blood splattered onto the moon-eating wolf, which remained hidden in the gaps of the opposing creature's teeth. Meanwhile, an overwhelming suction emanated from the gaping throat, drawing the remnants of flesh into its depths. The immense devouring force also sought to engulf the moon-eating wolf, as the throat resembled a vast black void. Spatial transition. The moon-eating wolf, however, was unwilling to succumb to its fate. Channeling its innate talent, the spirit of the foolish fish, a surge of spatial energy enveloped it. In an instant, the moon-eating wolf traversed the chasm of the creature's mouth, reappearing several hundred meters away. Meanwhile, Xiang Yang Haiba and the others were perilously close to being consumed. The oceanic dinosaur paused, its massive eyes fixated on the moon-eating wolf, bewildered by how this plump wolf had escaped its jaws. Roar! It unleashed a fierce roar, lunging towards the moon-eating wolf once more. I must divert this monster's attention, otherwise, the little enchantress and San Miao Bo will be devoured. The moon-eating wolf thought darkly. As the creature lunged, the moon-eating wolf's gaze turned icy, and it bravely leaped forward. Just as it was about to be bitten, it once again traversed space, appearing right before the creature's eyelids, landing on its massive nose. With a paw radiating sharp brilliance, it aimed to tear into the creature's eye, which was as large as a small room. Yet, the oceanic dinosaur's eyelids closed, and the wolf's claws merely left shallow scratches, akin to a mere tickle. The moon-eating wolf was taken aback by the formidable defense. What a terrifying resilience. Beast, receive my dragon elephant fist. The moon-eating wolf formed its paw into a fist, unleashing a terrifying power exceeding millions. With a resounding boom, the punch collided against the creature's eyelid, eliciting a wave of intense agony in its eye, causing it to roar towards the heavens, tears streaming down its face. With a swat reminiscent of swatting a fly, the creature struck at the moon-eating wolf, its terrifying force overwhelming, locking the wolf in place, rendering it nearly immobile. Space escape. The moon-devouring wolf once again unleashed its spatial power, instantly reappearing several hundred meters away, while its adversary's strike fell short. Insect, I shall consume you. roared that Songhai dinosaur, one eye shut in fury, lunging directly at it. "You foolish brute, dare to chase after me." The moon-devouring wolf sneered, swiftly commanding the ethereal crane to change direction and flee. In a flash, it accelerated to its utmost speed, covering 2 to 3 kilometers in the blink of an eye. "Roar!" the Songhai dinosaur bellowed, its formidable vitality erupting in a shower of bloodlight. With a thunderous crash, its massive form surged forward like a racing aircraft carrier, pursuing the moon-devouring wolf relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. One building after another was obliterated in its wake, its speed surpassing that of the moon-devouring wolf by a significant margin. Spatial leap. The moon-devouring wolf howled, executing 3 consecutive leaps to widen the distance by over 1,000 meters. Though its internal energy was severely depleted by the foolish fish deity's essence. Meanwhile, the Songhai dinosaur had finally distanced itself from Xiang Yang Zhao and the others, relentlessly hunting the moon-devouring wolf amidst the chaotic, war-torn city. Above, a fierce battle raged among terrifyingly powerful beings, unleashing a beam of energy that descended indiscriminately. Thunderous explosions erupted, engulfing the area in flames for several kilometers. Although this attack was still a few kilometers away from the moon-devouring wolf, a wave of heat surged forth, akin to the shockwave of an atomic bomb. A woo! The moon-devouring wolf let out a strange cry as it was hurled away, feeling an intense, searing pain. Such power, a strike from a being of the realm of the scarlet glass fish dragon or the heavenly sunfire crow, would spell doom for any entity, regardless of whether it was a young sacred beast. A hit at its current level meant certain death. The moon-devouring wolf crashed through a loft, while the Songhai dinosaur pressed on, determined to devour the wolf demon that had dared to anger it. Spatial leap. The moon-devouring wolf, filled with trepidation, hurriedly traversed space to evade the dinosaur's jaws. However, its current realm limited the distance it could leap, making it impossible to completely shake off its relentless pursuer. After more than 10 leaps, its energy was utterly drained, causing its speed to falter. Alas, I must accept my fate. I shall be swallowed once more. No more fleeing. If you must devour me, then do so. The moon-devouring wolf, facing the relentless pursuit, turned to confront its foe. The Songhai dinosaur's jaws snapped shut with a resounding crash. The moon-devouring wolf managed to hide within the gaps of its massive teeth, which were over a foot wide, providing ample concealment. However, the sticky saliva and the foul stench of centuries without dental hygiene deterred the moon-devouring wolf from activating its sense of smell. Then, a powerful force of suction emanated from the dinosaur's throat. Not again, that toilet bowl sensation. Curse you. The moon-devouring wolf howled in despair as it was drawn into the massive throat, swiftly being pulled down into the depths of the creature's gastric space. This gastric chamber was vast, akin to a small realm, capable of housing a small mountain, and the foul odor was overwhelming. Hiss! A noxious green smoke, imbued with astonishing corrosive power, enveloped the moon-devouring wolf, saturating the entire space. The skin of the moon-eating sky wolf began to dissolve and melt instantly. Xiang Chun had regained his composure and tranquility. If he had a cigarette, he would have lit one to calm his nerves. For this was not the first time he had been consumed in such a manner. The last time he was swallowed by the turtle of the 4 seas. He had almost met a similar fate. The moon-eating sky wolf unleashed a wave of celestial moonlight that crashed violently against its opponent's abdomen, the ferocious energy exploding forth. Indeed, it was entirely incapable of penetrating the creature's belly, leaving no trace of injury. Damn it! How had this ferocious beast cultivated? Its internal organs were extraordinarily resilient. The moon-eating sky wolf's expression darkened as it hastily consumed a large quantity of recovery pills to regain its true essence. Trying the medicine, it immediately poured out a vial of divine elixir. However, the moment the potion was released, it was instantly corroded into black smoke, failing to exert its medicinal properties into the opponent's meridians and neurons. What to do? What to do? The moon-eating sky wolf's mind raced furiously. Meanwhile, its muscles had begun to melt away, transforming into a viscous substance, while its true essence was rapidly depleting. The Qianquan ring. Could it possibly absorb this creature into the space of the Qianquan ring? The moon-eating sky wolf's eyes brightened as it quickly spat out a black ring. The Qianquan ring, a gift from its elder brother, contained a vast spatial realm. A trickle of the wolf's recovering true essence surged into the ring, and in an instant, A black hole of several meters in size materialized within it. Swallow it. The moon-eating sky wolf roared, unleashing the full force of its spatial absorption. The Songhai dinosaur felt a sudden pulling sensation in its belly, as though it were hungry once more. However, it failed to be drawn in. Its colossal size rendered it immune to such an attempt, far beyond Xiang Chun's current capabilities to consume such a massive beast. This is unacceptable. Even the gifts from my elder brother can be unreliable at times. The moon-eating sky wolf felt despair wash over it, as it noticed no response. Hiss! Its entire exterior was now entirely melted away, its fur falling off, transforming its form into a hairless, fleshy wolf. Its muscles continued to dissolve, a wave of excruciating corrosive pain engulfing it. Ack! The moon-eating sky wolf let out a series of anguished cries, the sensation akin to being doused in potent sulfuric acid. Its muscles were being systematically dissolved and corroded away. No, I cannot die here. The toxin of the fire cold from Xinjiang remains unresolved. Rower has yet to regain her past memories. My parents are waiting for me at home, and my brothers are counting on me. I promised my elder brother that I would become the strongest in the world. I have yet to fulfill that promise. How can I perish now? In a surge of desperation, thinking of his loved ones ignited a fierce will to survive within the moon-eating sky wolf. 9 nether yellow spring, freeze for me. A torrent of 9 nether yellow spring power erupted from within, chilling the air in all directions. The Songhai dinosaur felt a sudden coolness in its stomach, belched, and exhaled a breath of cold air. It then swiped with its claw, ruthlessly striking down several cultivators. However, the icy force that erupted within it was swiftly corroded away, proving utterly ineffective. Dragon hunting bow. The moon-eating sky wolf transformed into the form of a sky wolf, grasping the dragon hunting bow, knocking a single arrow, channeling all its strength into the bowstring. Whoosh! A piercing arrow of light struck, exploding against the wall of the stomach with a thunderous roar. Yet the colossal creature remained unscathed. With a fierce determination, he brandished the dragon's blade, unleashing a golden arc of lethal thunder that rent the air. The terrifying force of the blade reverberated, causing him to stagger back. However, despair filled Xiang Chen's heart as he realized his efforts bore no fruit. The devouring tendrils of the sky failed to penetrate the creature's belly. The spirit of the foolish fish, still not fully restored, rendered him incapable of utilizing his escape technique. By the time he regained even a fraction of his strength, he feared he would have already been reduced to mere sustenance for his foe. What else could he do? The sky wolf of the moon felt a flicker of panic. His muscles appeared on the verge of corrosion, his visage grotesque and terrifying. Suddenly, a thought struck him, his ancient cauldron. The sky wolf recalled his enigmatic artifact and promptly unleashed a surge of dark energy. The mysterious cauldron materialized, hovering before him. Instantly, a torrent of true essence surged forth, causing the cauldron to expand to a size of 10 feet, retaining its archaic appearance devoid of any energy fluctuations or the vibrant markings typical of other mystical treasures. Ancient cauldron, my fate lies in your hands, the sky wolf intoned, gazing at the enigmatic vessel before summoning all his strength. Devour! With a resounding boom, he commanded the cauldron, which unleashed an overwhelming force of spatial absorption, transforming its opening into a 10-foot-wide black hole. Yet, this seemingly modest aperture unleashed a gravitational pull that enveloped a 1,000-meter radius, warping the very fabric of space and ensnaring the colossal creature. The world around twisted as the devouring force erupted from within the creature, leaving no room for resistance. Within an instant, the gargantuan form of the oceanic dinosaur vanished into thin air. A stunned Xiang Chun, drenched in blood and flesh, plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the submerged city below. The salt-laden seawater intensified the agony of his wounds, yet it also jolted him into clarity. Ha! It truly works, ancient cauldron. I adore you, he exclaimed, embracing the cauldron as he sank into the depths, bursting into laughter and showering it with fervent kisses. If the cauldron possessed consciousness, it would surely have delivered a few sharp slaps across his face. Within the cauldron, in a realm that seemed to encompass an entire universe, the bewildered oceanic dinosaur gazed around in confusion, questions swirling in its mind. Stars twinkled, and the cosmos unfolded before it. Who am I? Where am I? How did I end up here? Little dinosaur, do you have an abundance of questions? Suddenly, it beheld a colossal visage in the sky, Xiang Chen's face. You wretched beast. Contemplate your actions here in confinement. Once I possess the strength, I shall brew a pot of ancient broth with you. Xiang Chen scolded. Even if he managed to capture it, he lacked the power to refine or vanquish the creature. The oceanic dinosaur roared, charging towards the mouth of the black hole. Desperate to escape, Xiang Chen wielded a modicum of spatial power, and soon an imperceptible barrier materialized above him, crashing down with a resounding thud. Surrounding him, 6 spatial barriers emerged, above, below, to the left, to the right, in front, and behind, forming an enclosure akin to 6 walls that confined him within a corner of the ancient cauldron. With the capture of this creature, Xiang Chen sank into the submerged streets, where the city lay engulfed at a depth exceeding 10 meters. Suddenly, a howling demon shark, at the second level of the Soul Moon realm, lunged at Xiang Chen, attempting to bite him. In an instant, Xiang Chen transformed into the moon-devouring celestial wolf, unleashing the swallowing evil vines that pierced through the creature's body. With a powerful surge of spatial energy, he devoured the demon shark, which was comparable in size to himself, assimilating its essence into a torrent of blood energy. The foolish fish spirit consumed the opponent's soul moon, restoring his spiritual prowess. The moon-devouring celestial wolf shrank to the size of a small dog and hurriedly sought refuge in a submerged house. Enough of this, he muttered. This battlefield is far beyond my capabilities. Once I regain my spiritual power, I shall swiftly steal the Sunfire Crow egg and escape. Grumbling, he entered a waterlogged dwelling, closed the door, and began to recuperate his primal energy. Outside, the battlefield continued to rumble, with waves soaring to heights of 100 feet. As hundreds of thousands of formidable cultivators, alongside countless innate and minor cultivators, plunged into the colossal meat grinder of war. Half an hour later, the moon-devouring celestial wolf stealthily returned to the inner city of the Xiang Yang family. Fortunately, this area remained unscathed by the encroaching seawater. However, he observed a multitude of cultivators being mobilized to support the front lines. His actions were not born of cowardice. This was not his war. Apart from Xiang Yang Kueishi, none other warranted his sacrifice. His ultimate goal was to acquire the Golden Crow bloodline, and if he could assist Tianyang Island without overexerting himself, he would gladly do so. War was a relentless pursuit for the human race, and even more so among the other races. Yet now, the opportunity was rare. It was prudent to secure the Golden Crow bloodline first. The moon-devouring celestial wolf discreetly approached the outskirts of the Soup Valley, where many powerful beings had been summoned to battle, though a few remained to guard the area. He arrived at the fiery maple forest beneath the towering walls. Directly ascending would invite deadly retribution from the guards. With a swift stroke of his claw, he unleashed a burst of spatial fire, conjuring a black hole that enveloped him, allowing him to traverse the thick city walls. Upon re-emerging, he found himself within a corridor of the Soup Valley, devoid of any presence. He dashed toward the heart of the valley, the grand hall where the Sunfire Crow typically resided. The deeper he peered inside, the more potent and sweltering the energy of the solar fire essence became. This terrifying force of supreme yang was insurmountable for anyone lacking cultivation above the Lingxiao realm, save for those like him, who bore the protective essence of the Taiyin. In the distance, at the center of the molten lava, an awe-inspiring golden hall floated above the fiery depths. Remarkably, on the jade steps before the hall stood 2 formidable guards, their true forms being fire crows, with cultivation levels surpassing even the Lingxiao realm. The moon-devouring celestial wolf suppressed his aura, shrinking to the size of a small cat, and concealed himself behind a pillar in the corridor, his moon-gazing eyes scanning the grand hall. Such opulence! The construction materials are crafted from the finest fire spirit wood. Here, 300 meters away from the grand hall, an expanse of 400 meters could potentially allow one to enter its confines. The moon-swallowing wolf marveled silently. Subsequently, he once again tore through the fabric of space, his form vanishing into the black void of the corridor. However, just as Xiang Chen entered, a black crow, adorned with grayish-blue feathers upon its head, alighted upon the beam of the corridor, its oddly mismatched black and white eyes fixated upon the golden hall. With the absence of that woman, Xiao, this presented an ideal opportunity for me, the black crow mused. This creature was none other than the infamous Wanyue evil crow, a harbinger of misfortune. Since ancient times, the Wanyue evil crow has been deemed an omen of great malevolence. Wherever it appears, calamity follows. This impending conflict may very well intertwine with the fate it influences. I must devise a plan to divert those 2 formidable guards. The Wanyue evil crow contemplated, and soon, within its dark eyes, a swirling vortex materialized. Within this vortex, strange runes danced, releasing an invisible force of misfortune that enveloped the two powerful sentinels. Suddenly, one guard doubled over, clutching his abdomen in pain. "What's wrong?" the other inquired urgently. "I don't know. My stomach just started hurting," the fire crow guard replied, grimacing. "Could it be a stomach upset? I recall you indulged in quite a few fire sun dates yesterday," the other guard suggested. "Impossible. With our cultivation, how could we suffer such ailments?" The first guard frowned. Yet at that moment, his stomach churned violently, a wave of heat rushing toward his core. "It truly is a stomach upset. You stay here. I must find a restroom." "How peculiar. I haven't had such a thing in centuries," he exclaimed, his face darkening as he hurried away. As soon as he departed, the other guard's expression shifted as well. His stomach began to rumble, a tempest brewing within. Heat surging forth. "What bad luck. I must go too. Wait for me," he cried, hastily following suit. With both formidable guards now gone, the Wanyue evil crow flapped its wings and soared towards the golden hall. Inside the hall, the space warped, and the moon-swallowing wolf suddenly appeared. He beheld the golden hall, now positioned within the main chamber, with a magnificent throne before him. This throne, too, was of a golden crystalline hue, imbued with the potent essence of solar fire. Exquisite solar fire crystal. Upon seeing the throne, the moon-swallowing wolf's eyes gleamed with desire as he rushed forward, pawing at it. Indeed, it was a supreme solar fire crystal. Goodness, such a treasure could only be found on the sun itself. The moon-swallowing wolf's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, he thought better of it. As a wolf, one must not be overly wicked. He refrained from claiming it, having already acted dishonorably by pilfering an egg. Nearby, a corridor beckoned, and the moon-swallowing wolf followed it to a celestial pool located behind the main hall. This pool mirrored the vast heavens above, shrouded by a unique magical array. The array shimmered with golden light, drawing in the solar energy from the skies above. In the celestial pool, there exists a potent and vibrant essence of solar fire. At the center of this pool lies a jade platform, upon which rest two large, pale golden jade eggs, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter. These colossal eggs harbor immense vitality, enveloped by a faint celestial sunfire, known as Tianyang crow eggs. They are indeed celestial eggs. Upon hatching, they will yield formidable offspring at the Soul Moon realm, possessing a 50% lineage of the golden crow. After being refined in an ancient cauldron, their bloodline will undoubtedly awaken completely. The moon-swallowing wolf approached, intrigued by the two giant eggs. Just then, the evil crow also arrived, glancing at a silver wolf in the distance, astonished. How did this young demon, at the Yuanyang realm, come to be here? The evil crow marveled internally. This creature had an exceptionally strong ability to conceal its presence, as Xiang Ergo remained entirely oblivious to the presence behind him. Transforming into human form, the moon-swallowing wolf approached the golden eggs, intending to touch them. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed against his skull, followed by a buzzing sensation. A black artifact resembling a baseball bat struck the back of his head with ferocity. Xiang Qin's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. The evil crow rose upright, clutching the black jade staff as it coldly remarked, "It appears this one is no saint either, here to steal the eggs. Competing with me for opportunity, how presumptuous." As it spoke, it kicked Xiang Qin aside with a claw, its gaze fixated on the two celestial sunfire crow eggs. Saliva nearly dripping from its beak. Consuming these eggs would surely elevate its bloodline to a perfect ancestral level. It extended its wings to touch them. Suddenly, the protective runes released a surge of power. The evil crow let out a piercing scream as the overwhelming force of the solar fire engulfed its feathers, igniting them in flames. The intricate runes on the golden eggs evidently served as protective enchantments laid by the celestial sunfire crow. How audacious! This which has placed protective runes. It shrieked, transforming into a flaming bird. In a moment of desperation, it swiftly shot out all its black feathers, blood splattering as its body morphed into a featherless, flesh-like bird. Yet, like a plucked chicken, despite the absence of feathers, its skin remained dark and oozed a greenish blood. Curse it! This cautious which has employed true fire runes. The evil crow seethed, casting a resentful glance at the two golden eggs. The might of the solar fire was overwhelming. Even a master of the Ling Xiao could be reduced to ashes. If not for its ancient heritage, which granted it extraordinary resilience, it would have perished in flames. Damn it, how am I to steal these eggs now? The one evil crow lamented bitterly. At that moment, it turned its gaze towards Xiang Chun, casually sweeping its spiritual sense over him. However, this innocent scan left it utterly astonished as it became struck with disbelief. Sacred, the bloodline of divine beasts. How could this be? This fellow possesses the blood of a sacred beast. The everlasting wicked crow stood in stunned silence, its eyes suddenly ablaze with fervor, nearly drooling in anticipation. Gagaga! It seems my destiny is indeed that of a chosen one, unable to attain the celestial egg. You instead gift me a sacred beast cub. Thank you, heavens, thank you. Gagaga! The everlasting wicked crow laughed heartily. This sacred beast cub is far more valuable than the celestial egg. It approached Xiang Chun, licking its beak in anticipation, and then its entire form swelled, transforming into an enormous bird towering 10 meters high. It opened its massive beak, ready to devour Xiang Chun. However, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. From the space within Xiang Chun's Qianquan ring, a beam of golden light burst forth, materializing into a gigantic, snow-white tiger adorned with golden stripes. With a single, powerful paw, it struck the everlasting wicked crow across the face. The everlasting wicked crow let out a wretched cry as it was sent flying, crashing against the walls surrounding the heavenly pool. A majestic white tiger, 2 zhang in length, glared down with icy blue eyes, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The little white tiger stood guard beside Xiang Chun, casting a disdainful gaze at the black crow. The everlasting wicked crow, rising to its feet, looked at the little white tiger in shock. The western guardian of death, the sacred beast, the white tiger. How could it be? This continent is not supposed to harbor such a creature. The everlasting wicked crow screeched, its disbelief surpassing even the sight of Xiang Chun. The white tiger's gaze was frigid, filled with disdain towards the everlasting wicked crow. The crow's expression turned grave. Sacred beasts were its greatest fear. They possessed immense fortune, making them difficult to confront and prone to retaliatory backlash. It had never anticipated the existence of such a naturally born divine beast of destruction in this world. By the heavens, have I summoned misfortune upon myself? To encounter 2 such rare sacred beasts in succession. Cursing under its breath, the crow lamented its fate. Just then, Xiang Chun groaned in pain as he rose from the ground, rubbing the bump on the back of his head. That beast struck me with its black rod. Yet as he stood and focused his gaze, he was immediately taken aback, spotting a hairless black bird in the distance. What sort of foul creature is that? A meat chicken? Xiang Chun stood agape. A meat chicken? You brat, you're the chicken. Your entire family is a flock of chickens. The everlasting wicked crow yelled in fury, as if it were the gravest insult, akin to how Xiang Chun despised being compared to a dog. This voice, this presence, it's you, you cursed starling, the everlasting wicked crow. Xiang Chun instantly recognized the culprit that had caused him such misfortune. It is indeed the sacred beast cub that recognizes me. No doubt. I am the infamous everlasting wicked crow, feared throughout the ages. The everlasting wicked crow smirked, its gaze fixated on the 2 sacred beasts, plotting how to eliminate them. Cursed be you, foul black chicken. You caused me to tread in filth and encounter obstacles. Today, you dare strike me with your black rod? I shall not rest until I simmer you into a pot of black chicken soup to assuage my wrath. Furious, Xiang Chun brandished the dragon-quelling demon blade, radiating an aura of murderous intent. Brat, if you think I fear you, you are mistaken. The malevolent crow of desolation let out a chilling laugh, its wings clutching a dark staff. Kill! Roared Xiang Chun, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he surged forward, wielding the dragon-quelling demon blade to unleash a radiant strike. The ominous black staff echoed the command to slay, as the crow of desolation swung its formidable weapon towards Xiang Chun's blade with a thunderous crash. The impact shattered the lightning strike, sending Xiang Chun and his weapon hurtling backward, his arms numb from the force. What a formidable creature! It is no wonder it is an ancient breed with such terrifying physical strength. Xiang Chun marveled inwardly, realizing that although this opponent was also at the minor celestial level of the soul moon, its power far surpassed his own. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal silver heavenly wolf. Meanwhile, the 2 guards remained in the distant restroom, oblivious to the chaos, lost in their own trifling matters. Kill! Roared the moon swallowing heavenly wolf, dashing forth like a streak of light, its massive claws gleaming with icy ferocity. The eyes of the crow of desolation glimmered with wicked intent. Ancient desolation, calamity descends. Suddenly, a meteor plummeted from the heavens, carrying with it an astonishing force as it hurtled down towards the moon, swallowing Heavenly Wolf. The wolf's expression shifted as it unleashed a beam of lunar light from its maw to counter the incoming meteor. The collision was catastrophic, shattering the meteor into fragments. Yet, in a heartbeat, the sky was filled with a barrage of meteors, each larger than a man, descending with speeds that exceeded several times the speed of sound. The impact of even a single egg-sized meteor was akin to that of a bullet, let alone these massive rocks. The moon-swallowing Heavenly Wolf's claws tore through the onslaught, shattering the meteors with fierce precision. However, one particularly heavy meteor struck the wolf's back with a resounding crack, nearly shattering its bone and forcing it to cough up blood. It was struck by another, and countless others followed, forcing the wolf to dodge incessantly, occasionally shrieking in pain with each hit. This creature had encountered yet another formidable adversary from the age of antiquity. In the same realm, I still regard you with some caution, but you have yet to attain the soul moon. How could you possibly contend with me? Behold my black staff. In chapter 728, the evolution of the bird egg, the crow of desolation cackled, its featherless wings flapping with astonishing speed as it brought the dark staff crashing down upon the moon, swallowing Heavenly Wolf's head. Yet, as it drew near, the wolf revealed a sly grin, and 4 sinister tendrils sprang forth, ensnaring the crow of desolation in an instant. 1 tendril wrapped around the staff, while the other 3 ensnared the crow's wings and legs. What manner of fiendish vine is this? The crow gasped in shock. As the tendrils constricted, their suction teeth gnawed at the crow's form. What are these vines? It screeched in agony, feeling the tendrils tighten around its powerful body. Yet, the creature's formidable physique was such that the tendrils could not crush it entirely, merely binding it in discomfort. Kill! As the moon-eating Heavenly Wolf roared, it unleashed all its might in a single strike, a terrifying force exceeding several 100,000 pounds erupted. With a resounding thud, this blow caused the 10,000 calamity evil crow to spew blood, its body crashing into the fiery sun essence within the heavenly pool. The creature emitted a series of anguished cries, its flesh seemingly scorched by boiling oil, turning crimson in an instant. The evil crow, desperate to escape, released waves of black sigils. With a thunderous explosion, its form disintegrated into a cloud of dark mist, leaving behind scattered black feathers. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 calamity evil crow reappeared thousands of meters away, gazing in terror at the vines sprouting from the moon-eating Heavenly Wolf's body. Meanwhile, its internal energies churned, corrupted by a dreadful venom. You dare to poison me, you little wolf pup. The evil crow bellowed in fury, feeling an unbearable discomfort, as if it had swallowed sulfuric acid. The moon-eating Heavenly Wolf's gaze turned icy. This creature possessed an impressive evasion technique, rendering its blood venom ineffective at the first instance. How does the taste of my blood poison fare? The wolf sneered. You despicable and shameless wolf, you are a sacred beast. How can you resort to such vile means? The evil crow retorted angrily. The moon-eating Heavenly Wolf scoffed. Do I need to preach righteousness to a heartless creature like you? Little wolf pup, I will keep my eyes on you. This matter is far from over. With that, the 10,000 calamity evil crow transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing into the sky at an astonishing speed. The effects of the blood venom were hindering its strength, and it dared not remain to confront the moon-eating Heavenly Wolf any longer. This creature is indeed difficult to eradicate. It is no simple matter. Being an ominous remnant from the ancient times, possessing formidable physical prowess and divine abilities, along with an innate talent for summoning calamities, the moon-eating Heavenly Wolf chose not to pursue, harboring a degree of trepidation toward the creature's innate misfortune power. However, the 10,000 calamity evil crow, having escaped, had no intention of letting the matter rest. It seized the misfortune power left within the 2 powerful guards. Someone is stealing the immortal eggs. The crow's cry echoed throughout the hall, reaching dozens of miles around. Within the restroom, the 2 guards, still suffering from their ailments, were struggling on the latrine when they suddenly heard this proclamation, their faces turning ashen. They hastily pulled up their trousers, neglecting to wipe, and rushed toward the hall. 10,000 calamity, evil crow, curse you. The moon-eating Heavenly Wolf's expression darkened. This creature was infuriating, unwilling to allow others to possess what it could not have. At that moment, two powerful presences approached rapidly. The moon-eating heavenly wolf quickly utilized its spatial traversal ability, escaping with the little white tiger to a pavilion nearly 1,000 meters away, concealing their auras. Before long, the two guards arrived, probing the area with their spiritual senses. Upon confirming that the two Sunfire Crow eggs were unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Who was that voice just now?" one inquired, frowning. "I don't know. It's probably just some prank from a young fire crow," the other replied. "Finally, I've expelled everything from my stomach." Indeed, it was quite bizarre. "You haven't caught some illness to transmit to me, have you? How could both of us fall ill at the same time? Enough with your nonsense. I was going to ask you the same thing." Two guards, grumbling and cursing, exited once more, resuming their vigil at the entrance of the grand hall. The space distorted as the moon-eating wolf returned, letting out a sigh of relief. Observing with his lunar eyes, he noted that the wicked crow had also departed from the soup valley, presumably to seek an antidote for its poison. However, the potency of the blood-soaked poison was such that even the wicked crow would require considerable time to mitigate its effects. The moon-eating wolf's gaze turned fervent as it fixated on the two Sunfire Crow eggs, for at last, the opportunity to acquire the Golden Crow bloodline was at hand. Enveloped in the power of the Een, it made contact with the Sunfire Crow egg, and the true fire incantation of the egg absorbed its Een energy without causing any harm. In fact, the Een energy served to devour the formidable energies of the Sunfire incantation. Absorb. The Qian Kuan ring unleashed its spatial devouring force, attempting to engulf the beast egg. Yet, the Sunfire Crow egg resisted, revealing a rune that countered the swallowing force. "Damn it, there are restrictive runes. I cannot store it in the Qian Kuan ring." Xiang Chun furrowed his brow. He then summoned the ancient cauldron to attempt consumption once more, but to no avail. "Could it be that I am destined to only evolve it here?" Frustration gnawed at Xiang Chun. If he couldn't take it away, did that mean he had to consume the egg on enemy territory? The external battle could persist indefinitely. Perhaps he could experiment with devouring and evolving here. And if the Sunfire Crow returned, he would flee immediately. Reluctant to relinquish this opportunity, he had no choice but to embrace the perilous situation. He decided to refine the bloodline first. Controlling the mysterious ancient cauldron, which expanded to 3 zhang in size, it hovered above the colossal egg. Then, with a resonant hum, both he and the 2 giant eggs were drawn into the ancient cauldron. Xiang Chun's true essence surged into the cauldron, which emanated golden light that enveloped the giant egg, simultaneously exerting control over himself. The egg absorbed this golden illumination, whose energy could invoke the inherent desires within the bloodline, facilitating its refinement and evolution. Originally possessing a half-demon physique, Xiang Qin's moon-eating wolf bloodline had been enhanced by the ancient cauldron, evolving into a perfect-grade moon-eating wolf bloodline. As the ancient cauldron encompassed the 2 giant eggs, the celestial forces within it flowed, seemingly distorting the passage of time in this space compared to the outside world. Xiang Chun guarded the eggs, channeling the ancient cauldron's might. Days passed. 1, 2, 3, yet it felt as though over 10 days had elapsed. The little white tiger outside remained silent. And after all this time, the war still raged on. Meanwhile, the 2 Sunfire Crow eggs transitioned from a pale gold to a rich yellow. Intricate patterns resembling 7 suns emergent upon their surfaces, exuding an enigmatic aura. As Xiang Chun beheld the 7 sun patterns, a flicker of disappointment stirred within him. They were not the supreme 9 sun golden crows, but rather the 7 sun golden crows. The distinction of the golden crow bloodline was dictated by the number of solar cycles. A single sun golden crow represented the lowest tier of bloodlines. The 9 sun golden crow stood atop the hierarchy, revered as the supreme solar holy bird. The 7 sun golden crow, however, did indeed possess a royal lineage, ranking alongside the 3-legged golden crow. The 9 sun golden crow, revered as the foremost sacred bird of the Yang lineage, far surpasses the moon-eating sky wolf in strength and holds a more exalted status among the demon tribe. Historically, the golden crow has been known to establish the demon court, governing the demon race, demonstrating its formidable power, rivaling that of the mighty divine dragon. However, it was to be expected. The celestial Yang Fire Crow does not even qualify as a golden crow. The evolution into the 7 Yang golden crow bloodline is already a rarity. and only a true golden crow egg could possibly achieve a complete ancestral return and evolve into the supreme Yang sacred bird, the sun golden crow, as Xiangchen pondered. Nevertheless, the three-legged golden crow, with its 7 Yang lineage, is already comparable to a sacred beast, suggesting it would not be inferior to the moon-eating sky wolf. Now, it was time to indulge in a delectable feast. Xiangchen's eyes gleamed with determination. The golden crow egg had evolved, and it was time to eat the egg. He drew forth the Dragon K demon blade, leaping into the air to strike the golden crow egg with a single, decisive blow. A thunderous metallic clang reverberated. As if he had struck a diamond, sparks flying forth. His strike merely left a shallow mark. What on earth? How incredibly hard! Xiang Ergo exclaimed in astonishment, unable to cleave it with all his might. Subsequently, he summoned his demon aura, transforming into a moon-eating sky wolf, opening his massive jaws to reveal his sharp fangs, and took a bite. The crushing force of his bite was far superior to his previous strike, yet his teeth, akin to striking glass, emitted a piercing sound that sent shivers across his body. The wolf's fangs slowly penetrated the eggshell, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. No way. Is this eggshell truly this tough? The moon-eating sky wolf released his grip, his eyes reflecting shock. His teeth could shatter even ordinary spiritual artifacts. Let Xiaobai give it a try. It should be able to break through. The moon-eating sky wolf controlled the great cauldron, which soared into the air, while Xiaobai stood guard outside, keeping watch for any disturbances. How much time has passed? Xiangchen inquired. Xiaobai the tiger looked at him as if he were a fool, their consciousness sharing a silent exchange. What? Only an hour has gone by. How can that be? I distinctly felt as though I had spent many days inside. Xiangchen, upon hearing Xiaobai's report of the time, could hardly believe it. Could it be that the flow of time within the ancient cauldron diverged from that of the outside world? Xiangchen furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, this was not the moment for such musings. He urgently urged, "Hurry inside and help me crack this egg." Xiaobai rose and entered, gazing at the 2 enormous golden eggs, drool instantly pooling at the corners of its mouth. "You mustn't eat. This one is mine, and you cannot touch that one either. It must be left for reproduction," Xiangchen admonished, tapping Xiaobai's nose. "Selfish," Xiaobai huffed. "It's not selfish. This is for my cultivation. Here's the deal. You can break the egg, and I will allow you to have a taste," Xiangchen proposed. Satisfied, Xiaobai nodded and then opened its mouth to bite into the giant egg. Remarkably, under Xiaobai's formidable teeth, the eggshell indeed cracked with a resounding crunch, creating 4 tooth-sized holes. Golden yellow egg liquid flowed forth, releasing a savory aroma. Xiaobai hurriedly inhaled deeply. Suddenly, its expression changed, and it let out a roar. With a resounding roar, a stream of golden solar flames erupted from its mouth, scorching Xiang Ergu's face and leaving it blackened, as if he had been exposed to ultraviolet rays for 10 days. Unpalatable, the little white tiger shook its head, spitting in distaste, losing interest and wandering off to guard Xiangchen instead. Could it be that dreadful? It smelled rather fragrant to Xiangchen, who, with a grim expression, gazed at the slowly flowing golden egg liquid. He leaned closer, taking a sip. Instantly, it felt as though he had consumed a mouthful of molten lava, a searing pain igniting in his mouth, reminiscent of the most fiery chili pepper. Roar! Xiangchen yelped in agony, his mouth agape as he expelled a burst of solar flames. Cough, too spicy. He felt as if he had just downed the hottest chili water. However, that single mouthful of egg liquid coursed through his body, igniting a wave of intense heat and surging vitality within him. For the sake of evolution, he resolved to consume it all, no matter how fiery. With a wry smile, he transformed into his werewolf form, unleashing a force akin to swallowing the moon. The egg liquid was swiftly drawn in, transforming into a torrent of gold that filled his mouth and entered his body without a second thought. Boom! The moment this vast quantity of golden egg liquid surged into him, it erupted, unleashing a powerful life energy that flooded his being, as if he had ingested an entire volcano. "Ah!" Xiangchen cried out in agony as an unbearable heat overwhelmed him, turning his entire body crimson, igniting with solar flames. His hair ablaze. A searing sensation engulfed his insides, forcing him to roll in torment on the ground. His skin began to dehydrate, crack, and dry out, as if it were being incinerated. Power of the Yin, suppress. Xiangchen roared inwardly, immediately unleashing all his Yin energy into his divine abode, directing it toward the bloodline energy. Once the yin energy flowed in, the boiling solar power began to calm significantly, alleviating some of the discomfort. However, a substantial amount of bloodline energy continued to burrow into Xiang Chen's flesh. He promptly sat cross-legged, the spirit of the foolish fish roaring, devouring the immense solar power and drawing it into his abdomen to assist him in refining it. The second layer of the 10,000 demons' sacred scriptures, Sun Scripture, and the first layer of the Yin Scripture began to operate simultaneously. Within the divine abode, a golden torrent of bloodline power and life energy flowed through his meridians, flesh, and bones, guided by the techniques of the scripture. Inside Xiang Chen, a network of golden meridians gradually formed, coalescing into a cultivation network that would forge a golden crow constitution. Seated within the ancient cauldron, Xiang Chen radiated golden light, resembling a miniature sun in human form. Strangely, the eggshell beside him began to transform into powder-like specks of light, enveloping Xiang Chen's body. Crack, crack, crack. A layer of golden eggshell reformed around him, enveloping his figure once more. Gradually, Xiang Chen found himself enveloped in a delicate shell, his skin and fur shedding, leaving him bare and soft all over. He curled into a ball, resembling a fetus, a transformation from beast to bird. The journey of evolution from beast to bird is long and arduous. I shall seek and explore the mysteries of the universe in pursuit of the elusive egg. The marvel of the 10,000 demons' sacred method lies in its ability to merge various beastly bloodlines, allowing for the manifestation of different divine forms. It can transform into avian, beastly, or even aquatic entities, embodying an existence that comprehends the profound secrets of the cosmos and the essence of myriad demons, thus creating such a transcendent technique. As time passed, uncertain days turned into weeks, and Xiang Chen's body began to undergo a transformation. He gradually evolved from the form of a human fetus into that of a bird, adorned with lustrous golden feathers, resembling a tiny golden chick. The bloodline of the solar golden crow harmoniously integrated within him, forming a new network of vitality. Days turned into a week, then two, and within him, a true essence the size of a pea coalesced, imbued with the formidable power of solar essence. The surrounding celestial pool resonated as the essence of solar fire was fervently drawn into the shell, which he absorbed and refined, amplifying his strength tremendously, ascending from the first to the third level of the Yuan-Yang realm in a frenzied surge. On that day, his power reached the pinnacle of the Yuan-Yang True Dan, and the explosive growth abruptly ceased, with vast reservoirs of energy accumulating within him, poised for future use. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as the shell shattered. A golden, fluffy wing emerged, followed by a radiant golden claw. The sizable shell shattered with a resounding thud, revealing a creature towering over a person, radiating golden light. It boasted a coat of golden fluff, 7 delicate golden feathers adorning its head, and 3 legs with 6 claws, exuding an endearing charm. Xiang Chen gazed in astonishment at his transformed appearance, touching his wings in disbelief. How could this be? He had envisioned a formidable figure, yet he had become a mere chick. Was this due to his juvenile form? Xiang Chen could not help but chuckle, pinching his own beak. If he were to evolve further, would he eventually resemble a tadpole? Suddenly, with a flash of golden light, the golden chick transformed into a human form. Xiang Chen's appearance and demeanor underwent a remarkable change. Previously, he possessed a beauty akin to that of a woman, with a somewhat delicate aura. Now his lustrous golden hair cascaded magnificently, and his handsome visage had taken on a more rugged and masculine quality, with sharper features replacing the softer contours. His countenance remained extraordinary, yet amidst the beauty, there emerged a newfound masculinity. His eyes transformed into pools of golden brilliance. Xiang Chen extended his hand. A surge of golden energy erupted forth, infused with a formidable essence of supreme yang power, igniting into a blaze of golden flames. The true fire of the sun. Indeed, the authentic true fire of the sun. The flames were imperious, unleashing a tempest of energy, specifically designed to vanquish the darkness of malevolent forces. Xiang Chen pointed a finger, and with a crackling sound, a beam of sunlight shot forth from his fingertip, striking a distant piece of solar crystal. Boom! The solar fire crystal shattered into fragments. The sheer force of that single gesture was astonishing. The foundation of the Golden Crow's sacred body had been established, and Xiang Chen took a moment to assess the newfound abilities he had acquired. To his delight, he sensed within himself the presence of a solar true Dan, which seemed to resonate with the lunar true Dan like the interplay of sun and moon, one responding to the other. When the solar true essence was employed, the lunar true essence would withdraw into the true Dan. Yang emerges, Yin conceals. Yin emerges, Yang conceals. The sun and moon cannot shine simultaneously. The solar true essence was far more vigorous and domineering compared to the lunar true essence, well suited for direct confrontation, possessing explosive power and a terrifying capacity for incineration, capable of subduing malevolent spirits. While the lunar true essence could nurture spirits, the solar true essence could vanquish evil. Moreover, Xiang Chun observed an additional spirit residing within his divine abode, a small golden crow. This golden crow spirit would enable him to temporarily unleash the combat prowess of a divine beast while in human form, maintaining balance within his body. Simultaneously, it endowed him with the innate supernatural abilities characteristic of a human state. The foolish fish spirit, no longer merely pursuing the celestial wolf spirit, was now in pursuit of this golden crow spirit as well, forming an amusing trio of fish, dog, and bird, harmonizing land, sea, and sky. This foolish fish remained as audacious as ever. Even the golden crow feared him. Xiang Chun chuckled inwardly. The spirit was a manifestation of the powers of heaven and earth, bloodline, and soul, a confluence of diverse forces. The information regarding the sun god Si, heavenly sun summon, and heavenly wrath seemed exceptionally formidable, leaving him curious about their true potency. He mused as some innate supernatural abilities awakened within his bloodline surfaced in his mind. With the addition of the golden crow bloodline came the golden crow's strength, amplifying his physical power twofold compared to before. Xiang Chun felt the overwhelming vitality within him. Exhilaration surged through his heart as he clenched his fist, feeling as though he could crush mountains and rivers with sheer force. Now, even if he were to face the soul moon with nothing but his physical strength, he felt confident. Having cultivated the power of the sun, he could now harmonize the yin and yang within Qing Cheng, remedying the afflictions of fire and ice, and finally rescue his beloved Qing Cheng. The mere thought of her brought a smile to his lips. Wondering about the situation outside, he realized this was not the place to confront the soul moon. It would be wise to depart quickly. Otherwise, if the heavenly sunfire crow discovered he had consumed one of its eggs, it would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Xiang Chun glanced at the remaining golden crow egg, reflecting, "I consumed one of your eggs, and in return, I shall return a bloodline golden crow. Dear heavenly sunfire crow, I have not acted in vain. You stand to gain immensely." This heavenly egg had also evolved into a golden crow egg. From his fingertip, a drop of vital blood materialized. Subsequently, using this blood as ink, he inscribed intricate runes upon the golden crow egg, imbuing it with the essence of solar blood. He needed to retain a contingency plan to prepare for any potential pursuit by the heavenly sunfire crow in the future. The blood contract demon pattern is exceedingly domineering. Should he perish, this golden crow egg would also transform into a lifeless shell. In the future, if the celestial sunfire crow poses any threat to him, this can serve as leverage. Past experiences have taught him that one cannot merely take life step by step. Rather, one must traverse each step while contemplating 100 more, envisioning 1,000 miles ahead, in order to avoid falling into unnecessary pitfalls. Once he meticulously inscribed the mystical symbols, Xiang Chun finally stored the ancient cauldron and gazed outward. The rich essence of solar fire surged forth, flooding into Xiang Chun's body without any need for deliberate absorption on his part. Simultaneously, his perception within this hot spring valley magnified exponentially. Wait, this aura. Xiang Chun was taken aback, suddenly sensing a distinct energy that he had previously not experienced. He promptly approached the edge of the jade platform, gazing down at the golden magma formed from the fusion of solar fire essence beneath the heavenly pool. Indeed, it is the golden crow. Chapter 731. An existence beyond compare. Xiang Chun activated the Tian True Pill, awakening the Tianlang bloodline, transforming from human form into the moon-eating celestial wolf. He sniffed the air. The presence of the golden crow was faint, far less intense than before. The sensation was more pronounced in its demon form. The myriad demon sacred art could also be freely transformed within the cultivated demon body. He awakened the moon-gazing eye and directed it toward the heavenly pool, its ocular power penetrating over 1,000 meters of golden magma. The limit of his vision extended to 2,000 meters, yet he still could not reach the bottom. Such a deep magma pool. It seems I must descend to uncover its secrets, for the essence of the golden crow emanates from below. The moon-eating celestial wolf mused, then leapt with a burst of demonic light, swiftly transforming into a three-legged golden chick. With a thunderous sound, the three-legged golden crow surged into the magma. Upon entering the magma, a warm and agreeable sensation enveloped him. Is this magma not scalding? No. The surface temperature of the solar fire magma reaches tens of thousands of degrees, truly terrifying. However, this magma is composed of the concentrated essence of solar fire, which serves as sustenance for the golden crow, providing nourishment without harm. The three-legged golden crow dove downward at remarkable speed, akin to a submarine navigating through water. Visibility in the magma is typically non-existent, yet within the depths, the three-legged golden crow could clearly see for several thousand meters. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. As he descended to 1,000 meters, the burning power of the solar fire essence had reached a terrifying temperature exceeding 100,000 degrees. Furthermore, this temperature escalated with each meter of descent. Had he been in his previous moon-eating celestial wolf state, facing such a formidable burning force with the power of attain would have turned him into a roasted wolf. However, now possessing the power of the sun and transformed into a three-legged golden crow, Xiang Yang felt as if he had melded with this energy, becoming one with its source. It is akin to a small river merging into a grand river. The water remains, yet it has become one with the river's flow, no matter how vast or tumultuous the river may be. At 2,000 meters, the temperature had geometrically increased, likely reaching millions of degrees. This degree of heat may pose a challenge even for the celestial sunfire crow. At 5,000 meters, the scorching heat approached temperatures nearing that of the sun. At temperatures exceeding tens of millions of degrees, one would have descended 8,000 meters underground, a realm where even the celestial fire crows dare not tread, for it is capable of incinerating any being dwelling above the heights of the heavens in an instant. The three-legged golden crow finally came to a halt, gazing in awe at the figure before it. It was a colossal golden bird, measuring 1,000 meters in length. Upon its head were 4 golden plumes, arranged like a crown, with a raven's body and a long tail adorned with exquisite golden feathers. The tips of its tail resembled radiant halos, akin to miniature suns, while its formidable legs emanated an intense heat, suffused with the essence of solar fire. Its form resembled that of a diminutive sun, radiating an aura reminiscent of the sun itself. Yet, to Xiang Yan's dismay, he sensed not a trace of life. It was already deceased. Above its head, a massive arrow was lodged, its tail protruding nearly 100 meters, having pierced through its jaw and into its skull, the shaft black and emanating a dreadful power. The three-legged golden crow stood in stunned silence, beholding the slain golden giant bird, now buried 10,000 meters deep. What terrifying entity could have vanquished such a formidable being as the golden crow? The three-legged golden crow murmured to itself. This golden crow undoubtedly hailed from the heavens above, and even in death, it exuded a power that astonished the world, its residual heat and the essence of solar fire enduring through millennia, all derived from this fearsome being that lay lifeless. The three-legged golden crow approached the head of this formidable creature, drawn closer to the enormous arrow tail, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. What kind of powerful archer could have unleashed such a shot to fell the golden crow? Was it the legendary Ho-E, who shot down 9 suns? This arrow, entirely obsidian, harbored terrifying energy fluctuations, its intricate markings woven within, having deeply penetrated the golden crow's skull. This single shot not only severed the golden crow's life, but obliterated its soul. Before the head of this colossal creature, the three-legged golden crow appeared diminutive. The essence of the golden crow's bloodline resonated as it drew near. When this golden crow fell from the sky, it ignited an inferno for thousands of miles, giving rise to the hot valley. In later generations, the ancestors of the Xiang Yang family obtained its divine blood alongside a fire crow, establishing the Xiang Yang lineage. The three-legged golden crow clasped its wings together in a gesture of reverence, bowing slightly to honor the powerful being that had passed. Subsequently, it ventured towards the gaping maw of the gigantic creature, which opened wide like a vast chasm several dozen meters across. The three-legged golden crow soared directly into the cavernous mouth, drawing closer to the embedded arrow and the immense wound. What kind of divine weapon was this arrow? Surely, it was not of mundane origin. Xiang Yan marveled aloud. Then, it diminished in size, shrinking to that of a hen, and traversed through the wound into a blood vessel. The divine blood within the golden crow's veins had long since drained, transformed into the enduring essence of solar fire, magma, flowing through a vast conduit resembling a massive passageway several meters in diameter. The three-legged golden crow navigated through the intricate network of blood vessels, skillfully selecting a path that would lead to the heart's artery. The blood vessels within the majestic golden crow resembled vast industrial pipelines, intricately intertwined with one another. After traversing a serpentine path spanning thousands of meters, the three-legged golden crow, Xiang Chun, finally arrived at the heart. This colossal heart, measuring 100 meters in size, had ceased its rhythmic beating, yet it housed an astonishing reservoir of energy and divinity. Within the heart, Xiang Chun approached 7 enormous golden orbs of light, which, though still present, resembled miniature suns nestled within the chamber. Indeed, the essence of the blood had not entirely vanished. Xiang Chun was overwhelmed with joy. This essence, a convergence of blood, energy, and spiritual power, contained nearly half of the body's vitality. Typically, cultivators and mythical beasts possess only 9 orbs of essence blood within them. Over the millennia, it was possible that 2 orbs had been depleted within this body. Observing only 7 orbs instead of the usual 9, commonly referred to as 9 drops, Xiang Chun realized that 2 had likely been consumed by the deceased body or perhaps expended during a cataclysmic battle. Nonetheless, with 7 orbs remaining, this body could sustain existence for at least 70,000 more years. Taking 4 would not leave the Xiang family extinct. The three-legged golden crow mused, for it had come to claim this blood, which was a treasure beyond compare. No, it was a treasure of unparalleled value for the entire Tang Valley. Collecting, the three-legged golden crow expelled the Qinquan ring, unleashing a surge of spatial power. And 4 golden orbs, akin to miniature suns, were immediately drawn into the ring. The space within the Qinquan ring transformed, becoming hot and luminous. Now adorned with 4 additional orbs of radiant golden light, each several feet in size. Chapter 732. The Heart of the Broken Jade. After acquiring the 4 orbs of essence blood, the three-legged golden crow's gaze fell upon another object within the heart. It was a 10-meter-long, entirely golden entity, resembling a piece of exquisite jade. This heart-blood precious bone was an exceptional material for refining artifacts. Xiang Chun gazed at it, realizing it was a heart-blood precious bone nurtured within the golden crow itself. He could cultivate such a precious bone within his own body, and later extract it to forge a suitable life-bound treasure. Many mythical creatures refine their life-bound treasures from their own heart-blood precious bones, allowing for effortless control. What a magnificent treasure! A splendid opportunity. This could be precisely what I need to forge my own artifact. My bloodline, being of the same origin as that of the golden crow, should enable me to claim it. The three-legged golden crow rejoiced, then expelled a ray of solar essence, merging it with a stream of solar blood that surged toward the abandoned heart-blood precious bone. Whoosh! In an instant, the heart-blood precious bone transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting directly into Xiang Chun's body. Immediately, a miniature version of the heart-blood precious bone, the size of a thumb, materialized within Xiang Chun's heart, where his blood energy began to meld with it. Indeed, as his bloodline could ultimately be traced back to this golden crow, the heart-blood precious bone recognized him as its new master without resistance. If viewed through the lens of modern medicine, this heart-blood precious bone might very well be deemed a cardiovascular tumor. Having obtained the essence of the golden crow and a heart-blood bone, Xiang Chun had no intention of lingering any longer. He swiftly exited the blood vessels. Emerging from the wound of the colossal golden crow's body, the three-legged golden crow gazed upon the massive corpse, which was still enveloped in a terrifying aura of malevolence and resentment. It spoke in a mystical tongue. Today, I, Xiang Chun, have been fortunate enough to receive this opportunity from my esteemed predecessor. I have etched the aura of this arrow into my heart. Should I, in the future, possess the strength to confront the enemies who harmed my predecessor, I vow to seek vengeance on behalf of my predecessor. May you rest in peace, boundless divine presence, Amitabha. The three-legged golden crow uttered a solemn slogan, bowing respectfully to the lifeless form. In that instant, the resentment and malevolence emanating from the corpse diminished somewhat. Transforming into a beam of light, it soared upward. Uncertain of the state of the external conflict, Xiang Chun mused that after so many days, the war must have concluded, and the Sea tribe should have been repelled. He pondered why he felt confident in Tianyang Island's victory. After all these years, the Sea tribe had failed to annihilate it, and this time would likely be no different. A beam of golden light shot into the heavenly pool and landed upon the jade altar. Xiang Qin glanced at the little white tiger stationed there and inquired, "Little White, how long have I been in seclusion?" The white tiger pawed at the ground, counting, before finally relaying the information to Xiang Qin. "What? Only 2 hours have passed?" Xiang Qin exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that he had been cultivating in the ancient cauldron for so long, yet only a few hours had elapsed? "Let us depart from here and see what lies outside. You must not deceive me," he said, playfully tapping the tiger's head. Subsequently, he tore open the fabric of space, traversing through the plains. With 2 swift transitions, he and the little white tiger found themselves amidst the woods beyond Tang Valley. Kill! The skies above echoed with thunderous roars, and the cries of battle persisted. Xiang Qin observed that dawn was approaching. "No way, it truly has only been a few hours. I distinctly remember my lengthy cultivation. Could it be that the ancient cauldron possesses the ability to alter time?" He was taken aback. Within the confines of the cauldron, he had felt as though he had spent a considerable amount of time, perhaps no less than a month. Now, the sounds of conflict were alarmingly clear. Was the Sea tribe really advancing toward the inner city? Xiang Qin's expression shifted as he transformed into the swallowing moon sky wolf, swiftly flying towards the outer city. Indeed, it wasn't long before he beheld the outer defenses of the inner city, which were on the verge of collapse. A multitude of sea tribes and sea beasts relentlessly assaulted the city's fortifications. Kill! Xiang Qin noted that individuals like Xiang Yang and Xiang Kuei had no respite. All engaged in repelling the sea tribe's onslaught, their eyes filled with fervor despite their evident fatigue. Beyond the inner city, bodies floated upon the sea, of both the human race and the sea tribe, including members of the Xiang family. At last, the sound of a conch horn reverberated, and the frenzied sea tribe retreated like a receding tide. They paused their assault, having suffered significant casualties, needing to regroup and await reinforcements from other sea beasts and tribes to extinguish the power of Tianyang Island. Finally, they withdrew. A disciple of the Sun family leaned against the city wall, his visage marked by exhaustion. He was not alone. Everyone around him was on the brink of collapse. All were seizing the moment to rest and heal, for the aquatic clan had not truly retreated. Sun Yanghao, his body marred by wounds and stained with blood, shouted with urgency, casting a worried glance toward the heavens where 2 formidable figures continued their fierce battle. The heavenly sunfire crow and the scarlet leaf fish dragon were still engaged in combat. This struggle was far from over. If a retreat were truly in order, the aquatic clan spirit, the scarlet leaf fish dragon, would also withdraw. Suddenly, Sun Yanghai let out a pained howl. His left arm had been completely severed, flesh mangled and bone exposed. Sun Yangzixi held back her tears as she assisted her elder brother in bandaging his shattered limb. "Xiao Shi, do not weep. It is merely an arm. I shall not perish." Sun Yanghai forced a smile, wiping away his sister's tears. "Third brother." Sun Yangzixi choked on her words, biting her crimson lip in agreement. In Sun Yanghai's eyes, a deep-seated hatred and anguish emerged. Not far off lay the lifeless body of a young girl. Her chest utterly torn apart, heart laid bare. She was undeniably deceased. Sun Yangyan. She had ultimately fallen in battle. "Third brother, is Xiaoha truly gone?" Sun Yangzixi nestled beside Sun Yanghai. He fell silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. "The news has been confirmed. He diverted the Tsang high beast to save us." Several witnesses saw him swallowed whole. Tears brimmed in Sun Yangzixi's eyes. "Eldest brother, little sister, this situation is dire, unlike any before. Prepare yourselves. The family elders will escort you to safety." A handsome, sturdy young man approached with a grave tone. "Second brother, what do you mean?" Sun Yanghai struggled to rise and questioned. Sun Yangchuan, the second brother of Sun Yangzixi and a master of the Lingxiao realm, replied, "Do you not see? This time is different. The aquatic clan has come with the determination to annihilate Sunyang Island. If you and your sister leave, our family will not be completely extinguished." The gravity of this battle surpassed everyone's expectations. "No, I will not flee. I shall slay the aquatic clan in vengeance for our fallen kin and for Xiaoha." Sun Yangzixi declared with unwavering resolve. "I will not abandon my post either. I seek vengeance for Yanran, and I will fight alongside our family until the end." Sun Yanghai added coldly, moving to cradle the still form of Sun Yangyan. "Nonsense. You both must leave. If you perish, our lineage will be lost, son Yanchuan scolded. Second brother, I would rather perish alongside you than live on if you leave. Xiao Ha is gone, if you depart as well. My existence will be a lifetime of suffering, Sun Yang Zixi cried, her eyes red with despair. Xiao Shi, alas, Sun Yanchuan gazed at his sister clutching her wounded arm. Feeling helpless yet resolute, he had to ensure her safety, even if it meant resorting to force. Do not weep for my little enchantress, who claims I am dead. I am alive and well. At that moment, a voice echoed as a silver-haired celestial wolf descended from the sky, its form spanning a full yard. Upon hearing the words, Xiang Yang Kueishi immediately turned her gaze, momentarily stunned before bursting into tears of joy. Little Ha? She exclaimed, rushing towards the moon-swallowing wolf and enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace. Little Ha, this is wonderful. You're alive, you're alive. I thought you were dead. She wept, holding the moon-swallowing wolf tightly against her chest. Little Ha, you did not perish, Xiang Yang Haiba remarked, his face lighting up with happiness. The moon-swallowing wolf chuckled. I am destined to become the king of all beasts. The child of destiny, blessed with fortune. How could I possibly die? He struggled to free his head from the warm embrace of the young demoness. Is he truly the wolf demon? Xiang Yang Haichuan observed curiously, for it was his first encounter with the moon-swallowing wolf. Little Ha, please do not leave me again. I was so worried about you. Xiang Yang Kueishi wiped her tears away. Very well, I shall fight alongside you until the very end, the moon-swallowing wolf declared. It is a relief that you are alive, but alas, Yanran. Xiang Yang Haiba sighed in pain, tightening his hold on Xiang Yang Yanran in his arms. Step aside. She is not beyond saving yet. I believe I can still help her, the moon-swallowing wolf said, gazing at Xiang Yang Yanran, whose heart had been brutally torn apart. What? Yanran is still alive? Xiang Yang Haiba exclaimed in surprise. If I hadn't come, she would indeed be dead. Now that I am here, if the king of hell wishes to claim her, he must first consult me. Allow me to save her. The moon-swallowing wolf transformed into the form of Xiang Chun. A radiant light flickered in Xiang Chen's hand as a set of spiritual needles appeared. He approached her, launching 7 needles that struck the locations on Xiang Yang Yanran's chest. Beta heart-protecting needles, he proclaimed, followed by several more needles piercing her forehead, spiritual platform, and other vital areas. This wolf demon possesses medical skills? Xiang Yang Haichuan was astonished. Xiang Yang Yanran's heart meridians have already been torn asunder. It is impossible to save her. The family-s apothecary has examined her and deemed her beyond help. Xiang Chen replied coolly, just because others cannot, does not mean I cannot. Soul awaken. He unleashed a surge of pure essence, touching the forehead of Xiang Yang Yanran. A surge of azure light erupted, and her eyes slowly fluttered open. Resurrection. The onlookers, including Xiang Yang Haiba, Haichuan, Kueishi, and others, were left utterly astounded as they witnessed Xiang Yang Yanran return to life in the span of mere moments. Yanran. Xiang Yang Haiba grasped her hand, overwhelmed with joy. How is this possible? What sort of medical art is this? The members of the Xiang Yang family were equally astonished, including a nearby apothecary who was frozen in disbelief. Have I arrived in the underworld? Xiang Yang Yanran murmured, surveying the gathered crowd. Little Ha, you are truly remarkable. Xiang Yang Kueishi exclaimed in awe. Daughter. Xiang Yang Yanran's father rushed forward, joyfully taking his daughter's hand. Surrounded by astonished gazes, Xiang Yang Yanran soon comprehended that she had been dead and that Xiang Chun had saved her. Little Ha, thank you. And I apologize for my past transgressions, Xiang Yang Yanran whispered earnestly. It matters not. Recognizing one's errors and seeking to amend them is commendable. I am inherently magnanimous, especially towards beautiful women, Xiang Chun replied with a gentle smile. In a mere 3 seconds, I can heal your arm, channeling vital energy to your shoulder. Xiang Chun grasped the severed arm of Xiang Yang Haiba. Can this truly be mended? My arm is utterly shattered, Xiang Yang Haiba exclaimed, astonished. Nonsense. Hurry up. I have others to save. Follow my instructions, or you may choose to remain a one-armed hero for life, came the brisk reply. Complying. Xiang Yang Haiba summoned a surge of his own life essence, and with a flash of azure light, to the astonishment of all present, his arm regenerated from the point of severance. Onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Divine healer, I implore you, save this injured man. He is on the brink of death. To bring one back from the dead, it is truly astonishing. Please, save this child. Several pharmacists approached, beseeching Xiang Chun for assistance. Do not panic. I will save those I can. One at a time, he reassured, moving to aid the wounded. This was not the time for pretense or adoration. For those with moderate injuries, Xiang Chun employed the minor revival technique. Even those who had been slain, provided their bodies remained intact, he could offer some relief. However, the devastation was too great, the casualties too numerous. He could not alter the overall outcome and could only prioritize saving the more formidable individuals. Unbelievable, sister. Is this little pup truly just something you picked up? Where did you find it? I wish to acquire a few as well. Xiang Yang Chuan marveled. Humph. This little pup is a gift from the heavens. You cannot simply pick it up. It is one of a kind, Xiang Yang Kuei, she retorted, her beautiful almond eyes sparkling like crescent moons. If my Xiang family on Tianyang Island survives, I shall ensure this little one receives the utmost care and cultivation. With such medical skills, he is truly extraordinary, remarked Xiang Yang Yanran's father, a prominent figure within the Xiang family. Kuei-shi, I apologize. I shall no longer compete with you, Xiang Yang Yanran conceded, bowing her head before the little enchantress in her father's embrace. It is quite all right. I am magnanimous. From now on, we shall be sisters, you as the younger, and I as the elder, Xiang Yang Kuei, she replied with a smile. Would you trade your little pup for a golden cloud leopard? I assure you, I would care for it far better than you could. Xiang Yang Yanran's next words caused the little enchantress to frown. How despicable. I knew you had ill intentions. Dream on, and may you perish. Xiang Yang Kuei, she retorted angrily. You are quite audacious. Should I raise the pup, I would gladly devote half my resources to its care, undoubtedly better than you could. Xiang Yang Yanran scoffed. The two women quickly fell into another argument over Xiang Chun, causing their newly forged friendship to crumble before it had even begun. Such is the fickle nature of their camaraderie. Chapter 734, Alas. High above, amidst the vast expanse of the sky, two figures engaged in a fierce battle. One wore a crimson scale armor, his imposing physique complemented by a mane of red hair and a strikingly handsome visage. The other was a woman adorned in golden feathered attire, her beauty captivating. They were none other than the transformed Qi Li fish dragon and the Tianyang fire raven. The Qi Li dragon king unleashed a torrent of crimson essence, his fist cleaving through the air, sending forth a roaring red dragon, a formidable force. Charging towards the Tianyang fire raven, the enchanting Xiao, the queen of dawn, in a fierce roar, spread her arms wide, and a golden curtain of flames surged forth like a mighty river. The terrifying collision of energies could obliterate even the mightiest of mountains. Yet, the queen's complexion grew pale, her internal energy dwindling rapidly. The rampant dragon pressed forward relentlessly. Ha ha ha, Dawn, you are finished. The energy and essence of your being have been significantly depleted since the birth of the celestial egg. Today marks your day of sacrifice, laughed the crimson lizard dragon king. Kill. He unleashed a radiant beam from his mouth, a crimson war spear. The spear shot forth with a swiftness that pierced through her energy defenses, delivering a devastating blow to the queen's abdomen. Ah! The queen of dawn coughed up blood, her anguished cries echoing as she was struck down. With a thunderous crash, her form transformed into a colossal sunfire crow, plummeting from the heavens, the spear growing in size alongside her. With a resounding thud, the sunfire crow landed outside the inner city, her body impaled and pinned to the city walls. Ancestors of the sacrificial spirits, exclaimed Xiang Yang Hao and other formidable beings, their eyes reddening with despair. The members of the Xiang family within the inner city gazed in shock at the unfolding scene, soon succumbing to panic. How could this be? The divine bird has been defeated. Impossible. Our divine bird is invincible. How could it fall? It was over. The divine bird had fallen. The cultivators on Sunfire Island were engulfed in despair, their hearts shaken by the sight. The colossal form of the Sunfire crow crushed numerous defenses, her blood flowing like molten lava, causing the surrounding waters to boil. The crimson fish dragon stood atop her head, coldly surveying the countless cultivators of Sunfire Island. The Sunfire crow let out a mournful cry, attempting to rise, yet her immense body remained firmly bound by the magical artifacts. The Crimson Sea King laughed heartily, proclaiming, "The sacrificial spirit has triumphed. My brethren, follow me. Let us annihilate Sunfire Island. The unification of the East Sea is but a day away. Kill." The Sea Tribe roared with excitement. A dark wave of their forces surged toward the inner city. "We will fight the Sea Tribe," Xiang Yang Hao bellowed. He then charged alone, bearing the Sunfire Mirror toward the Crimson Fish Dragon, intent on rescuing the Sunfire Crow. Foolish creature, how can you stand against me? The Crimson Dragon King sneered, tearing through the air with a swipe of his hand, 5 streaks of brilliance ripping apart the heavens, obliterating Xiang Yang Zhao's strike empowered by the Sunfire Mirror. Kill. Meanwhile, the Sea Army relentlessly assaulted the final line of defense. Various battle symbols and magical artifacts erupted in conflict as the clash resumed. Xiang Chun, wielding the dragon's edge demon blade, cleaved through an advancing sea cultivator, his expression grim. Sunfire Island cannot withstand this. Kill. A sea cultivator of the 4th realm of Soul Moon unleashed a radiant attack towards Xiang Chun. With a resounding explosion, Xiang Chun was sent flying, flames bursting around him. Yet, in an instant, he transformed into a moon-devouring wolf, unleashing a wave of celestial light in retaliation. The adversary swung down with a spear, but the impact shattered his weapon, and the celestial wave struck the foe's head, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Xiang Yang Hai, Xiang Yanran, Kuei Shi, Xiang Haichuan, and everyone around them immediately rejoined the fray. Little Demoness, come with me. I will take you away from here. The moon-eating wolf bellowed at Xiangyang Kuei-shi, asserting that he had no obligation to accompany the Xiangyang family to their demise. His true concern lay solely with the little enchantress. I will not retreat, Xiao Ha. We may not be able to hold out much longer. You must flee. With a treasure in hand, Xiangyang Kuei-shi repelled a fierce assault. Damn it, if you won't leave, I'll seize you by force. My demonic life is just beginning, and I do not wish to perish here. The moon-eating wolf tore apart a ferocious shark with a swipe of his claw before charging towards the little enchantress, intent on forcibly taking her away. Be careful. Xiangyang Kuei-shi's expression changed dramatically as she rushed toward the moon-eating wolf, delivering a fierce whip strike. With a resounding crack, the moon-eating wolf was sent flying. For Xiangyang Kuei-shi was now at the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm, her power formidable. Ah, you struck me, the moon-eating wolf cried out. Yet before he could finish his curse, his eyes turned crimson. A sword light, powerful enough to rival that of a celestial realm expert, sliced past him. With a piercing sound, this strike found its mark in the chest of the little enchantress. Blood erupted from Xiangyang Kuei-shi's chest, a gaping hole blasted open. Her heart utterly shattered. A master of the sea tribe from the celestial realm surged forward, weapon drawn. Sister. Xiangyang Haichuan's eyes blazed red, and with a mournful roar, he charged at the incoming sea tribe master. The little enchantress collapsed to the ground, had it not been for her whip. The moon-eating wolf's head would have been cleaved by that sword's brilliance. The moon-eating wolf stared blankly at Xiangyang Kuei-shi, whose chest was now a gaping void. His heart constricted painfully, an indescribable torment surged through him. Little enchantress, no? The moon-eating wolf howled in despair, rushing to embrace Xiangyang Kuei-shi, the world around him transforming into a blood-red haze. Xiao Ha, you must leave now. Please listen to me. Xiangyang Kuei-shi trembled, her hand shakily reaching to caress the moon-eating wolf's ear. Let us go together. I will save you. Little enchantress, hold on. To hell with war. Let them all perish. I'm done. I will take you away. The moon-eating wolf held her tightly, tears in his eyes, pouring his true essence into her body, unleashing all his speed, guiding her through the chaos of the battlefield. No, I do not wish to leave. I want to die on this land. Xiao Ha, I feel so cold, so sleepy. Xiao Ha, I want to rest. You are my best friend in this lifetime. In his embrace, Xiangyang Kuei-shi closed her eyes, her voice growing weaker, her breaths becoming shallower. Finally, the hand that once caressed the moon-eating wolf's ear fell limp. The moon-eating wolf trembled, looking down at the sweet girl in his arms, seemingly asleep. Little enchantress, you are gone. He halted, suspended above the battlefield, staring blankly at the girl. A wave of terrifying malice, murderous intent, and rage ignited within him. Sea tribe, sea tribe, sea tribe, you have slain my little enchantress. I shall make you all pay for her demise. I will risk my life to obliterate your wretched kind. Chapter 735, The Flames of Passion Ignite. Who knows that beneath this cynical visage lies a heart ablaze with profound emotions? Suddenly, within the submerged city, a colossal ferocious whale erupted from the depths, surging upward and voraciously devouring the moon-swallowing celestial wolf. Both the moon-swallowing celestial wolf and the sunflower sea breeze were swallowed whole. With crimson eyes, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf embraced the sunflower sea breeze, and extracted a ball of golden essence from the golden crow's blood. Little Demoness, I shall not let you perish. I shall not depart. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf pressed the essence directly into the chest of the sunflower sea breeze, and in that instant, the astonishingly potent golden crow essence fused within her, awakening and amplifying her bloodline power. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf then stored the sunflower sea breeze within his cosmic ring, and he himself transformed into a three-legged golden crow. He was engulfed within the belly of the monstrous whale, entering its stomach. Xiang Chun retrieved a second ball of golden crow essence and swallowed it whole. Ancient cauldron, assist me once more, even at the peril of my own body. I shall annihilate these beasts. The three-legged golden crow roared as a terrifying wave of golden crow essence coursed through him. The mysterious ancient cauldron absorbed and refined it, unleashing a formidable bloodline power that surged into the chick-like form of the three-legged golden crow. Boom! A terrifying halo of solar energy exploded forth. The 100-meter-long ferocious whale let out a wretched cry, followed by the instant detonation of its stomach, engulfed in flames. Its entire body swelled and then erupted with a thunderous blast, reduced to ashes. The ensuing solar waves swept outward, instantly evaporating the seawater, resembling a mushroom cloud bursting forth. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, chaos ensued as countless sea creatures were enveloped by the searing waves of light, transforming into vapor and ash in an instant. At the epicenter of the explosion, a 1-zhong-sized golden chick was growing wildly, expanding. 10 zhong, 20 zhong, 30 zhong. Its form underwent a magnificent metamorphosis, evolving from a mere chick into a colossal, three-legged golden crow, with a phoenix-like head adorned with 7 golden plumes resembling a crown, a gracefully elongated neck akin to a swan, and a body sprouting magnificent golden feathers. Its tail sprouted 7 long tail feathers, radiating a solar-like halo at the tips. A piercing cry shattered the air, resonating with thunderous intensity. A dazzling golden light erupted. In that moment, all sea creatures within a 100-mile radius gazed in astonishment at the golden giant bird, emanating a solar-like aura. What is that in the heavens? Such a terrifying wave of energy. The pressure of its bloodline was palpable. At that moment, all eyes on the battlefield were drawn to this spectacle. Within the golden bird, the realms of the soul moon were ascending, first, second, third, and culminating at the 9th. The power of the sun surged exponentially. First, second, third levels of the ascendant realm. Even after reaching the terrifying energy levels of the 9th level of the ascendant realm, the energy continued to escalate uncontrollably. Ascendant realm, 9th level, breakthrough. In an instant, a terrifying surge of bloodline energy transcended the realm of the Lingxiao, showing no signs of abating. The three-legged golden crow transformed into a colossal golden bird, towering 100 feet in size. With a thunderous roar, it flapped its wings, breaking the sound barrier at 10 times, 20 times, and 30 times the speed of sound, soaring into the heavens like a radiant sun, emanating an extraordinarily blinding light. The Dragon King of Chiri gazed in astonishment at the enormous golden bird ascending into the sky, feeling an overwhelming pressure of bloodline energy that evoked fear within him. The Sea King of Chiri also stared incredulously at the unfolding spectacle. The Tianyang fire crow, pinned to the ground, lifted its gaze toward the golden sun above, its eyes reflecting disbelief. The bloodline within her boiled with excitement and trepidation. Ancestors. The golden radiance enveloped the universe at this moment. The three-legged golden crow ignited the sun's golden flames, surveying the battlefield below, and declared coldly, "Sea tribe, your doom is upon you." With that, it transformed into a streak of light and descended. From its mouth erupted a golden flame beam, dozens of meters in diameter, crashing down into the ranks of the sea tribe. Boom! Instantly, the beam detonated, akin to a meteor striking the earth. No. In an instant, hundreds, even thousands, of sea tribesmen screamed in anguish, engulfed by the explosive golden true fire, incinerated. Sea beasts were reduced to ashes in an instant. The three-legged golden crow swept across the heavens and earth, unleashing its fiery beams, amidst the thunderous explosions and cries of despair, as countless sea tribesmen perished in flames. The golden crow scorched the world. This scene left the entire hierarchy of the sea tribe in shock. Meanwhile, within the inner city of Tianyang, countless cultivators from Tianyang Island gazed in disbelief at the frenzied golden bird wreaking havoc upon the sea tribe. The divine bird ancestor has surely descended, they exclaimed, recognizing the ancestral deity of their Yang family had returned, bringing hope to Tianyang Island. In this moment, the powerful figures of Tianyang Island cried out in excitement, kneeling to pay homage to the magnificent golden bird. Those beyond the Lingxiao realm united to vanquish this monstrous avian. The Sea King of Chiri roared. This giant bird is too terrifying. It has annihilated thousands in an instant. The surface of the sea had transformed into a blazing inferno. Over 100 experts beyond the Lingxiao, responding to the call, surged forth from various locales toward the golden bird. Kill. A formidable practitioner of the 9th layer of Lingxiao bellowed, unleashing a blade of light 100 meters long toward the golden bird. Yet, the golden bird, indifferent to the assault, dismissed the attack with ease. The blade of light disintegrated and vanished before it could even approach within 100 feet. Then, in an astonishing display of speed, the golden bird closed the distance from 10,000 meters to a mere 100 in the blink of an eye. Ah! Screamed the 9th layer Lingxiao Sea tribe expert, instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Boom. At that moment, over 100 formidable beings of Lingxiao and beyond unleashed their attacks. A torrent of sword light, blade edges, spiritual techniques, and talismans surged forth. The terrifying energy dimmed the very heavens and earth. Solar tempest. Heavenly wrath. The three-legged golden crow uttered coldly, its wings trembling. Boom. A terrifying tempest of golden flames, akin to a radiant halo, surged forth, shaking the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike detonated instantaneously, annihilating all in its path. The horrific golden inferno enveloped the realm, assailing 100 formidable sea warriors. These individuals shrieked in agony, each one igniting into flames, transforming into living torches before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. No, the Sea King of Chile cried out in despair, lamenting the years of accumulated strength lost. I shall vanquish you, vile beast, the Sea King of Chile roared, brandishing his trident, unleashing a terrifying power that soared beyond the heavens. Chapter 736. The Golden Crow devours the world. The Sea King of Chile wielded his trident, cleaving through the air with an overwhelming force. As the water attribute true essence surged forth, its might reminiscent of tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore. Kill. With a single sweep, a blade of light hundreds of meters long tore through the air. The three-legged golden crow charged headlong into the fray, its wings slicing through the air, unleashing two beams of golden light that scorched the sky. Boom. The two rays of gold collided with the opposing attack, the ferocious energy obliterating it completely. The three-legged golden crow expelled a beam of golden light, transforming into a pillar of solar fire aimed at its adversary. The Sea King of Chile barely evaded, the pillar grazing past him, its searing heat sending chills down his spine. Yet, the pillar then arced upward, crashing down upon him. Flash! The Sea King of Chile bellowed, delivering a counterstrike. Boom! However, the might of the solar fire pillar far exceeded his expectations, shattering his attack and striking him directly. The Sea King of Chile screamed in agony, his form charred black, sent hurtling thousands of meters into the depths of the ocean. My king, how could this be? The king is not a match for it. The sea warriors were left in shock. Kill. The three-legged golden crow coldly commanded, three claws infused with terrifying luster lunging forth. Roar. Just then, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed as an immense chilly fish dragon surged forward, unleashing a torrent of blue water. Boom, boom, boom. The onslaught of slashing claws was thwarted. Sea dragon's roar. The colossal chilly fish dragon unleashed its formidable essence, causing titanic whirlpools to rise from the ocean depths amidst a cacophony of explosions. 8 towering whirlpools, resembling 8 sea dragons, surged forth, wielding terrifying water pressure aimed directly at the three-legged golden crow. The crow let out a chilling cry, its wings unfurling, summoning a cataclysmic solar tempest. A blaze of firestorm advancing with ferocity. Boom. Crackle. The two forces clashed, lightning illuminating the sky, thunder reverberating through the air. A wave of dreadful energy rippled outward for dozens of kilometers. How infuriating! Where did this divine beast emerge from? The chilly fish dragon trembled, all 8 whirlpools consumed in flames. Sea folk, perish before me. The three-legged golden crow continued its relentless assault, its energy escalating in magnitude. At that moment, Powerful runes of essence coalesced upon its form. A torrent of solar true essence roaring forth, materializing into 7 colossal suns. The 7 suns, each spanning dozens of feet, descended upon the realm like miniature celestial bodies, heralding destruction. 7 suns of celestial radiance. Sea and sky entombed. The crimson fish dragon roared as the tumultuous sea churned, unleashing a formidable force of elemental energy that transformed into a terrifying tsunami, surging skyward to clash against the 7 celestial suns. A thunderous explosion erupted as the first sun detonated, the cataclysmic force incinerating and evaporating vast quantities of seawater in an instant. Subsequently, the 7 suns detonated in succession, their explosive energy evaporating the towering tsunami. Then, the 3-legged golden crow swept in, enveloping the crimson fish dragon in a tempest of solar flames. The dragon's elemental power was relentlessly consumed, overwhelmed by the searing heat. With a pained roar, it unleashed a lamenting cry, its massive form engulfed in the solar storm. Its body turning a fiery red, nearly scorched to the core, the scent of fish and charred flesh permeating the air. Desperately, it yearned for an abundance of fish oil, cooking wine, bean paste, white pepper, aged ginger, minced garlic, and scallions. "Retreat! We are no match for it," cried the crimson fish dragon, which then transformed into a flash of crimson light, swiftly plunging into the depths of the sea, its astonishing form shrinking to a mere 10 feet, managing to escape. The sea tribe warriors were left in disbelief. If even the spirit master could not prevail, what hope did they have? "Withdraw!" bellowed the charred and gravely wounded sea king. In response, numerous sea beings frantically fled into the ocean, stirring up colossal waves in their desperate escape. "May you all perish." The 3-legged golden crow unleashed its fury, torrents of solar fire cascading down, evaporating the seawater. Countless sea creatures were instantaneously scorched, becoming nothing more than boiled fish. A colossal ocean dragon was seized by the golden crow, its massive claws penetrating deep into its flesh, infusing it with overwhelming heat. The dragon roared as it ignited. Its body rapidly cooked, and its enormous carcass was swiftly absorbed into the golden crow's cosmic ring. This spectacle was utterly astounding. All onlookers atop the city walls, standing upon magical artifacts, gazed at the magnificent golden avian as it pursued the entire sea tribe. Meanwhile, the waters receded as the sea beings fled in terror. This power may well have transcended the realm of mortals. The bloodline force of the fallen golden crow was truly formidable. The sea tribe retreats. We have held our ground. The ancestral divine bird is magnificent. Long live our ancestors. In the inner city, countless cultivators and pirates erupted in thunderous cheers, their hearts alight with excitement as they beheld the great 3-legged golden crow hunting the sea tribe. The sunfire raven, having struggled to rise, sealed its enormous wound with its demonic energy, gazing at the golden crow with profound reverence in its eyes. Yet, Xiang Chun was not faring well. Waves of fatigue washed over him. He ceased his pursuit of the sea tribe and swiftly soared toward the inner city. Below, the earth had transformed into a sea of flames, the city reduced to scorched earth and molten rock. Streams of solar fire were absorbed into his being, quelling the flames that engulfed the molten landscape. The 3-legged golden crow reigned in its immense heat and ascended to the celestial heights, releasing a mighty cry as its potent bloodline energy surged forth in an explosive release. Boom! A golden beam surged skyward, penetrating the heavens and even thrusting into the vastness of space. He needed to expel this torrent of energy before succumbing to unconsciousness. Otherwise, the uncontrolled energy would lead to his instantaneous demise. The inhabitants of the inner city gazed at this spectacle, feeling as though the entire sky had been painted in gold, their faces aglow with a radiant warmth that was almost searing. At last, Xiang Chun released all the power that was not his own, enduring the last vestiges of consciousness as he soared towards the inner city, arriving above it in mere breaths. Divine bird, ancestor of the divine bird. It must be the ancestor. We pay homage to the ancestor. Xiang Yang Hao and the others were filled with exhilaration, kneeling in reverence. The Tianyang fire crow, observing this colossal figure, felt an innate connection to its bloodline, akin to that of kin. How could it not feel such a bond? After all, it had consumed the egg from which this bloodline was refined. The 3-legged golden crow remained silent, releasing a beam of light that enveloped Xiang Yang Kixi, guiding her descent towards Xiang Yang Haiba. "Sister!" Xiang Yang Haiba exclaimed, rushing to catch her. Before him lay Xiang Yang Kixi, her chest, once shattered, now healing. As her essence coalesced into a brand new golden heart, pulsating with terrifying vitality and energy. Chapter 737. Are you hungry, treasure? The tremendous form of the three-legged golden crow began to shrink, transforming into a diminutive chick, its golden feathers gleaming. Unable to endure any longer, Xiang Qin's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. As his body descended, the Tianyang fire crow swiftly extended its wings to catch him, nestled within her wings. The three-legged golden crow curled into a ball, emanating smoke, its golden feathers falling away as its body began to wither, losing moisture, turning crimson, and ultimately becoming charred and lifeless. Returning the true essence, akin to a last gasp of breath, sustained his body. Although both were golden crows, their bloodline powers were identical. Yet he had forcibly utilized a bloodline power surpassing his own physical form, causing his body to strain under the burden. Should he have invoked such immense bloodline power from a different species of beast, it would have resulted in catastrophic explosion. This aura, it belongs to my child. What is transpiring? The Tianyang fire crow cautiously cradled the transformed Xiang Chun, now resembling a roasted chicken. Subsequently, she transformed into a golden light, soaring towards Tang Valley, swiftly arriving at her grand hall. Upon her arrival, she discovered that within the celestial pool, a beast egg had vanished, leaving only golden shards scattered across the ground. Alongside the roasted Xiang Chun, could it be that this is my child? My child has hatched, but how does he possess such formidable strength? The Tianyang fire crow was astounded. The shattered eggshell signified the emergence of her offspring. In the boundless starry sky, within the cosmic expanse, the energy Xiang Chun had released transformed into a golden energy golden crow, traversing the universe at an astonishing speed beyond light. After an immeasurable distance, it found itself hovering above a blue planet. In the skies above this azure planet, a spacecraft had just ascended, embarking on a quest to uncover whether other forms of life existed within the cosmos. However, a radiant golden entity suddenly descended. With a resounding explosion, the spacecraft was obliterated before it could comprehend its fate, reduced to mere ashes. The energy emitted carried consciousness waves that reverberated through the planet's satellite signal transmitters, proclaiming a chilling decree: all shall perish. This unknown consciousness from the universe sent shockwaves through the scientific community of this planet, leaving the world in utter astonishment. The golden light collided with a small celestial body, mere thousands of miles away, causing it to erupt into a sea of flames. This calamity instilled a profound fear among the inhabitants of the planet, rendering them hesitant to explore or engage with other civilizations beyond their own. The most formidable of spacecraft had been annihilated in an instant, leaving the people to ponder the terrifying entities that lurked within the cosmos. In this multifaceted parallel realm, a scientist by the surname of Hua cautioned against any attempts to seek extraterrestrial life, warning that the disparity in civilization levels could be perilous. Unbeknownst to Xiang Chun, the surge of his bloodline power had inadvertently affected a technologically inferior civilization, instilling a fear that would prevent them from launching rockets or spacecraft for centuries to come. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, remains an immutable truth throughout the universe. Humanity, upon discovering beings weaker than themselves, would inevitably seek to conquer and enslave, recognizing their flesh as a source of sustenance, akin to livestock destined for slaughter. Conversely, more powerful species encountering humanity would likely exhibit similar inclinations. In the Eastern Sea, on Tianyang Island, the aquatic forces retreated as the people began to clear the battlefield. Corpses lay piled high, and countless practitioners had perished. The extensive lands outside the inner city lay in ruins, either charred to cinders or reduced to desolate wreckage, requiring a considerable amount of time for restoration. The residents of Tianyang Island suffered immense losses as well. Several defensive towers had been breached, resulting in the consumption of millions by the aquatic races and sea beasts. The death toll from this cataclysmic battle exceeded tens of millions, filling the heavens and earth with resentment. The magnificent golden bird that ultimately appeared to rescue Tianyang Island became a topic of reverence and admiration among the people, who believed it to be the ancestral spirit of the Xiang family returning to save them. The Xiang family busied themselves with post-war recovery, reconstruction, and various humanitarian concerns. They regarded Xiang Chun, taken by the Tianyang Fire Crow as a manifestation of their ancestors' divine intervention. In Tonggu, within the Grand Hall of Tianyang, a room revealed that 2 weeks had elapsed. The once jarred three-legged golden crow chick, Chen Wu, had begun to recover significantly. The singed remnants of its body had vanished, replaced by plump, golden down that had newly sprouted. A woman of striking beauty gently wiped down the chick's body with a towel. Xiang Chun remained in a dormant state, for his condition was not merely a consequence of physical depletion. His very soul had been nearly drained. The Tianyang Fire Crow and the Moonlight Demoness tenderly attended to the plump, six-toed claws of the chick, offering care and solace. She comprehended the significance of it all. The three-legged golden crow, a lineage of royal blood. This child of hers had already returned to an ancestral bloodline. The essence of her egg lingered within Xiang Chun, infused with her own aura, leading her to believe that Xiang Chun was indeed the offspring she had hatched. As for the astonishing speed of hatching and the remarkable strength exhibited, perhaps it was truly the manifestation of an ancestral spirit. 5 days later, the three-legged golden crow chick, Xiang Chun, finally opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he found himself nestled in the embrace of a woman, whose gentle hands were radiating a nurturing warmth that enveloped his being. "My dear, you are awake?" the beautiful woman said softly. The moment he heard her voice, a wave of shock surged through Xiang Ergo. His mind was still clouded, and he felt a sense of lethargy as he gazed into her golden eyes, which were filled with a motherly tenderness as she caressed his head. "What on earth is happening? My dear, how do you feel?" the enchanting Xiaoya asked gently. The sensation was quite delightful, and Xiang Ergo retracted his neck, his eyes darting about. Wait a moment. Could this woman possibly be mistaking me for her child? He pondered. It was highly likely, given that he bore her bloodline essence and was in a recently hatched state. Oh dear, does this mean I must acknowledge her as my mother? However, having consumed her egg effectively meant he had devoured one of her offspring. Now, she regarded him as her child. Was this the nature of causality? His mind was awash with bewildering thoughts. "My dear, are you hungry?" Xiaoya inquired tenderly, treating him as if he were her own. "A bit hungry, but don't you think there's something a bit odd about this? I just hatched, and yet I can speak and communicate." The three-legged chick spoke human words. Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback by Xiang Chen's inquiry. Chapter 738. Emma smells divine. With an affectionate gesture, Xiaoya lovingly ruffled the chick's feathers and smiled. "I nurtured you for decades. It is entirely normal for you to possess such high intelligence and the cultivation level of a true sun essence. However, your hatching speed has indeed exceeded my expectations. Your siblings may take quite a while longer to emerge." Xiang Chun, taken aback by the notion of being nurtured for decades, reflected that indeed, the more powerful a being, the longer the gestation period for its progeny. Furthermore, a being of Xiaoya's caliber could conceive without the need for a male. Utilizing her own essence and infusing it with life force and vitality was sufficient to create the next generation. Of course, such a process would have a significant impact on her cultivation, leading to a decline in her power for a period, which was likely why the Sea tribe had chosen this moment to launch an offensive. "However, my dear, I am curious. Where did that immense power come from at the moment of your birth?" Xiaoya inquired, perplexed. Xiangchen responded ambiguously, "I am not entirely sure. It felt as though a powerful force descended upon me as I hatched, guiding me to protect Tianyang Island and my mother, the Golden Crow. The matter of possessing the divine blood of a mythical bird is one that he currently dares not disclose to others. Xiang Chun can only accept the sudden addition of a mother figure into his life, viewing it as a consequence he must bear." The demon queen of dawn furrowed her delicate brows, lifting her gaze to the heavens, and remarked, "Perhaps it is indeed the blessing of our ascendant ancestors, manifesting to use your body to rescue Tianyang Island." Yes, that must be it." Wu Zai-chun nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains, a perfect excuse. "Golden crow ancestor, the bird resides in the 9 heavens, and the pot descends from the sky. By the way, how is Tianyang Island faring now?" Wu Zai-chun inquired eagerly. "The Sea clans have been repelled, and the cities of Tianyang Island, which suffered destruction, are currently undergoing reconstruction. That rascal, Qi Liulong, has been severely injured by the true flames of the sun and will likely refrain from causing further trouble for the time being," replied the demon queen of dawn. "And what of Kuei-shi? What of Xiang Yang Kuei-shi?" Xiangchen pressed on. "You actually know Xiang Yang Kuei-shi?" The demon queen of dawn expressed mild surprise. "Perhaps it is fate. I just happen to know of her. I am not well acquainted with the situation of that girl, being a junior figure. I have not sought to learn about her circumstances. If you wish to know, I can summon Xiang Yang Zhao to inquire. The stature of the Demon Queen of Dawn was such that she would not take the initiative to understand the affairs of a direct descendant of the Xiang Yang family. As it did not warrant her attention, Xiang Chen nodded, and the Demon Queen of Dawn smiled, saying, "If you believe that girl shares a fateful connection with you, you may call her to serve as your personal attendant." Xiang Chen was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is that truly permissible? Is she not a direct descendant of the Xiang Yang family?" The Demon Queen of Dawn replied with a gentle smile, "It seems you are not yet fully aware of our standing within the Xiang Yang family. Our status is akin to that of their ancestral deities, even Xiang Yang Zhao. The head of the family must honorably address you as young lord of the sacrifice upon meeting. Our lineage is integral to the continuation and glory of their bloodline. Furthermore, our ancestors are also their forebears. Once I depart, you will become the sacrificial lord of the Xiang Yang family." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's face flushed with excitement. Thus, it follows that he would be able to command the power of the Xiang Yang family at will. The Xiang Yang family, a dominant force over the seas of the Eastern Sea, capable of contending with the mighty Xia dynasty. Suppressing his exhilaration, he was then presented with lunch by a beautiful fire raven attendant, who knelt and said, "Please, Demon Queen and young lord, partake in your meal." Xiang Chen glanced over, only to feel a twitch at the corner of his eye, as he beheld a large platter filled with writhing, crimson-red Qi-yang silkworms. These were a type of spiritual insect, known for their medicinal properties, rich in high protein, and infused with a gentle essence of solar fire, which could enhance vitality when consumed. "Come now, darling, open wide," the Demon Queen of Dawn urged, skillfully lifting a Qi-yang silkworm with her jade chopsticks. The silkworm, about the size of a thumb, wiggled its plump body incessantly. "Golden Crow Mother, must I eat this?" Xiang Chen felt a slight unease. If it were processed and fried, he could manage it, but this live one left him utterly devoid of appetite. "Oh no, this is very nutritious and quite delicious. You are still growing and must eat well. Aim for 100 of these daily." The moonlit demoness brought the delicacy to his lips, personally feeding him. Xiang Chen gazed at the writhing red sun spirit silkworm, forced a smile, and said, "Mother Golden Crow, I believe I am not hungry." "Nonsense, you are hungry. There exists a hunger that makes your mother feel you are starving. I truly am not hungry. Eat." Unexpectedly, the moonlit demoness suddenly commanded, her expression stern, startling Xiang Chen into opening his beak to eat. "Now that's more like it. Continue eating," she said, her smile returning. Xiang Chen, feeling bitter, thought that being a beast was exceedingly challenging. Why must he consume insects? However, upon taking a bite, a burst of sweetness and fiery juice exploded in his mouth. The silkworm was tender and chewy, and as he savored it, he found it delightfully sticky and sweet, with a satisfying texture. How exquisite! Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled as he eagerly pecked at the second red sun silkworm, devouring one after another. Soon, he had consumed an entire plate of silkworms, which transformed into gentle energy, nourishing his flesh and bolstering his vitality. After he finished, the moonlit demoness even procured a baby stroller for him to sit in, intending to take him outside to bask in the sun. Xiang Chen was speechless. It was as if she were preparing to attach a few baby diapers to him. After behaving like a good child for a day, the following day, the moonlit demoness summoned the head of the Xiang Yang family, Xiang Yang Zhao, along with the 3 esteemed elders and numerous other elders from the Xiang Yang clan. The recent battle had resulted in significant losses among the elders, severely weakening the power of the entire Tianyang Island. "We pay our respects to the Lord of the Spirit ancestors." The group bowed respectfully to the moonlit demoness, all of them formidable figures from the pinnacle of the realm. Beside the moonlit demoness sat a fluffy, golden creature resembling a chick, adorned with 7 golden feathers on its head and 3 little feet, exuding a cute and naive charm. The onlookers couldn't help but steal glances at the peculiar creature. "Xiang Yang Zhao, how is the situation on Tianyang Island?" the moonlit demoness inquired calmly. "After the battle, 70% of the buildings in the outer district were destroyed. It will take at least 6 months to fully restore them. However, we have acquired a substantial amount of underwater resources, beast cores, and sea elixirs," Xiang Yang Zhao reported. "In the short term, the sea tribes will surely refrain from further provocation. By the way, how is Xiang Yang Koeshi's condition?" Chapter 739, Detective Chen. Xiang Yang Zhao was taken aback by the sudden inquiry about Xiang Yang Koeshi. He glanced at Xiang Yang Guangyao, who promptly replied with respect, in response to the Lord of the Ancestors. My daughter is well. I thank the Lord for your concern. The others were also surprised that the Lord of the Ancestors would take an interest in a younger generation. The moonlit demoness remarked, as long as she is well. She has a connection with the young Lord. I intend to make her his personal maid. Do you have any objections? What? Xiang Yang Guangyao was momentarily stunned, and the young creature, currently snacking on the red fire silkworms, nearly choked. Meanwhile, the others looked at Xiang Yang Guangyao with envy. Being chosen as a maid for the next generation's lord was indeed an honor, and it could very well lead to the bestowal of a complete bloodline. The esteemed master of rituals has issued a decree, and Guangyao shall comply. It is an honor for me to serve the young master of rituals. Xiang Yang Guangyao respectfully addressed. No, Mother Golden Crow, it is unnecessary. Cough, cough. I do not require a maid. I believe Xiang Yang Kueishi and I share a bond. Being friends is quite sufficient. Wu Zaichen hastily declined as well, exclaiming, what nonsense. To have a little enchantress as my maid? That would be sheer torment. The others exchanged glances, amusement flickering in their eyes. An elder discreetly conveyed to Xiang Yang Guangyao, congratulations. Guangyao, it seems the young master of rituals has an inclination towards your Kueishi. This is clearly an endorsement of her status, ensuring a legitimate future union. Guangyao, it appears you may indeed become the future father-in-law of the master of rituals, and you shall have to rely on that connection henceforth. Many others silently offered their congratulations through telepathy. A smile graced Xiang Yang Guangyao's face as he replied, the young master has mentioned that it is all a matter of fate. Whether that is the case remains uncertain. It is best not to indulge in baseless speculations. Is it not evident? Among the multitude of women in the clan, only your Kueishi was singled out. You must not take advantage of this situation. This was the consensus among the astute observers, who, with their cunning minds, deduced much from the remarks made by the Moonlight Demon Queen and Wu Zaichen's attitude. Xiang Yang Guangyao remained silent, though a part of him hoped that the young master harbored such intentions. Historically, the first two ancestors of the Xiang Yang family were a celestial fire crow and an ancestor of the Xiang Yang lineage, who, through their union of human and beast, propagated this vast family. It is said that within the hearts of the Xiang Yang clan, the spirit of their forebear is regarded as a born celestial bird, destined to surpass all beings. No talent from any family holds a candle to the master of rituals, for one's birthright prescribes a future that transcends the mundane. Very well, since you are unwilling to be a mother, I shall not impose. The Moonlight Demon Queen evidently held a great fondness for Xiang Chun. Her expression grew stern as she stated, although we have been aided by the manifestation of our ancestors, leveraging the young master of ritual strength to navigate this calamity. This ordeal has awakened us to a grave reality. There is a traitor among us. At her words, the faces of the assembly shifted. The Moonlight Demon Queen scrutinized each individual present. Xiang Chun, too, discreetly activated his moonlit eyes, observing everyone in attendance. Among them, one individual caught his attention. Their heartbeat noticeably quickened upon hearing this topic. The Moonlight Demon Queen continued impassively, were I at my zenith, the Crimson Glass Dragon would not dare to challenge me. Yet, how could the Sea Tribe possibly know of my recent strain from laying eggs, depleting my vital energies? This matter remains a closely guarded secret within the Xiang Yang family, known only to the three great elders and a host of others. Who will provide me with an explanation? Her gaze scanned the room, meticulously assessing the expressions of all present. Indeed, the spirit of our forebear speaks truth. The Crimson Glass Dragon clearly knew of my weakened state, implying that information must have been leaked from our upper echelon. Others began to reflect, casting furtive glances at one another. Who is the wretch that dares betray the Xiang Yang family? Xiang Yang Hao was seething with fury, turning to face the assembly. The moonlit demoness coldly declared, those of the Xiang Yang lineage, with your family and kin present, share both glory and disgrace. Betrayal is inconceivable. I summon all elders of the demon clan to step forward. Sovereign Yuanxiabai and others immediately knelt, with Yuanxiabai proclaiming, Demoness, I, Yuanxiabai, am unwaveringly loyal to both my family and you, and I could swear to the heavens that my heart remains true to the Xiang Yang clan. The others echoed his sentiments, pledging their loyalty. The moonlit demoness gazed upon the assembled group with icy detachment, stating, a traitor undoubtedly lurks among you. I shall await their confession, and in return, I can grant them a dignified death, sparing their kin from retribution. As the demon clan's powerful figures knelt in silence, she mocked, "Are you too fearful to speak?" Jin Yu, Gu Lang, Ji Feng stepped forward. The three named individuals emerged from the throng. The moonlit demoness delicately intertwined her long, beautiful fingers and said, "You three are outsiders who have joined the clan over the years. Who shall provide me with an explanation?" Demoness, I, Gu Lang, despite being an outsider, am utterly devoted to you and have never entertained thoughts of rebellion, pleaded the blue-clad man, kneeling with a mournful expression. Demoness, I too harbor no treachery, I assure you. I did not leak any secrets. Jin Yu also knelt, seeking clemency. My loyalty to the demoness is unwavering. I would never betray. Ji Feng, a stoic young man, added as he knelt. The moonlit demoness observed the three, a smirk gracing her lips. You three profess your sincerity. Yet can it be that the news reached the Qi Li Si clan by my disclosure? If none shall admit their guilt, then let those three meet their demise. Guards, seize them and execute them. With a flick of her sleeve, three fierce Fire Crow clan warriors appeared, swiftly apprehending the three men. Wait, Xiang Chen interjected hastily. The Fire Crow warriors paused, their gazes shifting towards him. Chener, do you have something to say? The moonlit demoness inquired. Xiang Chen, having chosen the name Chun, which is singular, knew that in the demon clan, surnames were not obligatory. He looked at the three on the verge of execution. They were all formidable warriors, surpassing the Lingxiao realm, on par with the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family, and yet their fate was to be decided so abruptly. There are two elders among them who are steadfastly loyal. As for the traitor, there is only one, and the truth is singular. He leapt from his throne, awkwardly adjusting his posture, and boldly approached one of them. Xiang Chen arrived before Elder Jin Yu. The elder lowered his head slightly, addressing him as young master. Xiang Chen's demeanor remained cold as he queried, Elder Jin Yu, do you have no explanation to offer? You can't possibly believe I am the traitor, can you? Elder Jin Yu gasped, his complexion shifting dramatically. Indeed, the traitor is you, Xiang Chen retorted with a mocking smile. You are responsible for the countless deaths and injuries in this war. Your crimes are truly egregious. No, it is not I, my lord, the young master. Nor the demon empress. It is absolutely not me. Elder Jin Yu exclaimed, dropping to his knees in panic. Is it Jin Yu? How did the young master discern this? Others questioned, equally perplexed. Chener, why would it be Jin Yu? Inquired the demon empress, Xiao Ye. Mother Jinwu, I possess my own means of identification. Bring forth Jin Yu and execute him. Xiang Chen stated coldly. Understood. The Fire Crow guard seized Jin Yu and dragged him from the hall. Unjust. Unjust. It is not me, my lord. I am innocent. I have remained steadfastly loyal to the demon empress. It is not I. Jin Yu cried out in anguish. Meanwhile, Gu Lang and Ji Feng reacted differently. One felt a sense of relief, while the other secretly rejoiced, feeling a burden lifted. At that moment, a smirk appeared on Xiang Chen's lips as he commanded, wait. The Fire Crow guards halted just as they reached the entrance. Release Elder Jin Yu. He is not the one, Xiang Chen spoke calmly. My lord, this has left the Fire Crow guards in shock. The others were equally baffled, unsure of who the true perpetrator was. What game is the young master playing? Xiao Ye frowned and asked, Chener, who then is it? Xiang Chen laughed heartily and returned to his seat, immediately ordering, seize Gu Lang. The Fire Crow guards, albeit reluctantly, complied and apprehended Gu Lang. Gu Lang's complexion shifted dramatically as he found himself restrained, a spiritual blade pressed against his neck. Xiang Chen remarked indifferently, the traitor is already identified. What say you, Elder Gu Lang? With a face full of trepidation, Gu Lang retorted, My lord, it cannot be the old servant. I have been on Tianyang Island for over 60 years, joining even before Jin Yu. It is impossible for it to be me. Indeed, how could it be Gu Lang? Others echoed, equally puzzled. Xiang Chen maintained his composure, stating, Just now, when my mother Jinwu inquired about who the traitor was, your heartbeat was the most rapid among all present, indicating your anxiety. When I concluded that Jin Yu was the traitor, Elder Ji Feng's heartbeat slowed, which is understandable. However, your pulse indicated joy. Why, pray tell, would you feel joy? Gu Lang's expression changed abruptly. How could he discern his emotions so accurately? Frantically, Gu Lang protested, My lord, you must be mistaken. My joy stems from your revelation of the true traitor. Thus I rejoice. Xiang Chen scoffed, Whom do you think you are deceiving? I can assert that your heart is filled with dread, confusion, and terror. Your joy arises from having narrowly escaped this calamity, with another taking the fall for you. In the realm of medicine, it is said that anger harms the liver, joy injures the heart, sorrow affects the lungs, and fear harms the kidneys. When I suspected Jinyu, his heart was overwhelmed with grief and fury. His liver and lung meridians were in turmoil because I indeed wronged him, and I did so intentionally. But when I turned my suspicion upon you, only fear resonated within you, evidenced by your kidney meridian's agitation, through your body's hormonal secretions and pulse. My eyes can effortlessly discern your thoughts. Do you still wish to argue? Upon hearing this, Gulang's face turned pale, and he lowered his head in silence. The others, witnessing Gulang's countenance, discerned that Xiang Qin's words bore the truth. The young master possesses an astonishing ability to discern the depths of human hearts. The others were equally taken aback, truly deserving of the title of a fallen immortal. Gulang, it is indeed you. The Frost Moon Demoness' countenance was frigid, her eyes sharp as blades. Ha ha ha, truly a master of turning the tides. Who would have thought such cunning existed? Gulang let out a bitter laugh, subsequently expressing, the Sea Tribe's defeat is not unwarranted. Indeed, it was I who divulged the Frost Moon Demoness information. Now that my actions have been unveiled, I have no words left to say. You scoundrel, why have you betrayed us? Roared the white ape, seizing him by the throat. Gulang met his fury with a cold gaze, retorting, betrayal? How laughable. I have always been aligned with the Sea Tribe, infiltrating Tianyang Island solely to gather intelligence. You wretch, you nearly led me to my demise, cried Jinyu, rushing forth to deliver a resounding slap to his face. The Frost Moon Demoness coldly declared, now that the true culprit has been identified, Gulang, you shall atone for the sacrifices of the valiant warriors of Tianyang Island with your life. Take him away and execute him. I shall use his blood and flesh to forge a spirit elixir. The Fire Crow guards dragged Gulang away as he gazed skyward, a sorrowful laugh escaping his lips, echoing with profound desolation. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. Jinyu and Jifeng promptly knelt before Xiang Chun in gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. It is rather I who misjudged you both due to that miscreant. I hope you will not hold it against me. Compared to the heavy losses inflicted on Tianyang Island by this traitor, my mother, Jin Ning, would prefer to wrongly execute 1,000 than let a single traitor escape. I trust you can understand, Xiang Chun replied with a gentle smile, helping them to their feet. The traitor's sins are indeed grievous. My subordinates dare not blame the Demoness. They acknowledged, suppressing any dissatisfaction. Regarding your misunderstanding, I shall provide compensation for you both, the Frost Moon Demoness stated calmly. She felt no remorse. Even though they were undeniably formidable, in her eyes, they were merely pawns. The hierarchy within the demon race was far more ruthless than that of humans. Even if a misunderstanding led to death, she would not feel guilt, preferring to wrongfully slay 1,000 rather than allow one to escape. The young master wields immense abilities. Truly impressive. I did not expect him to see through human nature, Xiang Yang Zhao remarked. Seeing through human nature? It is not that simple. Emotions can be concealed on the surface, yet they cannot deceive one's own body. Anger is anger, sorrow is sorrow. Xiang Chun waved his wings, exuding an air of superiority. Very well, esteemed guests, please confer with my mother, the Golden Crow. I shall take my leave to indulge in some delicacies, Xiang Chun announced, preparing to depart. For he detested listening to others' discussions. Hong Shuang, accompany the young master and ensure his safety. The Frost Moon Demoness instructed a red-clad maid behind her. As you wish. The maid promptly followed. Farewell, young master. The others bowed, parting to allow the golden chick, Xiang Chun, to exit the grand hall of Tianyang. In an unexpected turn, Xiang Chun had inadvertently assumed the title of young master. Chapter 741. The Little Demoness, a golden chick, nearly the size of a person and adorned with 7 feathers atop its head, strolled along the path, accompanied by a beautiful woman clad in a red dress. Young master. Along the way, those who encountered him hastily bowed in reverence. Hong Shuang was an exceedingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, and a formidable practitioner of a level that surpassed ordinary realms. She trailed behind Xiang Chun, her curious gaze occasionally drifting to the 7 feathers atop his head. Miss Hong Shuang, may I inquire how old you are this year? Xiang Chun asked with a cheerful smile as they walked, replying to the young master. I am already 408 years old, Hong Shuang replied softly. Coughing, Xiang Chun was at a loss for words. She was older than his grandfather. What does Miss Hong Shuang typically enjoy doing? Have you ever been in love? He teased, playfully engaging with the remarkably powerful maid. Ah, Hong Shuang was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she replied, no, that simply won't do. Having lived so long, you must experience the myriad emotions of this world. Otherwise, life would be exceedingly dull. Being by the side of Her Majesty, the Demon Queen, is quite fulfilling. There is no need for romantic pursuits. It is said that engaging in love can lead one to lose their reason and hinder their cultivation, Hong Shuang murmured. Nonsense. Who says that? Love is beneficial for both body and mind. If you don't believe me, why not try it with me? It would undoubtedly be delightful. The mischievous Xiang Chun resumed his teasing of the maid. If it pleases the young master, I would willingly offer myself at any time, Hong Shuang said, her face reddening. Cough, that was rather direct. Haha, I was merely jesting. Let us not delve into that now. As they conversed, Xiang Chun arrived at the inner city of the Xiangyang family. He soared into the air, flapping his large, fluffy wings, which, despite lacking feathers, propelled him with astonishing speed, faster than when he was the moon-swallowing wolf. Hong Shuang followed closely behind, and soon, Xiang Chun landed before the grand entrance of Xiangyang Koishi's residence. Wait for me here. No one else is allowed to enter, he instructed. Yes, Hong Shuang replied, standing guard at the entrance. At the gate, 2 guards immediately knelt upon seeing the golden chick, expressing their respect and trepidation. We greet the young sacrificial master. Indeed, I wish to enter and see Xiangyang Koishi. Do not disturb me, he commanded. Understood. The guards personally opened the door for him, and Xiang Chun strutted into the residence with an air of confidence. Inside, the maids who crossed his path knelt in fear and reverence. To them, Xiang Chun had become akin to a celestial deity descended from the heavens. Where's Miss Koishi? Xiang Chun inquired. The young lady has just gone to the back courtyard to pay respects to her pet. One of the maids replied respectfully. Paying respects to a pet. Xiang Chun was taken aback, then quickly realized it must be for his own. He promptly made his way to the back garden. In the back garden, there was a small tomb made of jade stone, marked with a tablet inscribed with grave of the little Ha. A girl dressed in a white gown was kneeling before the tomb, continuously burning paper money in the fire pit before her. Little Ha, are you doing well down there? I dreamt of you again last night, and you turned into a chicken. How amusing. Have you been bullied by anyone? But you, clever and cunning as you are, I imagine it's only you who bullies others. The maiden, while burning paper, murmured softly, and as she spoke, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Xiang Chun quietly observed her from behind, his own eyes growing misty. You once said you would conquer this world and gift it to me. Yet, you have broken your promise and departed alone. You deceived me. I detest those who fail to honor their commitments. I shall not forgive you. As Xiangyang Koishi spoke, she could no longer hold back her emotions and collapsed against the tombstone, weeping aloud. Xiaoha, I miss you dearly. Fear not, I shall fulfill our promise. I will strive to conquer this world and present it to you. Will you not return? Her sobs were heart-wrenching, her body trembling as she cried. Ahem. At that moment, Xiang Chun coughed, struggling to contain his own emotions. Xiangyang Koishi was startled and turned to see a golden chick gazing at her. Young master, she exclaimed, quickly rising to wipe her tears, then bowing in respect. Initially, she had thought the sound was her beloved Xiaoha returning. Wu Zaichen approached, looking at the tombstone, and inquired, who lies buried within? Xiangyang Koishi replied in a hushed tone, not a human, but a wolf, merely a sepulchre, my friend. My father said it was young master who saved me. I wonder if you saw a beautiful silver wolf when you rescued me. Wu Zaichen shook his head. I did not see it, but it seems you shared a profound bond with your friend. Xiangyang Koishi felt a pang of sorrow, the last flicker of hope extinguished. Indeed, his name was Xiaoha, my dearest friend who saved my life, yet he perished on the battlefield. Wu Zaichen sighed. War is merciless. May the departed rest in peace. You need not grieve excessively. Thank you for your comfort, young master, she replied. Prepare a bath for me, Wu Zaichen suddenly commanded. Xiangyang Koishi was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. I heard you often bathed him. I would like to experience it. Is that unacceptable? Wu Zaichen teased. That's fine, Xiangyang Koishi murmured, too timid to refuse. She bowed and hurried to prepare the bathwater. Xiang Chun gazed at her retreating figure. His eyes slightly reddened, and softly said, What a foolish girl. Worry not. When I reign supreme, I shall grant you the world as your home. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Yang Kueishi had a large tub brought to the courtyard. Xiang Qin jumped in, resting his head against the edge, requesting her assistance in bathing him. Everyone, leave at once. No one is permitted to enter, he commanded. Understood, the others quickly complied, exiting the courtyard. Xiang Yang Kueishi remained silent, gently washing the fur from his body. Suddenly, a melody began to hum in her ears. I am a wolf who has cultivated for 1,000 years, enduring solitude through the ages. When love runs deep, watch me dance in beauty for you. When love brings pain, listen to me express my heart through song. Xiang Yang Kueishi was taken aback, her eyes widening as she recognized the tune. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she stared at him in astonishment. As the melody reached its conclusion, a dazzling light flickered, and an aura of mischief surged forth. The once humble chick transformed into a diminutive silver wolf. Turning its head, it grinned cheekily and greeted, "Hello, little demoness." Chapter 742. A gift for you across the seas. Xiang Yang Kueishi stood in a daze, incredulously gazing at the silver wolf, which wore a mischievous grin directed at her. Tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably, akin to a river bursting its banks. Little huh? Little huh? She exclaimed, suddenly clasping the wolf's head, overwhelmed with joy and weeping heartily. The wolf's paw wrapped around her in a comforting embrace, warmth flooding through its heart. After a considerable time, when Xiang Yang Kueishi had regained her composure, she released him and inquired with astonishment, "What on earth is happening? How did you become the young master?" Xiang Qin, the wolf, casually rested a paw on a barrel and replied, "It's a long story. To save you, I perished, but then I was reborn as your young master. I hastened to rescue my little demoness. Now I am both your little ha and your young master." Nonsense. I refuse to believe this. This must be some form of sorcery. You did not die. Instead, you have assumed the guise of the young master to deceive me. However, as long as you are alive, it matters not. Little ha, please do not frighten me like this again. Xiang Yang Kueishi clearly doubted the bizarre tale. It is true. I have genuinely transformed into your young master. If you don't believe me, watch. With that, Xiang Qin morphed back into a golden chick and, upon opening his mouth, expelled a stream of scorching solar flames. This is real. Xiang Yang Kueishi gasped in astonishment, reaching out to pinch the wolf's pointed snout. It is indeed true. I did not deceive you, did I? It was your ancestors who manifested to save me, allowing me to return in this form to rescue you. However, this is our secret. You must not disclose it to anyone else. Incredulity washed over Xiang Yang Kueishi as she absorbed the reality of such an event. Thank you, ancestors, for your blessing, she murmured, gradually coming to believe Xiang Qin's fantastical narrative. Ancestors, do not attribute everything to me. I am unaware. Little demoness, I must take my leave. Xiang Qin suddenly declared. Ah, where are you going? To the mainland? Xiang Yang Kueishi asked, alarmed. Indeed, I have grown weary of this place. I wish to explore the mainland. I have not lingered with the Xiang Yang family for long, he replied, leaping from the barrel and shaking off the water from his coat. Must you go? Being the young master on Tianyang Island is far more prestigious than being an emperor on the mainland. Xiang Yang Kueishi lamented, her face a portrait of reluctance. How about this? I will be the emperor here, and you can be my consort. Xiang Qin teased playfully. Go to the netherworld. I refuse to be your consort, for that would mean being under your control. Xiang Yang Kueishi shot him a glare. The two proceeded to the living room, where Xiang Qin seated himself with a grand air. A life of ease does not suit me. The mainland is teeming with formidable beings. I intend to carve out my own path. As I have stated, I will send you across the seas one day. Humph. I do not require your gifts. You may go, once you conquer the mainland. I shall conquer the other 3 seas. Then we shall compare who rules the mainland first, me or you. I aspire to become the empress of the 4 seas. Xiang Yang Kueishi declared resolutely, her demeanor indicating she was not jesting. What purpose would you serve as the empress of the 4 seas? To amass numerous male favorites? Xiang Qin inquired, chuckling at the thought. Perish. I shall never marry anyone. I aspire to become the empress of the 4 seas, determined not to be outdone by you. In that case, I shall bestow the 4 seas upon you, granting you dominion over the entire world. Is that acceptable? Then I can ride upon your back and explore all corners of the realm. Indeed, I shall indulge in this soft life. Remember your words. Xiang Qin laughed heartily, finding this girl as thoughts refreshingly unconventional. This is no jest. Await the surprises to come. Xiang Yang Kueishi's lips curled into a smile. Within her, a new secret emerged. One she understood the significance of, mistakenly believing Xiang Chun was unaware. Little did she know, it was all a gift from Xiang Chun. Little enchantress, allow me to impart a secret technique that will enable you to completely conceal your bloodline aura and realm presence, Xiang Chun remarked with a smile. What is this secret technique? The eternal turtle breathing technique. What manner of secret technique is this? Why do your techniques bear such peculiar and unappealing names? The last one was called the Invincible 18 Styles, and now this one is the Eternal Turtle Breathing Technique, Xiang Yang Kueishi complained. Hey, don't mind the name. Practicality is what matters. Very well, please teach it to me. Xiang Chun's intention in teaching her this skill was to help her suppress the aura of the golden crow blood within her. Otherwise, the heavenly sun fire crow might discover it and seize it from her. Xiang Chun lingered with Xiang Yang Kueishi for an afternoon, and after imparting the turtle breathing technique, returned with Hong Shuang in the evening. Xiang Chun sought out the heavenly sun fire crow, the Twilight Moon Demon Queen. The Twilight Moon Demon Queen was in seclusion atop the jade platform, replenishing the vast amounts of energy expended during her egg-laying process. Among those permitted to enter her retreat, Xiang Chun was the only one with unrestricted access. On the jade platform, torrents of solar fire energy surged into the Twilight Moon Demon Queen's body. The levels of energy absorption astonishingly remarkable. It is likely that Mother Golden Crow has become one of the supreme powerhouses on this continent. Xiang Chun mused as he entered the hall. Young master, a woman resembling Hong Shuang appeared before him, offering a slight bow. Hong Shui, you may withdraw. I wish to speak with Mother Golden Crow, Xiang Chun stated calmly. Hong Shui glanced at the Twilight Moon Demon Queen, who kept her eyes closed, continuing her cultivation. Hong Shui, you may leave, she replied peacefully. Yes, I take my leave. Hong Shui vanished in an instant, departing with a terrifying swiftness that made it seem as though she had simply disappeared into thin air. Chen'er, what brings you here? Inquired the Twilight Moon Demon Queen. Mother Golden Crow, I have something to present to you, which may aid in your swift recovery, perhaps even elevate you further, Xiang Chun replied. Oh, what is it? The Twilight Moon Demon Queen opened her eyes. Xiang Chun parted his lips, releasing a beam of crimson light. A jade vial, the size of a wine jug, emerged, filled with blood essence that radiated a solar-like brilliance, resembling a miniature golden sun. It contained 1/3 of a sphere of blood essence. Oh, this. The Twilight Moon Demon Queen's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she nearly instantaneously appeared before Xiang Chun. This is golden crow blood, bestowed upon me by our ancestors during their manifestation. I offer it to you, Mother Golden Crow, believing it will facilitate your complete evolution into pure blood, Xiang Chun declared. Golden crow blood. Upon hearing the words, the formidable figure of the Xiao Demon Empress trembled with excitement as she accepted the vial, her powerful spiritual perception discerning the strength contained within. Indeed, this is the blood of the Golden Crow, a remarkable vitality, she exclaimed. I believe this vial of essence can aid Mother Golden Crow in her swift recovery, possibly even culminating in a transformation of her bloodline. Chen'er, this treasure is far too precious. Since it was bestowed upon you by our ancestors, I cannot accept it. Chapter 743. The Een Pit goes online. The allure of this gift was undeniably great for her. Yet her ability to resist temptation and not indulge showcased a mother's profound love for her child. Xiang Chun smiled and said, Mother Golden Crow, please accept it. In truth, I possess another vial. I feel this amount is excessive for me and serves merely as energy for my cultivation. After a moment of hesitation, the Xiao Demon Empress ultimately accepted the gift, gently kissing Xiang Chun's fluffy forehead and whispering, My dear, you are exceedingly considerate. Thank you. This truly holds great significance for me. You are the king among the golden crows, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path. In the future, I shall assist you in claiming the title of Golden Crow King. That is only what I ought to do. There is no need for Mother Golden Crow to be so polite, Xiang Chun replied, feeling a touch of emotion. With this essence, I shall recover my vitality within a few days. After another period of seclusion, I should be able to evolve my bloodline by at least 30%, enabling me to fully transform into the Golden Crow form. The Xiao Demon Empress's eyes blazed with fervor, her millennia of experience unable to quell her excitement. Then, Chen'er, I preemptively congratulate Mother Golden Crow. There is also something I wish to discuss. Transforming into human form, Wu Chun became a strikingly handsome youth with flowing golden locks. Oh, what is it? The Xiao Demon Empress inquired, taking his hand as they strolled towards the grand hall. I plan to venture out to sea for some experience. Xiang Chen stated. That is certainly acceptable. It would be beneficial for you to broaden your horizons. I shall have Hong Shuang accompany you, the Xiao Demon Empress responded. I also wish to visit the mainland. The mainland? That is out of the question. It is far too perilous for you. The Xiao Demon Empress immediately declined, stating, the mainland is governed by the great Xia dynasty, and to them, we are deemed rebels. As the young sacrificial master, should your identity be revealed, you would undoubtedly be captured by the experts of the great Xia dynasty. I am not going to the mainland to incite rebellion. No one will recognize me. As long as I act cautiously, my resolve to go is unwavering, Xiang Chen asserted. The Xiao Demon Empress furrowed her brows and asked, is it absolutely necessary for you to go? Indeed, Xiang Chen affirmed, his gaze resolute. Then I shall send Hong Shui with you. She is my foremost expert. Her cultivation not weaker than Xiang Yang House. As long as you do not venture into the central continent to disrupt the royal palace, no one will be able to harm you. This is the greatest concession I can make. You are still growing your wings. If you possessed my level of cultivation, I would not hinder your travels anywhere in this world. The Xiao Demon Empress would not entertain any refusal from Xiang Chen and promptly called for Hong Shui. Empress, Hong Shui, from now on, you will accompany the young master. He intends to travel, and you must ensure his safety. Do you understand? The Xiao Demon Empress instructed sternly. Yes, I shall certainly protect the young master, Hong Shui replied with an icy demeanor. Xiang Chen glanced at the frosty Hong Shui and inquired, why Hong Shui? Is Hong Shuang not suitable? The charming Hong Shuang possesses a delightful allure, while Hong Shui exudes an icy demeanor. Although Hong Shui's cultivation may not rank among the pinnacle of the continent, she remains formidable and, with her presence, I feel a greater sense of security. Hong Shuang, though competent in her own right, lacks the experience of traversing the world and is thus unaware of its treacherous nature, which gives me pause. In the grand hall, the moonlit demoness and Xiang Chen sat together, and a platter of Qi Yang spirit silkworms was presented before them. Do you harbor any grievances against me, young master? Hong Shui inquired coldly. None at all. How could I have any complaints about such a beautiful Hong Shui? Just remember to smile more often, Xiang Chen replied, eliciting a faint smile from the corners of her lips before her expression returned to its usual frostiness, radiating an air of otherworldly detachment. When do you intend to depart? The moonlit demoness asked. In a few days, once my mother, the Golden Crow, has recovered, I shall take my leave. Very well, I shall accompany you then, she responded. There's no need for that. I can manage on my own. I wish to experience the world freely, and with you by my side, others might be frightened away, Xiang Chen remarked, wary of revealing his true identity. The moonlit demoness was not easily fooled like the naive little demoness. Am I truly that intimidating? She retorted with a playful scoff. Not at all. You are the most beautiful of all. However, your esteemed status may deter others from approaching me, Xiang Chen hastily flattered, employing his shameless charm. Now that is more like it. Very well, I shall not accompany you. Instead, Hong Shui will keep you company. Should you find her to your liking, you may welcome her into your residence. When I ascend to the heavens, Hong Shui will remain by your side to assist you, the moonlit demoness said, unreserved in her mention of Hong Shui. Xiang Chen glanced at Hong Shui's expressionless visage and recoiled slightly. Perhaps it is best to defer that matter for another time. The moonlit demoness engaged in further conversation with Xiang Chen, imparting various cultivation techniques. Yet, he found little interest in the sun attribute methods, believing the sun scripture to be unparalleled, and merely committed them to memory. As night fell, he departed from the Tianyang Hall. Before leaving, there was one more individual he needed to address. Xiang Chen pondered, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. The following day, the golden chick, Wu Zaichun, and Xiang Yang Haiba arrived at the entrance of a certain estate. Greetings, esteemed young master. At the entrance, 2 guards promptly knelt, bowing in reverence. Go, swiftly inform your master that the young master has arrived, Xiang Yang Haiba commanded. Yes, I shall report to young master Zhao Tian immediately. One guard replied, hurrying inside. Before long, Xiang Zhao Tian rushed out, bowing deeply before Xiang Chen. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, young master. I beg your pardon for my tardiness. Xiang Chen smiled warmly. Zhao Tian, I have heard that you are the foremost talent among the younger generation of the Xiang Yang family. Indeed, upon meeting you today, you truly embody grace and poise. A spark of joy ignited in Zhao Tian's heart. Could it be that the young master held him in high regard? Your praise is excessive, young master. You have salvaged the entire Tianyang Island. In my eyes, you shine as brightly as the sun and moon, illuminating the world, Zhao Tian replied. Hee, you can speak. I have high hopes for you. The weather today is splendid, with gentle winds and bright sunshine. I wish to venture out to sea for some fishing. Will you accompany me? Xiang Chen approached, playfully patting Xiang Yang Zhao Tian's shoulder, his expression one of earnest regard. Very well, with the esteemed presence of the young priest. How could Zhao Tian decline? I shall arrange for the vessel at once. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian could hardly contain his joy. He eagerly sought to cultivate a good relationship with one of the future strongest priestly figures of Tianyang Island. The boat is prepared, awaiting brother Zhao Tian. The young priest came expressly to summon you. Truly an honor for you, brother Zhao Tian, Xiang Yang Haibo remarked, intentionally feigning a hint of jealousy. Grateful for the young priest's attention, I am both honored and apprehensive, Zhao Tian replied. Chapter 744, A Willing Hook at the Dock. A spiritual vessel set sail towards the vast ocean. On board were only Xiang Yang Haibo, Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, and Xiang Chen. Young priest, the sea tribe has just retreated, and we carry no guards. Might this pose a danger? Zhao Tian expressed his concerns. Xiang Yang Haibo scoffed. What is there to fear? The young priest has the protection of his ancestors. Even the Chi-Li Dragon King has been vanquished and must retreat in the presence of the young master. Do you doubt the young priest's capabilities? Zhao Tian frowned. Brother Haibo, that is not the point. My inquiry was merely out of concern for the young priest's safety. He harbored a deep resentment towards Xiang Yang Haibo, even wishing to eliminate him. In fact, during the naval battle, he had instigated the Sea Tribe's attack on Haibo, Xiang Kuei-shi, and Xiang Chun. As they were aware of his disgraceful deeds and unscrupulous character, Xiang Chun sat at a small table, pouring himself a drink, remarking, "Others may ruin our elegance. Not everyone is worthy of sharing a vessel with me." Zhao Tian donned a smile, flattering. Indeed, young priest speaks wisely. Allow me to pour you a drink. I am most familiar with the scenery surrounding Tianyang Island, and I shall introduce you to the sights nearby. Ah, splendid. I appreciate your efforts, Zhao Tian. Xiang Chen replied. With 3 aboard, Xiang Yang Haibo piloted the boat, gradually distancing themselves from the dock by hundreds of kilometers. Zhao Tian remained blissfully unaware of whom he was flattering, animatedly describing the surrounding landscapes. Upon reaching an uninhabited expanse of sea, Xiang Chun expressed his desire to fish. And naturally, Zhao Tian accompanied him. Xiang Chun grasped the fishing rod with his small foot, casting the bait far into the water. Soon after, a fish took the bait. Xiang Chun tugged at the rod, pulling a tuna from the depths. Young priest, what skill you possess. How quickly you have caught a fish while I have yet to feel a nibble, Zhao Tian exclaimed with a chuckle. Xiang Chen replied, fishing relies on the weather, patience, the bait's placement, a touch of luck, and most importantly, knowing what fish you seek and what bait to use. Indeed, you speak true, young priest. I have learned much. Zhao Tian replied, feigning humility in his eagerness to absorb knowledge. Zhao Tian, do you not see? You resemble this fish, Xiang Chen suddenly inquired with a grin. Zhao Tian paused, then burst into laughter. Young priest, you possess a fine sense of humor. How could I possibly resemble this fish? With a faint smile, Xiang Chen's golden eyes glimmered with a cold light as he remarked, I believe you and he are not dissimilar. To lure you, Zhao Tian, one must consider the bait. Using reputation as the line and profit as the hook, you are bound to take the bait. In ancient times, there was an old sage named Jiang Shang, also known as Jiang Taigong, who never employed bait for fishing. Can you guess whether he caught any fish? Xiang Yang Zhao Tian, puzzled, responded, without bait. How can fish be caught? Unless they willingly bite the hook. Precisely, Zhao Tian, you are that fish willingly taking the bait. Let us fish. With a flick of his rod, a golden tuna was jerked into the air. Xiang Yang Zhao Tian did not grasp Xiang Chen's meaning, but suddenly, his expression changed. With a soft thud, a crimson spirit sword stealthily pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. Staring at the sword that had penetrated his heart, his eyes widened in shock as he turned to face the frigid gaze of Xiang Yang Haibo. Why? He coughed up blood, crying out in anguish. The collusion between you and Xiang Yang Tuo is well known, Zhao Tian. This is the path you have chosen for yourself. Xiang Yang Haibo gripped the sword tightly, twisting it mercilessly. Ah! Zhao Tian screamed in agony as his heart was completely crushed. Do you understand now, Zhao Tian? You are that fish that willingly took the bait, already consumed by your own hunger for fame and fortune. Xiang Chen rose, retracting his rod and preparing to cast the line anew. The devouring vines pierced through his body, siphoning his life essence, while the ghostly mist corroded his soul, and the Kuan spirit began to erode and transform his corpse, ensuring a complete harvest. Play the lament. Let us bid farewell to Brother Zhao Tian. A melancholic tune played in his honor. As for the aftermath, you know how to handle it, right? Xiang Chen directed his gaze towards Xiang Yang Haiba. The young master went out to fish, only to encounter a sea beast. Zhao Tian perished protecting the young master from the beast. Xiang Yang Haiba looked at the remnants of Zhao Tian, reduced to nothing but bloodied garments, and let out a cold laugh. A teachable child indeed. Today is a fine day. You should take your rod and fish a while longer. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, casting out his rod. All right then. Xiang Yang Haiba also retrieved his rod, joining Xiang Chen in fishing. However, soon the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled. Xiang Chen glanced upward and remarked, "The weather is about to change. It seems fishing is not in the cards today. We should depart." Time passed, and 8 days swiftly flew by. Xiang Chen bid farewell to the tearful little demon girl and the restored Xiang Yu, departing quietly. He rode the celestial crane, accompanied by the poised and cold beauty, Hong Shui, activating the starry navigation system of the Luo Xing Ling Jia to leave Tianyang Island. The Xiang Yu also gifted him a means of travel, the Fire Crow Ling Jia, crafted from the remains of a deceased Fire Crow warrior, a treasure surpassing the celestial crane. However, it was too ostentatious. Anyone knowledgeable would recognize it as belonging to Tengu. Hence, Xiang Chen opted for the celestial crane, as it was more than sufficient for their journey. Seated alone on the spirit carriage, the youth gazed down at the vast ocean below, where a fleeting red shadow flashed past. To the brother's astonishment, who would have imagined that a visit to the East Sea would lead to his unexpected ascension as the future king of the East Sea? Xiang Chen sighed inwardly. At that moment, a formidable aura surged forth from his Qinkuan ring. A figure emerged from the ring, none other than the little white tiger. As it appeared, it roared with the might of heaven and earth, its voice echoing powerfully, transforming into a fearsome giant tiger measuring 20 meters in length. This beast, in the void, the previously expressionless figure revealed a hint of astonishment. The demonic energy radiating from this creature even imposed a slight pressure upon him. Suddenly, a powerful killing intent manifested. "Do not be alarmed. It is my companion," Xiang Chen said calmly, as if speaking to himself, and the overwhelming murderous aura dissipated. He then turned his gaze towards the little white tiger. Has it broken through? Xiang Chen wondered, unable to discern the tiger's cultivation level. Boom. At that moment, the heavens gathered thunderous power, and dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, a multitude of terrifying lightning bolts converging. This tiger is about to undergo tribulation. Chapter 745. The little white tiger's tribulation. Unbeknownst to how many spiritual treasures and elixirs Xiang Chen had provided, the little white tiger was finally ready to face its tribulation. Above the vast ocean, the thunder roared, and massive storm clouds accumulated, the red lightning swirling ominously, emitting a sound reminiscent of countless grinding millstones in the sky. For several kilometers around, the area was shrouded in thunderclouds. Look, how has the weather suddenly changed ahead? In the distance over the sea, 3 ships could be seen. Each ship, measuring over 100 meters in length, boasted artillery and bore a large flag emblazoned with the image of a blue dragon, along with the insignia of the great Xia Yi Navy. On board were warriors clad in blue battle armor, the navy of the great Xia dynasty. A formidable energy of thunder crackled in the air. This was no ordinary natural lightning, but a tribulation thunder, indicating someone was undergoing a tribulation. On one of the ships, a tall, handsome young man dressed in blue armor and a red cape observed the scene with keen eyes. "Young general, a tiger demon is undergoing tribulation." An elderly man in white beside him remarked. "Oh, a tiger demon. Bring forth the 1,000-mile eye," the young man commanded. A Navy officer immediately presented a long tube resembling a telescope, adorned with spiritual inscriptions and functioning similarly to one. Holding the 1,000-mile eye, the young man gazed several dozen kilometers away, where he could clearly see a gigantic, remarkably majestic white tiger beneath the tribulation thunder. What a beautiful tiger demon. Such a grand tribulation. This beast is extraordinary, the young general exclaimed in awe. By the looks of its energy, It appears to be a 3-9 heavenly tribulation. The elder noted. Interesting. Let us approach the thunder zone. Once that tiger demon successfully endures its tribulation, I shall capture it. I am in need of an impressive steed. The young man ordered his fleet. The 3 ships activated their spiritual power, transforming into 3 arrows shooting forth. The sky thundered as crimson lightning serpents danced wildly, roaring within the storm clouds. The young white tiger gazed upward at the vast sky, its blue eyes brimming with fierce determination, emitting low growls. Several kilometers away, Xiang Chen sat cross-legged atop the ethereal crane, his attention wholly fixated on the white tiger. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens as a ferocious bolt of lightning descended, manifesting as a colossal lightning serpent, its crimson form measuring a meter in diameter. Significantly more potent than the tribulations faced by others. The white tiger did not flinch or attempt to evade. It did not even channel energy for defense. With a resounding crash, the tempestuous lightning struck its body, enveloping the magnificent creature in a radiant glow. Above, the sky erupted with electric fury, creating a tempest of lightning that spanned a radius of over 100 meters. The white tiger remained resolute, unmoving, as the red lightning coursed around it, ultimately being refined by the golden power of the white tiger within. With its physical form braving the heavenly tribulation, this was quintessentially the essence of the white tiger. Seeing that the life force of the white tiger remained unaffected and even seemed to strengthen, Xiang Chen sighed in relief. This creature was nurtured on spiritual artifacts and treasures. Its physical prowess beyond imagination. Such a domineering beast, resisting the heavenly tribulation with sheer flesh. How delightful. The young general erupted into laughter, his eyes sparkling with admiration. The first round of tribulation lasted over 10 seconds, inflicting no damage upon the white tiger. Instead, it tempered its body with the fiery lightning, enhancing its resilience while absorbing the essence of the thunder. With a roar, the white tiger bellowed at the sky, a hint of derision gleaming in its eyes, as if mocking the weakness of the tribulation. Boom! At that moment, the heavenly tribulation seemed to sense the white tiger's disdain, and suddenly, 8 deafening cracks echoed as 8 bolts of tribulation lightning descended in a furious onslaught, the first round of tribulation striking simultaneously. The white tiger opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption, a tempest of energy surging forth. Boom! The 8 bolts of tribulation lightning were drawn into the whirlwind, directly consumed by the white tiger. Thunderous roars erupted from within the white tiger, a cacophony of violent sounds as flashes of lightning burst forth from its form. Remarkably, the entirety of the first round of tribulation was devoured and refined. This. On board the naval vessel, the elder and the young general were left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. How could such a formidable tribulation-resisting tiger demon exist, capable of swallowing and refining tribulation lightning? The strength required within its flesh and organs, its meridians, what magnitude must it possess? The elder murmured in shock. The bloodline of this tiger demon must undoubtedly exceed that of superior spiritual beasts. It is likely of celestial lineage. The young general exclaimed with excitement. Such a tiger demon might have powerful elders or masters backing it. Young Lao, please use your spiritual perception to scrutinize the surroundings carefully. The young man, Xian Gang, spoke cautiously to the elder. Nodding, the elder, referred to as Yang Lao, focused, unleashing a wave of azure spiritual light from his brow, extending to encompass a radius of over 10 kilometers, reaching heights of 10,000 meters above and depths of 1,000 fathoms below, all within his perceptive grasp. There is a young cultivator. The spiritual vehicle beneath him is remarkably strong, indeed a 9th-grade spiritual treasure. Yang Lao exclaimed in surprise. What have you discovered? Xian Gang inquired. No formidable beings were discovered, save for the white tiger, a few minor demon beasts in the surrounding waters, and a young cultivator at the Yuan Yang True Dan realm. Old Yang remarked, shaking his head. Just a solitary cultivator? That brings me comfort. It seems there are no powerful adversaries. The youth nodded. However, the young cultivator possesses a 9th-grade spiritual treasure, an item not easily held by one of his cultivation level. Perhaps he has significant connections. Old Yang cautioned once more. 9th-grade spiritual treasure. The youth furrowed his brow, then employed his thousandly vision to assess the situation. In the heavens above, more potent thunderclouds gathered, and this time, there were formidable greenish-blue lightning bolts among them. As these greenish-blue bolts appeared, they merged with the fire lightning, intensifying its ferocity. Wood generates fire. Fire overcomes metal. The little white tiger, whose primary attribute is metal, faces the calamity of the Tiantenlei, as if the heavens truly wished to obliterate it, murmured Xiang Chun. The 5 elemental heavenly thunder is among the most formidable tribulations. It includes the Jia Yin heavenly calamity, wood fire, Kuan Jia heavenly thunder, earth wood, and Gungren heavenly thunder, metal water. Among others, singular elemental thunders lack the strength of those that fuse attributes. The white tiger now confronts the Jia Yin heavenly thunder, a formidable thunder born from the fusion of wood and fire attributes, where wood serves as an auxiliary and fire as the principal force. Ordinary cultivators typically face singular thunders, often without opposing attributes. The most powerful of all is the Great 5 Elemental Tribulation, wherein the 5 elements fuse, surpassing ordinary tribulations by more than tenfold. Such tribulations descend upon those with excessive karmic retribution, as the natural order cannot abide them. Chapter 746. The Great Xia Navy after brewing for a while. The Jia Yin heavenly thunder finally descended with a resounding roar, a blue-red brilliance striking down violently upon the little white tiger. Undeterred, the white tiger soared upward, transforming into a golden beam piercing the sky. As the thick Jia Yin heavenly thunder struck its form, the white tiger's fur bristled, and its body was relentlessly driven downward. The little white tiger roared, steadfastly resisting the powerful thunder with its corporeal form, seemingly refining its very flesh into a divine weapon through the power of the heavenly thunder. The heavenly tribulation above was thoroughly enraged. The remaining 17 bolts of thunder converged into a singular entity, coalescing into a terrifying lightning dragon that descended. Roar. The thunder, akin to a dragon, unleashed a roar, its power capable of effortlessly annihilating the soul moon. The white tiger also let out a mighty roar, exhaling a beam of golden light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within the golden radiance emerged 3 golden flying swords, each imbued with formidable spiritual patterns. Forged from the essence of numerous spiritual artifacts devoured by the white tiger, manifesting as the 3 white tiger gung heavenly swords. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 gung heavenly swords unsheathed, transforming into 3 beams of golden light that tore through the heavens, assaulting the terrifying lightning dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The gung heavenly swords struck the lightning dragon, causing an explosion at its forefront, scattering bolts of lightning in all directions, draining its power. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 gung heavenly swords, akin to divine swords ascending to the heavens, shattered the myriad laws of the heavenly tribulation. The descending thunder continued to explode and shatter. The sword energy surged for 300 zhang, and with a resounding explosion, the 3 celestial swords shattered into fragments. The remaining violent lightning descended upon the little white tiger. With a thunderous roar, the little white tiger's formidable body was torn apart, leaving deep gashes and lacerations on its skin. Little white. Xiang Qin's expression changed dramatically. That was the combined force of over 10 tribulation lightning bolts, a power that even a formidable soul realm expert in the great heaven position could scarcely withstand. Heavenly Xian umbrella go? Xiang Qin bellowed, hastily summoning the heavenly Xian umbrella to assist the little white tiger. No need. The little white tiger emitted a defiant feminine voice, golden runes swirling in its eyes, intertwining and materializing. Xiang Qin's heart ached at this sight, yet the little white tiger refused his aid. With each strike, chunks of flesh were torn from the little white tiger, its meridians beginning to shatter, blood splattering as its body faced annihilation. Such a formidable force of tribulation lightning would likely cause even a Lingxiao realm expert to tremble in fear. White tiger battle armor. The little white tiger roared, the runes fully intertwining, instantly manifesting from within. Its golden blood surged along with the transformation of the runes. With a series of crackling sounds, a platinum battle armor emerged, enveloping its head, body, legs, and tail. The entire form was encased in armor, resembling a mechanized tiger, significantly enhancing both its defense and offensive capabilities. With a thunderous roar, the little white tiger donned the white tiger battle armor and charged upwards against the lightning. This tribulation lightning could no longer harm it. Finally, the relentless barrage of tribulation lightning dissipated. The little white tiger lunged into the towering clouds of thunder, taking a deep breath. Roar. Its mighty roar echoed through the heavens. As the remaining energy within the rolling tribulation clouds was entirely consumed, absorbed into its being, the thunder clouds in the sky began to thin, ultimately vanishing, revealing only the imposing figure of the armored tiger. The little white tiger let out a satisfied belch, releasing a gust of wind. The hundreds of sailors aboard the 3 warships gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Xiang Chun let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. After the tribulation, the energy within the little white tiger surged once more, leaving one to wonder at what realm it had attained. As the tribulation clouds vanished, tranquility returned to the world. This tiger demon is firmly under my control, Xian Gang exclaimed excitedly. Follow me, he commanded, stepping onto the spirit ship. With a resounding roar, the 3 warships suddenly soared into the air, leaping from the sea and charging towards the little white tiger. These vessels, being spirit ships, were capable of both navigating the ocean and flying, although their primary propulsion stemmed from energy absorbed from the sea, making their flying speed inferior to that of sailing on the surface. Just as Xiang Chun maneuvered the celestial crane spirit carriage forward, he noticed that the 3 spirit ships had already surrounded them from 3 directions, manned by warriors clad in light armor, wielding swords and blades. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow. These were members of the Great Xiao Navy. He had been so focused on the little white tiger that he had overlooked their presence. The Great Xiao Navy's official soldiers possessed a minimum cultivation at the Yuanyang Middle Heaven position, with numerous formidable experts among them. The naval bases established across the 4 seas boasted a military force numbering in the hundreds of thousands, striking fear across the seas and beyond. The little white tiger approached Xiang Chun, as both the man and the tiger surveyed their surroundings, now encircled by the navy. Are you hungry? Xiang Chun inquired, gently stroking the head of the little white tiger. I am hungry and sleepy, the tiger replied, its stomach growling. Xiang Chun retrieved some spiritual elixirs, pouring an entire bottle for the little creature, followed by some spiritual iron and minerals he had procured. Around them, 3 spiritual ships had closed in, and over 200 elite soldiers of the Great Xiao Navy had formed a tight perimeter around the pair. Who goes there? Shouted a lieutenant from the navy. I am Li Ba, a cultivator from Jiangzhou. At your service, Xiang Chun responded, cupping his hands in salute to the surrounding soldiers. People from Huanzhou, the lieutenant sneered, his disdain evident. So, you hail from one of the most disdained regions of the 9 provinces, Jiangzhou. That name sounds rather peculiar, he remarked, casting a glance at his companions. Boy, the tiger beside you poses a threat to the civilians of the East Sea. Surrender it to us for management. Xiang Chun's brow furrowed at these words, a chill running through him. Did they intend to seize the little white tiger? This land was indeed rife with corruption, where justice and righteousness had long been distorted. Esteemed officials, Xiang Chun implored, this tiger has been raised by me since it was a cub. It is exceptionally gentle and poses no threat to the innocent. I beg you to spare its life. Humph, we just witnessed this tiger undergoing tribulation, exuding a murderous aura. Who knows how many heinous acts it has committed? Hand it over, or we will classify you as a pirate, and you shall face dire consequences, the lieutenant retorted coldly. Pirates? Huh, look at your current predatory demeanor. Are you truly the righteous protectors of the East Sea, or merely a band of official bandits? Xiang Chun scoffed, his laughter echoing mockingly. The atmosphere shifted, and the onlookers' expressions darkened. This young man was courting death. Even Elder Yang shook his head slightly. The lieutenant's voice grew icy. It seems you are refusing to heed the warning. Chapter 747. One man, one tiger. This lad is rather unperceptive, Fresh Jungang remarked, regarding him as if he were already a corpse. Eliminate him, and capture the white tiger alive, he ordered nonchalantly. The lieutenant responded with a chilling command. This individual is suspected of being a rogue pirate. Form a net to catch the beast, Squad 1. Take him down. Understood. On board the spiritual ship, a team of 12 soldiers surged towards Xiang Chun, led by a formidable warrior at the Soul Moon realm. Kill this boy and capture the beast, the squad leader barked, drawing his spiritual sword with a fierce glare. Charge! The 11 soldiers yelled in unison, launching themselves at Xiang Chun and the little white tiger. 2 of them produced a shimmering golden net, which they deftly threw to ensnare the little tiger. The remaining 9 directed their assault towards Xiang Chun. Kill! From the front, a soldier wielding a battle blade unleashed a streak of blue energy, slicing through the air with deadly intent. He was also a formidable cultivator of the Yuanyang True Dan realm. Attacks came from all sides, as several assailants closed in from various angles. Since you have twisted the truth, do not expect mercy from my blade. Prepare to face your demise. Xiang Yang bellowed, unleashing the solar essence within him. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, hurtling forward at a terrifying velocity nearly double the speed of sound. In his hands, the solar flames erupted into a conflagration, enveloping him in a searing heat of thousands of degrees. With a hand poised like a blade, he concentrated his brilliance and struck, the blinding golden light momentarily incapacitating his opponent, causing their eyes to sting. As Xiang Yang evaded the trajectory of the attack, he delivered a decisive blow to the adversary's head. With a sickening sound, the head was severed, the neck feeling the unbearable heat as it was cleaved open. The wound charred black, and the corpse plummeted into the sea. Such swiftness! The expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically. Just then, Xiang Yang pivoted, his clawed hand tearing through the air, his talons elongating, 5 sharp golden claws enveloping another victim. A scream pierced the air as the body was shredded into fragments. In mere moments, 6 individuals cried out in agony, either cleaved by Xiang Yan's hand or torn apart by his claws. His speed and ferocity were beyond their comprehension. On another front, the magical net enveloping the 2 individuals confronting the small white tiger was equally brutal. Before the net could ensnare them, the tiger swung its tail. A streak of golden light, akin to a razor-sharp blade, sliced through the net. The lethal edge cleaved through the chests of the 2, severing them in half as they plummeted from the sky, their bodies falling into the sea. What formidable prowess within the same realm! How could this be? The other sailors were left in stunned silence, witnessing the continuous dismemberment of their comrades. This young man possesses astonishing combat strength. The elderly man in white remarked in astonishment. His speed has reached the minor celestial level of the Soul Moon realm. Could he possess some extraordinary background? Xian Yang furrowed his brow. Young master, now that we have engaged, regardless of his origins, he must be eliminated, or it will lead to calamity. The elder in white advised. Indeed, but the most formidable force in the Wanjuro is merely the Yofu, and this individual is clearly not affiliated with them. Otherwise, he would have revealed his identity. The other prominent families pose no threat, Xian Yang stated coldly. You brat, perish! The squad leader roared, taking matters into his own hands as his subordinates were rapidly decimated, leaving him nearly a lone commander. Boom! The squad leader, at the 3rd level of the Soul Moon realm, roared as his essence erupted, condensing into a massive blue sword that cleaved towards Xiang Yang, its power several times greater than that of his subordinates. Come at me! Xiang Yang laughed heartily, his gaze sharp and cold. He surged forward, the power of the golden crow erupting within him, unleashing a devastating punch. Dragon Elephant Fist, Dragon Flame Strike. Roar! With a force equivalent to 200,000 to 300,000 pounds, a torrent of energy surged forth, the inner strength of the dragon elephant combined with the solar essence, manifesting as a roaring wave of scorching heat, echoing with the sound of a dragon's roar. Dragon Elephant Fist. Previously, he had practiced the Elephant Fist, but now he could wield the more formidable Dragon Fist series. 1st level, Dragon Flame Strike. Boom! A rolling flame fist crashed upon the blade, resonating with a low hum as it appeared on the verge of shattering. Subsequently, Xiang Yang unleashed his 2nd Dragon Fist, the Dragon Flame Force surging forth. With a thunderous boom, the opposing blade was obliterated by the 2nd strike, the rolling Dragon Flame Force roaring onward. How could this be? The captain of the Soul Moon's 3rd tier was struck with panic. He then bellowed in fury, brandishing a blue spiritual blade imbued with years of his cultivated sword aura. With a resounding crash, the blade cleaved through the Dragon Flame Force, tearing a massive rift as it bore down upon Xiang Yang, its speed akin to lightning, rivaling Xiang Yang's own swiftness. In a flash, Xiang Yang twisted his body to evade, yet the blade, under the influence of soul power, arced back toward him. Crossing his arms, Xiang Yang let out a low growl. Within him, the golden crow spirit erupted. The true solar essence within him surged exponentially, igniting as he became enveloped in flames, which coalesced into the form of the golden crow. In an instant, Xiang Yan's speed reached a terrifying triple the speed of sound. The blade could not catch up as he lunged straight at the captain. His solar gaze was blinding. Xiang Yang's eyes unleashed a piercing light, akin to 2 miniature suns radiating a brilliance designed to obliterate the vision of others. The captain screamed in agony as the horrifying beams of golden light converged upon his eyes, causing them to sizzle as if set ablaze, plunging him into unbearable pain and darkness, rendering him utterly blind. Meanwhile, Xiang Chun transformed into a zigzagging figure, drawing his blade in a single, thunderous strike. With a swift thrust, the blade passed, and the captain's head fell. This captain of the Soul Moon's third tier had been decisively vanquished by Xiang Chun in his human form. The little white tiger tore through 2 more foes, leading to the complete annihilation of the entire squad. Though the battle seemed prolonged, it transpired in mere moments. All 12 members were felled. The soldiers aboard the 3 spirit ships were left in stunned silence. It was only when the captain was slain that they gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? A single individual, accompanied by a tiger, had utterly decimated the first team of 4. The soldiers erupted in astonishment, hardly able to fathom the scene before them. The handsome commander furrowed his brows, his expression darkening slightly as he coldly remarked, "First team, advance. If such a boy eludes your grasp, I shall truly doubt your combat capabilities." A squad leader aboard one of the spirit ships shouted in response, "First team, all of you forward." Chapter 748, One Sword. One ship, the entire first team of the spirit ship, numbering 60, which included 6 captains of the Soul Moon tier and 1 captain of the Grand Heaven tier, erupted into action, each transformed into a beam of light, charging towards Xiang Chun and the little white tiger. "Little white, it's time to unleash your wrath." Xiang Chun observed the unfolding scene, his gaze icy, devoid of fear. With a low growl, the little white tiger ignited with a faint crimson flame, radiating an aura of ferocity and bloodlust. "Kill!" 60 voices roared in unison, their varied assaults nearly overwhelming the entire area, cascading from all directions. "Roar!" Xiang Chun emitted a roar reminiscent of a fierce eagle, his form transforming into a 3-legged golden crow, its golden fur glistening. Although its appearance was somewhat endearing, it radiated an aura of terrifying malice. With a swift movement, the 3-legged golden crow became a flash of golden light, its body morphing into an afterimage as it reached a staggering speed of 4 times the speed of sound. All sword strikes and attacks were deftly evaded. The 3-legged golden crow pounced, its claws resembling curved blades, brutally piercing the skull of a Soul Moon Realm team leader before he could even react, leaving him lifeless. Subsequently, the crow unleashed golden flames from its wings, condensing 2 razor-sharp beams that tore through the air. 4 individuals were struck by these beams, instantly severed in half. "Beast!" shouted a Soul Moon team leader, launching a spear with astonishing speed that surpassed even the crow's flight. A blue spear beam collided with the crow, but only sparks flew as its golden fur proved as impenetrable as armor. The 3-legged golden crow opened its beak wide, exhaling a torrent of golden flames that concentrated into a devastating strike against the opponent's protective barrier. The barrier exploded instantly, and the unfortunate soul was engulfed in flames, emitting a tortured scream as a gaping hole incinerated his vital organs. With a ferocious roar, the small white tiger unleashed a booming wave of sound that swept over more than 20 individuals. The air was filled with the agonized cries of 21, their blood erupting from their orifices as their souls disintegrated under the force. 2 others, formidable figures of the Soul Moon realm, also howled in pain, their spirits shaken and their heads throbbing. The small white tiger clawed out, enveloping these 2 in 5 terrifying beams of light, obliterating them completely. "A creature of the demon race, this boy is indeed one of them," remarked Xian Jun with a changed expression. "What a remarkable breed, such astonishing speed. These ordinary sea soldiers stand no chance against him. It seems I must intervene." The elder in white spoke solemnly, stepping forward. With a roar, a violent energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, the true yuan of Ling Xiao surging forth, stirring the very winds and clouds. The elder in white gathered his true yuan and unleashed a colossal hand blade of blue energy that howled as it tore through the air. As Xiang Chun transformed a wing into a blade to strike down an opponent, his expression suddenly shifted. He swiftly evaded the oncoming attack. With a thunderous crash, the blue hand blade grazed past him, carving a massive wave over 100 meters high in the sea. "Let us see how you evade this strike," the elder scoffed, intertwining his fingers with true yuan, preparing to summon a martial technique. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared before him. The elder's countenance changed in shock as a terrifying force locked onto him. He gazed in horror at the red-clad woman who had materialized before him. her expression devoid of emotion as she wielded a spiritual sword. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a sword strike with an imperceptible speed. A vivid crimson sword curtain tore through the air, momentarily slicing through the elder's form. The old man, clad in white, and a formidable master of the Lingxiao realm, was instantaneously reduced to two halves, his body igniting and turning to ash. Xian Yang, still reeling from the shock, was struck by horror as he witnessed the white-clad elder disintegrate into nothingness. "Old Yang," he cried out in anguish, his expression transformed by disbelief. The emotionless red-clad woman uttered a chilling command: eliminate all who threaten the young master. In an instant, she unleashed a sword strike that radiated a blinding brilliance, the air crackling with a terrifying sword aura that coalesced into a lethal blade stretching 300 meters. With a swift motion, she struck down upon a spirit vessel. The horrified gazes of 70 to 80 sailors frozen in terror as the sword descended, igniting the sky with the celestial sword energy. Boom. No. The entire spirit vessel erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the sailors engulfed by the searing sword energy, reduced to mere ashes. The woman vanished only to reappear on another vessel, her sword descending mercilessly once more. Boom. Another spirit vessel was torn asunder, engulfed in flames. A third vessel met a similar fate, with nearly 200 sailors obliterated by 3 swift strikes. Xian Yang stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, gazing at the suddenly materialized woman in red as if she were a deity, his eyes filled with terror. The remaining 30 or so members of Xiang Chen's squad, still alive, were equally dumbfounded, staring at the remnants of the 3 vessels, their bodies annihilated, a chill washing over their hearts. Alas, why must it come to this? Xiang Chen sighed. The woman in red was none other than Hong Shui, who had been silently trailing him, ensuring his safety. Her exact prowess was indiscernible, yet her ability to dispatch masters with such ease was evident. How could this be? 3 vessels destroyed by 3 strikes. What level of power was this? A noble? The surviving sailors were rendered speechless with fear. Flee! Flee! Xian Yang snapped back to reality, issuing a desperate cry. He summoned a spiritual treasure, a flying shuttle, its light enveloping him as he vanished in an instant. His cultivation at the 8th level of the Soul Moon realm propelling him to escape at speeds exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. Run! The others echoed in panic, hastily making their escape through the void. Hong Shui refrained from further engagement. She deemed it beneath her to act against those below the master level. The Moonlight Demon Queen had instructed her not to intervene unless Xiang Chun faced a life-threatening situation involving opponents of master level or above. She had only dispatched 3 vessels of formidable combat capabilities and 1 master elder, while the others were merely collateral damage. Eradicating the roots of a problem merely allows it to regrow. My cold beauty, Hong Shui, what will we do about the vengeance they might seek? Xiang Chen pondered, bewildered that despite her intervention, she had still allowed a number of survivors to escape. Those below the master level must fend for themselves. The master's command is clear. Tianyang Island and the Great Xia Navy are already adversaries, so there is no fear of retribution, Hong Shui coldly declared before vanishing from sight. Chapter 749, The New Dragon and Phoenix Heavens. You are truly formidable. Once my strength matches yours, I shall demand you perform a striptease and sing Conquer for me, thought Xiang Chen fiercely. However, upon glancing at the multitude of shattered spirit ships scattered across the sea, he recoiled slightly. Good heavens! Each warship costs hundreds of thousands of spirit coins, and a single strike has reduced them to mere fragments. What level of power is this? Let us depart. There is no need to engage with this emotionless assassin. Although I have only been out for a short while, it feels as if I have traversed a century. It is time to return and assist my beloved Qingsheng in dispelling the poison. Cursed system, continue the navigation to the Wild State Academy. The Star Spirit Compass's mischievous system persistently guided him. Head north, current distance, 65,000 kilometers. After scavenging the spoils from the sea soldiers, Xiang Chun transformed back into human form and landed on the immortal crane spirit vehicle. With a whoosh, the crane soared towards the continent, enveloped in a radiant glow. Although it seemed he had undergone numerous trials, in reality, only a little over 2 months had passed. Xiang Chen's cultivation had progressed from the 9th level of the Yuanyang realm to the true Dan of the Yuanyang realm. With a prolonged period of seclusion for consolidation, he would soon ascend to the Soul Moon realm. Moreover, He had amassed an overwhelming amount of energy. Should he break through, his powers would undoubtedly surge exponentially. At the Wild State Academy, in the Spirit Heaven Valley, on Dragon Phoenix Peak, countless individuals congregated. Dragon Phoenix Peak, a towering summit within Spirit Heaven Valley, stood at 10,000 zhang, with howling winds akin to razor blades and the mountains cloaked in ice and snow. At the peak, two silhouettes stood, drawing the gaze of all. Surrounding the summit were thousands of spectators. These two were none other than the newly acclaimed genius of the Dragon Phoenix Tablet, the North Under Leopard. The Dragon Phoenix Tablet had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, it featured talents such as Yi Tianjiao, Feng Yang, Dongfang Yuan, and Dugu Piaoxue. Now, Yi Tianjiao and her brother Tianzi had departed the academy, pursuing better futures. The veteran genius Dugu Piaoxue, having been healed by Xiang Chun, wandered the continent seeking adventure. Meanwhile, Yi Tianjiao's devoted admirer, Feng Yang, leveraged his family's connections and power, leading Yi Tianjiao to ascend to the celestial sect. Out of the original geniuses, it was laughable that only Dongfang Yuan remained. Now, the new luminaries of the Dragon Phoenix Tablet were Dongfang Yuan, Dugu Yuming, and another talent from the Feng family, Feng Yu. In this moment, the North Under Leopard challenged the Dragon Phoenix Tablet genius, Feng Yu. Should he succeed in defeating Feng Yu, the North Under Leopard would earn his place on the Dragon Phoenix Tablet. Feng Yu stood atop a high mountain, his expression stern. A youth clad in a blue martial robe, he was a prodigy of the Feng home mansion, possessing a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Soul Moon realm. The North Under Leopard, robust and imposing, bore an array of eerie blood-red tattoos resembling runes, his dark red eyes emanating a chilling light. He concealed his aura, leaving his true strength a mystery. Do you believe the North Under Leopard can succeed in his challenge? I find myself captivated by the unfolding events beneath the moonlit sky of the east, where the prowess of Feng Yu seems to reside. Logically, the skills of Dugu Yuming should render him the weakest among those inscribed upon the dragon and phoenix steel. Why, then, does he not challenge Dugu Yuming? Enough of this chatter, let us observe closely. A multitude of voices buzzed atop the snowy peak. Climbing Leopard, you have mistakenly chosen your opponent in me. Should you have selected Dugu Yuming, perhaps you would stand a chance, Feng Yu remarked with an air of icy arrogance, directing his gaze towards Beiming Leopard. With a detached smile, Beiming Leopard retorted, I have no interest in hunting down feeble adversaries. How audacious of him to suggest that Dugu Shiji lacks strength. This insolence is intolerable. You should temper your arrogance, young man. His words ignited disdain among the admirers of Dugu Yuming. Such arrogance shall be your awakening. Feng Yu scoffed, then swiftly launched himself forward. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of azure light, propelled by a fierce wind. As his true essence surged, he waved his sleeve, his hands forming intricate seals to summon powerful runes. In an instant, hundreds of azure wind blades sliced through the air with a deafening roar, an awe-inspiring offensive. 1,000 wind blades, a superior spiritual technique. The mastery of Brother Feng Yu over this technique has evidently reached an impressive level. Gasps erupted from the crowd of onlookers. Yet, Beiming Leopard remained unfazed, observing as the multitude of wind blades approached. Suddenly, a pair of crimson wings sprouted from his back, each spanning a yard, emanating a fierce glow. Enveloped by this radiant shield, he formed an impeccable defense against the impending assault. With a cacophony of clashing sounds, the 1,000 wind blades struck against the blood-red wings. Yet they merely sparked and failed to breach the defense. How is this possible? Is it a defensive artifact? Feng Yu's expression shifted slightly, and with a powerful shout, he combined his hands, channeling his true essence to unleash an enormous blade of light. With a thunderous explosion, this wind blade collided with Beiming Leopard's wings, sending tremors through the snowy peaks, causing snow to tumble and rocks to cascade, even triggering an avalanche. Yet, despite this formidable strike, his defense remained unyielding. At that moment, Beiming Leopard unfurled his wings, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now it is my turn. He extended his palm, condensing a blood-red sword aura that brimmed with lethal intent. Azura sword slay. With a swift motion, he unleashed the crimson sword light, which transformed into a bloody curtain of death, surging forth with overwhelming ferocity. Windshield, Feng Yu exclaimed, hastily manifesting a colossal azure wind wall in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Yet, with a resounding crash, the sword cleaved through the wind wall, slicing through Feng Yu's form. In a grotesque display, his body was torn asunder by a single, lethal strike. The severed halves plummeted into the mountains, staining the pure snow a deep crimson. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. Among the crowd, a seemingly ordinary youth with pitch-black eyes bore a faint smile, surrounded by a throng of admirers. With a wave of his hand, Beiming Leopard concluded the encounter. As the crowd erupted in fervent calls of his name, Beiming Leopard had officially stepped into the annals of the dragon and phoenix steel. The body of the storm vanished, and shortly thereafter, a new form coalesced from the ethereal light. His countenance darkened as he gazed at the North Underworld Leopard, pondering how this creature could possess such formidable strength. To what pinnacle had his cultivation ascended? Congratulations to the North Underworld Leopard for entering the ranks of the Dragon and Phoenix Steel, remarked a teacher from the academy, a notable figure at the Soul Moon realm. What realm have you attained? Wind and Rain inquired, directing his gaze towards the expressionless North Underworld Leopard as he approached a gathering of onlookers. The vanquished are unworthy of such knowledge, the North Underworld Leopard replied coldly. Wind and Rain's expression soured as he prepared to respond, when a resounding voice erupted from the crowd. Yanhua Society, Xiao Wu challenges Senior Wind and Rain of the Dragon and Phoenix Steel. A clear voice echoed atop the mountain, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned, their spiritual energy still lingering in the air. Xiao Wu of the Yanhua Society dares to challenge Wind and Rain. Is that the Xiao Wu ranked 11th on the Tiger list? The crowd turned their gazes towards a towering youth, over 2 meters tall, whose physique resembled that of a steel tower. Wind and Rain's expression darkened as he fixed his eyes on the approaching Xiao Wu. With a thunderous step, Xiao Wu propelled himself forward like a cannonball, landing on the mountain peak and casting a challenging look at Wind and Rain. You, a mere 2-year student, think you can challenge me? Do you truly believe anyone can trample upon me? Wind and Rain retorted, his voice icy, a sense of humiliation rising within him. Strength is not determined by the duration of one's studies. Senior Wind and Rain, I implore you to enlighten me, Xiao Wu replied calmly, his vital energy robust and steady, showcasing a newfound composure. Very well. Today I shall rend you apart and demonstrate that Wind and Rain is not someone to be trifled with. Wind and Rain seethed with rage, his foot striking the ground as he transformed into a green blur hurtling forward. With a swift whoosh, he closed the distance of several hundred meters in an instant, his arms outstretched as he unleashed his true essence. 1,000 wind blades. In mere moments, hundreds of wind blades tore through the air, slicing with a resounding rush. The sheer speed of this technique was beyond the reach of most onlookers. Yet, Xiao Wu remained as steadfast as a mountain, not flinching in the slightest. A golden surge of vitality erupted from within him, emanating a powerful aura of runes. Boom, boom, boom. These blades, capable of cleaving through steel, struck him, yet each one shattered against his form, leaving not a single wound upon him. How is this possible? Wind and Rain's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What a terrifying physical defense. Others gazed at the scene with incredulity. Go, Brother Ho. The members of the Yanhua Society cheered in encouragement. Looking around, it was evident that most of the Yanhua Society had reached the 9th great celestial position of the Yuanyang realm, with many having attained the true Dan realm. Rending Wind slash. Though Wind and Rain was taken aback, he quickly gathered his energies for a second strike, conjuring 100 wind blades that coalesced into a massive blade over 10 meters long, howling as it descended to cleave downwards. Kill! With a piercing shriek, the strike rushed forth, wildly tearing downwards, the wind blades spinning like the teeth of a cog, their cutting power exponentially multiplying. Xiao Wu maintained a calm demeanor, then retreated a step, delivering a powerful punch forward. Roar! Within him, the resounding voice of the dragon and elephant echoed. The inner strength of the dragon and elephant, the true essence of the heavenly dual war god, erupted in an instant. Boom! With a punch, the space trembled. The force of the punch radiated golden light, generating a terrifying air pressure as a golden fierce tiger roared forth. Bang! The rending wind blade collided with the tiger, unleashing bursts of energy sparks. However, a crack sounded, and the entire wind blade exploded into fragments, a formidable punch force impacting Feng Yu's body. Spitting blood, Feng Yu, protected by true essence, was still sent reeling by the force of the blow. Subsequently, Xiao Wu stomped on the mountain peak, and with a thunderous sound, a terrifying power erupting in the millions. The mountain peak shattered underfoot. He resembled a cannonball, instantly breaking the sound barrier, reaching 3 times the speed of sound, as the second punch almost instantaneously descended. Rumbling, the sky erupted with a muffled roar, and onlookers beheld 2 golden dragons striking fiercely against Feng Yu's form. No! Feng Yu cried out in despair, feeling his body suddenly constricted, followed by a resounding boom. In an instant, Feng Yu exploded into a shower of flesh and bone. The violent punch force crashed into the mountain behind him, causing it to rumble, shatter, and collapse into debris. The youth, with his long hair braided into tiny pigtails, swayed in the wind as he retracted his fist, signaling the end of the battle. In the third realm of the Soul Moon, Feng Yu fell by 2 punches. Brother Ho rises. Brother Ho is incredible. Great Ho. Li Bao, Yin Huang Society, and others shouted in a chorus, their spirits soaring. The crowd of martial artists watched in astonishment at the tall, handsome youth, their hearts shaken. Feng Yu struck down by 2 punches. When did the formidable Feng Yu of the Dragon and Phoenix Steel become a lamb for slaughter? Feng Yu lamented the difficulty of encountering 2 extraordinary opponents. The adjudicator, after recovering from shock, jubilantly announced, Xiao Wu has successfully challenged and ascended to the new Dragon and Phoenix. Brother Ho is majestic. Ha. Our Yin Huang Society has produced a Dragon and Phoenix too. Are all the members of the Yin Huang Society monsters? I wonder how their president is faring now. The Yin Huang Society and the Eternal Night Society, these 2 monstrous factions, are said to have Su Li Gu breakthrough to the Yuan Yang realm. With the departure of the Yi Tianjiao siblings from the Tian Yi Society, they have instead fallen into disarray, now too timid to confront the Yin Huang Society. Though the Yin Huang Society comprises merely 300 members, it has already become the strongest faction in the Western Courtyard, each member cultivating at an astonishing speed. The Academy claims they consumed a divine elixir left by an immortal in the spirit realm, though what kind of elixir could allow for such rapid cultivation remains a mystery. How enviable! Xiao Wu's strength evokes thoughts of this fearsome society, established merely 2 years ago. Now, among the 300 members of Yin Huang, none are below the celestial level of the Yuan Yang realm, already forming a significant presence among the students. Xiao Wu approached the crowd. Their figures then transformed into ethereal light, vanishing as they departed from the Ling Tian Valley in unison. Brother Ho, your strength has truly become monstrous. It seems that the more you break through, the more terrifying your power becomes, Wang Xiaojin exclaimed. Haha. This is all thanks to the marvelous effect of the bottle of barbarian dragon's blood that the palace master procured for me. Otherwise, I would not have been able to achieve such a significant improvement in such a short time, Xiao Wu chuckled, pearly perched on his shoulders, deftly braiding his unruly hair, leaving a single ponytail in the center. Strangely enough, the rugged Xiao Wu appeared remarkably handsome and masculine under her skilled hands. The palace master truly treats you well. Are you really not considering becoming his disciple? Just a nominal student? Yang Bin inquired. I already have a master. Without his consent, it would be quite inappropriate for me to seek another, Xiao Wu replied with a sigh, acknowledging Nightwalker Yu's kindness towards him. As the group exited the Ling Tian Valley, a frantic figure rushed towards them. Xiang Chun, where is Xiang Chun? This is bad. Something has happened. A beautiful young girl with a pure and charming visage, dressed in a blue gown, approached, her face filled with urgency. Xiang Ming, do not panic. What has transpired? Aduya quickly asked. Something grave has happened to Sister Qingqing. Chapter 751. The integration of Yin and Yang. What has happened to my sister Qingqing? What is wrong with her? The expressions of the group shifted instantly from joy to worry upon hearing the news. It's too complicated to explain in a few words. Where is Xiang Chun? Lu Ximing asked anxiously. My elder brother has gone to the East Sea. What exactly has occurred? Tianyu, still relatively calm, frowned and questioned. Oh dear. This fellow is absent when needed most. Why must he go to the East Sea? It's infuriating. Come with me. We need to check it out, Lu Ximing exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration before leading the group towards the Lu family. At the Lu family, in the Spirit Spring Cave, this was an immense underground cavern, housing a spring that erupted with a mighty spiritual essence. Surrounding it were countless jars of fine spiritual wine, their essence mingling to create an atmosphere of unparalleled richness, even more potent than that atop the Jade Dragon Peak. The Spirit Wine Cave was indeed the Lu family's finest training ground. In a secret chamber, a girl with half her face masked emitted cries of agony. A fierce conflation of searing flames and chilling ice clashed within her delicate form. Boom. The chamber was divided. One side radiated scorching heat, while the other radiated an icy chill, resembling two disparate realms. Dean Lu Ming was unleashing a torrent of true essence, striving to subdue the tumultuous forces erupting from Xia Qingqing. Yet, his power could merely contain the chaos without resolving the underlying affliction tormenting her. Qingcheng cried out in pain, as a cracking sound echoed. Half of her body transformed into a crystalline blue ice, while the other half began to smolder, blackening like charred coal. Roar! Two ethereal phantoms clashed within her, one a golden red, exuding a terrifying fiery aura, a beautiful divine bird of flame. The other, a snow-white feathered creature, emanating a torrent of frigid air. The fire phoenix spirit and the ice phoenix spirit. These two opposing spirits were in a fierce struggle. Qingcheng, you should not attempt to breach the soul moon realm. I have warned you that until your physical condition is rectified, you must not seek to transcend, remarked Director Lu Ming, his gaze fixed upon the anguished girl, a hint of compassion evident in his expression. Master, time does not wait for me. The Nine Palaces battle is imminent, and I do not wish to disappoint Brother Xianchen. Summer Qingcheng lamented, her voice filled with pain. Alas, what is the Nine Palaces battle compared to your life? Director Lu Ming sighed deeply. At that moment, the girl's skin, which was half as red as charcoal, began to transform into charred blackness, resembling burnt wood. This is dire. Your fiery energy has surpassed the cold force and is on the verge of losing all balance. Lu Ming's countenance changed dramatically. Second uncle. Just then, Lu Shiming arrived with others. Where is that rascal Xianchen? Lu Ming demanded, his voice a thunderous echo. Our elder brother has gone to the East Sea and has yet to return. Director Lu, what is happening? A duoya inquired urgently. What is happening? If he does not return soon, he will not see his woman again. This little brat. How could he falter at such a critical moment? Lu Ming fumed. Master, step aside. I will assist my sister-in-law in suppressing the fiery energy. Tian Yu quickly interjected as he entered the secret chamber. He then began to channel his energy, and with a resounding explosion, flames enveloped him. The intricate patterns on his body glowed, manifesting swirling vortexes of fire, each as large as a fist. Gather! Tian Yu commanded sharply, and immense energy surged forth. It seemed as though the fiery energy within Summer Qingcheng, once pent up, was now being released and flowed into the vortexes surrounding Tian Yu. Director Lu Ming immediately ceased his own flow of energy, watching the scene before him in astonishment. What kind of pure yang constitution does Tian Yu possess, able to absorb any spark of fire? Yet this is merely a temporary solution, he mused, furrowing his brow. As the fiery energy within Summer Qingcheng found an outlet, the pace at which her body was consumed by flames began to slow. Quickly contact Xianchen and urge him to return. Lu Ming instructed the members of the Flame Yellow Society. I am in contact. The lad is already aware and will arrive within the hour, Summer Hou replied, holding a communication jade. Humph, this boy is growing increasingly audacious. How dare he venture to the East Sea with his meager cultivation? Lu Ming scoffed, simultaneously chastising Xianchen's recklessness and worrying for his safety. The others exchanged awkward glances, hesitant to speak ill of their elder brother. Half an hour later, as dusk settled, a figure shot through the sky above the Lu family estate with astonishing speed. Who goes there? Someone shouted, immediately taking flight to intercept the intruder. The Lu family always had soul moon realm experts surveying the skies with their spiritual senses. A white crane descended, and a handsome young man clad in white, his long hair a pale gold, landed gracefully, his demeanor cold. It is I, he declared, his hair then shifting to a pure white. Uncle, the soul moon experts of the Lu family bowed slightly upon recognizing him. Xianchen had no time for pleasantries. He rushed straight to the spirit wine cellar, his speed leaving the soul moon realm disciples of the Lu family in stunned silence. In no time, Xianchen arrived at the entrance of the spirit wine cellar, where the guards promptly allowed him entry, and he stepped inside, calling out, Elder brother, Chenggu, you have finally returned. Something has happened to your sister-in-law. By Mao Mao, you foolish child, you are back at last. Does your wife still need you? The crowd hurriedly approached to greet him, while Li Bei'er was visibly upset. Xiang Chun paid no attention to the others and directly entered the secret chamber. Gazing at Tian Yu, who was absorbing the fiery energy released by Xia Qingqing's divine soul. Xiaochen, you have finally returned. Do you have a solution? Director Lu inquired. Everyone, please step outside. I have my own methods to save Qingcheng, Xiang Chen insisted, pushing Director Lu out. The others had no choice but to exit immediately. Big brother, Tianyu greeted. Second brother, thank you for your hard work. You should also step out. I will handle the matters from here. Xiang Chen nodded to Tianyu. Very well. I can only absorb and alleviate the burning energy from Big Sister. I cannot cure it completely, Tianyu remarked as he stood and withdrew his energy. After Tianyu exited, Xiang Chen closed the door. Brother Chun, Xia Qingcheng, in evident pain, acknowledged his presence. Qingcheng, I am sorry I arrived late. I will save you at once, Xiang Chen expressed with remorse, quickly moving to sit behind Xia Qingcheng. Tain, swallow the moon heavenly wolf, divine soul. Sun, three-legged golden crow, divine soul. Xiang Chen unleashed the true essence within him, and in an instant, the swallowing moon heavenly wolf and the three-legged golden crow, two divine souls, emerged. Xiang Chen altered his hand gestures, channeling palm power into Xia Qingcheng's body. With a spurt, Xia Qingcheng coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the fire and cold poison within her meridians were forcefully expelled, transforming into both cold air and flames. Tain and Taiyang, intertwine, Xiang Chen exclaimed. At that moment, the swallowing moon heavenly wolf divine soul and the three-legged golden crow divine soul released the powerful forces of the Tain and Taiyang. Chapter 752. The opening of the heavenly eye. The three-legged golden crow divine soul emitted a surge of golden solar energy, while the swallowing moon heavenly wolf divine soul released a stream of silvery lunar energy. As the Tain and Taiyang converged, intricate patterns formed. Above Xiang Chen and Xia Qingcheng, a diagram of the 8 trigrams and Tai Chi materialized. The convergence of these forces transformed into a swirling yin-yang fish eye in the sky, resonating with a thunderous sound. In that instant, within Xiang Chen, the Tain True Dan and the Taiyang True Dan surged, merging both solar and lunar energies into one. With a resounding boom, the energy within Xiang Chen exponentially increased tenfold, reaching an unfathomable degree of terror. As the Tain and Taiyang fused, their quality manifested as a force capable of altering the heavens and earth, giving rise to myriad creations. Xiang Chen's meridians instantly expanded, his form swelling significantly as an overwhelming pain threatened to explode him from within. This energy was excessively formidable, far beyond what his current physical body could manage. Enduring the agony that felt as though he might burst, Xiang Chen summoned a spiritual needle, his hand moving like a butterfly through flowers. Swiftly piercing the needles into the acupuncture points on Xia Qingcheng's back and chest. Enter the Tai Chi, guide, Xiang Chen bellowed, and from the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, a beam of light descended, entering Xia Qingcheng's body. Boom. Within Xia Qingcheng's divine repository, a resounding explosion echoed as a black and white energy coalesced, transforming into a swirling Tai Chi fish eye. The primordial force of Tai Chi manifested as 2 luminous strands, akin to chains, surging into the 2 divine souls and the 2 profound elixirs of Xia Qingcheng. In that fleeting moment, her 2 profound elixirs expanded dramatically, emitting a thunderous roar as they collided with one another. The Fire Phoenix elixir and the Ice Phoenix elixir, drawn to each other, merged flawlessly under the auspices of Tai Chi, their fiery and frigid energies distinct yet harmonious, engaging in a dialogue without conflict, reminiscent of the celestial dance between the sun and the moon. Ah! A pained exclamation escaped Xia Qingcheng's lips as waves of fiery and icy energies, which had long lingered within her, transformed into streams of flame and frost, expelled through her pores and acupoints. In that very instant, her divine abode absorbed this surge of power, resulting in a resounding boom and an explosive expansion. The refined elixirs and spiritual essence within her surged forth, coalescing into an overwhelming force that rushed toward her soul moon meridian. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated within Xia Qingcheng's mind as the soul moon meridian was breached. Her acupoints flaring open, she felt a throbbing pain in her head, and soon after, a wave of azure light emerged from her forehead, radiating outward. Ah! Xia Qingcheng cried out in agony, feeling as though her head might split apart. Indeed, a fissure had appeared at her brow, oozing blood. Yet, this crack resembled an eye, a unique sphere at that location, the pineal gland, concentrating this power into a mesmerizing eye of red and white. This eye materialized at the center of her brow, its crystalline form akin to amber, imbued with unfathomable strength. The celestial eye. It had awakened. What is the celestial eye? It is said that during the genesis of humanity, the primordial beings possessed a celestial eye situated at the center of their brows, granting them myriad extraordinary abilities. However, as humanity proliferated and intermingled with other races, the bloodline diluted over generations, leading to the loss of this innate gift. Yet here was Xia Qingcheng, who had awakened her celestial eye. It radiated an enigmatic light before gradually closing, leaving behind a beautiful cherry blossom motif at her brow. Simultaneously, her power surged exponentially. The profound elixir swelled to the size of an egg, having absorbed an immense amount of energy. The roar of her power crescendoed, skyrocketing tenfold. In an instant, Xia Qingqing's cultivation level soared from the Yuan Yang profound realm to the pinnacle of the second layer of the Soul Moon realm. Moreover, within the space of her mind's divine platform, a red and white soul moon coalesced, resembling a unique small moon floating within her consciousness, pulsating with formidable soul energy. All traces of the fiery and icy poison were expelled from her body, and the half of her skin that had been charred crimson instantly transformed, shedding its dryness to reveal a complexion as smooth as that of an infant, glistening like exquisite jade. The mask that adorned Xia Qingqing fell to the ground, and as the withered skin of her previously disfigured visage sloughed away, a breathtakingly beautiful face emerged within the confines of the chamber, captivating all who beheld it. Her luminous eyes sparkled like stars illuminating the night sky, profound and radiant, her skin as flawless as jade, rendering any imperfections invisible. Her brows were like exquisite brushstrokes, her eyelashes gracefully curling like delicate curtains. The bridge of her nose was dainty and well-defined, while her lips bore a captivating contour, naturally adorned with a beautiful smile. Even her ears possessed an ethereal beauty. What once appeared frightening had transformed into the most enchanting masterpiece of the realm. A harmonious blend of celestial grace, enchanting allure, and spirited charm enveloped her. To call her a fairy from the divine realm would be fitting, yet she possessed the cunning of a sprite. And to deem her the most exquisite among nymphs would only hint at her transcendent essence. The poison had finally dissipated, and a wave of relief washed over Xiang Chun. Yet his body had swelled to the size of a balloon. He immediately harnessed the surging energy of the lunar and solar forces within the Tai Chi realm. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was on the verge of explosion, he retracted his energy inward, and blood gushed from his mouth as his meridians shrank and cracked. With internal bleeding, Xiang Chun coughed up mouthfuls of blood, staggering backward, leaning against the wall, and slowly sinking to the ground with his head bowed. His physical form was teetering on the brink of collapse. Xia Qingqing opened her beautiful eyes and immediately turned to gaze at Xiang Chun, a crystalline tear rolling down her enchanting face. Without uttering a word, she approached and embraced Xiang Chun, whose body was exuding blood, transforming him into a bloodied figure, and gently kissed his lips. Subsequently, her third eye opened at her forehead, cherry blossoms blossomed, and strands of unique light enveloped Xiang Chun. After absorbing a peculiar force, the shattered meridians within him began to heal instantly. Outside the secret chamber, the onlookers paced anxiously, and when the energy roars within suddenly quieted, Xiaohu could no longer contain his curiosity and gently pushed open the door, creating a narrow gap. As everyone leaned in to witness the scene, they were left utterly speechless. A breathtakingly beautiful woman, unlike any mortal, was cradling Xiang Chun, preparing to emerge. Boom. The door to the secret chamber swung wide open, revealing Xia Qingqing holding Xiang Chun before the astonished crowd. My heavens, how extraordinarily beautiful! Lu Shiming gazed in shock at the transformed Xia Qingqing, captivated by her beauty even as a fellow woman. Although she herself was exceptionally lovely, ranked among the 4 most beautiful students of the academy, she paled in comparison to Xia Qingqing's ethereal visage. Why, you are Qingqing? Xiaohu stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had seen the unblemished Xia Qingchang as a child, but back then, they were merely children, not yet blossomed into such exquisite beauty. Elder Ho, Xia Qingqing replied softly, her voice melodious and enchanting. Qingqing sister, you are simply too beautiful. A duo Ya, Lu Shiming, and Li Bauer exclaimed, utterly astonished. What happened to my elder brother? Tian Yu, unaffected by her beauty, inquired with concern. It was only then that the crowd turned their attention back to the bloodied Xiang Chun. Elder brother, Chenggu, what has happened? The group, previously entranced by Xia Qingqing's allure, now recognized the dire situation. My brother Xiang Chun used powers beyond his capacity to save me and was injured in the backlash. I must take him to recover. I apologize for causing you all this worry. As Xia Qingqing spoke, she gracefully retrieved the fallen mask and adorned her face once more, concealing her astonishing beauty. Even with half her visage revealed, she remained captivating. Embracing Xiang Chun, she nodded to the onlookers, including her master, before hastily departing with him. Goodness, this transformation is akin to that of a swan emerging from a duckling, simply breathtaking. Chenggu, do not blame your brother. It is your sister-in-law's allure that has stirred such thoughts within me, Wang Xiaoji exclaimed in awe. Xiahou Wu swiftly struck him on the head, reprimanding. What nonsense are you spouting? There was never anything ugly about my little sister. Zhang Dan approached as well, seizing Wang Xiaoji by the ear, eliciting a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. What wicked thoughts did you entertain? Speak and enlighten me, she demanded, twisting his ear in a playful yet firm manner. Ah, nothing of the sort, my dear wife. No one can compare to your beauty in my heart, not even her. And besides, she is my sister-in-law. What wicked notions could I possibly entertain? I merely expressed my astonishment. Wang Xiaoji whimpered, pleading for mercy. Humph, you better not behave like your brother and flirt around, or I shall ensure you can no longer indulge in such pursuits, Zhang Dan warned coldly. Wang Xiaoji felt a pang of regret, lamenting the misguided affection he had once harbored, questioning why he had chosen a fierce woman like the Red Wolf in his youthful impulsiveness. Surely, brother will be all right? A duoya inquired with concern. He will be perfectly fine, rest assured. Since sister-in-law has assured us she can aid him in healing, it indicates her confidence in her abilities, Yang Bin replied. Patting her shoulder, Director Lu suddenly fell silent, reflecting on the steadiness and strength in Xia Qingqing's gaze earlier, which belied her age as a mere 18 or 19-year-old girl. All right, Qingqiang, since Xiang Chun is no longer in peril, you both should return to your cultivation. We are to embark shortly, he declared. Xiahou Wu, you are now one of the Academy's hopes. Do not let the palace master down. Rest assured, Director, we shall exert our utmost efforts. Xiahou Wu affirmed with a nod. This moment coincided with the opening of several spiritual realms in the Central Plains, promising to cultivate numerous young heroes. It seemed that this year's 9 Palaces battle would be even more intense than those of past years. Director Lu internally sighed as he departed, hands clasped behind his back. In the secluded chamber of Xia Qingqing's residence within the Academy of Wilderness, she and Xiang Chun sat facing each other. With her celestial eye activated, streams of divine light poured into Xiang Chen's being. Within him, the ruptured meridians were rapidly mending. Xia Qingqing seemed to possess an innate understanding of how the sacred scripture of rejuvenation operated within him, passively guiding his true essence to heal his injuries. In just a day, Xiang Chen's energy had fully returned. Finally, he opened his eyes, gazing at the enchanting figure before him, a smile gracing his lips. Brother Chun. Xia Qingqiang returned his gaze with a smile. Are you restored? He inquired, extending his hand to caress her cheek. Xia Qingqing willingly removed her mask, revealing her exquisite countenance. In the depths of Xiang Chen's gaze, an awe-inspiring brilliance shimmered as he jested. This enchanting visage, destined to incite envy among the heavens, will surely blind countless onlookers and attract a multitude of rivals. With a beauty that could captivate the world, she declared, this countenance shall henceforth be revealed solely for my dear brother Xiang Chun. Xia Qingqing nestled closer, resting her head upon Xiang Chen's shoulder. He embraced her warmly, chuckling, indeed. How could mere mortals ever be fortunate enough to behold the beauty of my little fairy? This journey to the East Sea, in pursuit of the power of the sun and the Jinwu bloodline, must have been fraught with hardships for you. Dear brother Xiang Chun, Xia Qingqing spoke softly. Before his departure, he had left her a letter explaining his mission to the East Sea. Ah, it was indeed a journey worth reminiscing about, filled with new acquaintances and remarkable sights. Let me regale you with tales of the little Demoness, Tianyang Island, and the oceanic tribes. Xiang Chun began to recount the tumultuous 2 months he spent in the East Sea, filled with thrilling battles and his encounters with the little Demoness. Brother Xiang Chun, you haven't developed feelings for this little Demoness, have you? Xia Qingqing inquired with a teasing smile, her fingers playfully pinching his ear. It was evident that any misstep in his words would lead to a whirlwind of repercussions. Nonsense. Our bond is one of pure friendship. My heart is solely devoted to my Qingqing darling, he hastily clarified, a sense of urgency in his tone. Well, that is reassuring. Too many women can spell trouble. Dear brother Xiangchun, people are prone to betrayal and change. Should a fire arise in your backyard one day, do not expect me to be the sole one to extinguish it. Moreover, what if others wield your connections with other women as leverage against you? Xia Qingqing lightly chided, her finger tapping his forehead. I have my flaws, you know me well enough. The essence of one's nature is notoriously difficult to alter. Xiangchun replied with a cheeky grin. Nestling against him, Xia Qingqing remarked, now that you have become the young priest of Tianyang Island, this power will serve as a significant asset in our quest for supremacy in this realm. However, since Mother Jinwu has sent that Hong Shui to guard you, will she unearth the secrets you harbor here? Xiangchun narrowed his eyes slightly and reassured her, fear not, I have dealt with her adequately. You killed her? Xia Qingqing frowned in inquiry. Of course not. Am I a heartless fiend? I merely shared a drink with her, imbued with some 1,000-year elixir. She is currently in a deep slumber somewhere, Xiangchun explained, gently holding her waist and pulling her closer, gazing into her flawless face with a mischievous smile. My dear, now that the issue of the fire and cold poison has been resolved, can we? As he spoke, Xiang Ergo's hands began to wander restlessly. Bang! A piercing scream followed as someone was sent flying by a fragrant kick, crashing through the door. Giggling, you wishful thinker. You know my current circumstances. I must wait until the opportune moment arrives, until the day you marry me, when the skies will be adorned with crimson clouds to welcome me. Chapter 754. Struggle with the landlord. Having not satiated his desires for Qingqing, Xiangchun, upon returning, had intended to devote this time to cultivation and attempt to break through to the soul moon realm, as his accumulation had reached a profound depth. However, this time, assisting Qingqing in detoxifying and resolving the issue of the Yanhan power consumed a significant amount of Taiyin and Yang energy, leaving him feeling drained and in need of replenishment. He returned to the library to return the magical artifact borrowed from Elder Yang, only to learn that Elder Yang was absent, having gone out without a known destination, thus preventing Xiangchun from returning the artifact. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. On this day, at the Huanzhou Academy, all students gathered together. Over 100,000 students congregated in the square, their gazes converging on more than a dozen individuals at the front. Among them were renowned talents inscribed on the Dragon and Phoenix Monument, such as Dongfang Sanqing, Baiming Bao, Xiahou Wu, Duge Yuming, and Feng Yu. The figures on the tiger list included Dongfang Sanqing, Xiangchun, Yi Tianhui, Yu Yi, Nie Yuding, and the newly ascended Xia Qingqing among the top 10. The Nightwalker Moon, along with several deans including Dean Liu, gathered on the podium. Nightwalker Moon addressed the assembly, stating, Today marks the day we embark towards Zhongzhou, the land of the imperial court. Today, those inscribed on the Dragon and Phoenix Monument, as well as the top 10 of the Tiger list, will represent the Huanzhou Academy in the decade-long 9 Palaces battle among the 9 great academies of the Jiuzhou. This journey could either elevate your names to fame or reduce you to mere embellishments for others. It entirely depends on your own strength. Will you fight for the academy with fervor? We shall. The top 10 of the Tiger list and the 4 Dragon and Phoenix geniuses replied in unison. Excellent. At this moment, I extend my gratitude to all of you. This bowl of ceremonial wine is offered on behalf of all the academy's students, teachers, and our deans. May you carve out a name for the academy and ignite your own passion, Nightwalker Moon proclaimed, receiving a bowl of wine. A teacher from the academy descended with a wine jug, pouring wine for the top 10 of the Tiger list, and the 4 from the Dragon and Phoenix Monument. This bowl is to wish you a future as splendid as brocade, and may you gain fame across Jiuzhou. Nightwalker Moon raised the wine bowl, then drank it in one gulp. The more than 10 individuals raised their bowls and followed suit, the fine wine invigorating their spirits. As if their courage surged alongside their hearts, yearning to immediately plunge into the arena of the 9 Palaces battle. Once the wine was finished, Nightwalker Moon continued. In this battle, the top 10 of the Tiger list and those inscribed on the Dragon and Phoenix Monument will serve as the main force, while other disciples on the Tiger list may accompany to observe and serve as substitutes when necessary. The 9 Palaces battle presents a platform for you to gain renown in your lives, and I hope you seize this opportunity. Master, what kind of competition system does the 9 Palaces battle entail? Xiangchun inquired. His strength was more than sufficient to enter the Dragon and Phoenix Monument. and the enigmatic Su Ligay remained silent. The others looked on as well, eager to learn. In previous years, it was a platform competition system, though whether there are any changes this year remains uncertain. Once we arrive, the competition details will be disclosed, the Nightwalker monarch replied. The crowd, upon hearing this, did not press further. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy descended. Everyone looked up to see a massive flying vessel descending from the heavens. This ship measured over 100 meters in length, with wings resembling feathers on either side, adorned with a gigantic spiritual sail and a spiritual energy thruster at the stern. With a thunderous roar, the colossal spirit ship landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was the Huangyu spirit ship. The vessel, renowned as the swiftest of the grand spiritual ships within the academy, is said to be forged from the remains of the legendary Lingxiao demon bird. Many students gasped in awe, gazing at the immense ship. Those on the Tiger rankings, please board the ship, I announced, alongside Dean Liu and Dean Dongfang. Preparing to embark with you all. Dean Biming, the academy is entrusted to your care. Led by the Night Master, we stepped aboard the spiritual vessel. Rest assured, Master, we wish for your triumphant return, along with all the students, to bring glory to our academy. The deans clasped their fists in salute, wishing our seniors a victorious return. Over 100,000 students gathered to bid farewell, witnessing their ascent onto the ship. Within the ship's levels, numerous small chambers awaited, each accommodating 2 individuals, capable of hosting hundreds. With a resounding roar, the ship's colossal black wings flapped, stirring a tempest of energy and lifting the vessel's bow, which then soared skyward. A sharp whoosh erupted from the tail's exhaust, releasing a torrent of energy that appeared as a long, blue flame. The ship's sails shimmered with intricate symbols, absorbing the ethereal winds to propel the vessel forward. The grand ship resembled a colossal avian creature, hurtling into the heavens with astonishing speed, reaching 10 times the speed of sound and covering 5 to 6 kilometers in an instant. Yet, those within the cabin felt no turbulence. It was remarkably stable. In his cabin, Xiang Chun gazed out the glass window at the diminishing city below, his focus unwavering. Central State. The heart of the 9 states and the residence of the Daxia dynasty lay before him. What do you reckon Central State is like? He inquired, as Xiao Wu and Xia Qingcheng sat nearby. Xia Qingcheng knelt beside a small table, warming a flask of wine and preparing delectable snacks for the two. Xiao Wu approached the window, peering down where clouds enveloped the view. The arid feather spiritual ship soared at an altitude of approximately 20,000 meters. At this height, an ordinary Yuan Yang realm expert would be torn apart by the pull of the Earth's magnetic force if they fell. I don't know. I've never been there. However, I imagine it must be a grander, more prosperous place, teeming with powerful figures and deeper intrigues, especially beneath the emperor's gaze, he mused. Shaking his head, Xiang Chen seated himself at the small table. The distance from arid state to central state spanned 90,000 kilometers, a considerable journey that would take several hours. We shall discover it upon arrival. There's no need to overthink, he remarked. By the way, where is Bauer? Call her over for a bite. Xia Qingcheng served the 2 brothers with warm wine. Bauer is asleep, she replied with a chuckle. My sister is right. I wonder what the geniuses from the other 8 states are like. I'm quite curious. Indeed, this osmanthus cake is increasingly delightful. Your skills are improving, Chang. Xiao Wu savored a sip of wine, munching on the snacks while chatting. Come on, since we have time to spare, let us play a game of landlord. Remember the rules I taught you when we were young? The loser gets a drawing of a turtle on their face before taking another sip of wine. Xiang Ergo produced a deck of homemade playing cards from his robe. Oh no, not this again. I refused to play. Every time we did, I ended up being the one marked. I'd rather roll dice, or perhaps I could wake Bauer to play mahjong. Xiao Wu felt a headache at the sight of playing cards, for he possessed no skill in counting them. Xia Qingqing chuckled as a girl. I fear not the painted faces. What are you afraid of, great Marquis? TSK, coward. You are unafraid to wield a sword and engage in battle. Yet you tremble at this. Come on, the cards are dealt. Whoever holds the 3 of diamonds shall be the landlord. The 3 childhood friends, having grown up together, sat side by side, playing cards, drinking, and passing the time, as the hours swiftly slipped away. Chapter 755, The Yin State Academy, setting out in the morning, by noon. The Huangyu spirit ship passed over a city even grander than Huangdu. Yin State, Yin capital, one of the 9 states of the human race. To reach the central state, one must traverse this Yin state, which is a true kingly domain, far more formidable than Huang State, where only a marquis holds sway. As they flew over Yin State, a massive flying spirit ship ascended, proudly displaying the banner of the Yin State Academy. The vessel approached with a hum, aligning itself alongside the Huang State Academy's ship. Ha ha! Night Palace Master, what a coincidence! I did not expect to encounter your spirit ship. A hearty laugh resonated from the approaching vessel. On the crimson Yin State ship stood a man clad in a robe adorned with faint red flame patterns, his presence commanding. Behind him were over 100 students, who had opted not to retire to the cabin for rest. Each student donned a uniform robe of pale red, brimming with vitality and energy, emblematic of the Yin State Academy. Xiao Gongzhu, indeed, what a coincidence, replied the Night Palace Master, stepping onto the deck and gazing towards the man opposite him. The students of the Huang State Academy, hearing his words, emerged from the cabin to the deck, looking across, shielded from the howling winds by a transparent protective barrier. The man speaking was Xiao Yin, the master of the Yin State Academy. Xiao Yin surveyed the students of the Huang State Academy. Then a playful smile graced his lips as he remarked, Night Palace Master, your students are indeed full of vigor and spirit. I am certain they will achieve commendable results this time, perhaps even surpassing Jiang State to secure the 8th place in the 9 Palaces Grand Competition. Haha, 8th place? That is merely second to last. A student from the Yin State Academy could not help but chuckle. The 9 Palaces battle features participation from the 9 major academies. 8th place, while it may sound commendable, is indeed a dismal ranking. You may not be aware, but the Huang State Academy has consistently secured the 9th place in the 9 Palaces battle for 9 consecutive years. Interjected a teacher from the Yin State Academy in a low, mocking tone. Historically, the Yin State Academy often placed in the top 4, thus looking down upon the Huang State Academy. 9 consecutive 9th places. Does that not imply they have been last every time? Is the Huang State Academy truly that inept? Murmured the students of the Yin State Academy among themselves. Indeed, I have heard tales of Huang State's poverty. They scarcely possess any top-tier spiritual veins. It appears the rumors hold true. They continued to speculate. The director, Lu Ming, along with several accompanying teachers, wore grim expressions upon hearing these remarks, yet refrained from retorting, acknowledging the bitter truth in their words. The Night Palace Master maintained an expression of indifference, fully aware of his own sentiments regarding the matter. What is the standing of the Tiger List and the Dragon and Phoenix Monument at the Huangzhou Academy? Surely, there can't be anyone at the Soul Moon realm among them? Just look at those individuals, each one more unremarkable than the last. It's likely that there are few formidable characters among them, for they have consistently ranked at the bottom year after year. The students of the Yin State Academy pointed and whispered at their counterparts on the Huangyu Spirit ship, located merely a few dozen meters away. Such remarks naturally incensed the students of the Huangzhou Academy. Enough of your nonsense. Summer Ho Wu exclaimed angrily. Who says we lack individuals at the Soul Moon realm on the Dragon and Phoenix Monument? I, Summer Ho Wu, am one of them. At the 2nd level of the Soul Moon realm. His declaration stunned the opposing students momentarily, but soon after, they erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Only at the 2nd level of the Soul Moon realm? Please, how audacious can you be? The weakest among us on the Dragon and Phoenix Monument has reached at least the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm. Who gives you the courage to boast? Huangzhou brat, you dare to be arrogant at the 2nd level of Soul Moon? The students of the Yin State Academy mocked him, casting glances towards their own talented individuals. From within the crowd, 6 figures emerged with an air of pride, 4 males and 2 females. The first to speak was a young man with flowing crimson hair. I am Xiao Du, at the 8th level of the Soul Moon realm. The second was a striking young woman clad in red, who coldly proclaimed, I am Xiao Shui, at the 7th level of the Soul Moon realm. The third, a tall and lean young man, sneered, I am Qi Lu, at the 7th level of the Soul Moon realm. Remember my name, Huangzhou brats. The 4th, 5th, and 6th individuals followed suit, each revealing that the lowest among them boasted at least the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm. Is Yin State this formidable? All at the Dragon and Phoenix Monument are above the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm. How have they trained so diligently? Indeed, we only have Senior Dongfang Sanqing at the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm. The disparity is glaring. The expressions of the Huangzhou Academy students darkened, their faces etched with concern. Dongfang Sanqing, Baiming Bao, Dugu Yuming, Feng Yu, and others furrowed their brows deeply. Summer Ho Wu's lips twitched, his expression equally grim. The levels of cultivation among their peers were overwhelmingly superior. Xiangchen also frowned slightly. The presence of a genius at the 8th level of the Soul Moon realm was indeed astounding. Without relying on extraordinary means, he doubted he could prevail. This has been the case for previous years as well. Our students are far behind in cultivation compared to those from other major academies. One of the Huangzhou teachers sighed. Indeed, despite our earnest efforts to improve, we cannot compete with their geographical advantages. Another teacher echoed his sentiments with a soft sigh. That fellow, Summerho Wu, is just one of many in the Yen State Academy's Tiger list with such cultivation levels. Our top ranker is at the 3rd level of the Soul Moon realm, surpassing you, Huangzhou Dragon and Phoenix. Are we to assume that anyone on our Tiger list could easily join your Dragon and Phoenix? Qilu scoffed. Ha ha ha, exactly. I, at the 10th rank of the Tiger list, would likely step onto your Dragon and Phoenix monument with ease. No wonder that the Academy of Huangzhou ranked last in the 9th competition. Their abilities are indeed lacking. The students of the Yin Prefecture Academy erupted in a chorus of ridicule, asserting that anyone could trample upon the Huangzhou Academy, basking in their glory like dragons and phoenixes. How infuriating! Xiao Wu's expression darkened, and the students of Huangzhou Academy were engulfed in indignation and shame. The master of Xiaoyan Palace, however, did not hush his students, merely offering a faint smile as he remarked, "There is no need for Master Yi to take offense. They are simply a group of thoughtless juniors." Master Yi, with an air of indifference, responded, "When the upper beams are crooked, the lower beams will be skewed as well. I shall not concern myself with their remarks." Upon hearing this, the smile of Master Xiaoyan faltered, realizing that the comment was a veiled insult directed at him. He then chuckled lightly and said, "I have heard that if an academy ranks last for 10 consecutive sessions, its affiliation will be revoked and its spiritual veins will be sealed. Master Yi should seize this final opportunity, although it seems the outcome may already be predetermined." Chapter 756. The more I think, the more furious I become. There is no need for Master Xiaoyan to worry about this. I advise those within your academy to learn how to conduct themselves properly. With a cold remark, Master Yi stamped his foot on the spiritual vessel, unleashing a burst of radiant energy. With a whoosh, the Huangyu spiritual vessel swiftly distanced itself from the opposing one, veering thousands of meters to the right before launching forward at an accelerated pace. Humph. Let us see if you can remain stubborn when your affiliation is revoked and you are dispatched to the outer battlefield. Master Xiaoyan secretly scoffed, and their spiritual vessel also quickened its flight. By 4 in the afternoon, the spiritual vessel finally entered the region of Zhongzhou. Upon entering Zhongzhou, everyone felt a significant increase in the density of spiritual energy in the atmosphere. The energy levels were remarkably high. Below, a vast city sprawled, adorned with towering buildings, spiritual mountains, and stunning landscapes. In the sky, numerous carriages soared back and forth. Zhongzhou, the pinnacle of the 9 prefectures, boasting over a dozen premium spiritual veins and an immeasurable number of ordinary ones. It is said that beneath the great Xia dynasty lies a dragon vein, whose spiritual energy is of a higher celestial quality. At the heart of Zhongzhou, one could behold a magnificent sight, a mountain range spanning hundreds of kilometers, with one peak reaching 30,000 meters into the heavens. Above this towering summit, a colossal vortex of energy swirled, radiating with the brilliance of thunder. It appeared as though this tremendous vortex led to another realm. The path to ascension, accessible to those of the Lingxiao realm, could guide them to the legendary skies above the continent. Is this Zhongzhou? The spiritual energy here is incredibly rich. On board the Huangyu spiritual vessel, the students gasped in awe, marveling at the vast expanse of land below, with the heavens above and numerous spiritual veins below. It is no wonder this place became the capital of the great Xia dynasty, remarked Xia Qingqing. Xiang Chun gazed toward the horizon, fixated on the immense vortex, and said, "That vortex must be the path to ascension." The path to ascension? What is that? Xiao Wu inquired from the side. Xiangchen explained, "Above the continent lies a realm suspended in the heavens, known as the outer heaven, often referred to as the true realm of cultivation, where numerous sects thrive. Oh, there exists a continent suspended in the heavens, yet I cannot perceive it." Xiao Wu, astonished, gazed skyward. Xia Qingqing remarked, "That realm belongs to the highest reaches of this world, at least 900 kilometers above the earth. To our eyes, it may appear akin to the stars in the sky." "I see," he responded. "When shall we ascend to witness it ourselves?" Xiao Wu suddenly understood. "Surely, we shall go one day, but traversing the path to the heavens requires one to attain the realm of Lingxiao. Our current strength is insufficient to ascend unless we are accompanied by a powerful protector. Xiang Yang narrowed his eyes, genuinely desiring the opportunity to behold such wonders. What we are observing now is the central continent, the heart of our human race. The immense vortex you see in the distance is the path to the heavens. Known in legends as the true realm of cultivation, the domain beyond the skies. Our continent is referred to by those from beyond as the mortal realm, the secular world. Dean Liu elucidated to the astonished young individuals. Dean, it is said that in the realm beyond, there are no mere mortals. Is that true? Do the inhabitants possess cultivation from birth? Asked Yu E from the Tiger rankings. Indeed, Dean Liu affirmed, continuing, the realm beyond connects with the celestial forces of the heavens, known as heavenly essence, while drawing upon the spiritual energy of the earth. The atmospheric pressure there is immense, rendering it inhospitable for mortals. Infants born in that realm naturally possess innate energy. With mere guidance in their cultivation, they can attain the innate realm. Wow, what an impressive place. To possess cultivation from birth eliminates years of arduous training. We must visit there someday, exclaimed the students, their eyes brimming with longing. However, do not aspire too high. It is paramount to cultivate with grounded determination. The realm beyond is not a benevolent place. Numerous sects constantly vie for their interests. And one must also contend with the threats of alien races from beyond. Without attaining the Lingxiao realm, ascending is impossible. The continent is the foundation of this world, and it is from here that our human race has proliferated strong warriors, remarked the Night Palace Master, casting a glance at the young scholars. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. The spiritual ship continued its journey, hovering above a sprawling urban landscape before coming to a halt. This was a city within a city, encompassing an area of several hundred kilometers, replete with numerous cultivation towers, martial arenas, and pavilions. The Central Academy. This esteemed institution is also known as the Royal Academy, the foremost academy of the great Xia dynasty. Mist wreathed the air, and the spiritual energy was exceedingly rich, almost fog-like. It is said that within the Central Academy lie 3 supreme Earth spiritual veins, along with a celestial cultivation tower that channels the Earth's dragon vein. With a resounding thud, the Huangyu spiritual ship descended from the sky, landing at the gates of the Central Academy. The students eagerly disembarked, inhaling deeply the air infused with heavenly and earthly essence. Simultaneously, the spiritual ship from the Yenzhou Academy arrived. The students from both regions emerged and confronted one another at the city gates, tension palpable in the air. That prodigious talent of the second level of the Soul Moon realm, Xiao, what is his name? Just wait until the 9 palaces battle. I shall show you what a true dragon and phoenix talent looks like. Yin Prefecture Academy, embraced by the crimson flow, exuded a carefree demeanor. With a face full of mockery. Senior Qi Lu, there's no need for your intervention. I, the foremost of the Yin Prefecture Tiger list, can handle this matter. Sneered the young man of the 3rd realm of the Soul Moon. Ah, indeed, after all. The talents of the dragon and phoenix are not as esteemed as our tiger list. Qi Lu spat disdainfully. His words incited laughter from the crowd at Yin Prefecture Academy. I'll be damned. Xiao Wu erupted in anger, his fury palpable as he prepared to charge forth. Alas, Brother Ho, bear with it for now. A moment's restraint leads to tranquility. A step back opens up the vastness of the sea. Someone from the tiger list of the Wild Prefecture quickly restrained Xiao Wu. What's the matter, young man? Do you wish to throw a punch? The leader of the opposing tiger list scoffed, stepping forward in an arrogant manner. Enduring for a moment only allows them to take more. Retreating makes me angrier. I cannot bear this any longer. Step aside. Xiao Wu forcefully shook off his restrainer. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Monkey, remember your status. You are our dragon and phoenix talent. How can you lower yourself to engage with their tiger list? Do not diminish the prestige of our academy. I have diligently honed the invincible 18 sweep technique, specifically for clearing out trash. Leave it to me. At that moment, a snow-haired youth stepped forward, placing a hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder. Upon recognizing Xiang Chun, Xiao Wu managed to suppress his anger and said, Dog, make him unrecognizable. Rest assured, I specialize in dealing with all forms of defiance and arrogance, Xiang Chun replied coldly, stepping out and addressing the leader of the opposing tiger list. You over there, do not merely prattle on. I am Xiang Chun, at the realm of the True Yang Pill, and the 10th of the Wild Prefecture Tiger list. My brother Xiao Wu, as a dragon and phoenix of the Wild Prefecture, deems it beneath him to engage with the likes of you. As his brother, I shall confront your provocations. The leader of your Yin Academy Tiger List, do you dare to face me? The elders and instructors from both sides had gone to negotiate at the gates of the Central Prefecture Academy, leaving no one to intervene here. Arrogant. You, who dare to insult, seek death. The opposing students were enraged by Xiang Chen's taunts. How foolish, to challenge with your true yang pill cultivation. The leader of the opposing Tiger List replied icily. You, a mere cultivator of the true yang pill, dare to speak so boldly? I could crush you with a single finger. How dare you leap about? Indeed, what gives you the audacity? Another student from Yin Academy coldly remarked. I am Xiang Yang Zhao, the 10th of the Yin Academy Tiger List, at the first realm of the Soul Moon. Dare you exchange blows with me? The students of the Wild Prefecture Academy were secretly alarmed. Few dared to support Xiang Chen vocally. Xiang Chen, do not jeopardize our academy's reputation, Yi Tianhui scoffed. Shut your mouth, coward. You cannot even speak up for our academy. Do you believe I wouldn't crush you with a single palm? Xiao Wu retorted coldly. Humph. Yi Tianhui's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he chose to remain silent. Xiang Chen glanced sideways at him, brushing off his robes, and said, They are all the same. One must be dealt with at a time. I am an esteemed physician, specializing in defiance and arrogance. I have tolerated you long enough. And you truly overestimate yourselves. Xiang Zhao, break his legs. His audacious words are infuriating. Yes, Xiang Zhao, eliminate him. Let him witness the might of our Yin Palace. To flaunt himself with the Yuan Yang True Dan, he is utterly oblivious to the danger he invites. Finish him, Xiang Zhao. The group of Yin Palace students seethed with righteous indignation. Brothers, let us take down these vile creatures. Xiang Chen shouted, as he and Xiang Zhao stepped forward. The others automatically formed a wide circle, the two factions clustering apart. Look, the foreign students are clashing, from their attire and the palace flags. It was clear they were from Yin Palace and Huang Palace. The audacity of Huang Palace to confront Yin Palace was astonishing. After all, Yin Palace had always ranked among the top 3 in the 9 palaces competition. Nearby, several students from Zhongzhou were drawn to the scene. Xiang Chen flicked his wrist and beckoned Xiang Zhao with a finger, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Let them come. Unaware of their own insignificance, they seek death. Xiang Zhao bellowed, taking a powerful step forward. With a thunderous boom, he transformed into a sonic wave, creating a gust of wind that stirred up dust. And in an instant, he had covered over 100 meters. Following this, he unleashed a punch infused with true essence, surrounded by radiant runes, producing a colossal shadow of his fist that surged forward. Xiang Chen's eyes glimmered with brilliance as he extended a single finger. Buzz. Within him, the solar true essence erupted, converging at the tip of his left finger. Whoosh. A concentrated beam of sunlight, no thicker than a thumb, shot forth, aiming directly at the enormous fist of his opponent. The pointing sun. This beam pierced through the opponent's fist shadow, precisely targeting a weakness in the runes. Boom. A golden light exploded as the opponent's punch disintegrated, the beam striking his shoulder. Xiang Zhao screamed in agony, as his left shoulder appeared to be pierced by a bullet, leaving a searing hole. You seek death. Xiang Zhao roared through the pain, closing in for another punch that resembled a cannonball, unleashing a terrifying force of 2 to 3 million pounds. Xiang Chen did not evade. He extended his palm. Roar. Within him, the power of the dragon elephant and the strength of the celestial wolf surged forth. He clenched his fist and retaliated with a punch. Dragon elephant fist. All eyes were fixated on the collision of these two fists. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, as the violent force of the punches surged outward, akin to 2 cannonballs colliding. Xiang Zhao's expression shifted in shock as an even more terrifying power surged toward him. This was pure physical strength, shattering energy defenses and directly reverberating through his fist and body. Xiang Zhao screamed again, as his arm bone cracked, splitting open with flesh and blood exploding outward. With a resounding thud, he was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, spewing blood as he was sent flying several dozen meters. The previously jovial students of Yin Palace instantly fell silent, their smiles freezing as they stared in shock at Xiang Zhao, who had been sent flying, crashing at their feet. Clutching his arm and howling in pain, Xiang Chen withdrew his fist, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "The first piece of trash has been dealt with." Who dares to step up next? The scholars from the Huangzhou Academy were momentarily taken aback before erupting into cheers. Brother Xiang, splendid job. Senior Xiang, you are magnificent. Ha ha. Dogsy, well done. The members of the Yin Palace exchanged incredulous glances, staring at Xiang Zhao with disbelief. How is this possible? Though Xiang Zhao is merely at the first level of the Soul Moon realm, how could he possibly be defeated by someone at the true Dan of the Yuanyang realm? How could he lose so swiftly? The Yin Palace members murmured in astonishment. Utterly useless. What a disgrace, scoffed the woman Xiao Shui with a cold huff. Feng Chong, the foremost on the Yin Palace's tiger ranking, also wore a stiff smile, his expression darkening as he observed Xiang Zhao's arm, clearly overwhelmed by the force of that punch. Ha ha ha, my brother defeated you with a single blow. You braggarts from the Yin Palace, is this truly your level? Mocked Xiao Wu with derision. How infuriating. Xiang Zhao overexerted himself yesterday and is feeling unwell. I, Ko Ning, shall challenge you, shouted a burly man, a friend of Xiang Zhao and the 8th on the Yin Palace's tiger ranking. We welcome all challengers on the tiger ranking. I could easily entertain your dragon and phoenix prodigies as well. Xiang Chun let out a confident laugh, his gaze disdainfully fixed upon the opposition. Brother Xiang is truly imposing. Let us take them down. The Huangzhou Academy members, having regained their courage from Xiang Chen's victory, rallied in support. This lad is perhaps a touch too arrogant, remarked one from the opposing side, whose name was inscribed on the Dragon and Phoenix monument, in a cold tone. He is intentionally boosting the morale of Huangzhou Academy. Chapter 758. Arrogance in the Central State. Ko Ning, also at the first level of the Soul Moon realm, stepped forward, enveloped in a fiery crimson aura of true essence, causing the surrounding temperature to soar instantly. Following Xiang Zhao's defeat, he approached Xiang Chun with a sense of caution, a fire attribute true martial artist. Xiang Chun narrowed his eyes as the Taiyin true essence within him began to circulate. The Taiyin true essence is specifically designed to counter fire attribute true essence. Fiery Tiger Strike, attack. Ko Ning roared, his true essence swirling around him, coalescing into symbols as he bent his body like a fierce tiger charging forward. His true essence manifested into a colossal flaming tiger that enveloped him, making him appear as a blazing fire tiger. With a roar, he slashed out with a massive fiery paw, the force of his true essence surging dramatically as he unleashed a full-force assault. A wave of heat surged forth. Approaching in an instant, Xiang Chun stepped forward, simultaneously unleashing the chilling energy of 6 streams of the Yellow Springs. With a single punch, he concentrated all the power of the 6 streams into that one blow. Yellow Springs Forbidden Classic, 9 Nether Cold Abyss. Boom. The terrifying cold energy of the Yellow Springs erupted with the punch, enveloping the area as the flaming tiger's paw descended, instantly met by a wave of frigid air. Those around felt a deep chill resonate from the depths of their souls, as frost enveloped the ground surrounding Xiang Chun. The fusion of Taiyin true essence and Yellow Springs cold energy was nothing short of formidable. Boom. 2 streams of true essence collided, and as the opponent's grasp fell, with a series of cracking sounds, everything coalesced and froze into glacial ice. The fiery tiger claw was immobilized when it was merely 3 paces from Xiang Chun. How could this be? Ko Ning's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, Xiang Chun surged forward, his body resembling a fierce dragon as he charged, unleashing his physical strength without the need to channel true essence. Bang! The frozen fiery tiger claw was instantly shattered by a single punch. In that instant, a sharp wolf claw unexpectedly erupted from Xiang Chen's other hand, tearing through the air with ferocity. The figure charging at him was instantly torn apart by 5 streaks of claw light, and the fiery essence on the surface of the opponent exploded violently. With a swift motion, Xiang Chun unleashed a powerful downward kick mid-air, his thigh bulging with tremendous force as he struck the surface of the opponent's fiery essence. Boom! The explosive force erupted as his kick landed squarely on the opponent's chest, eliciting a horrific scream from Ko Ning as his ribs cracked, sending him flying backward. Blood spewing from his mouth, rolling several dozen meters away. Xiang Chun landed gracefully, his robes billowing and his long, white hair dancing in the air. Well done. Senior brother Xiang is magnificent. Haha, Senior Xiang, you executed that beautifully. The crowd from the Huangzhou Academy erupted in applause. How could this be? Ko Ning had also been defeated. This fellow's explosive speed was astonishingly quick and powerful, without using spiritual treasures. He was utterly unmatched in a contest of physical prowess and true essence. The expressions of the Yin Palace students darkened. Ko Ning had fallen. The students from the Huang Palace were not as weak as they had presumed. Xiang Qin dusted off his robes and calmly declared, "Those who wish to challenge me, please step forward." "Damn it. I, the 5th on the Tiger ranking, will fight you. I, the 3rd on the Tiger ranking of the Yin Palace, will take you on." As soon as Xiang Qin's words fell, 2 furious Yin Palace students immediately stepped forward. Xiang Qin chuckled coldly. "No need to panic. Challengers may come one by one. Of course, to save time, considering your combat abilities, you may face me together." How arrogant. This fellow is utterly insufferable. The Yin Palace students seethed with rage. Silence. Prior to the Imperial Academy, noise is forbidden. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out as a group approached. All clad in the purple and white robes of the Central State Academy, a young man, exuding an imposing aura, glared at the crowd and barked. "Who do you think you are?" The furious 5th-ranked student from the Yin Palace retorted, still fuming. The young man's eyes narrowed, and a powerful presence surged forth. In a flash, he appeared before the Yin Palace student with terrifying speed, grasping him by the neck. "I am Ji Ning, the 1st on the Tiger ranking of the Central State Academy. Do you have any objections?" Ji Ning spoke coldly, his formidable aura radiating. The Yin Palace's 5th-ranked student, shaken, stammered, "In no objections. I apologize for disturbing you." "Humph," Ji Ning scoffed, flinging the Yin Palace student away effortlessly. Such formidable prowess. This individual, merely the foremost on the Central Plains Tiger ranking, possesses strength that surpasses even my elder brothers. Dongfang Sanqing exclaimed in astonishment beside Xiang Qin. The Central Plains Academy, situated beneath the Emperor's feet, indeed stands out as extraordinary. The group from the Yin State Academy took a cautious step back, their talented dragons and phoenixes displaying solemn expressions. Xiang Qin maintained a tranquil demeanor, albeit with a hint of surprise within. This person emanates a trace of dragon energy. What is dragon energy? If not the breath of the dragon clan? No wonder. Through the moon-watching pupil, Xiang Qin discerned the essence of the individual before him. This person, it turns out, possesses a modicum of inferior dragon blood. The dragon clan, regarded as the proudest among the demon races, self-identifies as the divine dragon clan, distancing themselves from the demon kin. Many among the human race revere the dragon clan as their totem, with emperors throughout the ages venerating the dragon pattern. The youth, who introduced himself as Ji Ning, cast his gaze upon Xiang Qin, then swept his eyes over the crowd, boasting imperiously, "Upon arriving in the Central Plains, you are to conduct yourselves with utmost decorum. Here, it matters not whether you hail from esteemed academies as dragon and phoenix prodigies or as tiger-ranking geniuses. If you are a dragon, you must coil, and if you are a tiger, you must lie still. This is not a place for your unruliness." I apologize, the individuals from the Huangzhou Academy were rather inconsiderate, and we could not refrain from teaching them a lesson. Xiao Du clasped his fists, his demeanor exceedingly affable. The surname Ji, such a name is synonymous with royalty. The group from the Huang Academy, upon hearing this, glanced disdainfully at Xiang Qin and his companions. Their contempt unmasked as they coldly remarked, "So it turns out we have a gathering of students on the verge of losing their status. Now that you've arrived here, behave yourselves. Our invitation was merely to allow you to participate in the 9 Palaces battle. Do not presume you are our guests." Ji Ning's words ignited a fiery blush across the faces of the Huangzhou Academy members, and Xiang Qin furrowed his brow in response. "Such arrogance. Look at that insufferable demeanor," murmured Xiao Wu in a low voice. "Stealing the spotlight. What a pretentious display," commented Pear Blossom, perched upon Xiao Wu's broad shoulders, also emitting a soft huff. However, the assembly consisted of cultivators, possessing keen senses, and Ji Ning caught wind of the insult immediately. His gaze swiftly shifted, honing in on the robust Xiao Wu and the lovely maiden upon his shoulder. Chapter 759. Treasure couple. Ji Ning's eyes narrowed, fixating on Pear Blossom and Xiao Wu. His expression frigid. "What are you two discussing?" Pear Blossom, being among the tiger ranking, was aware that Xiang Qin's brothers largely possessed similar prowess. Yet, due to Murong Tianhua's directive for discretion, few had entered the tiger rankings. Pear Blossom accompanied Xiao Wu, thus joining the ranks. "Ah, envy us, all you single souls." "Woe is me. I too am envious," she cheerfully declared. "No offense intended, merely complimenting your handsome, dashing visage, Pear Blossom added with a playful smile. Jining frowned, sensing that her words were anything but complimentary. Behind him, one of his companions shouted, "You insolent wretch, whom do you insult?" He then turned to Jining, stating, "Brother Ning, this woman called you a fool, claiming you are mentally unwell. That's a dialect from Shu." Upon hearing this, Jining's countenance darkened, as he felt his dignity swiftly unraveling. "Alas, it seems I have been overheard. My apologies, I was unaware that these two phrases could be perceived as spoken words." Li Bauer stuck out her tongue. "Bauer, you must refrain from using foul language," Xiao Wu remarked, rendered speechless. "Who are you to dictate my words? You initiated this." Li Bauer retorted, playfully tugging at Xiao Wu's ear. "You little scoundrel, how dare you insult me?" Jining's expression darkened. "Who is the little scoundrel referring to?" Li Bauer inquired. "The little scoundrel is referring to you," Jining replied coldly. "Indeed, the little scoundrel is indeed cursing at me. You are the little scoundrel. Hee. Truly a big fool," Li Bauer giggled. "You." Jining, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, angrily commanded, "Come here." "Great lord, he told me to roll away. He wishes to bully your future bride. What shall you do? Are you capable of defending her?" Li Bauer pleaded, clinging to Xiao Wu's neck. Xiao Wu regarded Jining with indifference and stated, "You would do well to retract your earlier remarks and apologize to my Bauer. Otherwise, I shall ensure your bones are thoroughly shattered. Are we to engage in a brawl?" Bauer immediately wrapped her legs around Xiao Wu's neck, reminiscent of a child riding upon an adult's shoulders, undeterred by the impending confrontation. These two, one towering at nearly 2 meters 9 and the other merely 1 meter 6, indeed represented a significant height disparity in their relationship. Bauer, a mischievous sprite, thrived on chaos. "So, you wish to defend your woman, do you, lad?" Jining scoffed coldly. Xiao Wu responded with a sneer, "What of it? I offer you two choices. First, bow and apologize to my Bauer. Second, I shall force you to lie down and apologize to her while holding your head down." Such arrogance. When did the denizens of the wild palace grow so brazen? Indeed, this lad must be blinded by his infatuation. What cultivation and lineage does he possess to dare demand an apology from brother Jining? Laughter erupted among Jining's companions, who paid no heed to the unfolding drama. Jining scrutinized Xiao Wu and mockingly remarked, "You oaf, who are you in the wild palace?" Beside him, a disciple from the Flame Palace, Qi Lu, derisively commented, "Brother Jining, this lad is a prodigy from the wild palace." At the second level of the Soul Moon realm, Jining and his entourage burst into laughter, proclaiming, "A prodigy from Wild Prefecture? At merely the second level of the Soul Moon realm? Huh. With such cultivation, you could barely secure a position on the top 10 list in our Central State Academy. You dare provoke me with such meager prowess?" Xiao Wu, unperturbed, replied coldly, "I have no interest in your trivial banter. It appears you have chosen the second option." Suddenly, Xiao Wu erupted like a ferocious dragon, unleashing the power within him with full force, employing the heavenly dual spirit. In an instant, he transformed into a towering giant over 10 meters tall, with Li Bauer appearing as diminutive as a kitten clinging to his neck. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating punch, channeling his fierce inner strength and physical might, along with the heavenly dual battle chi. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as 3 golden dragon energies spiraled around his colossal arm, crashing towards Jining. Onlookers were left in awe as they beheld the astonishing transformation of Xiao Wu into a colossal figure. Like a small house, a fist imbued with terrifying power suddenly struck. Jining's expression changed dramatically as he crossed his arms, releasing a surge of true essence that formed a luminous barrier to defend against the blow. Boom. However, the colossal fist descended, shattering the ground beneath it in an explosion. The overwhelming force shattered Jining's defensive true essence, and the powerful punch landed squarely on him. With a thud, Jining was sent flying by the surprise attack from Xiao Wu, the pain of being crushed reverberating through his entire body. Was Xiao Wu truly foolish? No. He was cunning, aware that Jining's realm far surpassed his own. Rather than engage in a prolonged battle, he opted for a sudden ambush. After spending so many years alongside Xiang Chun, he could not possibly be just a simpleton. He merely had a fiery temperament and a straightforward, tough character. "You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me?" Jining roared, still struggling to regain his balance after being struck. Meanwhile, Li Bauer, perched on Xiao Wu's shoulder, unleashed her own assault, sending forth 2 bolts of thunder. Boom. Ji Ning screamed in agony as he was hurled away, only to be struck anew by the lightning, leaving him numb all over. Following this, Xiao Wu's second punch descended from above. Thud! Ji Ning was brutally struck by the massive fist, crashing to the ground with a resounding impact that sent dust swirling into the air. The enormous figure of Xiao Wu returned to a height of over 2 meters amid the astonished gazes of onlookers. To their shock, Ji Ning lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing and with eyes rolled back, his bones seemingly shattered, smoke rising from his body. Brother Ji Ning! Brother Ning! Ji Ning's companions finally reacted, rushing to his aid. See, I told you not to act all high and mighty. Look at the state you're in. What a dreadful mess, Li Baoer remarked, shaking her head in disapproval. You dare to launch a sneak attack? Ji Ning's followers shouted angrily, their presence radiating the aura of the Soul Moon realm. Shall we engage in a collective brawl? Xiang Chen scoffed, stepping forward. Those equipped with weapons, do not cower before me. What do you think our Huang Palace is? Dongfang Yuan shouted. The members of the Huangzhou Academy instantly united, advancing together. You. Ji Ning's companions' expressions shifted as they realized they were up against over 100 opponents, all at least at the Grand Sun level of cultivation. They knew a confrontation would spell disaster for them. That towering figure, despite the ambush, had demonstrated enough power in that last punch to break through 6 layers of Soul Moon true essence. His strength was formidable and extraordinary. The Yin Province Academy is astounded by Xiao Wu's prowess. This fellow is indeed peculiar. That recent transformation in size must be due to the power of his spirit. Next to him, a woman from the same family, Xiao Shui, frowned. Xiao Du sneered. Offending the Central Province Academy upon arrival. I fear these individuals will have a rough time ahead. Chapter 760. Detestable cousin, just wait. You will soon regret this. With those threatening words, the group departed, carrying the unconscious Ji Ning with them. Merely a collection of pretentious individuals, Xiang Chen scoffed coldly. Xia Qingqing furrowed her delicate brows, acutely aware that this was indeed the territory of the Central State Academy, and these individuals would likely bring us considerable trouble. Sister, what is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall confront them. When water arrives, we shall dam it, Xiao Wu replied nonchalantly. Xiang Chen observed the departing group and stated calmly, everywhere one goes, there are those who bully the weak and impose their dominance over others. Furthermore, our desolate state and its academy have been underestimated for far too long. Being looked down upon has regrettably become the norm. Indeed, these contemptible creatures, who view others through a lens of disdain, shall be dealt with one by one. Li Baoer added with fiery resolve. At that moment, Director Liu, along with the Night Palace Master and others, approached, beckoning the students of the desolate academy to gather. What transpired here? Ko Ning, Xian Zhao, how did you end up in this state? Master Xiao inquired, turning his gaze towards the 2 severely injured students. It was a boy from the desolate academy who did this. They gritted their teeth, lying on the backs of other students from the Flame Academy. A member of the desolate academy? Master Zhao's expression turned cold. Is it one of those from the Dragon and Phoenix Steel? No. It's a lad ranked 10th on the Tiger list, named Xiang Chen, Ko Ning replied, lowering his head in embarrassment. What? Master Xiao exclaimed, struggling to comprehend the revelation. How could it be? A mere 10th-ranked student from the desolate academy could overpower both of you? A teacher from the Flame Academy expressed his astonishment. Indeed, that boy possesses formidable physical strength. He is likely a rare body cultivator, adept in both body and technique, Xiao Du remarked flatly. Body and technique cultivation is indeed rare. Such individuals possess remarkable combat capabilities. During the upcoming 9 Palaces battle, should we encounter individuals from the desolate academy, ensure we are relentless, Master Xiao commanded coldly. Understood, came the collective response. Meanwhile, the Night Palace Master added, the registration is complete. We shall now enter the Central State Academy. Prior to the 9 Palaces battle, I urge everyone to refrain from causing disturbances to avoid unforeseen incidents that could affect your subsequent competitions. Master, when does the 9 Palaces battle commence? Dongfang Sanqing inquired. The official start is 10 days from now. As for the specifics of the competition, you will be notified in advance. During this period, everyone should focus on recuperation and preparation, the Night Palace Master replied. Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Follow me, a seemingly indifferent instructor from the Central State Academy. A middle-aged man clad in a black and purple robe, commanded. His powerful aura revealed him to be a master at the Lingxiao realm. The group followed the instructor into the heart of the Central State Academy. Upon entry, they were greeted by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. As young cultivators thronged the bustling streets, engaging in lively conversation. What abundant spiritual energy! The aura here on the Academy streets is nearly equivalent to that at our Jade Dragon Peak, Dongfang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, in such an environment, even a pig could achieve cultivation, Xiao Wu marveled. Xiang Chun, with his keen vision, surveyed the area, conjuring a panoramic view of a 100-mile radius in his mind. Within the Academy, there were 3 premier spiritual veins supplying spiritual energy to the entire region of the Central State Academy, alongside no less than 10 ordinary spiritual veins, resulting in a naturally rich reservoir of spiritual energy. This is how it is, Xiang Chen elucidated. It is truly advantageous to possess the land. Yet our arid state academy boasts only a single exceptional spiritual vein. Xia Qingqing sighed. A birthplace may be favorable, but these spiritual veins were not acquired without conflict. Xiang Chen scoffed. Indeed, they are the very individuals from the arid state academy. Yes, indeed, the legendary last place of the 9 palaces. The academy with the most dismal history. Hee, look at their pitiful appearance. Their robes are of such low rank. Though that young man with the snow-white hair is quite handsome. As this group traversed the streets, passing students pointed and whispered, discussing openly without restraint. The arid state academy members felt a surge of humiliation, their spirits dampened by the derision. How infuriating! In this upcoming 9 palaces battle, I shall surely carve out a place for the arid state. Xiao Wu declared coldly, clenching his fists. Being so openly criticized about one's homeland was certainly disheartening. When they were in the arid state, the Great Chu Kingdom was their home, and upon leaving the arid state, it still represented their roots. Let them speak. The strong focus on becoming stronger, while the weak merely gossip behind their backs. Young master, we feast on meat. And we need not concern ourselves too much with those who dine on refuse, Xiang Chen remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the jabs directed at him. After all, such individuals exist everywhere. When they entered the arid state academy from the Great Chu, the locals also looked down upon them. Ah, there's Yi Tianxi. At that moment, a student from the arid state academy exclaimed, recognizing a youth in the distance accompanied by a rather unremarkable young woman garbed in purple and white. Yi Tianxi. Xiang Chun and the others turned to look. Indeed, 2 young figures approached, laughing and chatting, one of whom was Yi Tianxi with the young woman by his side. Yi Tianxi. Dean Liu and others also spotted him, their expressions darkening. It was evident that Yi Tianxi now donned the attire of the Central State Academy, indicating he had officially joined their ranks. In stark contrast, Xiang Chun and his companions were clad in the deep blue robes of the arid state academy, adorned with the academy's emblem on their chests. The sight of Yi Tianxi caused Xiang Chun's expression to turn cold, a palpable aura of hostility enveloping him. He instinctively glanced at Qingcheng, who wore a serene expression and returned his gaze with a faint smile. How intriguing, members of the arid state academy. Yi Tianxi hesitated, his gaze sharpening as he regarded the group from the arid state academy. Are they truly from the arid state academy? Inquired the ordinary-looking young woman beside him. Mo Yen. This young lady was not to be trifled with. She was the daughter of the arid marquis, the sister of the young marquis Mo Shang, and Yi Tianxi's current fiancé, Tianxi, from within the arid state academy, who Bang's second, Yi Tianhui, rushed over. Miss Mo Yen. Yi Tianhui respectfully bowed to the young woman, indicating he was familiar with her. Have you come to participate in the 9 palaces battle? Yi Tianxi asked. Indeed. We just arrived. Little did we expect to encounter you and Miss Mo Yen so soon. Yi Tianhui replied with a smile. Yi Tianxi's gaze turned icy upon spotting Xiang Chun and that wretched Xia Qingcheng amidst the crowd from the arid state academy. The cold and piercing gaze of Xiang Chun was directed at him, his murderous intent unmistakable. This was a detestable uncle, whose affection for Yi Tianjiao could not redeem his loathing for Yi Tianxi. Chapter 761. No place to dwell. Who is Xiang Chun, and who is Xia Qingcheng? Miss Mo Yen inquired. Yi Tianxi responded, Xiang Chun was a classmate of mine at the Academy of the Wasteland, a person of exceedingly vile character who has repeatedly harmed my family's disciples. Out of consideration for his youth and status as a junior, I chose not to hold it against him too much. However, he has only escalated his aggression, killing members of my family, thus becoming my enemy. A base and contemptible individual who even dares to boast about marrying my sister. He is truly repugnant. Look at what he dares to say. Is this even human speech? As for Xia Qingcheng, she is equally despicable, grotesquely unattractive, yet insisting on wearing a mask to feign beauty, only to have her true face unveiled by Prince Wushuang. The portrayal of these two by Yi Tianxi was a blatant distortion of the truth. Miss Mo Yin frowned. It seems they are indeed two loathsome individuals. Yi Tianxi, can you not maintain some semblance of dignity? You have been targeting us and suppressing us all along. You wretched scum, Li Bauer exclaimed. It appears your ability to distort the truth surpasses even your cultivation, Yi Tianxi, Xiang Chen mocked. Surprised to encounter this traitor from the academy upon his arrival. Most of the students from the Academy of the Wasteland held a similar disdain for Yi Tianxi, regarding him with cold indifference. Yi Tianxi replied coldly, Xiang Chen, if you dare to participate in the Nine Palaces battle, I shall ensure you do not return alive. I will avenge the disciples of the Yi family you have slain. Xiang Chen scoffed. Do you dare to speak with a clear conscience? Those whom I killed were sent by you to assassinate me. They got what they deserved. Oh, right. You have no conscience. You're a heartless wretch. How dare you speak like that? Miss Mo Yin shouted angrily. As Yi Tianxi was her fiancé, she felt compelled to defend him. Boy, retract your words immediately and apologize to Tianxi. Miss Mo Yin commanded coldly. And who are you, this fierce woman, to speak here? Li Bauer retorted. How dare you? This lady is the daughter of the Marquis of the Wasteland. Miss Mo Yin, Yi Tianhui interjected fiercely, naturally defending the two. The daughter of the Marquis of the Wasteland? Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Bauer, do not engage with them for now, Xia Qingqing advised. What did you just say about this lady? Come forth and kneel to apologize, or I shall have my father annihilate your entire clan. Miss Mo Yin threatened, revealing her propensity for violence. Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu felt a surge of anger, with Xiahou Wu almost unable to restrain himself from delivering a slap. Miss Mo, the young lady, is also from the wasteland. It may not be wise to target visitors from her homeland so harshly, the Night Master interjected to diffuse the tension. Uncle Yi. Miss Mo Yin looked toward the Night Master, recognizing him. Yi Xingyue was also a key ally of the Marquis of the Wasteland, a formidable figure surpassing Ling Xiao. They have come to bring glory to the Academy and the Wasteland. For you to treat your fellow countrymen with such disdain, I fear it may not bode well for public opinion, Yi Xingyue remarked with indifference. Mo Yin cast a glance at Xiang Chun and the others, giving a soft huff, and remarked, in deference to Uncle Yi, I shall overlook their transgressions for now. However, should they dare to speak ill of Tianxi before me again, I will not hesitate to sever ties. Thank you, Mississippi. Let us depart, Yi Xingyue said with a slight bow, addressing the students behind him. Xiang Chun and his companions shot icy glares at the couple, but chose to remain silent as they made their exit. Xiang Chun, our game is far from over. Yi Tianxi sneered as Xiang Chen passed by. Rest assured, the outcome will leave you quite regretful, Xiang Chen replied, calmly holding Qing Cheng's hand as he walked past him. Tianxi, there is little need to be provoked by such a petty individual. Once he returns to Huangzhou, a single letter from me could seal his fate, Mo Yin remarked, patting Yi Tianxi's hand. But this fellow cannot be openly eliminated at present, for he is now a revered elder of the Liu family, with significant ties to them, Yi Tianxi countered. Mo Yin frowned slightly. The Liu family is a wealthy and powerful clan under the command of the Marquis of Huang. My father would certainly show them some respect. If he is indeed connected to the Liu family, we must tread carefully, though an assassination could still be feasible. Her eyes gleamed with a deadly intent. Fear not, my dear, such a lowly wretch is not worth your concern. I shall handle this matter myself. He will meet his end in the upcoming Nine Palaces tournament, Yi Tianxi declared, gazing at Mo Yin with deep affection. Indeed, the two then departed together. What a bunch of disgusting people we encountered right upon arrival. Xiahou Wu couldn't help but curse. Xiang Chun smiled faintly. It said that enemies are destined to meet. This time, the Nine Palaces tournament shall provide a fitting opportunity to deal with that individual. I wonder if we can kill him. I long to do so. Xiahou Wu revealed a fierce glimmer in his eyes, silently transmitting his thoughts. We can, but we cannot act openly against him. The consequences from the Yi family might be too much for us to bear at this moment, Xiang Chen replied. This is so frustrating, Xiahou Wu sighed softly. Without a powerful family backing us, any misstep could lead to disaster, and no one in Huangzhou would come to our aid. Patience, my brother. One day, when we soar to great heights, it will be the day when these insignificant souls scatter like dust, Xiang Yang reassured him, patting his shoulder. After a considerable time, the reception teacher led a group of students to the edge of a vast and empty lake, surrounded by woods. Here is where you will reside for the foreseeable future. The reception teacher stated indifferently. What? Live here? There are no rooms, exclaimed the students, erupting in protests. Indeed, how can we possibly stay here? They chorused. The Night Lord's expression darkened as he said, My friend, surely there has been a mistake. In previous years, we resided in the Huang Palace, specifically designated for our accommodation. The reception teacher replied sarcastically, I regret to inform you that it has been demolished. You are free to make camp as you please. Demolished? Why was it torn down? Dean Lu Ming furiously demanded. I said it was demolished, and that is the end of it. There is no need for further explanation. This area is where you will be staying. The reception teacher cast a glance at the Night Palace Master, playfully remarking, Master of the Night Palace. You must be aware that this is likely the last opportunity for your desolate palace to participate in the Nine Palaces battle. After this, the desolate palace may very well face the cancellation of its academic status. Keeping the desolate palace would merely occupy space. It would be more valuable to expand and recruit more students from the central continent. With that, the reception teacher concluded their remarks and left a group of individuals standing in the open space. The multitude gazed at the departing figure in indignation. Having traveled great distances only to find their accommodations neglected, a profound irony and affront. Chapter 762. Knowing shame and being brave. This is outrageous. They have not even arranged for us a place to stay. Is this how the Central Continent Academy treats its guests? One young individual exclaimed in frustration. How infuriating. Did you see the look on that reception teacher's face? Director, Master, are we truly expected to reside here? The young scholars were incensed. The attitudes of the other academy students and the reception teacher had deeply wounded their pride and sense of honor. Master, the Central Continent Academy has gone too far. An instructor from the desolate palace declared angrily. Do not confront them. It would be futile. This behavior is not sanctioned by the higher-ups. A mere reception teacher would not dare treat us in such a manner, another instructor cautioned. Are we really to allow our students to travel such distances only to sleep in this dismal place? The first instructor retorted in anger. Indeed, the Central Continent Academy has crossed a line, Director Lu Ming replied coldly. One is the strongest among the 9 continents. Our record has always been the worst in the 9 palaces. It is only natural for them to treat us with such disdain. We must strive to better ourselves and transform shame into courage. Despite the anger simmering within him, the Night Palace Master understood he could not instigate trouble, lest they face disqualification. After all these years, he was well aware of the inherent nature of societal indifference. The trials faced by the desolate academy stemmed from its weakness. There was no justification for respect based on past achievements. Let us endure. We are here to compete, not to indulge. If you are truly angered, give your all in the 9 palaces battle, and let everyone regard us with newfound respect. We shall set up camp here and endure what others cannot. For in enduring the trials that are beyond the common lot, we can achieve what others cannot. This is also a form of inner cultivation. To earn the respect of others for our desolate palace, it requires your dedication and perseverance. The Night Palace Master encouraged the assembled students. Sighing, the group collectively lamented. Their anticipation for the journey extinguished, replaced only by disappointment and humiliation. The Master speaks true. Fellow compatriots, if we wish to gain the respect of others, we must first empower ourselves through relentless effort. The wheel of destiny turns favorably. Our desolate palace will not always be looked down upon. It is precisely because of the disdainful few that we should strive to confront them boldly and strike back. Xiang Yang added to bolster the spirits of the crowd. Dear Xiang Shidi, we have always held you in high regard. In just 2 short years, you have grown remarkably strong. Yet we, alas, find ourselves lacking in comparison. Not everyone is endowed with your exceptional talent. You, ranked among the top 10 on the Tiger list, sighed. Indeed, I refuse to admit inferiority, but in this place, one can only blame the circumstances of their birth for falling short. The others also appeared dejected. Come on, lift your spirits and take a look at yourselves. Xiang Chun, noticing the glum expressions resembling those of defeated soldiers, could not help but scold them. His voice startled everyone, even catching the attention of several teachers, who looked at him in astonishment. Look at your current state. It is no wonder others look down upon us. Does a slight disparity in cultivation mean we should shy away from competition? We haven't even fought yet, and you've already conceded defeat. Death is but a fleeting moment. While we live, we must fight. If we can fight, we should. If we cannot, we must still engage. Are we to return to our juniors and say, the competition hasn't begun, so we concede? If we surrender now, our futures will be forever marked by defeat. Xiang Qin's fervent words left everyone momentarily stunned. Indeed, my brother speaks the truth. If we must face them, then face them we shall. We are the backbone of the people of Huangzhou, our parents. Our brothers, can we afford to falter? We cannot. Even in death, we must stand firm, shouted Xiao Wu. The crowd found themselves at a loss for words. Yes, my brother is right. We cannot abandon ourselves. Let us confront them, roared Dongfang Sanqing. Even if we cannot win, I will still fight back fiercely. Let them taste my defiance. We must not cower, we shall fight to the end. As young men, they were stirred by such impassioned calls, their spirits igniting with fervor. Dean Lu Ming and the Night Palace Master exchanged glances, both wearing faint smiles at this scene. Unbeknownst to them, Xiang Chun had gradually become a central figure among the students, a realization that seemed to elude others. Dean Lu Ming remarked, he is not a mere fish in a pond. The confines of Huangzhou are too small for him. Rest assured, the Huang Palace will not be disbanded. The Night Palace Master smiled as well, addressing the youth. Though our Huangzhou may be lacking, the most crucial aspect is that these young individuals must not lose their fervor. Through years of hardship, their passion must remain unquenched. As long as they carry this fiery spirit and ambition, some will surely rise to greatness. Indeed, even if the passage to the heavens beyond Huangzhou is destroyed, we cannot deny our existence. Our land has produced countless historical heroes, Dean Lu lamented. They are the seeds of infinite hope, and the greatest fear is that their aspirations to grow strong will be extinguished by the backwardness of Huangzhou. The Night Palace Master, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a profound gaze. One day, when they venture forth and reflect upon their past, they will be grateful for these humiliations and trials. The essence of education lies in nurturing disciples to become strong, not merely for the sake of grades, but to equip them with skills for life. Each of them transformed humiliation into motivation, rallying their spirits to establish their camp right there. They set up their personal tents, ready to face the challenges ahead. Xiang Chun, Xiao Wu, Li Bei'er, and Xia Qingchang have each set up their own tents for their respective companions, with Xiang Chun additionally arranging a spiritual level formation around the vicinity. Although they are tents, they are far from ordinary. They are impervious to fire and water, shielding against the elements while also possessing a degree of defensive capability. Within Xiang Chen's grand tent, Xiao Wu, Xia Qingcheng, Dugu Yuming, and Li Bei'er convened. Shortly thereafter, Dongfang Sanqing arrived with his elder brother, Dongfang Yuan. Xiang, my brother, what is the purpose of gathering everyone here? Dongfang Yuan inquired loudly. He is currently regarded as the foremost figure in this session of the Ruins Palace, boasting a cultivation level of the 5th realm of the Soul Moon. My brother must have summoned us for something of great significance. You should simply listen, Dongfang Sanqing retorted with a scoff. Hey, you little rascal. Who is the elder brother here, you or me? Dongfang Yuan playfully chided, slapping the back of Dongfang Sanqing's head. All right, everyone take a seat. Xiang Chun declared from his position of authority, his expression grave. The reason for calling everyone here is of utmost importance. It pertains to the Battle of the 9 Palaces. Upon mentioning the Battle of the 9 Palaces, Dongfang Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he took a seat that had been reserved for him. Xiang Chun, Xiao Wu, Dugu Yuming, Dongfang Sanqing, Dongfang Yuan, Li Bei'er, and Xia Qingcheng gathered to convene a meeting. The Battle of the 9 Palaces concerns not only the future of the Academy, but also our collective honor. None of us can afford to remain indifferent to this matter. I trust one need not elaborate further. Xiang Chun addressed the group. Dongfang Yuan narrowed his eyes and remarked, I must admit, I was unaware of the true strength of the academies until now. Even if we fight with all our might in this Battle of the 9 Palaces, it may prove challenging to secure favorable results. Xiang Chun, Xiao Wu, as representatives of the new students, do you have any strategies in mind? The rapid rise and formidable presence of Xiang Chun and Xiao Wu have not gone unnoticed. Within the Ruins Palace, their status is now undeniable. Xiang Chun continued, today, we have witnessed the strength of other academies. Setting aside the historically strongest Central State Academy, Take for instance the Yin State Academy that has dared to provoke us. At the Dragon and Phoenix Monument, Xiao Du's cultivation has already reached the 8th realm of the Soul Moon. Regardless of his actual strength, Senior Yuan, how confident are you in facing him? Xiang Qin's question left Dongfang Yuan momentarily silent, for he possesses the highest cultivation level among them. Dongfang Yuan finally responded. My cultivation is at the 5th realm of the Soul Moon, and as a thunder cultivator, my combat prowess is traditionally formidable. Against an average opponent at the 5th or 6th realm, I have little to fear. I could even contend with those at the 7th realm. However, with Xiao Du's cultivation, coupled with his unknown strength, I cannot claim any confidence. He spoke candidly, without arrogance. Xiang Qin added, Xiao Du's true essence is of the fire attribute, while your thunder attribute offers no advantage against him. Should his martial arts and combat skills be formidable as well, your chances of victory are slim. Indeed, Dongfang Yuan conceded. Dongfang Yuan remarked, the Flame Palace is not among the pinnacle academies of the 9 provinces. Historically, its achievements have only placed it in the upper middle tier. The foremost 3 academies, Zhongzhou Academy, Qingzhou Academy, and Yuzhou Academy, have consistently dominated the top ranks. Their disciples are likely formidable, if not stronger. The individual we encountered today, that Ji Ning brat, is merely the top of the Zhongzhou Tiger list, yet his cultivation already surpasses mine by a level. This indicates that those inscribed upon the Dragon and Phoenix tablet are likely even more powerful. I suspect there are individuals at the Great Heaven level of the Soul Moon realm among them. Our situation appears rather bleak, and mere fervor will not suffice. Dongfang Yuan's analysis garnered unanimous agreement. Xiang Qin nodded, saying, Senior Yuan articulates my thoughts precisely. We are still unaware of the competition rules, but the strength of our opponents is indeed a source of concern. Breaking into the top 3 is proving to be exceedingly challenging. Brother, you did not bring us here merely to dishearten us, did you? Dongfang Sanqing remarked, somewhat speechless. Xiang Qin smiled. It is far better to maintain a rational perspective regarding our opponents than to indulge in self-deception. I wish for everyone to assess our capabilities over the remaining 10 days to see if we can enhance our strength further. Dongfang Yuan expressed her astonishment. How is that possible? With only 10 days remaining, even the elixirs that can forcibly elevate one's prowess are likely not easy to acquire. Xiang Qin responded, without attempting, one cannot ascertain the possibility. Senior Yuan, what is the level of your soul essence? Dongfang Yuan frowned. I possess a thunder soul essence of the 7th rank. It is precisely due to the formidable power of my soul essence, coupled with the innate strength of thunder law, that I can assert my ability to contend with individuals at the 7th level of the Soul Moon realm. In this mortal realm, I can be considered a genius. However, having such talent does not guarantee that the other Academy's Dragon and Phoenix prodigies lack similar gifts. Xiang Qin stated earnestly, what if I could help elevate the potential of your soul essence to an extraordinary level, perhaps even beyond, and simultaneously enhance your cultivation to the 6th or even 7th level of the Soul Moon realm? Would you then feel confident in facing the Dragon and Phoenix prodigies of the top 3 academies? That is impossible. Dongfang Yuan exclaimed in shock. The development of soul essence potential requires my own gradual effort, stimulated by powerful thunder. How could you assist me? Such a significant increase in cultivation within a short time frame is unrealistic. I am speaking hypothetically. If it were indeed feasible, even disregarding the enhancement of the soul essence, should I reach the 7th level of the Soul Moon realm, I would undoubtedly be able to trade blows with someone at the 9th level. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qin chuckled and said, that is splendid. To be honest, I truly possess the ability to assist you in this endeavor. Dongfang Yuan gazed at Xiang Qin in astonishment, her disbelief palpable. Dugu Yuming also regarded Xiang Qin with incredulity. Brother, given the circumstances, I shall not keep anything from you. Do you know how my soul essence was elevated? It was through Brother Xiang's assistance, Dongfang Sanqing revealed. I am currently at the 2nd level of the Soul Moon realm. Yet I can certainly contend with those at the 4th or 5th level. How can this be possible? Your soul essence was enhanced by him. Dongfang Sanqing's expression was one of utter disbelief. Xiang, you possess such capabilities? Dugu Yuming also looked on in astonishment. My medical prowess presently enables me to stimulate and elevate your spiritual potential beyond its current level. This remains my secret. I can assist you, Senior Yuan, as well as you, Senior Yuming. However, I require both of you to take a solemn oath, vowing not to disclose this secret. Xiang Qin gazed earnestly at the two. It's incredible that such medical skills exist, murmured Dongfang Yuan. If this technique were to be disseminated, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous upheaval. I am willing to take the oath. If I reveal this secret, may malevolent spirits invade my being, leading me to a wretched demise. Dugu Yumeng stated resolutely. And she also used her essence to condense a skeletal curse, binding herself with a vow. Should she disclose this, the curse would indeed manifest as malevolent spirits. As for swearing upon divine retribution, such promises are rather unreliable. The heavens pay little heed to daily proclamations made in pursuit of romance. They rarely respond, unless there exists a specific curse and a covenant with the heavens. In our realm of cultivation, the most reliable vow is that against malevolent spirits, for all possess such inner demons. I too am willing to swear that if you can assist in my elevation, should I divulge this secret, may malevolent spirits consume my being, leading to my untimely end. Additionally, I am indebted to you for a significant favor. Dongfang Yuan solemnly vowed as well, condensing the curse against malevolent spirits. As long as this vow is upheld, the curse shall never manifest. Very well, I shall assist you both shortly. However, this is not the proper setting. I also possess resources that can further elevate both of your capabilities alongside others. Once Xiang Chen saw both had taken their oaths, he felt reassured. One must harbor no ill intent, yet remain vigilant against others. Chapter 764, The Gathering of Hearts in Battle, Part 5. However, my young friend Xiang, even if you can enhance our spiritual prowess, our cultivation still lags behind. This remains a significant shortcoming. I possess elixirs that can expedite our enhancement, yet their rapid refinement poses grave risks to the body. 10 days may be insufficient, I'm afraid. Dongfang Yuan raised another concern. Xiang Chen replied, the advancement of cultivators hinges upon 3 facets: the augmentation and transformation of power, the strengthening and enhancement of the physical body and its vital energies, and the fortification of the soul, mental strength, and spiritual prowess. 3 resources can address these issues: the essence of solar fire, which refines and enhances the quality of true energy, vitality elixirs, which bolster our physical strength and vital energies, and lastly, the power of lunar essence, which fortifies the soul's strength. Dongfang Yuan remarked, indeed, we are aware of these 3 aspects. However, given the resources at my disposal and the time we have, achieving a single elevation within 10 days seems like a pipe dream, let alone advancing 2 levels. This is precisely the challenge I intend to resolve for everyone. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, then waved his hand, causing rays of light to burst forth as several elixir vials materialized before him, floating in the air. Among these vials, one contained a golden red elixir. This thumb-sized pill exuded a tremendous vitality, its essence coalescing into the roaring phantom of a colossal sea dragon. This, Dongfang Yuan and the others gazed in astonishment at the elixir. A vitality elixir. Such a rich essence. What level of flesh refinement does this pill represent? Oriental Yuan inquired in astonishment. This blood beast shadow seems remarkably familiar. I believe I have encountered it in a tome before. Dugu Yumeng furrowed his brow, striving to recall. Indeed, I remember now. This is a formidable sea monster from the desolate seas, the Songhai Terror Dragon. Dugu Yumeng exclaimed. The Songhai Terror Dragon. Could it be the legendary Songhai dinosaur? A mature specimen possesses terrifying power that rivals the surpassing heights of Lingxiao. Oriental Yuan gasped. Xiang Chen held one of the elixirs, having slain several Songhai dinosaurs during the battle against the Sea clans. Presently, his Qiankuan ring contained the corpses of 2 adult Songhai dinosaurs. These elixirs were concocted from a portion of their essence blood, combined with some ordinary spiritual blood and flesh extracted from the Songhai dinosaur. With narrowed eyes, Xiang Chen stated, indeed, this is the essence elixir of the Songhai dinosaur. Not long ago, I stumbled upon a Songhai dinosaur corpse in the East Sea, from which I harvested blood to refine these vials of essence elixirs, initially intended for gradual consumption. Yet, I shall present them now for urgent needs. This essence elixir, derived from an adult Songhai dinosaur, is sufficient to enhance our physical prowess by 1 or 2 levels. Subsequently, a flash of light emanated from his hands, revealing several jade vials. Inside, a golden liquid flowed, igniting with solar flames. Solar fire essence. This substance will elevate the quality of your true essence and magical power. However, to refine it, one must endure pain beyond what ordinary individuals can tolerate. The searing sensation of the flames is unavoidable. Solar fire essence. This is something only those who surpass Ling Xiao can barely extract. The natural solar fire essence is said to exist solely in the East Sea, in the legendary Tang Valley. The onlookers, including Dongfang, Sanqing, and others, were left speechless. Xiang Chun possessed such wealth and audacity. Upon finishing his explanation, a radiant light once again enveloped his hands, revealing more vials. Within these jade vessels were several bottles of silvery light. The Yinqi, Xiang Chun sighed inwardly. This was something he had refined himself. Only he could extract it from the celestial wolf clan before reaching the moon soul realm. The moonine essence can rapidly strengthen and nourish one's spiritual power, enhancing the might of the moon soul. He refrained from mentioning that it was superior Yinqi. I have prepared 3 essential resources for your enhancement: body, essence, and soul. Furthermore, with a formation that expedites your cultivation, 10 days will suffice for everyone to elevate their realms. However, the vast amounts of spiritual energy required for cultivation, in the form of spiritual coins, stones, and elixirs, must be provided by you. Xiang Chun pushed the vials forward, a pained expression on his face as the others in attendance each received a different vial. Oriental Yuan and the others gaped, astonished by the precious cultivation resources Xiang Chun was willing to part with. Brother Xiang, this is far too precious. Name your price. We shall purchase it. Oriental Yuan, regaining her composure, looked at Xiang Chun with admiration. His willingness to sacrifice his precious resources for the academy and his companions genuinely earned her respect. Indeed, Xiang Xueti, we cannot let you suffer a loss, Du Gu Yuming added. As fellow classmates, it seems rather trite to speak of monetary matters. Though the amount may be modest, it is nonetheless a token of my goodwill. Consider it a gesture of camaraderie. Xiang Chun shook his head. The items he presented were intended to win hearts and minds. The Sunfire essence is scarce. Apologies, but Tanggu possesses an abundant reserve. The Blood Vitality elixir is precious. Within the Qinkuan ring, there lie 2 deceased Songhai dinosaurs and 1 that still breathes. The Moonshadow essence? As long as he draws breath, he can absorb and refine it. As for Xiahou Wu, Qingcheng, and Bei'er, they are undoubtedly allies, united in purpose and spirit. Dongfang Sanqing has also settled his mind, and should he be able to enlist Dongfang Yuan and Dugu Yuming, it would serve one of his objectives. Of course, aiding the academy is also rooted in sincerity. Wealth draws people together, while its absence drives them apart. When people unite, fortune follows. Those who are generous will always find it easier to forge a community than those who are selfish and grasping. No one relishes the company of the stingy, who seek to exploit others. However, one must not give excessively. Human nature is inherently greedy and insatiable. Initial sacrifices are necessary, and mutual exchanges pave the way for enduring relationships. Dongfang Yuan spoke earnestly. Xiang, my brother, your willingness to contribute so much for the academy and for us is commendable. I shall say no more. Henceforth, we are brothers. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. Indeed, Dongfang Sanqing nodded in agreement, refraining from countering his elder brother this time. Thank you, Xiang Xueti. Dugu Yuming also stood to express his heartfelt gratitude. In this upcoming battle of the 9 palaces, we are comrades. May we carve out a respect that belongs to us for the sake of the wilderness state, the wilderness palace, and our homeland for future generations. Xiang Chun extended his fist. The others gathered around, their fists colliding in solidarity, exchanging affirming nods. For the wilderness state, for the academy, we shall fight with all our might. A chorus of voices rose in unison. Every era and every place has its heroes who uphold and protect their honor. In this age of the continent, they have arrived. Chapter 765. A commitment of the heart. Ironically, it is those without esteemed backgrounds who uphold the wilderness state. While the most powerful force there, the Duke of the Wilderness, sends its people to the central state to fight on its behalf. With these resources, it is indeed possible to elevate one's realm within 10 days. We shall give it our all, Dongfang Yuan declared. No, I have stated that I can elevate you by 2 levels. My words are not empty. Just wait and see. For now, let's focus on enhancing your and Yoming's spiritual talents. This is not the place. We must find another, Xiang Chun remarked with a mysterious smile. As they arrived, Xia tilted her head, observing that there were some mountains and forests within the central state city, areas that were rather secluded. We can go there, she suggested. Very well. Let me consult the map, Xiang Chun replied, retrieving the small yellow jade book, the treasure of the 9 provinces map. As his true essence flowed into it, the map of the central state projected itself within the tent. A miniature map, encompassing an area of over 1,000 kilometers, appeared, highlighting the locations of Xiang Chun and his companions. By combining the power of the starry spirit disk with the 9 provinces map, navigation became possible. Is there a public mountain range nearby, lacking a spirit? Xiang Chun inquired directly. The mischievous spirit of the artifact, a system devoid of ethics, alerted its master to set forth northward to the Dan mountain range, situated 630 kilometers away. This area, encompassing a radius of 200 kilometers, lay unclaimed, serving as a nexus between 2 urban districts, with trade routes traversing its expanse, making it a veritable treasure trove for nefarious acts of murder and plunder. The spirit of the celestial compass remarked, "This artifact is indeed intriguing." Xiao Wula chuckled, "This is the treasure crafted by Elder Yang, who named and forged it. That old rascal has always been rather unscrupulous." Xiang Chun smiled awkwardly. The last phrase about murder and treasure was rather crass. "Then let us proceed to the Dun mountain range," suggested Dongfang Yuan. The use of divine essence would undoubtedly attract attention, and it was entirely reasonable for Xiang Chun to wish to remain inconspicuous. "Time is of the essence. Let us set out immediately." With that, Xiang Chun rose, and the group followed him out of the large tent. They exchanged greetings with Director Liu before departing from the Central State Academy, making their way towards the Dun mountain range. Once outside the academy, they swiftly took to the skies, riding their artifacts. In less than an hour, having traversed over 600 kilometers through the bustling urban landscape of Central State, they beheld the undulating beauty of the Dun mountain range, which spanned several hundred kilometers. Neither too large nor too small, and belonging to no particular faction, lacking significant value in itself. The group transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the mountains and landing on the slope of an unremarkable peak. Here, amidst a valley adorned with sprawling pine trees, Xiang Chun observed, "This seems a suitable place." Relatively concealed, and with night having fallen, the forest was alive only with the sounds of wildlife. "I shall clear a space," Xiao Wula declared, stepping forward. With a thunderous boom, a surge of violent true essence erupted, radiating outward in a golden torrent, obliterating everything within its vicinity. Boom, boom, boom. The pines were shattered, reduced to splinters, and the area within 100 meters was rendered desolate. This single step was nothing short of a maestro of destruction. "For safety's sake, I shall array 2 formations," Xiang Chun announced. As he spoke, he waved his hand, unleashing the spatial force from his Qinkuan ring. A series of rune-engraved stones soared into the air, coalescing into a formation that covered several hundred meters. Descending, whoosh, 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 the array stones embedded themselves into the earth. Xiang Chun concentrated his true essence, transforming it into radiant symbols that illuminated the stones. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped the area, and mist began to coalesce, soon shrouding the vicinity in thick fog, concealing their figures. Subsequently, Xiang Chun set up a simple early warning defense formation around them. "Xiang, I never imagined you possessed knowledge of formations," Du Gu Yuming remarked with a smile. Xiang Chun chuckled, "I possess a modest understanding. Now, we can proceed with complete assurance. Yuan, please step back for a moment. I shall enhance Yoming's divine essence." "Understood." Dongfang Yuan and the others retreated a short distance, spreading out to guard Xiang Chun. In such dense fog, visibility is akin to being unable to see one's own hand. "What should I do?" asked Dugu Yuming. "Just sit down, senior sister. Your spirit, I presume, is akin to that of a sword spirit?" Xiang Chun inquired with a smile. "Indeed, my spirit is of the sword variety, known as the radiant sword spirit. This sword spirit can manifest numerous illusory sword energies, classified as heavenly grade, 2nd tier. My brother's sword spirit surpasses mine significantly, being of heavenly grade, 9th tier." Dugu Yuming replied, "It has been a while since I last saw Dugu Piaoxua. Please, take a seat. I shall assist you with my needles." Upon hearing this, Dugu Yuming sat down, and Xiang Chun produced a series of spiritual needles, deftly piercing them into her dantian area, then onto her forehead. He concentrated his pure celestial energy, delicately stimulating her acupoints. A few more gestures were made, as he tapped her chest, causing Dugu Yoming's cheeks to flush. Yet, seeing Xiang Chun's serious demeanor, she refrained from commenting further. As for whether his intentions were genuine, only he knew in his heart. Soon, Dugu Yuming felt a surge of warmth rolling through her abdomen. An unbearable pressure. With a soft groan, she unleashed a torrent of immense sword energy, which coalesced into a white silhouette of a sword spirit above her head. A formidable wave of sword energy swept through, scattering the sword spirit silhouette, transforming it into one, two, and eventually dozens of sword apparitions, which gradually multiplied to over 100. The intensity of the sword energy surged dramatically. It had ascended to celestial level, 6th tier sword spirit. This enhancement from Xiang Chun had elevated Dugu Yuming to celestial 6th tier. Beyond heavenly grade lies celestial grade. Dugu Yuming gazed in astonishment at her newly enhanced sword spirit, feeling the profound strength and power contained within. A mixture of excitement and exhilaration crossed her face. It truly has improved. This is astonishing. I am at least over twice as powerful as before. She exclaimed with joy. I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Xiang Chen chuckled. Thank you, Xiang Xueti. You have been incredibly helpful to me and my brother. We are uncertain how to repay you. Dugu Yuming expressed her gratitude, her eyes shining with appreciation. Perhaps you could consider offering yourself in return? Xiang Chun teased with a grin. Dugu Yuming was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her head, feeling exceedingly shy, and murmured, Xueti, you jest. Haha, merely jesting. We are friends, after all. These are within my capabilities. As long as you promise to keep this a secret. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, finding her shyness quite charming as she blushed at the slightest provocation. Rest assured, I shall never disclose this. You should assist Dongfang Yuan with her enhancement. I shall take my leave for now. After saying this, Dugu Yuming quickly departed, her heart a tumultuous whirlwind. Chapter 766. Striking the black rod with Dugu Yuming gone, it was now Dongfang Yuan's turn. The commotion from Dongfang Yuan's enhancement was immense. Thunder roared as deep blue lightning descended from the heavens, showcasing its incredible power. His spirit experienced a significant elevation, directly ascending to celestial 9th tier. His innate spirit talent was already remarkably high. Feeling the overwhelming surge of thunderous power, Dongfang Yuan regarded Xiang Chun with profound gratitude, wishing to forge a brotherhood with him. After the spiritual essence of the two individuals was elevated, the crowd gathered around. Xiang Chun remarked, Next, I shall arrange a cultivation array that will assist everyone in enhancing their abilities during the forthcoming period. However, I require a bit of cooperation from all of you. What kind of cooperation? Asked Dongfang Sanxing with a smile. Just say the word, and we will surely comply. Well, since you insist, I cannot be held responsible. Xiang Chun replied with a chuckle, casting a glance at Xiahou Wu, Tingcheng, and Bao Bao. Suddenly, the trio found themselves wielding large black rods. With 3 resounding thuds, Dongfang Yuan, Dongfang Sanxing, and Dugu Yuming felt a sharp pain at the back of their heads, and soon their vision faded to black as they fell into unconsciousness. Having been knocked out by the 3 rods, the back of the head is a critical point for a person. A direct blow could easily lead to death rather than mere unconsciousness. This should not be imitated lightly. The 3, now unconscious, were supported by their companions who laid them gently on the ground. You rascal, was it truly necessary to knock them out? Bao Bao criticized Xiang Chun. That was a special treasure of mine. I couldn't let them see it. Regrettably, this was the only option left. In the future, I shall resort to using medicine instead, Xiang Chun replied with a wry smile as he rubbed his nose. Just now, Yoming's gaze towards you was rather peculiar. Brother Xiang Chun, did you perhaps take advantage of the situation while awakening her spiritual essence? Xia Tingqing inquired suspiciously. Xiang Chun was taken aback. The girl's vigilance was astonishing. He quickly replied, Of course not. Tingcheng, you are overthinking it. My relationship with Yuming is purely that of classmates. I don't believe you for a second, white hair. You're simply a clumsy oaf, and I fear that you might lead Big Ho astray, Bao Bao retorted with a smirk. Bao Bao, silence yourself. Do you wish for me to suppress you with my bloodline? Xiang Chun said, gritting his teeth in frustration. You wouldn't dare. Big Ho is more formidable than you now. Bao Bao teased, rolling her eyes and sticking out her tongue. Enough of this banter. Let us attend to the matter at hand, Xia Tingqing interjected. Xiang Chen nodded, then opened his mouth, releasing a beam of light that transformed into a thumb-sized mysterious ancient cauldron. As his true essence surged into it, the cauldron vibrated and instantly expanded into a massive vessel, resembling a small house. With a thunderous crash, the ancient cauldron descended, enveloping the group and transporting them to a peculiar starry space, landing upon a desolate terrain. It felt as if they had entered another universe, where the celestial bodies were visible, and deep within the spatial abyss lay a trapped sea dragon, now exhausted and resting in the void. What a wondrous artifact! It is breathtaking, Bao Bao exclaimed, reaching out as if to touch the beautiful stars surrounding them. In this place, Xia Tingqing's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light, though a slight pain throbbed in her head, as fragments of memories from the depths of her soul seemed to awaken and manifest before her. Brother, does cultivating here for a day truly yield results equivalent to 10 days outside? Xiao Wu asked in astonishment. Indeed, this is a secret I have only recently discovered. Currently, only we few are aware of it. We must not disclose this to the outside world, for human hearts are inscrutable, Xiang Chen affirmed. Regarding Xia Qingqing and Xiao Wu, he holds an unwavering trust in them. As for Bauer, being a member of his wolf clan, she naturally earns his trust as well. The bonds of blood cannot betray him. Concerning Dugu Yuming and Dongfang Sanqing, while he regards them as friends, he cannot divulge such a significant secret to them. It is not yet that time, not to mention Dongfang Yuan. I will first set up a phantasmic array to create an illusion. Xiang Chun then retrieved the array spirit stone and began the arrangement, forming an illusionary spirit array that enveloped an area of 1 kilometer. Within this array, the external scenery of the valley manifested, trees, stones, and the valley itself were all within reach, indistinguishable from reality. Outside the illusionary spirit array, Xiang Chen established a spatial barrier, preventing them from escaping or witnessing the outside world. In truth, everything was constructed from spiritual energy. Now let us awaken them. With the array successfully arranged, Xiang Chun and the others went to rouse the 3 who had been knocked unconscious. The 3 shook their heads, coming to their senses. My lord, why did you strike me with that black stick? Ouch, it hurts terribly. Dongfang Sanqing complained, rubbing the back of his head in pain. Dongfang Yuan and Dugu Yuming also wore puzzled expressions, but did not express anger. Apologies. I had to resort to such measures due to a family ancestral array technique that I cannot reveal to outsiders. As per the ancestral teachings, Xiang Chun explained apologetically, fabricating an excuse. All right, I forgive you. But next time, you could just let us leave. What if you had accidentally killed us with that hit? Dongfang Sanqing grumbled. Fear not. With Guzi's medical skills, you won't be harmed, Xiao Wu chuckled. Curse you, Xiang Chen retorted. The arrangement of this array necessitates that everyone remains within it. Thus I had no choice but to knock you out. Now that the array is set, you can cultivate here with peace of mind. Dongfang Yuan looked around in confusion and asked, you mean this ancestral array of yours can enhance our cultivation efficiency? Indeed. Feel free to cultivate here without concern for the passage of time. The flow of time within this array is merely an illusion to our senses. Activating this array requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and afterward, each of you will need to support me with 10,000 spirit coins or spirit stones, or I shall find myself short on resources. Xiang Chen cleverly misled them. Very well, we shall cultivate here. When it is appropriate to emerge, you will call for us. Here are the resources now. Dongfang Yuan nodded, throwing a box of spirit coins without further questioning. After all, this was already a secret of his ancestral array. The fact that Xiang Chen mentioned money made them feel more at ease. Xiang Chen intentionally brought up the issue of money to dispel any doubts. Brother, I will begin my cultivation now. With these resources, I must surely elevate my cultivation by 2 realms. Otherwise, I would be failing myself, Dongfang Sanqing remarked, heading over to a spot several meters away to sit cross-legged. I shall also commence my cultivation. Dugu Yuming nodded in agreement, seeking out a place for herself. I will as well, Xiao Wu added, with Bauer following suit. Xia Qingcheng nodded subtly at Xiang Chun. Having just recently broken through, she needed to solidify her realm. Thus, everyone found their respective places to cultivate. Xiang Chen also intended to push for a breakthrough. Soul Moon. Chapter 767. The fearsome breakthrough. As Xiang Chun emerged alone from the ancient cauldron, he beheld a scene obscured by swirling mist. The ominous black cauldron ensnared several individuals, rendering the surroundings nearly indistinguishable in the darkness. Summoning his little white tiger, Xiang Chun instructed it to keep watch over the cauldron while he swiftly made his way to another hill. Upon reaching the summit of the second hill, Xiang Chun meticulously severed all surrounding trees to prevent an uncontrollable forest fire during his breakthrough, creating a protective barrier. After dedicating half an hour to this task, he settled on a smooth rock and retrieved a vial of sunfire essence. This essence, infused with a terrifying temperature, was sealed within the bottle. Just a single drop could turn the surrounding area into scorched earth. Xiang Chun uncorked the vial and consumed the sunfire essence. In an instant, it surged through him like the most potent spirit, a wave of intense heat flooding into his dantian. With a thunderous roar, golden flames erupted from every pore of his body, raising the temperature around him and causing nearby trees to wither before igniting in a conflagration. Next, he took a precious medicinal pill, the blood essence of the Zhang Hai dinosaur, and swallowed it. Instantly, his true essence enveloped him. A tremendous wave of vitality surged through Xiang Chun, filling every inch of his being. Concurrently, he activated both the Sun True Scripture and the Moon True Scripture. Within the divine storage space, the Sun True Dan radiated dazzling golden light, resembling a miniature sun as it absorbed the power of the sunfire essence. Meanwhile, the Moon True Dan, akin to a crescent moon, released lunar energy that flowed into Xiang Chen's soul, drawing down the moon's essence from the heavens to refine his spirit. Internally, the Sun True Dan emitted an overwhelming heat, akin to a furnace. Ordinary cultivators would hesitate to consume the sunfire essence directly, fearing their organs would be incinerated to ashes. In contrast, those like Dongfang Yuan would extract it drop by drop, applying it to their bodies for gradual absorption and refinement. However, Xiang Chun, having already cultivated the Golden Crow bloodline, faced no such fears. In stark contrast to the heat within, Xiang Chen's soul space felt a refreshing coolness as it absorbed the lunar energy and moonlight essence. Above him, a silver-white celestial wolf spirit manifested, drawing in the moon's essence to empower his soul. This wolf spirit had consumed the soul energy of numerous defeated foes, and at this moment, it unleashed a torrent of azure golden soul power into Xiang Chen's mind. Within the spirit platform, wisps of soul energy coalesced and intensified, growing richer. Simultaneously, the vast reserves of vital energy stored within his divine space surged forth, transforming into powerful torrents that were devoured and refined by the silver fish and the foolish fish spirit. Accompanied by the sunfire essence, they channeled the Sun True Scripture, converging into waves of solar energy that flowed into the Sun True Dan. The true Sun Dan within him swelled, gradually expanding as its power surged. A tremendous force of vitality erupted from the elixirs, crashing against Xiang Chen's corporeal form, reinforcing his robust physique and amplifying the capacity of his divine space, enhancing his meridians. Meanwhile, a forest fire raged violently, engulfing the mountain in golden flames. Fortunately, Xiang Chun had preemptively carved out a perimeter, clearing the surrounding trees. Otherwise, it would have escalated into a catastrophic inferno. Amidst the roaring flames, Xiang Chun transformed into a young, golden-feathered, three-legged golden crow, unleashing a long cry towards the heavens as he evolved within the blaze. As time passed, over the course of an hour, the three-legged golden crow consumed 2 more vitality elixirs and 2 vials of solar fire essence, while voraciously absorbing the lunar essence of the celestial wolf spirit. Within Xiang Chen's spiritual platform, a formidable surge of soul energy accumulated, resembling a stream poised to burst forth. Yet, he continued to gather more soul power. Within the divine space, the potency of the true Sun Dan reached a formidable zenith. Sun Soul Moon, arise. The three-legged golden crow suddenly roared, speaking in human tongue. In that instant, the soul energy erupted from the spiritual platform, striking a unique soul meridian within Xiang Chen's mind, the soul meridian. Simultaneously, the true sun essence surged from the divine space towards the meridians in Xiang Chen's head. With a thunderous roar, both the soul energy and solar power explosively converged. This unique soul meridian, under the overwhelming force of soul energy, resembled a blocked waterway, relentlessly breached by a ferocious beast. Waves of energy radiated from the center of Xiang Chen's brow. A resounding boom echoed in his mind, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. With a mighty crack, a soul space several zhang in size was carved out within the spiritual platform, a realm known as the Sea of Spirits. The true sun essence surged in. The soul power coalesced, both forces amalgamating. Within the Sea of Spirits, a pale golden soul moon, initially the size of an egg, rapidly expanded to a diameter of 10 feet. Concurrently, within the divine space, the true Sun Dan transformed into a fist-sized entity, its potency amplifying 5-fold in an instant. A halo of pale golden soul radiance expanded outward, enveloping an area of over 2,000 meters, revealing a vision that unfolded within Xiang Chen's mind, even allowing him to discern minute details like bacteria. His soul power was significantly more potent than that of others at the same realm. This ability paralleled the Moonwatcher SI, which could cover an expanse of 100 kilometers, though the latter lacked the capacity to wield magical artifacts. He had attained the first realm of the Soul Moon. Yet, this was not the end. Within Xiang Chen's divine space, the foolish fish spirit continuously released primordial energy. The energy he had amassed was overwhelming. Additionally, the celestial wolf spirit remained active, unleashing its own soul power. He had vanquished numerous formidable foes, accumulating an abundance of soul energy. A resounding rumble echoed as the forces of soul and sun continued to surge against the second soul vein. With an unstoppable momentum, it pierced through this conduit of spiritual energy. The second soul vein was unlocked. In an explosive burst, the soul moon expanded once more, swelling in size. The divine space also enlarged, reaching a staggering 140 zhang. The solar power within grew substantially, increasing by over 50%. The realm of the soul moon had reached the second level, breaking through. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. The furious energy continued its assault. The following day, as the sun rose, the mountaintop had been transformed into scorched earth. Another wave of violent breakthrough energy erupted, heralding the third level of the soul moon. But would this elevation be the final limit? No. As the first breath of terrestrial purple energy coalesced with the dawn of the sun, the great sun ascended. A radiant essence enveloped the land, gathering over a radius of several dozen kilometers. Streams of purplish-red solar energy surged into Xiang Chun's body, who then consumed a vial of solar fire essence. The ferocious energy surged once more. However, this time, the accumulated energy was nearly depleted, resulting in a slower pace in breaking through the fourth soul vein compared to before. The second day, the third day, the fourth day. On the fifth day, with a thunderous roar, the solar energy accumulated over 5 days violently surged towards Xiang Chun's fourth soul vein. The fourth level of the soul moon was unveiled. Another wave of spiritual energy expanded outward, reaching an impressive radius of 8 kilometers. The fourth level of the soul moon was established. At this moment, the vast energy accumulated within Xiang Chun gradually dissipated, flowing into his being. Unbelievable. As he broke through the soul moon, Xiang Chen's mastery of the solar true scripture had surged dramatically to the fourth level of the soul moon, entering the early phase of the middle realm. This was the result of painstaking effort that took others years to achieve. However, the path of demons and spirits was inherently a shortcut to plunder. Dear brother in the realm, I sensed a hint of disrespect from you. Every breakthrough seems to come in strides. The principle of accumulating strength before unleashing it applies to Xiang Chun, whose journey to the East China Sea had already absorbed a considerable amount of solar fire essence stored within his flesh and spirit. Not to mention the energy accumulated from refining the golden crow egg, which had devoured countless sea beasts during the Great Battle, including a juvenile Songhai dinosaur. The depth of his accumulation was profound, leading to this explosive breakthrough. After his breakthrough, the form of the three-legged golden crow also underwent a transformation. Initially resembling a chick, with its golden downy body, it finally sprouted a full set of golden feathers, marking a significant metamorphosis. The golden plumage appeared as if forged from gold, enveloped in solar true fire. Its head resembled that of a crow and a phoenix, adorned with 7 golden crown feathers. The elongated neck resembled that of a swan, and its wings spanned over 20 meters. Below its body were 3 crimson legs, covered in fine scales, each foot possessing 6 claws, 4 in the front and 2 in the rear. Its tail was long, featuring 7 elongated tail feathers, each adorned with solar-like halos, creating a breathtaking spectacle. What a magnificent and regal beast! The three-legged golden crow, Wu Chun, surveyed his newly transformed body with satisfaction, finally shedding the burdensome form of a plump chick. He chuckled heartily, his wings flaring, unleashing a wave of solar heat that surged into the distance. Previously, he had felt a twinge of embarrassment in his former guise, resembling a mutated chick of golden hue. However, the energy he had amassed was insufficient, compelling him to cultivate the sun's true scripture only to the soul moon realm. Wu Chun sighed inwardly, acknowledging the exorbitant demand for resources inherent in the myriad demon sacred arts. while simultaneously needing to enhance the power of the lunar true Dan. As he advanced in his cultivation, the need for increasingly potent demon divine forms would only magnify. With a swift flourish of his wings, he soared skyward, transforming into a streak of light that pierced the heavens. Upon reaching the zenith, a resonant thunderclap echoed through the space, struggling to keep pace with his velocity. Suspended in the sky, Wu Chen promptly reversed his course and descended upon a mountaintop reduced to scorched earth, exhilaration swelling within him. In his demon form, he achieved a velocity 7 times that of sound, surpassing his previous speed by several measures. Such swiftness rivaled that of a formidable being in the ascendant realm. Any adversary beneath the celestial tier of that realm would find it difficult to pursue him without extraordinary artifacts. Elated, Wu Chen recognized that with increased speed came enhanced offensive capabilities, significantly bolstering his chances of escape. Subsequently, he retracted his demonic aura, golden light shimmering as he radiated a solar-like brilliance, reverting to his human form. The handsome youth, with shoulder-length golden hair and chiseled features, exuded an aura of masculinity without veering into flamboyance. Gazing skyward, he noted the absence of storm clouds and murmured, "Without reaching the soul moon realm in the lunar true scripture, the myriad demon sacred arts cannot be deemed fully cultivated. It appears the thunderous tribulation shall only arrive when I break through the soul moon threshold." Within his divine abode, a solar true Dan, now the size of a bowl, floated, gathering solar essence as the formidable aura of the 4th tier of the soul moon realm dissipated. The power of the lunar true Dan surged forth, transforming into the essence of the primordial yang true Dan realm, while his once golden locks morphed into a silvery hue. In years past, he had painstakingly coalesced the vital essence within his kidneys to form a minuscule golden Dan, only to have it shattered by a group of individuals who insisted it was merely a stone, their sonic vibrations rendering 22 years of arduous cultivation to naught. The guise of the underdog. Oh, how it would serve him well. Who would dare to regard him with the eyes of a mere primordial yang realm cultivator? It would be they who would face the consequences. Wu Chun chuckled to himself, harboring a strategy of retaining a hidden strength, deliberately exposing his weakest side to disarm others, allowing them to lower their guard and underestimate his prowess. And when the time came for his strongest move, it would strike like thunder, an embodiment of the ancient adage, move like a sick tiger, erupt like a dragon. A majestic tiger may appear languid and feeble in its movements. Yet this is but an illusion. When it suddenly pounces, one experiences the true meaning of a leap that spans 3 yards, a tiger's leap across the chasm. The moon embodies softness, and to others, it may seem as if it merely possesses the realm of the Yuan Yang True Dan. However, the sun represents strength. When its true essence erupts, the opponent will come to realize the true extent of its power. Xiang Chun gazed at the mountain peak, now reduced to a scorched wasteland, and could not help but smile wryly. In his previous life, such reckless cultivation would have led to imprisonment for arson. Fortunately, he had preemptively carved out a wide isolation zone, preventing the raging flames from spreading beyond the peak and into the surrounding forest. He contemplated checking on Qingcheng and the monkey, pondering their progress in cultivation, before hastening towards the mountain shrouded in dense mist across from him. With a single step, the ground trembled, rocks shattered, and the mountain split as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, crossing several kilometers and plunging into the thick fog. In the valley, within the illusionary formation, a black cauldron, no larger than a small house, remained ensconced in the valley. Xiang Chun summoned his true essence, swiftly reclaiming the ancient cauldron. With a resonating hum, the cauldron was absorbed, transforming into a beam of light that entered Xiang Chen's body. Meanwhile, Xiahou Wu, Xia Qingcheng Bauer, and Dongfang Sanxing were still within the illusion. Upon his arrival, they all opened their eyes simultaneously. "Xiang Chen, where have you been? You left us stuck here for ages," Bauer exclaimed, her hands flailing in exasperation as she rushed toward him. Chapter 769. The transformation of the dragon throne. Xiang Chun turned to Bauer, noticing that she appeared to have matured significantly. Once merely an 18-year-old girl, she now seemed to be in her 20s. He then looked at Xiahou Wu, Dongfang Sanxing, and Dongfang Yuan, utterly astonished. These individuals bore unkempt beards and looked as if they had been trapped for an eternity. No way. How fast does time flow within the cauldron? Xiang Chen thought in disbelief. "Monkey, how long have you kept us here? It feels as if a year has passed." Xiao Wu remarked, equally perplexed. And no, it hasn't been long. Only 5 days have passed outside. The time you experienced here is merely an illusion magnified by the formation. Xiang Chun replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. 5 days? How can that be? It feels like a year. I have entered seclusion several times. Dongfang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Just an illusion, merely a trick of the formation. Xiang Chun awkwardly scratched his head, astonished. My goodness. No wonder I felt like so much time had passed in the ancient cauldron of Tang Valley when only 4 hours elapsed outside, he mused, intending to shift the conversation as soon as they exited the illusion. How has your cultivation progressed? With this inquiry, the previous topic was swiftly forgotten. Dongfang Sanqing excitedly announced, I have advanced from the 2nd to the 4th realm of the Soul Moon. I have completely refined all the resources you provided. Me too. I have ascended from the 5th to the 7th realm of the Soul Moon. The assistance from this formation is indeed remarkable, Dongfang Yuan added. I have also progressed from the 2nd to the 4th realm of the Soul Moon. Xia Qingcheng chimed in, her smile undeterred by the time spent trapped within. Hee. I have also reached the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm. By heavens, in this upcoming battle of the 9 palaces, I shall ensure that the arrogant scions of the Flame Palace witness our formidable strength. Xiao Wu clenched his fists, his vitality and inner power surging within him like a mighty dragon. I too have attained the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm, spoke Dugu Yuming with a smile. As long as it proves effective. It has only been 5 days. We can further solidify our realm in the remaining time, remarked Xiang Chun with a grin. No, I do not wish to cultivate within your formation any longer. It has been unbearably torturous. These few days felt like an entire year. It nearly suffocated me. Exclaimed Dongfang Sanqing hurriedly. Then we shall not cultivate within this formation. You may return first. I will dismantle the auxiliary formation I set up, said Xiang Chun. All right, we shall head back. You will follow shortly, they agreed. Xia Qingqing nodded at Xiang Chun as they passed by, discreetly transmitting a message. Brother Xiang Chun, we have indeed spent a whole year within. This is the true passage of time. In the future, we must not allow outsiders to cultivate within your treasure. Should this secret be revealed, it may unleash a tremendous calamity and contention. You may deceive them once, but you cannot deceive them forever. I understand, Qingcheng. You have suffered for so long in there, Xiang Chun replied quietly. Xia Qingcheng smiled faintly, saying little more, before departing with the others. As Xiang Chun watched them leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was not concerned for Bayer, Qingcheng, or the monkey. Rather, he feared what calamities might arise if the other 3 uncovered the truth. Treasures should not be revealed lightly. Henceforth, caution is paramount. Unless they are absolutely trustworthy, no one should be allowed inside, and if they are, a soul seal must be placed upon them. Xiang Chun mused. The mysterious ancient cauldron was the most formidable and extraordinary treasure he possessed. After all, it was an object even the 8th brother envied. Xiang Chun took some time to dismantle the illusionary formations, mazes, and defensive arrays in the area. He retrieved his Dragon K demon blade, gazing at the weapon that had accompanied him through countless battles, stroking its blade as though caressing a beloved. Dragon K. Today marks the time for your complete transformation into a spirit, Xiang Chun murmured to himself. The blade's hardness and power had already surpassed many spiritual weapons. However, due to his cultivation level, he had not personally awakened its spirit. Xiang Chun pressed between his brows, and immediately a unique, faint golden glow of soul energy radiated forth, enveloping the Dragon K's blade. The blade hummed as it absorbed this soul power, akin to an infant greedily consuming its mother's milk, voraciously devouring Xiang Chen's soul energy. His blood surged forth, dripping into the Dragon K demon blade. Awaken, arise, Xiang Chun bellowed, as his blood, true essence of the Soul Moon realm, and his own soul power surged into the blade, transforming into intricate demonic inscriptions. A fearsome roar echoed from the Dragon K demon blade, reminiscent of an ancient beast. The air trembled as a torrent of overwhelming demonic blood energy erupted, sweeping forth like a deluge. With a resonant hum, the dragon's blade surged skyward, its black and crimson aura coiling and roaring, transforming into a dragon-like silhouette that writhed in midair. Xiang Chen's hands shifted as he performed a series of intricate gestures, channeling another surge of solar essence into the dragon's blade, which shimmered with golden light. In an instant, The dragon's blade expanded, its mass swelling dramatically. The once formidable Sword of One, 8 meters metamorphosed into a terrifying giant blade measuring 15 meters. This weapon offered a mere 14-meter head start. The final meter would determine if I could strike you down. The dragon's blade emanated a malevolent aura, suffused with demonic energy, its edge sharp enough to consume life itself, embodying a blade that truly possessed sentience. Suddenly, 3 circles of mystical runes blossomed along the blade's surface, transforming it into a third-tier spiritual sword. This third-tier weapon represented the pinnacle of power attainable within the Soul Moon realm. Yet, at that moment, dark clouds gathered ominously above, and a terrifying force of thunder coalesced. The tribulation of weapons. Xiang Chun narrowed his eyes at this spectacle. This was a thunderous trial meant for spiritual instruments and artifacts, particularly for the dragon's blade. Not an ordinary sword, but an exceptional weapon chronicled in the sacred art of 10,000 beasts. A blade imbued with the essence of life and capable of evolving alongside its master. The heavens roiled with crimson lightning, resembling serpents of thunder dancing through the sky. A deafening crack of thunder pierced the air, followed by a violent descent of crimson fire lightning that struck the dragon's blade. The blade vibrated. Enveloped in the radiant glow of the thunder, its immense form surrounded by arcs of lightning, exuding a fearsome heat, as if attempting to melt this defiant weapon of slaughter. Meanwhile, Xiang Chun stood at a distance, quietly observing the dragon's blade undergoing its tribulation, its true name being the primordial demon blade. Not belonging to this realm, Xiang Chun held no faith that the laws of this world could hinder it. As the tribulation continued, powerful fiery bolts of lightning rained down, seeking to incinerate this weapon of carnage. Yet within the tempest of thunder and fire, the aura of the dragon's blade only grew stronger, resonating with a chorus of humming and blade cries. It absorbed the energy of the thunder and flames, refining its very essence. Invisible ashes began to flake away from the blade, consumed by the flames. The massive sword gradually diminished in size, shrinking as if a colossal iron block was being forged into a singular piece of fine steel. However, this refinement was not conducted by a blacksmith or an artifact master. It was the very force of the heavens, tempering the blade with thunder. In that moment, Xiang Chun shared a profound connection with the dragon's blade, sensing its spirit, thoughts, and soul. His consciousness became singularly focused upon the blade. With closed eyes, he stood atop the mountain, entering a state of deep meditation. Within his heart and mind, he envisioned a colossal blade capable of cleaving through celestial beings, a weapon that could carve open the heavens. At that instant, his spirit merged seamlessly with the blade's soul. With a resounding roar, his body surged, his robes billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. A surge of intensified blade energy erupted from every pore and acupoint of his body. This blade energy harbored a unique essence of soul energy and the might of the heavens and earth, an embodiment of sword intent. The sword intent surged violently, doubling its already formidable strength in an instant, piercing through to the realm of perfection. With a resounding roar, a torrent of blade energy swept in all directions, obliterating the rocks atop the mountain, reducing them to mere rubble and then to dust. Now, Xiang Chun suddenly bellowed, his arms swinging forth. As he did so, the Dragon Queller demon blade seemed to move in concert with his arm. With a swish, a black-red blade curtain, measuring over 10 meters in length, tore through the heavens, cleaving the ominous thunderclouds above. The rolling storm clouds were rent asunder by this strike. Thunder cut, Xiang Chun shouted, swinging his arm once more. The Dragon Queller demon blade hummed, gathering mystical runes. With a ripping sound, it unleashed a scorching torrent of fire and thunder, striking with immense power. Employing the Dragon Queller demon blade from afar, he executed a martial art strike. This was a treasured artifact, intimately connected with his spirit, akin to an extension of his own being. The blade emitted a pulsating wave of consciousness, as if seeking Xiang Chun's approval. "Go forth," he replied with a smile, akin to indulging a child's desire to frolic freely. The Dragon Queller demon blade transformed into a radiant beam, shooting towards the tempestuous fire and thunder clouds at astonishing speeds. The sound of its approach resonated like rolling thunder. The blade unleashed the arcane runes of the thunder-cleaving blade. These runes roared as they voraciously absorbed the torrential power of the thunderclouds. The tribulation itself relentlessly bombarded this defier of the divine wrath. Yet, It was evident to the naked eye that the thunderclouds were diminishing in size. The Dragon Queller Demon Blade, conjuring the technique of thunder cleaving, acted like a magnet, a battery, fervently drawing in the energy of the storm. The thunderclouds enveloping a 1-kilometer radius shrank progressively, smaller and smaller. It was a sentient metal, possessing life, consciousness, and memory. It could recall the sword techniques Xiang Chun had wielded and replicate them. Gradually, the thunderfire tribulation clouds within that kilometer radius were entirely drained by the Dragon Queller Demon Blade. With a sharp sound, the blade descended like a bolt of lightning, striking the mountain before Xiang Chun. With a thunderous explosion, the entire peak was cleaved in two by the blade's own force. Then, it transformed into a black-red glow, circling around Xiang Chun like a playful fish, exhibiting its own sentience. "Come here," he beckoned, extending his palm. The immense Dragon Queller Demon Blade vibrated and shrank into a palm-sized black-red dagger, resting in his hand. The tip of the blade curled upward, seemingly caressing Xiang Chun's fingers with the agility of a small serpent. Xiang Chun chuckled softly, flicking the Dragon Queller Demon Blade, which then soared away with a resonant hum. As the Dragon K Demon Blade transformed into a beam of light and shot forth, it directly entered Xiang Chun's sleeve, teasingly tickling his armpit. "Ha ha ha, Dragon K, stop it. That tickles too much." Xiang Chun laughed as he attempted to catch the mischievous blade. Suddenly, the Dragon K darted downward, positioning itself beneath his legs, causing a flicker of confusion in his mind. "What on earth is this?" he exclaimed. "Come back here, Dragon K. Be careful, don't cut me." Xiang Chun's expression shifted, and he hastily admonished. The Dragon K, slightly irked, responded with a playful jolt, bending and snapping like a spring. "Oh!" Xiang Chun let out a pained yelp. Bending over and clutching his groin, his face contorted in agony. "If you keep this up, I'll toss you into the ancient cauldron to refine you," he threatened fiercely. Upon hearing this, the Dragon K obediently flew out from his pant leg, fearing the cauldron, and transformed into a stream of spiritual light, shooting into Xiang Chun's body, merging with his flesh and blood. With a thought, Xiang Chun felt a hum as he released a radiant glow from his palm, and the Dragon K materialized into his hand, transforming into a massive blade nearly 6 feet long, exuding an imposing aura and a menacing presence. However, the blade suddenly emanated a terrifying gravitational force, nearly causing Xiang Chun to lose his grip. "Good heavens, this is significantly heavier. It must weigh at least 100,000 pounds. The legendary golden cudgel of Sun Wukong is said to weigh 13,000 pounds. But I feel that was a gross underestimation. Old Master Wu must have been too subtle in his writing." Xiang Chun marveled inwardly. "I'm hungry, craving meat, yearning for blood." A consciousness, understood solely by Xiang Chun, echoed in his mind. "You'll have to endure. After all, you dared to tease me earlier," he replied grumpily, giving the Dragon K a playful flick. "I'm hungry too, I want to eat it." At that moment, the little white tiger gazed at the Dragon K in Xiang Chun's hand with pitiful eyes, nearly drooling. "Master, protect me." The Dragon K, sensing the tiger's hunger, swiftly transformed into a beam of light and shot into Xiang Chun, startling the little white tiger. "You can't eat it. If you do, I'll have no one to fight alongside me. I'll bring you back 2 tons of treasures as snacks," Xiang Chun reassured, gently rubbing the tiger's forehead. "Look at that. Is that even human speech? Such foolishness." With his cultivation elevated and his equipment upgraded, Xiang Chun felt confident that the upcoming 9 Palaces battle would pose little challenge, hoping to confront Yi Tianxi, this unfilial nephew, and force him to address him as brother-in-law. Contemplating this, he prepared to depart, as the Dragon K manifested beneath him, transforming into a streak of light and soaring into the sky. "Artifact flight," he exclaimed. Chapter 771. True Motives. A formidable Soul Moon realm expert can harness the power of the Soul Moon to control spiritual treasures for flight. However, even without a spiritual treasure, one must connect with the power of true wings for flight. Yet, shortly after taking off, Xiang Chun gasped in surprise. Through his moon-watching eyes, he inadvertently spotted a group of individuals hidden within a mountain range approximately 50 kilometers ahead. This group, numbering over 10, was clad entirely in black garments that enveloped their bodies. The robes were peculiar, capable of obstructing spiritual perception, indicating they were high-grade magical robes, impervious to detection by spiritual senses. Moreover, this group of individuals possesses formidable cultivation, all being experts above the Soul Moon realm. with even one among them at the esteemed Lingxiao realm. What could such a multitude of powerful beings be lurking in the mountains for? Surely, they do not intend to launch a surprise attack on me. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow. Having just arrived in Zhongzhou, he hardly had any enemies, and the only one that came to mind was Yi Tianxi. Is it possible that Yi Tianxi has sent someone to eliminate me? That seems highly improbable. Yi Tianxi lacks the influence to mobilize so many experts at the Lingxiao level. If there were a formidable adversary with significant backing, it could only be someone like King Qing, who had captured Xiang Qin's brother, Qin Feng. The gaze of this group is not directed toward my vicinity. It appears they are not here for me, but likely planning an ambush on someone else. Regardless, to be prudent, I shall alter my appearance and take a detour. Xiang Qin mused, subsequently retrieving the 100 Illusions mask gifted by Zhang Xingu, affixing it to his face to change his guise. He then veered off course, avoiding flight directly over the group of individuals. Indeed, flying with a spirit vessel proves to be swifter than my own condensed true wings, while conserving my true essence. Xiang Qin stood upon the surface of the Dragon K-blade, reflecting on the past life where he longed to soar through the skies on a sword. Now, he mused, I can be considered a half-immortal flying on a blade. As he soared, his thoughts wandered. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed from ahead. He beheld a purplish-red carriage, propelled through the air by 3 exotic beasts. This carriage, remarkably exquisite in form, resembled a blossoming purplish-red lotus. The pulling beasts were 3 pure white steeds adorned with feathered wings, known as cloud steeds, a relatively rare breed of mid-tier spirit beast, favored by affluent female cultivators for their striking appearance. Each of the 3 steeds bore a rider, all clad in armor, wielding long spears, exuding a remarkable aura. With their cultivation at least at the Soul Moon Realm's great heavenly position, Xiang Chun navigated the Dragon K-blade slightly off course, passing by the procession without much thought. However, as the caravan moved past him, he suddenly halted, inadvertently glancing back toward the direction the carriage was headed. Was it not toward the mountains where powerful individuals lay in ambush? Could it be that this group was targeting the caravan? Xiang Chun pondered aloud. Oh well, it is of no concern to me. In this world where the dead do not care for the living, meddling in others' affairs is a path to demise. He shook his head, immediately dismissing the notion of warning them. Who knows who resides within that carriage? They could very well be malevolent individuals, drawing the ire of those lying in wait. Yet, just as he prepared to depart, Xiang Chun slapped himself across the face. Damn it. Perhaps I should warn them after all. Just a word of caution, otherwise, my conscience may weigh heavily upon me. After all, in my previous life, I was a model student, often helping the elderly cross the street and rescuing stray cats and dogs. Alas, it seems I am still a good person. Heaven, when I face tribulation, please take it easy on me and refrain from striking down this benevolent soul with your 5-element heavenly lightning. Heaven, rest assured, 5-element heavenly tribulation it shall be. Let's see if I strike you down or not. With a sigh, Xiang Chun intensified his true essence to pursue the individual ahead. Resolute in his intent to issue a warning, whether the recipient heeded it or not was of little consequence to him, for he was merely a passerby, capable of doing no more than this. A playful thought crossed his mind. What if this person turned out to be a beauty? In such a case, his act of saving her might lead to her offering herself in gratitude. Xiang ergo, driven by less than noble intentions, mused to himself, though he feared this might indeed reveal his true motivations. Soon, he caught up with the Cloud Steed caravan. Hey, wait up, you ahead, he called out. And to his surprise, the caravan halted upon hearing his voice. However, as he approached the carriage, his brow furrowed in recognition of an emblem adorning it, a lotus-shaped insignia that was strikingly familiar to him. From the carriage, a melodious voice inquired, "Who calls for a stop?" "It's a cultivator, Miss 3, replied one of the guards stationed ahead. As Xiang Chun drew closer, he observed 3 formidable guards, each clad in armor embellished with the very same emblem he recognized. "Brother, what is your business?" The leading figure, a handsome man in armor, asked in a rather amicable tone. Xiang Chun performed a slight bow, addressing them, "Esteemed sirs, I just came from the direction you are headed and noticed a powerful beast lurking in the mountains ahead. I felt compelled to warn you of the danger." The 3 guards exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. One guard's eyes gleamed with suspicion as they scrutinized Xiang Chun, who appeared rather unremarkable with his yellowish complexion and was at the Yuan Yang true Dan stage of cultivation. However, The fact that he could wield a spiritual treasure hinted at concealed depths to his abilities. Foolish boy, the Dan mountain range lies within the imperial capital. There are no beasts, let alone vile creatures here. I suspect you are merely hiding your true cultivation and approaching us with ill intentions, one guard retorted brusquely. Xiang Chun frowned slightly, replying, believe it or not, I am merely offering a kind warning. It is up to you. With that, he turned to leave. Wait a moment. A voice called from within the carriage, and the curtain was drawn back to reveal a strikingly beautiful face peering out. Ah, indeed, a lovely maiden, Xiang Chun thought. Taken aback, the young girl, appearing to be in her 20s, possessed delicate features and an innocent allure. The center of her forehead marked with a small dot of red pigment. Her large, clear eyes sparkled enchantingly. Sir, what manner of beast do you speak of? She gently inquired, her tone soft and inviting. I apologize for the guard's earlier rudeness. Two-legged beasts, Xiang Chun replied, retracting his earlier, scrutinizing gaze, now asking calmly. For the girl bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. At his words, the maiden narrowed her eyes slightly, a flicker of insight passing through them before she nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your warning. No need for thanks. May I inquire if you are from the Jinho residence? Xiang Chun asked casually. Indeed, I am. Thank you for your information, she replied with a smile, before lowering the curtain once more. The carriage rumbled onward. Chapter 772, The Bipedal Beasts. Miss, are there truly bipedal beasts? Inquired a charming maid in white beside the young lady. I have never heard of any ferocious beasts in the Graden mountain range. There may be no beasts, but there are certainly vile men. That gentleman was warning us of an ambush ahead, the young lady replied, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent moons, revealing a glimmer of coldness. Ah, the maid's complexion changed dramatically upon hearing this. Brother Qin, let us change direction towards the Muhu residence, the young lady suggested softly. Miss, do you truly believe that person's words? Questioned Qin Ming, the leader of the guards ahead. It is wiser to trust in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Caution is prudent, the young lady responded gently. Very well, we shall take a detour, Qin Ming affirmed, altering their course. The cloud steed shifted its direction, bypassing their original path. After traveling nearly 100 kilometers, they were on the verge of leaving the Great and Mountain Range. Suddenly, from a nearby mountain ridge, several powerful arrows erupted, shooting towards them. Qin Ming's expression changed. In an instant, he struck the carriage with a powerful palm. A piercing scream rang out from within the carriage as the vehicle was violently jolted. However, the three cloud steeds could not evade the onslaught. Struck by several arrows that exploded upon impact, leaving gaping wounds in their bodies. Two of the three guards were thrown away by the blast. But Qin Ming unleashed a formidable surge of true essence to stabilize himself. Who dares to show themselves? Qin Ming bellowed, gripping his battle spear and swiftly moving to the side of the carriage, radiating an immense aura of true essence to shield it. He conjured a protective spiritual shield that hovered above him. At that moment, beams of light shot up from the mountain ridge below, coalescing into shadowy figures clad in black, their true wings materializing. Among them, one figure soared without any artifacts, emanating a powerful aura of the celestial realm. This group was indeed the same one that Xiang Chun had encountered previously. How had they managed to change their ambush location to intercept their altered route? Over a dozen formidable individuals surrounded the three guards and the carriage. Miss, there truly is an ambush. But we have already changed our direction, the maid exclaimed in alarm, immediately channeling her true essence to protect herself. Inside the carriage, the young lady maintained her composure, swiftly forming hand seals as a stream of golden true essence flowed into the carriage. With a resonating hum, the carriage emitted a powerful defensive array. Qin Ming gripped his spear, coldly surveying the dozen or so adversaries. Who are you? Dare to rob the carriage of the Jinho residence? Kill, commanded the leader of the celestial realm coldly, without offering a response. Kill. Over a dozen formidable beings unleashed their true essence and charged towards the trio. Zhao Wang Bai, protect the third miss, Qin Ming shouted. Then, with his battle spear in hand, he unleashed a torrent of true essence, transforming into a streak of golden light as he surged toward the encroaching assailants. The ground trembled as four assassins of the Soul Moon realm united to unleash a powerful combination of martial arts and spells upon them. Fireballs, sword energies, and magical seals surged forth in a deadly onslaught. Qin Ming thrust his spear, which instantaneously transformed into hundreds of spear shadows, striking back against these attacks with explosive force. Subsequently, he swung his spear, unleashing a golden arc that cleaved through the air, fatally striking an assassin, whose anguished scream echoed as his body was severed in twain by the blow. Yet, more assassins rushed forth, overwhelming him with a multitude of attacks, leaving him with only the ability to defend, devoid of any opportunity to counterattack. Among the two guards, Wang Bai suddenly drew his sword, directing a golden flash towards his comrade, Zhao Nyo's head. Zhao Nyo, taken aback by the betrayal, was caught off guard as his head was severed and exploded, his soul's essence dispersing into a luminous orb. "Wang Bai, you traitor!" Zhao Nyo's soul howled in fury. Wang Bai, with a cold smirk, replied, "Following the young lady only leads to a dead end. You remain foolishly loyal, unable to discern reality." Zhao Nyo's soul cursed, but was swiftly consumed by a spatial force, vanishing from this realm, destined for the torments of another world. Wang Bai retaliated with a strike against the carriage, which responded with a resonant hum as its protective barrier repelled his attack. "Wang Bai, you wretch! How dare you betray the young lady?" A maid's voice emanated from within the carriage. "Wang Bai, why do you betray me?" The young lady queried coldly. "My lady, I have no choice but to betray you to survive. Xiao Luo, if you can assist me in capturing the young lady, I might spare you a fate worse than death," Wang Bai retorted with a chilling laugh, addressing the maid. "Begone! I would rather die than betray the young lady." "You beast!" Maid Xiao Luo cursed vehemently, before launching a spiritual sword from the carriage, aimed viciously at the guard. A cry of despair resonated from another corner, where Qin Ming found himself ensnared by more than a dozen assassins, a formidable foe striking him with a surprise attack. The sword pierced through Qin Ming's chest, and as he was struck, he unleashed a barrage of talismans, conjuring powerful spells that rained down upon the encroaching assassins. In a desperate bid, he activated a void escape talisman, doubling his speed as he surged towards the carriage. "Wang Bai, I will slay you!" Qin Ming roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, veins coursing with blood. Despite his grievous wounds, he unleashed his true essence, propelling himself through the air with lethal intent. Alarmed, Wang Bai's complexion changed dramatically as he swiftly evaded, distancing himself from the carriage. As Qin Ming descended, he grasped the carriage, intent on fleeing. However, the encirclement made escape implausible. A flying sword, imbued with lethal intent, sliced through the air, striking Qin Ming's shoulder amid the chaos of attacks. He screamed in agony as the force of the blow severed his hand from the grip that sought to pull the carriage to safety. "Brother Qin Ming, do not worry about me. You must escape," the young lady urged from within the carriage. "I would rather perish than abandon the young lady." Qin Ming gritted his teeth against the pain, determined to pull the carriage away, embodying the spirit of a resolute warrior. Yet, a hail of arrows rained down, one piercing his chest, impaling him against the carriage. This carriage, though fortified with formidable defenses, lacked the means to flee, relying solely on beasts or men for propulsion. Only the spirit ships possess formidable defensive capabilities and the ability to traverse dimensions. Yet the intricate rune technology of the spirit ships is exclusive to the military of the Great Xia. Over a dozen assassins encircled the carriage. A chilling voice from the young lady pierced through the air. "You were sent by my second brother to eradicate us, weren't you?" A powerful figure from the Lingxiao realm responded icily. "Since you are aware, miss, why do you still pursue this matter relentlessly? Capture her." As the command was issued, the true essence and magical power of the assassins surged, preparing to breach the defenses. At that moment, a figure appeared seemingly out of thin air, grasping the carriage, a surge of spatial energy emanating. In an instant, the entire carriage vanished without a trace. Chapter 773. Coincidence does not exist. Thunderous explosions erupted as powerful attacks were unleashed. However, where they struck, nothing remained. The carriage and Qin Ming had abruptly disappeared, leaving nothing but emptiness. Where have they gone? Where is the carriage? The group of assassins stood in stunned silence, bewildered, not a single trace left behind. Where is everyone? Even the powerful figure from the Lingxiao realm was momentarily taken aback, until he suddenly perceived the carriage reappearing 3 kilometers away within his spiritual awareness. With an enraged shout, he transformed into a beam of light and shot forth in pursuit. The others, regaining their composure, hastily followed suit. Inside the carriage, the young lady was equally astonished, while Qin Ming, pinned in place, gazed in awe at the man who had suddenly appeared and was now propelling the carriage. "It's you." Qin Ming recognized him instantly. The young man with yellow skin was the one who had previously warned them. It was Xiang Chun. "It's you, sir?" The young lady also recognized him as the one who had alerted them. "Tell me, young lady, is your name Chunya?" Xiang Chun summoned his celestial crane, channeling his true essence into it, as he inquired of those within the carriage. With a resounding boom, the celestial crane transformed into a magnificent white heron, while Xiang Chun's true essence bound the carriage to the crane. Whoosh! The celestial crane then became a streak of light, racing through the air at 10 times the speed of sound, towing the carriage along. "Sir, who are you? Why did you rescue us? What if you did? And what if you didn't?" the young lady asked with remarkable composure. "If I were to save you, you would be safe. If not, I would leave you behind without hesitation," Xiang Chun replied, maneuvering the celestial crane, his speed already surpassing that of their pursuers. The young lady responded with a faint smile. "If I claim that now, it may be perceived as a deceitful ploy to save my life. Would you still believe me, sir? If you lie, you cannot conceal it from my eyes," Xiang Chun retorted with a sardonic smile, a hint of pride evident in his tone. "Very well. I do indeed go by Chunya. Who are you, sir? Why save me?" The young lady admitted. "That is correct. The two of you bear a striking resemblance. As for who I am an old acquaintance of your elder brother. I will explain in detail later. For now, we must evade them." As he spoke, a surge of stronger solar true essence erupted. With a thunderous roar, a more potent wave of air pressure propelled the celestial crane's speed to a terrifying 13 times the speed of sound. The group of assassins pursuing from behind stood in stunned silence, gazing at the carriage that had dramatically accelerated, nearly vanishing from their sight. "How infuriating! Who dares to meddle in our affairs?" The powerful figure of the Lingxiao realm was filled with rage, realizing he could no longer catch up. The celestial crane spirit was flying at full speed, while Xiang Chun inwardly marveled at the unexpected encounter with Chunya. Chunya, the younger sister of Qinfeng, had been mentioned in the documents left by her brother, detailing their profound sibling bond. In the Jinhou mansion, Chunya was the one he thought of most often. Upon first laying eyes on her, Xiang Chun was taken aback, for her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Qinfeng, with expressions echoing one another. Recognizing the emblem of the Jinhou mansion confirmed his suspicion of her identity. Otherwise, he would never have risked his safety to rescue a stranger. Merely offering a kind warning had already stretched his limits. If Chunya were to be slain before him and he did nothing to intervene, he would surely feel eternally guilty toward Qinfeng. Xiang Chun carried Chunya over a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers, altering their course twice along the way. Once he was certain they had completely evaded their pursuers, the celestial crane's spirit finally came to a halt in a forest park within a district of the imperial capital of Zhongzhou. The severely injured Qin Ming had already been assisted into the carriage. At that moment, Chunya and her maid, Xiao Luo, also emerged from the carriage. "Xiao Luo, please tend to brother Qin Ming. I have matters to discuss with the gentleman," Chunya instructed her maid. "Understood, Mississippi. However, we must remain vigilant. This person's origins are unclear," Xiao Luo cautioned, casting a wary glance at the young man approaching the pavilion. "I am aware," Chunya nodded, then proceeded toward Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun sat in the pavilion beside a stone table, preparing a set of tea utensils, selecting high-quality tea leaves and pristine spring water to brew the tea. "Sir, may I take a seat?" Chunya approached and offered a graceful bow. "Please do," Xiang Chun nodded, gesturing for her to sit. As Chunya observed the tea set, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. It was her brother's prized Zishan 9 treasure tea set. "Thank you, kind sir, for saving my life. May I inquire your name?" Chunya spoke softly. Xiang Chun peeled away the illusionary mask from his face, revealing his true visage. Chunya was mildly astonished to discover a remarkably handsome and youthful young man. Despite her cultivation at the 8th heaven of the Soul Moon realm, she had been unable to discern his disguise. "Chunya, I am Xiang Chun, the sworn brother of brother Qinfeng. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Xiang Chun said, rising and cupping his fists in salute. "You are my brother's sworn brother?" Chunya gazed at Xiang Chun in surprise. Although she appeared youthful, she was actually in her 30s, her advanced cultivation contributing to her youthful appearance. "Indeed, Sister Chunya. May I take a look at your identity jade token?" Xiang Chun inquired. Of course, Chunya promptly produced her identity jade token, exclaiming, "When did my brother make such a friend?" Xiang Chun examined her identity token, confirming it was indeed Chunya's. before retrieving his own identity jade token, the Wan Yao Ling, which belonged to Chen Feng. This is my brother's jade token. It is truly his. Chen Ya's expression was filled with excitement as she repeatedly examined the items given to her by Xiang Chun. Sir, do you know where my elder brother is? I kindly ask for your guidance, she implored, her voice trembling with emotion. Xiang Chun sighed deeply, retracting the Wan Yao Ling, and lamented, your brother, Chen Feng, was taken away a year ago by individuals from the Huangzhou, specifically from the Huanghe residence. If my conjecture is accurate, the instigators behind this should be your second brother and the Qing Wang. What? Chen Ya's complexion shifted dramatically. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, she sank into a chair, her expression darkening. Meanwhile, the tea on the table began to bubble, boiling vigorously as Xiang Chun added tea leaves. It truly is my second brother and the Qing Wang. Sir, how do you know my elder brother? After a moment's pause, Chen Ya regained her composure and inquired. Xiang Chun poured her a cup of hot tea and replied, this matter is rather lengthy. I hail from a humble kingdom in Huangzhou and have known Chen Feng for 3 years. Xiang Chun recounted his acquaintance with Chen Feng, revealing details about the Wan Yao Pavilion without reservation. Upon hearing this, Chen Ya's gaze softened, filled with warmth and closeness towards Xiang Chun. He provided detailed accounts, including locations and names, which could be verified. Given the tokens Xiang Chun produced and the fact that he had saved her life, her doubts had largely dissipated. Chapter 774. A fortuitous encounter. It was quite simple. If Xiang Chun were an enemy, it would serve no purpose. Had it not been for him, she would undoubtedly have met her demise today. One must admit, fate is capricious. I never anticipated encountering Sister Chen Ya here. If anything were to happen to her, I fear I would carry the burden of guilt toward my elder brother for the rest of my life. Xiang Chun mused. Sister Chen Ya, there is no need for such words. My brother's acquaintance with you is indeed a blessing. Had you not aided him in detoxification, he might have perished, and today, I too would not have escaped misfortune, Chen Ya replied. Are you aware of who seeks to kill you? Xiang Chun inquired further. Naturally, it is not difficult to deduce that it is my second brother's doing. Chen Ya's eyes turned icy. Chen Yu? Xiang Chen's gaze hardened. Chen Feng has also fallen victim to his brother's ambition for power. When my elder brother mysteriously vanished, I suspected my second brother's involvement. Later, I uncovered evidence of his clandestine dealings with the Qing Wang, confirming that it was indeed my brother who sent the assassin. Because I have clung to these truths over the years, my second brother now harbors murderous intent toward me. The assassins I encountered today are likely part of his faction. With a cold demeanor, Chen Ya sipped her tea. Xiang Chun then asked, now that Chen Feng's fate remains uncertain, do you have any means to uncover his whereabouts? Chen Ya shook her head, replying, I too cannot ascertain my brother's location, but I am certain of one thing. My brother is not dead. Oh, how do you know this? Xiang Chun questioned. Chen Ya produced a small glass lantern from her possession. This lantern, crafted from glass, is palm-sized and contains a flickering azure flame. The soul lantern, Xiang Chun exclaimed in astonishment. The soul lantern, a unique artifact, can capture a fragment of a person's soul energy to discern their life characteristics. Indeed, this is a manifestation of my brother's soul energy. If he were to perish, this lantern would extinguish. There is one in our family, and I possess one as well, Chen Yu explained. Thus, it appears that brother Chen Feng is unharmed, which is splendid news. As long as he is safe, we can devise a means to rescue him, exclaimed Xiang Chun, his excitement palpable. The safety of Chen Feng has long been a source of concern for him. His elder brother had initially refined the Golden Marquis token, and for his second brother to usurp the title, he must rally the forces of the Golden Marquis camp, which necessitates possession of the token. The token is intrinsically linked to its refiner. Should my elder brother perish, the token would shatter and disperse. It is likely that my second brother seeks out my elder brother solely for the token, yet he cannot resort to murder. He must instead compel my elder brother to relinquish it willingly and sever their bond. Chen Ya gazed at the soul lamp. Her expression dimmed as she remarked, I never imagined that my second brother could be so ruthless in his pursuit of power. However, Xiang Chun was not surprised. Power is the most potent poison that corrupts the human heart, capable of inciting sons to slay fathers and brothers to betray one another. With my elder brother still alive and this soul lamp in hand, I possess the means to locate him. You can discern my elder brother's whereabouts? Chen Ya inquired, astonished. Xiang Chun affirmed that with the soul lamp of Chen Feng, he could utilize his celestial wolf scent to trace Chen Feng's location. The moon-swallowing wolf. endowed not only with formidable lunar sight but also with a superior sense of smell, can track scents across vast distances. Ordinary scents become indistinguishable amidst the myriad aromas of the world. The sheer abundance of scents, from the human body to animals, and even the earthy fragrances of nature, creates a chaotic olfactory landscape. Xiang Chen typically refrained from activating the celestial wolf sense, as the overwhelming medley of scents was quite unbearable. However, the essence of a soul is a different matter, particularly that of a formidable being like Chen Feng, whose spiritual essence is rare. That is splendid news. Brother Xiang Chen, I must implore you to seek out my elder brother. How may I assist you? Qinya, now devoid of her earlier composure, was filled with fervent excitement. Xiang Chen replied, to locate Brother Chen Feng, I require this soul lamp. Moreover, I have surmised the motive behind the assassins targeting you. It is not merely due to your relentless pursuit of this matter, but rather an attempt to capture you and use you as leverage to coerce Brother Chen Feng into surrendering the golden marquee token. Qinya furrowed her brows in contemplation, finding this reasoning plausible. The assassins had first targeted Qin Ming before turning their attention to her, suggesting a calculated plan to eliminate him before seizing her. The soul lamp may be entrusted to you. I am deeply indebted to you, Brother Xiang Chen, for your kindness towards my brother and me, she declared, presenting the lamp with a respectful bow. Xiang Chen swiftly assisted Qinya to her feet, saying, Sister Qinya, please do not speak so. My relationship with your brother is akin to that of brothers. He has extended much support to me, and our bond is one of mutual aid. Henceforth, feel free to address me as Xiao Chen. Very well, Xiao Chen. However, might your earlier actions to rescue me expose you? You are here to participate in the Nine Palaces battle, and my second brother will also be present to observe the martial events. Qinya expressed her concern. The assassins would undoubtedly remember Xiang Chen's appearance. Xiang Chen smiled reassuringly. You need not worry. I previously employed a special artifact to disguise my appearance and mask my aura. Even a cultivator of the celestial realm would not recognize me. Xiang Chen's expression grew serious as he remarked, at present, it is Qinya who finds herself in peril. I wonder what her plans might be. Qinya replied, I had sensed something amiss earlier, which prompted me to prepare for my departure from Jinho Mansion to seek refuge at Muho Mansion. Muho was my adoptive father, who treats me as his own daughter. There, I shall find safety. However, my journey will take me through the Dun Mountain Range, where I unexpectedly fell into an ambush. Is Muho a trustworthy individual? Xiang Chen inquired, his brow furrowed, for the human heart is difficult to fathom. Qinya responded, Muho and my father share a bond akin to life and death, as close as brothers. He has always been exceedingly kind to both my elder brother and me. Most importantly, he supports Prince Yu. For both emotional and practical reasons, he would never allow me to fall into the hands of Prince Qing or my second brother. Even if I were to go to him, my second brother would not dare to harm me, and Prince Qing lacks a legitimate reason to intervene. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen nodded in agreement. If such a relationship exists, then indeed, it should be safe. I will provide you with my contact information and escort you to Muho Mansion. Should any situation arise in the future, we can remain in touch at any time. Very well, Qinya replied. Xiang Chen handed her his communication jade, and she left behind a mark of her own, establishing a connection between their jade tokens, allowing for unencumbered communication without the burden of expenses, relying solely on true essence. Furthermore, Qinya entrusted him with the soul lantern of Chen Feng. I shall assist you in healing your guard, he said, referring to Qin Ming. It would be much appreciated, little Chen. Not at all, Xiang Chen replied as he proceeded to mend Qin Ming's injuries and restore his severed arm, showcasing remarkable medical prowess that left Qinya astounded. Ultimately, Xiang Chen personally escorted Qinya to Muho Mansion, navigating through the streets. Given Qinya's distinguished status, even if assassins were to set their sights on her in broad daylight, they would hesitate to act under the emperor's watchful eye. Following Qinya's entrance into Muho Mansion, Xiang Chen finally departed alone, blending into the throng and altering his appearance multiple times to elude detection. He made his way to a secluded bamboo grove beside a green mountain, where he retrieved the soul lantern. Xiang Chen lifted the glass shade of the lantern, activating the Taiyin True Scripture. With a flick of his finger, he drew forth a wisp of soul fire from the lantern and inhaled it deeply. Subsequently, he performed a series of hand seals, etching symbols into the earth as a circle of runes spread outward. Xiang Chen's form began to shift, a surge of demonic energy enveloping him as he transformed into a silver wolf demon of considerable size. Soul summon, tracing the path across thousands of miles. Powerful and unique sensory energies surged through his nostrils, merging with the very fabric of the world. This formidable sense of smell expanded, gathering the essence of all souls within a vast radius. In this moment, he experienced intense discomfort. Even 1,000 kilometers away, he could detect the faintest of disturbances, though he chose to selectively filter and disregard most. Before him, a myriad of diverse soul essences materialized within the sensory realm of the moon-eating sky wolf. Among them were countless unfamiliar soul signatures, some blazing with intensity akin to fire, others radiating like a scorching sun. Evidently, it is the terrifying aura of powerful souls from the imperial capital of Zhongzhou. Among them, some are faint, resembling fireflies, twinkling like the stars, belonging to ordinary mortals and practitioners. The celestial wolf senses that this falls within the realm of innate divine abilities, rather than mere martial arts. Amidst the multitude of soul auras, Xiang Qin selectively searches for those belonging to the Lingxiao realm, a task made considerably easier due to the relatively common presence of such masters in the continent. The masters of the Lingxiao realm are not as ubiquitous as cabbages, yet they are certainly not rare. They belong to a mid to high tier of cultivation. Xiang Qin, while searching for all the Lingxiao realm masters he could perceive, specifically seeks the soul aura of Qin Feng. Why does Xiang Qin not suspect that Qin Feng is in the wilderness state? Although it was the wilderness marquis who initially captured Qin Feng, it is likely that the marquis was merely following orders and would not have kept Qin Feng in the wilderness state for long. Zhongzhou, indeed, is the heart of the human race on the continent, teeming with a plethora of Lingxiao realm experts, the sheer number of which is quite formidable. Suddenly, one particular soul aura immediately resonated with a strand of Chun Feng's soul that had entered Xiang Qin's nostrils. Found it. The eyes of the moon-devouring celestial wolf sparkled with delight as it sensed the direction. The current position, for 1,000 kilometers to the east, was indeed in Zhongzhou. A cold glint flickered in Xiang Qin's eyes as he promptly retrieved the Jiuzhou Atlas and the starry spiritual plate to lock onto his current location. Deficient system. Lock onto the position located 4,254 kilometers and 328 meters to the east, exclaimed Xiang Qin. The starry spiritual plate, in conjunction with the Jiuzhou Atlas, swiftly deduced their whereabouts. The deficient system notified him that the location 4,254 kilometers and 328 meters to the east was the headquarters of the Tianwang Merchants Association. The headquarters of the Tianwang Merchants Association. Xiang Qin's eyes glimmered with intensity as he inquired, "What is the Tianwang Merchants Association?" The voice of the deficient system responded mechanically. In response to the deficient master, the Tianwang Merchants Association is one of the 4 major merchant associations in Zhongzhou. How could my elder brother, Qin Feng, be at the Tianwang Merchants Association? Could it be that this association is affiliated with the Green King? Mused Xiang Qin, stroking his chin. Now that he had discerned his elder brother's whereabouts, the next step was to devise a plan for his rescue. However, with the impending Nine Palaces War, time was of the essence, and it would be prudent to delay any immediate action. Xiang Qin contemplated this and resolved not to act hastily. Given the Tianwang Merchants Association's stature as one of the 4 major associations in Zhongzhou, its influence must be vast. Regardless of any connections to the Green King or the Golden Marquis estate, one must tread carefully. Saving Qin Feng would require meticulous planning. Brother, bear with it a little longer. Now that I know your location, I will do everything in my power to rescue you, Xiang Qin vowed quietly, clenching his fist. Subsequently, Xiang Qin departed from the bamboo grove, opting not to employ the celestial crane's spirit flight, but instead transformed into a beam of light as he hastened toward the Zhongzhou Academy. The Golden Marquis estate sprawls over thousands of acres, boasting opulent and grandiose architecture. The guards at the entrance are experts of the Soul Moon realm, and the estate likely boasts a private army, servants, and maidens numbering in the tens of thousands. The Marquis of Jin, one of the esteemed military lords of the Great Xia dynasty, wields immense power associated with his title. Within the confines of a palace study, a young man clad in azure robes, appearing to be in his early 30s, is seated, engrossed in reviewing documents. This gentleman bears a resemblance to Qin Feng. He is Qin Feng's half-brother. Little Marquis, Fan Sheng has returned. A woman's voice calls from outside the study. Come in. Chen Yu replies coolly without lifting his gaze, turning a page of his book. With a creak, the door swings open, and a middle-aged man in black enters. Immediately kneeling on the floor. Little Marquis, I am at fault. I failed to complete the task, the man stammers. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu raises an eyebrow and closes his book, his voice cold as ice. You do not mean to say that you failed to capture my third sister? The kneeling man, still with his head bowed, responds, Indeed, I beg the little Marquis for forgiveness. What happened? Was there not an insider to assist? How could you have failed? Chen Yu shouts, slamming the book against the man's head. The man, trembling with fear, replies, We were on the verge of success. But then, out of nowhere, a mysterious individual appeared and rescued her. We could not catch up. A mysterious person? Chen Yu frowns, demanding, Did you see their face clearly? Yes, I did. Here is the portrait of that individual. The man presents a scroll with trembling hands. Chen Yu takes it, unfurling the scroll to reveal the likeness of a young man with yellow skin and an ordinary appearance, someone he does not recognize. His expression darkens. Fan Sheng, do you understand what my third sister represents? What punishment awaits you for losing her? The black-clad man quakes as he kneels, saying, I am willing to ascertain this person's whereabouts and redeem myself in the shortest time possible. What good will that do? I want Chunya. Without her as leverage, how can I compel Chen Feng to yield? Utterly infuriating. I give you 1 month to capture Chunya, Chen Yu exclaims, waving his sleeve and kicking the man in frustration. Yes, I will ensure it is done. Without fail, the man hastily assures before retreating. A woman in white then enters the room, awaiting Chen Yu. He hands her the portrait, instructing, Have the people from Qingwang investigate the origins of this individual. Understood. The woman takes the portrait and promptly exits. However, this inquiry is destined to yield no results. As for Chapter 776, Provocation in Person, when Xiang Chen returns. It is already the 7th day at noon, with merely 3 days remaining until the 9 Palaces battle. The open camping area of the Huangzhou Academy has become a source of ridicule, drawing numerous disciples from other academies who come to witness the spectacle, or members from the Zhongzhou Academy who observe and gossip as if watching a farcical show. After traveling great distances to participate in the 9 Palaces battle, they find themselves without even a place to stay, illustrating how trivial the Huangzhou Academy is in the eyes of the Zhongzhou Academy. On this day, an incident unfolds. A hurried student from the Huangzhou Academy rushes back, exclaiming, It's terrible. Yu Yi and the others have been captured. The students from the Huangzhou Academy hurriedly emerged upon hearing the news, gathering around. What is happening? Inquired Dongfang Yuan. A student, with a face full of anxiety, replied, Senior brother Dongfang, Yu Yi and the others have been captured by the Central State Academy. We were on our way to the canteen when we encountered them, the same group that bullied us that day, and they clashed with Yu Yi and his companions. They were outmatched and taken by the Central State Academy. What? How despicable. These bullies are going too far. The students of the Huangzhou Academy were infuriated upon hearing this. Xia Qingqing frowned and asked, Is it that group called Jining? Indeed, it is them, the student nodded. How infuriating. Anyone with courage, follow me. We must teach these brutes a lesson, Xiaoho Wu declared angrily. Senior brother Xiaoho, we will follow you. Let us teach these scoundrels a lesson. The crowd echoed, united in their outrage. A group of them set forth, their spirits high as they headed towards the canteen of the Central State Academy. However, upon reaching the canteen, they discovered that the group who had assaulted Yu Yi was no longer present. At the entrance of the canteen, 3 individuals were bound to 3 pillars, nearly stripped of their clothing, clad only in shorts, their limbs broken. Surrounding them were onlookers, pointing and laughing at the spectacle. These 3 were none other than Yu Yi and his companions, with Yu Yi ranked among the top 10 on the Tiger list. Upon witnessing this scene, a wave of fury surged through the crowd, and they hastily rushed to free the captives. Their limbs are broken, and their spiritual reservoirs have been shattered. One student from the Huangzhou Academy assessed the injuries, his expression grim. How ruthless. They have rendered them powerless. Let us go find the dean and the palace master. We must seek justice. Another suggested. Justice? No need for the palace master or dean. We will take revenge ourselves. If I don't break their limbs and hang them up here as well, I am not Xiaoho Wu. He retorted fiercely. What is going on? At that moment, Xiang Chen returned and saw the gathering. Dogsy, you're back. Look at what the Central State Academy has done. Xiaoho Wu pointed to Yu Yi and the others. Seeing them, Xiang Chen's brow furrowed, and he quickly approached to tend to their wounds. The injuries were merely broken bones, which he could easily mend, and he could also repair the ruptured spiritual reservoirs. After a short while, the 3's injuries had improved significantly. Thank you, junior brother Xiang. Yu and his companions expressed their gratitude, their faces filled with bitterness. We brought shame upon the Wangzhou Academy. Your reservoirs are shattered, and your powers have diminished too much. You want to be able to participate in the 9 Palaces battle. You need to recuperate for a while. Let Bauer help you with the competition, Xiang Chen advised. Yu, don't be afraid. We will stand up for you. Brothers, let us go find those ruffians. Xiaohou shouted. Let us go. A group of them, filled with righteous indignation, prepared to confront their adversaries. Everyone, calm down, Xiang Chen commanded. The crowd halted and turned their gaze towards him. Dogzi, what is going on? Are we not going to take revenge? Xiaohou asked, frowning. Xiang Chen looked at everyone and smirked. This is clearly a trap set to provoke us, enticing us to leap into their snare. Where are we? The Central State Academy. Do you have any idea how many of them there are? Can our group truly confront them in a brawl? Indeed, this is evidently a trap. Let us all remain composed. Dongfang Yuan concurs with Xiang Chen's sentiments. Whether we can win or not, we must still fight. Shall we merely swallow our pride? Someone clenched their fists, expressing their frustration. In 3 days, the 9 Palaces battle will commence. If we seek to vent our anger, we can do so in the competition. We are on their territory, instigating the conflict ourselves. If we suffer a great loss and are unable to participate in the 9 Palaces battle, who will stand up for us? Can we not endure for just 3 more days? Xiang Chen's gaze was piercing, exuding authority as he looked upon the crowd. Under his scrutinizing glare, the assembled individuals bowed their heads slightly. Alas, let us heed my brother's counsel, sighed Xiaohou, an impassioned individual who chose to follow his brother's lead. How commendable it is to have endured 9 consecutive years at the bottom, yet still have the audacity to exist within the ranks of the 9 Palaces system, indeed a testament to their forbearance. At that moment, a wave of derisive laughter erupted. A large group approached, numbering no less than 300 or 400, exuding a fierce presence. Among the throng was Jining, the one who had previously clashed with Yu and his companions, accompanied by several unfamiliar young men and women. Notably, Yi Tianxi was also present. It's you. How dare you show your faces again? Dongfang Sanqing bellowed. Why wouldn't we dare? We are right here. If you have the guts, come and exact your revenge. Jining taunted the crowd with a mocking smile. The group he brought, around 100 strong, comprised members from the Central State's Tiger rankings. The Tiger rankings of the Central State are indeed formidable, with many boasting cultivation levels above the Yuan Yang True Dan realm and countless at the Soul Moon realm. Should a brawl ensue, Xiaohou and his mere 100 would undoubtedly suffer a severe defeat. Among them, several exuded an exceedingly terrifying aura. Jining, who was the one that injured you? Inquired a robust young man with cropped hair and dragon tattoos adorning his neck, his demeanor cold. Zhizhan, from the Central State Academy, a prodigy of the dragon and phoenix steel. His cultivation level likely surpasses the 8th layer of the Soul Moon realm. Those 2 scoundrels attacked me unexpectedly. Otherwise, I would never have fallen to them. Jining pointed at Xiaohou and Li Bei'er. You are the scoundrels. Your entire family consists of scoundrels. Li Bei'er retorted furiously. You, who were ambushed by someone at the 2nd layer of the Soul Moon realm, are quite careless yourself, remarked another woman clad in purple, her demeanor aloof. Xiaohou concealed his aura at the 2nd layer of the Soul Moon realm. Indeed. What Sister Jiran said is correct, Jining replied, feigning humility. Jiran is also a prodigy from the Central State Academy. The Ji clan stands as the most powerful clan in the Central State and is of royal descent. Albeit they are not true royal offspring, but rather collateral relatives of the royal family. Chapter 777, The Prediction Rankings. Among you, who possesses the highest cultivation level? Zhizhan inquired indifferently, his lofty stance surveying those present. I do. What advice do you have? Dongfang Yuan stepped forward. You? Zhizhan crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Dongfang Yuan. Are you the top of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings of the Wasteland Academy? Dongfang Yuan nodded. Indeed. In the realm of the Soul Moon, the disdain directed towards the abandoned palace is palpable. Zhizhan exhibited a trace of disappointment, shaking his head as Dongfang Yuan concealed her true prowess. Given your current capabilities, it is unlikely you will endure even the first round of the 9 Palaces battle. Jiran, a woman of notable stature, regarded them with evident contempt. The outcome will ultimately hinge upon one's strength, not mere words. At that moment, Xiang Chen interjected, questioning their worthiness. What are you? Zhizhan speaks with those of the dragon and phoenix steel, and you, a mere true Dan, presume to engage in discourse? Jining mocked. What are you? Do you dare challenge my brother's words? Have you not been cowed into silence? Xiao Wu retorted coldly. This mention ignited Jining's fury. Do not presume I cannot defeat you. Had it not been for your underhanded tactics with that wretched girl, you would not stand a chance against me. Huh? Unsatisfied are we? In the 9 palaces battle, I shall ensure you submit, Xiao Wu replied icily. When the time comes, I will shatter every bone in your body and strip you of your garments. I await that day, Jining spat back. Fool, your opponents are those on the dragon and phoenix list. You need not concern yourself with this trash. Leave them to me, Xiang Chun stated indifferently. Indeed, splendid. The two brothers exchanged banter, their arrogance soaring. I wonder where they derive such confidence. Xiang Chun, I had intended to deal with you, but it seems unnecessary now. Yi Tianxi scoffed. Silence, you traitorous cur. How dare you speak to us? Xiang Chen derided. The abandoned palace nurtured you for years, only for you to turn against it. Even a dog raised for years would not betray its master. Yi Tianxi fumed, yet remained composed, retorting, people strive for greatness, while water seeks lower ground. You lack the qualifications to enter the Central State Academy. Allow me to impart 4 words. Do not provoke the lotus, Xiang Chen shot back. Enough of this meaningless banter. They are not worth our time. I had expected more from the abandoned palace, Zhizhan remarked, turning to leave, disinterested in those from the abandoned palace. How infuriating. These individuals hold us in such contempt. The members of the abandoned palace seethed, feeling the sting of utter disregard. Let us depart. Let our strength and results speak for us. Excessive words bear no significance, Xiang Chun stated calmly, garnering nods of agreement from Dongfang Yuan and the others. In that moment, the true Dan practitioner, often perceived as lesser, emerged as the backbone of the group. I feel a deep sense of discontent. Were we not on their territory, I would eagerly engage them directly rather than engage in this futile exchange, Xiao Wu grumbled as they walked. Patience, my friend. In just 2 or 3 days, we shall deliver a surprise to all who look down upon the abandoned palace. Xiang Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile. The 9 palaces battle looms ever closer. From Qingzhou, Yuzhou, Jinzhou, Yanzhou, Beihai, Nanhai, and Jiangzhou, the aspirants of the Tiger list converge upon the Central State Academy. Meanwhile, various betting houses have begun predicting the next champions of the Dragon and Phoenix. In this context, Longjiao refers to males, while Fengjiao pertains to females, often referred to as Wulong and Chufeng. Accordingly, there exists a list compiled by certain folk intelligence factions, outlining the individuals most likely to penetrate the top 10 and vie for the ultimate title of Dragon and Phoenix Prodigy. Topping this comprehensive ranking is none other than Zhizhan. Zhizhan, one of the most powerful princes of the 9 provinces and a direct descendant of the Qing king, boasts a formidable cultivation at the great celestial stage of the Soul Moon realm, possessing an exceptionally noble royal lineage. Following closely is the talented female Ji Ran, whose cultivation also resides at the great celestial stage of the Soul Moon realm. In third place is Li Qingyi, a disciple of the Qing king from Qingzhou, reputed to possess a transcendent sword spirit and remarkable swordsmanship. Fourth is Ji Xian, son of the ruler of Yuzhou and a prince, also at the great celestial stage of the Soul Moon realm. Fifth is the scion of the Ofu from Jinzhou Academy, Xianjun Gang. Sixth is Xiaodu, the foremost at the Dragon and Phoenix Steel from the Yen State Academy. In 7th place is Beihai Yuanzhu, and in 8th, Nangong Tianwen from Nanhai. 9th is the talented female genius from Yen State, Xiao Shui, and 10th is Yuan from Yuzhou Academy. Notably absent from this predicted top 10 are individuals from Huangzhou. The cultivation levels of those in the top 10 predominantly exceed the 8th layer of the Soul Moon realm, all within the Great Celestial Stage. In addition to the Dragon and Phoenix list, there exists the Divine Tiger list, also comprising 10 slots. Among the predicted frontrunners for this list is Ji Ning from the Zhongzhou Academy. Following him is Yi Tianxi, an esteemed military lord and disciple of the Tiger Lord, who is also the son-in-law of the Huang Lord. Other talented individuals from various academies, such as the Mo siblings, Mo Shang and Mo Yan, are also noted. Yet there are still no representatives from Huangzhou Academy. The competition of the 9 palaces revolves around the clash of prodigies from the dragon and phoenix steel against one another, and the same applies for the divine tiger list. Those who manage to enter the divine tiger list are also eligible to challenge the dragon and phoenix list. This stratified confrontation has led to an exceedingly awkward situation. The strongest dragon and phoenix from Huangzhou Academy, Dongfang Yuan, is currently known to possess a cultivation at the 5th layer of the Soul Moon realm. Such a level, if on the tiger list, would still grant eligibility for the crown of the divine tiger. However, Dongfang Yuan is affiliated with Huangzhou and listed on the dragon and phoenix steel, which results in a perception that he cannot possibly break into the 9 provinces dragon and phoenix list. Interestingly, this year's predictions from the Guantian Pavilion notably lack representatives from Huangzhou Academy. Students from other academies, clutching the publicly released predictions, chuckle at this. Historically, Huangzhou Academy has been perceived as merely going through the motions, having ranked the lowest for 9 consecutive sessions. It is rumored that if no one makes it onto the 9 provinces dragon and phoenix list or the divine tiger list this time, the academy risks losing its prestigious status within the Daxiao realm, meaning future graduates may join the military without any official titles. Observers nearby gaze at the prediction list, reflecting on its implications. This prediction list is disseminated by a force known as the Guantian Pavilion, a prominent faction within the 9 provinces with extensive networks across the realm. The prowess of students across the 9 provinces this year surpasses that of the previous cohort, sighed Director Lu Ming as he held the prediction list from Guantian Pavilion. His brow furrowed in concern. The other instructors at the abandoned palace gazed at the information on the list, their expressions tinged with despondency. In Chapter 778 of The Chaos of the Extraordinary, the predictions from the Observation Pavilion hold considerable authority, with their forecast usually hitting the mark 7 or 8 times out of 10. Yet this time, not a single individual from the abandoned palace made it onto the list. One instructor lamented, "I recall that in the previous 9 palaces battle, the most formidable contender only reached the 7th level of the Soul Moon realm, while this time, there are numerous at the 9th level. How can we possibly compete under such a vast disparity in cultivation? Alas, the current cohort of students is indeed extraordinarily powerful." Another instructor sighed in agreement. The Night Palace Master frowned at the list, then stepped outside, gazing up at the vast sky, and murmured, "I fear there has been some upheaval in the realms beyond. The royal family must have allocated substantial resources to the other 8 palaces for training their students. Otherwise, such a significant shift would not have occurred. It is evident that, prior to the age of 30, relying solely on talent without considerable resources cannot lead to such rapid advancement." Hearing this, Dean Lu's heart stirred, and he inquired, "Master, are you suggesting that there is an urgent need to cultivate a new generation of formidable warriors? That the distribution of abundant resources has resulted in this cohort's markedly superior abilities?" "Indeed," nodded the Night Palace Master, narrowing his eyes. "This is my conjecture. The Daxia kingdom is at its zenith, yet the seas remain unsettled. It seems a great conflict looms on the horizon. The royal palace and the realms beyond must have mobilized vast resources for the 8 palaces, while we in the abandoned palace have been excluded. Damn it. This is profoundly unjust." Dean Lu's countenance darkened. Survival of the fittest is an unavoidable reality. Alas, the upcoming 9 palaces battle. The Night Palace Master sighed deeply, his demeanor far from its usual tranquility. In the central region, within the royal palace of the imperial city, atop a towering edifice that reached the heavens, a structure so lofty that one could almost pluck the stars from the sky, an ancient altar with 12 corners, each corresponding to the 12 celestial palaces, lay at its summit. A venerable elder, garbed in Taoist robes and possessing a youthful visage despite his white hair, was observing the stars above. Suddenly, the elder's expression shifted dramatically as he muttered to himself, "The imperial star dims, and a comet appears in the southeast, emanating a malevolent aura that threatens to overshadow the imperial star. Could it be that a formidable figure from the demon race is poised to disrupt the dynasty?" "Master, what troubles you?" asked a woman adorned in a purple veil, her hair crowned with a starry diadem, her figure graceful in a flowing purple gown. "A demon is destined to rise and wreak havoc upon the world," the elder replied solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the celestial patterns. "Demon? With the decline of the demon race, could a powerful demon king be emerging?" The woman gasped. The elder, his expression grave, replied, "No, it is more than just a demon king. The aura is indicative of an entity capable of disturbing the very fabric of the dynasty. A true prodigy has arrived in the central region. This is dire. Could it be a demon of imperial caliber? Master, should we report this to His Majesty? The woman asked in alarm. Not yet. I must first ascertain the origin of this demon and observe the celestial signs. It has not yet fully matured or risen to prominence, the elder stated. As he spoke, he stepped onto the 8 trigrams, and intricate patterns began to materialize. Intertwining the yin and yang. With his hands, he performed a transformation of incantations, revealing a technique that bore a striking resemblance to that of the sea ascendant from the Great Xiao. A radiant halo of intricate patterns emanated from the elderly figure, exuding an overwhelming force of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the old man's countenance shifted, his cheeks flushed momentarily, and then, with a violent cough, he expelled a copious amount of blood, his complexion paling instantly. Master, the young woman rushed to support him. How could this be? This aberration possesses a formidable fortune that can obscure the heavenly secrets, making it impossible to ascertain its precise origin, only that it may lie in the southeastern direction. The elder's voice trembled with fear. Could it be an imperial fortune capable of concealing the heavenly mysteries? The woman in the purple gown inquired anxiously. The elder's expression grew grave as he replied. Even ordinary imperial fortunes cannot obscure the heavenly secrets to such an extent, leaving one perplexed. It is likely that a being capable of countering the great fortune of humanity has emerged in the central continent. Upon hearing this, the beautiful face beneath the woman's veil subtly shifted, her enchanting eyes filled with astonishment. The weight of his words was profound. If there existed a force capable of opposing the great fortune of humanity, it implied the birth of a terrifying entity that could challenge the Daxia dynasty and even the celestial realms. Xuanji, are there any significant events anticipated in the central continent? The elder inquired of the young woman. Furrowing her brow, she responded, If we speak of momentous occasions, there is indeed one. The day after tomorrow marks the gathering of the 9 greatest academies of the Daxia dynasty for the 9 palaces battle. Young prodigies from across the central continent will assemble within the realm of the 9 palaces. Master, could this event possibly be related? The 9 palaces battle, the elder mused, his brow furrowing deeper. The students of the 9 palaces have long served as a breeding ground for the strongest human cultivators on the continent, significantly impacting the fate of our people. There may indeed be a connection. Wait, the 9 palaces. The elder's expression shifted suddenly as a realization struck him. In the southeastern direction, the 9 palaces, with the central continent as its focal point. Ah, the wilderness is precisely situated in that direction. The young woman gasped, Master. Are you suggesting that the aberration hails from the wilderness? The elder replied solemnly, It is highly probable. The wilderness was once the last bastion of the demon race's fortune on the continent, and it was the last territory to be conquered. The woman spoke with gravity. Is it possible that this aberration resides within the Wilderness Academy? The elder gazed skyward, contemplating the celestial phenomena. The wilderness has always been backward. Although the Wilderness Academy has fallen into disrepair, it would not dare to recruit demon students. Aside from being mounts, it is nearly impossible for demons to become part of the Wilderness Academy. While the odds are slim, the universe is full of uncertainties. Thus, it is not entirely impossible. Xuanji, you must establish contact with individuals from the Wilderness Academy. Exercise caution and avoid alarming them. I require a detailed and comprehensive report on all their activities. Understood. The young woman in the purple gown replied respectfully, before transforming into a streak of light that soared toward the vast city below. Someone is aiding this aberration in concealing its fortune, rendering my inquiries futile. It seems there are practitioners of the 8 trigrams assisting it. Yet their skills are evidently lacking, as they have ultimately revealed the heavenly secrets. I shall not allow such an aberration to rise and threaten the imperial dynasty and the future of humanity. The elder coldly muttered to himself, casting a disdainful glance at the celestial phenomena, and his form vanished from the stargazing tower with terrifying speed. On the 9th day, early that morning, a flurry of letters were dispatched to the 9 palaces, arriving in the hands of the masters of various academies. The gathering of heroes is indeed intriguing. At this critical moment, Princess Linglong unexpectedly decides to host such an event. The heads of various academies gazed at the contents of the sealed letter, their expressions reflecting astonishment. In the residence of the Huangzhou Academy, the Night Monarch, Yi Xingyue, also received this missive. Summoned Dongfang Yuan, Xiang Chun, and the others, he instructed. Is it true that all those in the top 10 of the Tiger rankings and those inscribed on the Dragon and Phoenix tablet are being invited? Inquired the instructor from the Huang Palace. Indeed, affirmed the Night Monarch. Director Lu Ming, standing nearby, asked, what did Princess Linglong say? The Night Monarch handed the letter to Director Lu, who, upon perusing its contents, expressed surprise, saying, Princess Linglong actually wishes to invite all participants of the Nine Palaces battle. What could her intentions be? The Night Monarch narrowed his eyes, pondering, who knows what schemes Princess Linglong is concocting. In previous years, she has never organized such a gathering. It remains unclear what her motives are this time. Director Lu remarked, it is said that Princess Linglong is reclusive, seldom involving herself in court politics or power struggles. It seems unlikely that she is merely trying to gather talents for the two princes. Who can say? However, since she has extended this invitation, we cannot afford to slight her, considering she is the beloved daughter of the current sovereign, the Night Monarch replied, shaking his head. Soon after, a group of over 10 students, including Dongfang Yuan, Xiao Wu, Feng Yu, Duge Yuming, Baiming Bao, Dongfang Sanqing, Yi Tianwei, Xiang Chun, and Xia Qingcheng, arrived in the main tent. Greetings, esteemed monarch and director, the students respectfully saluted upon entering. The Night Monarch wasted no time, stating, the daughter of the sovereign, Princess Linglong, is hosting a gathering of heroes and has invited our Huangzhou Academy to attend. You shall go. Princess Linglong's gathering of heroes? The crowd responded in surprise. Dongfang Yuan clasped her hands and asked, Monarch, does Princess Linglong have any specific requests for our attendance? I do not know. The letter merely expressed her desire to meet the talented individuals participating in the Nine Palaces battle. Since she has extended an invitation, we cannot refuse. Here is the invitation. Dongfang Yuan, you shall lead your fellow students to attend. The address is included in the letter, the Night Monarch replied, handing over the accompanying invitation. Dongfang Yuan stepped forward to accept it, responding affirmatively. The invitation indicated that the gathering would commence at 5 o'clock this afternoon at the Zui Xian Wine Manor, a renowned winery in the imperial capital, which supplies wine to the palace. Unless there are further instructions, we shall take our leave, Dongfang Yuan stated after receiving the invitation. It is essential to maintain decorum at the gathering. Furthermore, if other academy students provoke you, exercise restraint. The Nine Palaces battle is tomorrow. We must avoid any mishaps. The Night Monarch cautioned. Understood. The group replied in unison before departing. Who exactly is Princess Linglong? Is she truly the sovereign's daughter? Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. As they exited the tent, Dongfang Yuan remarked, it is said that Princess Linglong is the youngest daughter of the emperor, exceptionally gifted and strikingly beautiful, ranking third on the Luanyin list. What exactly is the Luanyin list? Xiang Chun inquired, puzzled. Dongfang Yuan chuckled. The Luanyin list is essentially a beauty ranking, comprising only those of extraordinary appearance and formidable prowess. It is a civilian ranking within the realm, and it is said that only those with cultivation at least at the master level and astonishing beauty can make it onto the list. They are usually individuals of significant background who remain unmarried. Some in the martial world jokingly refer to it as the rich lady sugar daddy list, as being associated with one of these beauties could lead to a promising future. Princess Linglong's cultivation, appearance, and background collectively place her third on this esteemed list. Upon hearing this, a group of men present could not help but have their eyes gleam with interest. Dog, you often lament about your lack of prospects and wanting to avoid decades of struggle, right? Here's your chance, Xiao Wu teased, nudging Xiang Chun with his elbow. However, when Xia Qingcheng cast a cold glance at him, Xiao Wu immediately fell silent. The Luanyin list? You men truly have too much time on your hands. Li Bauer scoffed. The Luanyin list. Does it imply sinking fish and falling geese? That is rather amusing, Xiang Chun remarked with a faint smile. Brother Xiang Chun, Bauer and I shall refrain from joining, lest we disturb your affairs, Xia Qingcheng said with a smile that felt somewhat unsettling. Do not say that. You must come. There is no comparison between sinking fish and falling geese and the unrivaled elegance of both Qingcheng and Bauer, Xiang Chun insisted earnestly. Xiao Wu quickly concurred, indeed. My brother speaks the truth. What sinking fish and falling geese? My sister and Bauer are more akin to moon eclipsing flowers. Ha ha ha, brother Xiang, great marquis. Are you both under the thumb of your wives? What is wrong with having multiple consorts? The emperor has 3,000 beauties in his harem. Now that is what it means to be a real man. Dongfang Yuan laughed heartily, mocking them. I'll strike you, was the immediate response. As Li Baoer leapt from Xiao Wu's shoulder and delivered a solid thwack to Dongfang Yuan's head, he let out a muffled groan, rolling his eyes before collapsing to the ground. Li Baoer, brandishing her stick, looked at Xiang Chun and Xiao Wu with a cold smile. You too aspire to have 3,000 beauties in your harem as well. Xiang Chun and Xiao Wu instinctively shrank back, repeatedly saying they dared not. Forget it. Men are all the same. Baoer, let's not waste our time on them, Xia Qingqing said as she linked arms with Li Baoer, giving the two men a disdainful glance that conveyed a clear message. Handle your own affairs. Great Marquis, if you dare bring home any concubines without my consent, I will ensure you are incapacitated, Li Baoer threatened ominously. The two women departed together, leaving Xiang Chun and Xiao Wu exchanging wry smiles, finding the situation rather challenging. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan, having rubbed the bump on the back of his head, managed to stand up. Now you understand the ferocity of a tigress, Xiao Wu said with a bitter smile. Dongfang Yuan patted the shoulders of his two companions, saying, I empathize with your plight, my brothers. Henceforth, I shall resolutely avoid any tigresses. I'm off to enjoy some flower wine. You two should attend to your sisters. We will reconvene this afternoon. As Dongfang Yuan finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished. Damn it, come on. As friends, I cannot stand by and watch you spiral downward. I must keep you in check, Xiang Chen declared while glancing at Baoer and Xia Qingqing, who had already walked some distance away before he hurried after them. Hey dog, I must supervise you. I cannot allow you to continue making mistakes. Wait for me. Xiao Wu found a convenient excuse and followed suit. Oh, those with wives and girlfriends are truly pitiful. Being single is far better, Dongfang Sanqing lamented before trailing behind. Clearly, Dongfang Yuan was still a charming young man, a person of spirited temperament. Just a few days in the imperial capital of Zhongzhou, he had already acquainted himself with the finest venues of romance and revelry. Before long, they arrived at a grand castle. The castle was adorned in lavish decor, its exterior resembling a magnificent, shy flower bud. At the entrance, a constant flow of people and carriages filled the area. A sign hung at the castle's entrance, inscribed with the name Wanhua Castle, accompanied by couplets. When will the spring flowers and autumn moons end? A myriad of blossoms compete to intoxicate the immortal dust. Those entering and exiting were predominantly nobles and dignitaries, either wealthy or of high status. Dongfang Yuan gazed at Wanhua Castle and remarked, this place can be deemed the greatest den of indulgence for men in the imperial capital of Zhongzhou. Whether it be tea, music, gambling, or floral wine, whatever your preferences, my brothers, you shall find it here. By the way, second brother, I recall you have a penchant for voluptuous beauties, do you not? As he spoke, he inquired of his brother, Dongfang Sanqing. Mind your own business. I have recently changed my tastes, Dongfang Sanqing retorted with a dismissive pout. Ahem. I shall simply enter to listen to some music and refine my sentiments, Xiang Chen asserted, clearing his throat with feigned seriousness. Indeed, I shall refine my sentiments as well. Xiao Wu nodded with a semblance of gravitas. Haha, let us proceed to cultivate our sensibilities, Dongfang Yuan said, draping his arms around the shoulders of the two and leading them inside. Esteemed gentlemen, please, come in. A group of strikingly beautiful women, clad in vibrant attire and adorned with heavy makeup, greeted them at the entrance, smiling warmly and beckoning them inside. These women exuded a unique charm that tugged at the heartstrings. Enchanting sorcery, Xiang Chen mused, slightly furrowing his brow as he sensed the peculiar aura surrounding them. The women at the entrance were all practitioners of the Yuanyang realm. A young man, dressed as a server, approached with a bow and said with a smile, Gentlemen, are you here to seek fragrant blooms, listen to music, or perhaps indulge in extravagant spending? Bring forth your finest beauties, my brothers and I will choose. As for these two, they shall enjoy the music, Dongfang Yuan instructed. Certainly. For the two seeking fragrances, this way please. For the two wishing to listen to music, please proceed to the third floor, the server called to them, guiding the group. Xiang Chun and Xiao Wu followed the server upstairs, where the sounds of women's laughter and music mingled with the clinking of glasses and boisterous voices of men echoed in the air. An atmosphere steeped in opulence enveloped them, accompanied by a distinctive fragrance that stirred desires deep within the soul. There's a hint of demonic energy, Xiang Chen noted, his nostrils flaring in surprise at the barely perceptible aura of enchantment lurking in the air. Two brothers were escorted into a private chamber, where the attendant inquired, "Esteemed guests, do you prefer a private room or a common area? If you choose a private room, we charge by the hour at 3,000 spirit coins, which includes a variety of services. For the common area, it is 500 spirit coins per hour, but the entertainment is considerably less." "How exorbitant! Are you robbing us?" exclaimed Xiao Wu, astonished. The attendant, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, replied, "Such words are unwarranted. Our establishment guarantees value for money, and there is a rationale behind our prices." Xiang Chun, unperturbed by monetary concerns, declared, "Let us have 2 private rooms for my brother and me. We are here to unwind." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the astonishing pace at which wealth was being amassed. This Wanhua fortress must have no fewer than 1,000 such rooms. Their daily earnings must be staggering. The attendant smiled as he led the 2 to 2 adjoining private rooms on the 3rd floor. Upon entering one of the rooms, Xiang Chun noted the exquisite decor: a reclining chair, a soft couch, a low table for drinks, and a stage for performances. "Young master, there is a roster on the table. You may choose whichever musician you desire, and your attending maid will arrive shortly," the attendant remarked with a light chuckle. "However, you must settle the room fees first." Xiang Chun tossed 6,000 spirit coins to him, covering both rooms. The attendant added, "The fees for the maid's service and the musician are additional. We will settle those after the service concludes. Enjoy your time, and by the way, I must inform you that our finest musician, the Celestial Yunu, is currently available. That will be all. You may leave." Xiang Chun waved his hand and settled into the reclining chair, casually picking up a roster. This was a catalog of maids, accompanied by a communication jade spiral. One could simply state the number of their selection. Xiang Chun nonchalantly chose a maid whose portrait exuded purity and charm, then picked up the roster for musicians. The first entry was a musician named Yunu, depicted as extraordinarily beautiful, though her fee was steep: 5,000 spirit coins for a single performance, a blatant extortion. However, it was noted that she excelled in melodies that cleared the mind and dispelled inner demons. A single performance could significantly enhance one's meditation and bolster their resolve against mental tribulations. For those seeking to break through their realms, listening to her music would be immensely beneficial. Xiang Chun promptly selected the Celestial Yunu as well as a maid, channeling his essence into the jade spiral to inform the main desk. Shortly thereafter, a maid clad in azure, possessing an enchanting visage, entered and gracefully curtsied. "This humble servant, Inger, has come to attend to you, young master." Xiang Chun nodded, remaining silent, reclining with his eyes half closed in a state of feigned slumber. Inger, upon approaching, was taken aback by the youthful and handsome countenance of Xiang Chun. "Young master, allow me to first ease your meridians and relax your acupoints," she softly suggested, removing her outer garments to reveal a sheer, cool veil that subtly accentuated her graceful form. With a surge of verdant essence, she knelt behind Xiang Chun, her fingers expertly kneading his solar plexus acupoint. The unique and restorative technique she employed indeed provided a profound sense of comfort. At that moment, a designated passage behind the Qin stage opened, revealing a woman clad in a delicate pink palace gown, her long skirt trailing gracefully. She approached the front of the room, standing by the Qin stage. "Little girl Yunu pays her respects to the young master, here to perform for you," she announced, her voice light and melodious. As Xiang Chun opened his eyes to gaze upon her, he was struck by her extraordinary beauty. She appeared to be in her mid-20s. Her hair elegantly styled in a cloud-like bun, her face an exquisite oval, with skin that radiated a rosy luminescence. Her enchanting phoenix eyes held a hint of mischief, and her cherry-red lips added a touch of allure. Her figure was graceful, exuding a mature charm that was both captivating and subtly seductive, embodying a blend of elegance and worldly allure. Xiang Chun felt a slight astonishment. Her cultivation was remarkably profound. This woman was indeed a master of the Lingxiao sect. Moreover, she was not human but a member of the demon clan, her aura skillfully restrained, undetectable to the average person's spiritual perception. "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Yunu," Xiang Chun said with a gentle smile. "May I inquire what piece you would like to play?" Yunu, seated gracefully at the Qin, inquired softly with a smile. "Inger, you may step outside. I do not require your attendance while I listen to the music," Xiang Chun instructed the serving maid. "Understood. I shall return once you have finished." "Young master," Inger replied as she rose to leave, clearly dismissed by Xiang Chun. "Miss Yunu, might you perform the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix?" Xiang Chun asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yinu's expression subtly shifted. Young master, you jest. That piece belongs to the demon clan and is considered forbidden. I cannot play it, she replied with a smile. Xiang Chun merely smiled in return, choosing not to press the matter further. Then may I request a performance of the cleansing heart and dispelling demons, a piece you excel in? Very well, please wait a moment, Yinu responded, arranging the qin and attuning her breath. Then, as her true essence surged forth, 10 slender fingers gracefully danced upon the strings, producing a clear and soothing sound. The music resonated softly, enveloping the room in a wave of sound that enveloped Xiang Chun. Its ethereal beauty and unique frequency transported him into a tranquil meditative state, calming his inner breath and bringing his spirit to a profound stillness. In this melody, his heart felt like a solitary leaf drifting upon the wind, falling silently upon a serene lake, creating no ripples, an exquisite sensation of peace. After a considerable time, the piece concluded, and Xiang Chun seemed to have entered a deep meditation, as if he had fallen asleep. Yet within him, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. A mysterious airflow surged within the room, creating a whirlwind that emanated from Xiang Chun himself. The resonance of his comprehension had broken through. Yunu gazed at Xiang Chun in astonishment. This individual had attained an understanding of the heavenly essence with just one performance. What an extraordinary capacity for insight. Within him, the true essence of wind and the true essence of arrows had reached a state of consummation. Her music had indeed the power to facilitate deep meditation and profound understanding, capable of captivating listeners to the point of obsession. However, witnessing someone break through solely from a single performance was unprecedented for her. Congratulations, young master. At such a youthful age, you have attained the pinnacle of comprehension. Your talent is truly remarkable, Yunu exclaimed with a smile. The melodious strains of the celestial musician, Yunu, resonate with the essence of the universe, stirring within me a profound connection. My recent breakthrough is owed to her generosity. Rising to my feet, I sincerely bow in gratitude. The few thousand spirit coins spent on this experience were indeed worth every bit. I merely perform my duties for a fee. The insights are entirely yours to discover. Yunu replied with a slight bow in return. As her performance concluded, she indicated it was time for her to depart, suggesting I continue to rest. Cradling her guqin, she prepared to leave. Wait, I exclaimed hastily. Having benefited so greatly from your kindness, I too wish to offer something in return. Your innate energy appears diminished, resulting in unbearable pain during the nights of the new moon, especially when the tides rise. Am I correct? A gentle smile graced my lips as I observed her reaction. Yunu's expression shifted, her cheeks flushing slightly as she inquired, "Are you perhaps a physician?" "One might say so," I replied. "Your congenital affliction, if left untreated, may hinder your progress in transcending your current realm and could even impact your longevity." Yunu set down her guqin, her demeanor turning serious as she regarded me intently. "You speak the truth. I do indeed suffer from a congenital ailment. Despite seeking advice from numerous skilled physicians, their remedies have merely provided temporary relief without curing the root of the issue. Might you possess a genuine solution? If you can cure me, I shall reward you handsomely." I chuckled heartily, responding, "Our meeting is a matter of fate, and yes, I can treat your condition." "Really? Can you truly cure me?" Yunu's eyes sparkled with hope. I nodded confidently. "I can identify the source of your ailment and thus eliminate it. May I proceed with acupuncture and then prescribe a remedy for your complete recovery?" "That sounds feasible. Is this location suitable for you? If not, we can find another place." "Today's expenses shall be on me," she suggested. "Here will suffice," I replied, rising to smooth my robe before parting the beaded curtain. With a flick of my wrist, a collection of spirit needles materialized. As Yunu beheld my youthful and striking countenance without the curtain's veil, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her enchanting eyes. "Using needles may be somewhat intrusive. I hope you do not mind," I stated earnestly, holding a needle delicately between my fingers. "An empathetic healer is to be commended. How could I take offense?" "Please proceed," Yunu urged. "Please lie back and relax your legs," I instructed. Upon hearing my words, Yunu reclined on the long cushion. I deftly grasped the needle and positioned it upon her thigh, gently piercing a meridian. Her complexion blossomed with a radiant hue, though some might consider my actions an affront. Yet, witnessing my earnest demeanor and righteous spirit, she refrained from expressing anger. As I continued to insert needle after needle, my vital energy flowed alongside the silver needles, mingling with a trace of lunar essence. Soon, Yinu felt a warmth spreading through her typically cold body, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. After completing the acupuncture, I summoned my vital energy to stimulate her meridians. Her face flushed deeply, and suddenly, she expelled a mouthful of blood onto the side. To my astonishment, the blood ignited into a brilliant crimson flame. Dragon venom, I mused, my eyes narrowing as I recognized the latent dragon energy within the toxic fire. The enchanting fairy Yinu gazed in astonishment at the substance she had expelled, and upon feeling within herself, a delightful surprise illuminated her exquisite visage. The root of her ailment had been eradicated. Xiang Chun withdrew his needle, turning his back to her, and remarked, "The root of your illness has been removed. Henceforth, with my medicinal formula, you shall fully restore your innate vitality." Fairy Yinu, blushing as she glanced at her thigh, realized that at some point, the toxic flames had thoroughly eroded her garments, leaving her skin exposed. She hurriedly donned a sheer wrap and rose to perform a respectful bow towards Xiang Chun, solemnly expressing, "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your unparalleled benevolence in curing my affliction. This kindness is one I shall never forget." Xiang Chun, still with his back turned, chuckled. "It is merely fate at play. You enabled my breakthrough, and I have healed your ailment. A mutual exchange, no need for formality. That is different. My performance for you was driven by self-interest, while your rescue of me is a true act of kindness. I have one more request, esteemed sir. If you could assist me, I would be willing to serve you in any capacity to show my gratitude." Fairy Yinu then knelt before him, her hands clasped before her forehead in a gesture of deep reverence. "You wish for me to cure your mother's illness, do you not?" Xiang Chun turned to face the beautiful master of the Lingxiao realm kneeling before him, a smile gracing his lips. "How did you know?" Fairy Yinu's expression shifted subtly. Xiang Chun laughed heartily. "Please rise, for your congenital malady has its origins from your mother's womb, naturally leading to the conclusion of your request. Should you be willing to extend your hand in salvation, I, of the Wanhua Fort, shall offer substantial rewards. Please accept another bow of gratitude from me." As she spoke, Fairy Yinu bowed once more. Xiang Chun assisted her to her feet and said, "Fairy Yinu, please summon your respected father. I am ready to provide treatment at any moment." "Esteemed sir, this is not the appropriate place. Please follow me." Xiang Chun nodded and followed Fairy Yinu as they departed the premises, where Ing Er awaited outside. "Ing Er, you have worked hard. I shall personally attend to this, esteemed sir. You may go and collect your reward," Fairy Yinu instructed her maid. "Understood, miss, esteemed sir, I take my leave." The maid slightly bowed before withdrawing. "Please follow me, benefactor." As they walked together along the corridor, Fairy Yinu glanced at Xiang Chen's handsome profile and inquired, "I have yet to learn how to address you." "Simply call me Xiang Chen," he replied softly. Fairy Yinu noticed the emblem of the abandoned palace on his chest and asked, "Could it be that you are affiliated with the abandoned State Academy?" "Indeed. I study at the abandoned State Academy," Xiang Chen affirmed, not concealing the truth, for his attire clearly revealed it, and he had no reason to hide, as his purpose was to heal rather than to harm. Fairy Yinu furrowed her brows, pondering something, before continuing, "Recently, exceptional talents from across the 9 palaces have congregated in the Central Plains. Surely, you have come to participate in the 9 palaces competition as well?" Xiang Chen smiled lightly and nodded. "Indeed, I have come merely to observe." "To observe?" Fairy Yinu was puzzled by the expression. Yet Xiang Chen's displayed cultivation seemed to be at the Yuan Yang True Dan level, suggesting that he was likely a mere participant. She silently resolved to remind her Uncle Yi to ensure that no harm befell Master Xiang. Xiang Chun ascended to the 6th floor, following her into an exceedingly spacious and opulent chamber. Within this room stood a grand table crafted from rosewood and marble, adorned with various calligraphic works by renowned figures, alongside a myriad of exquisite inkstones and an array of pen holders, resembling a forest with pens inserted within. On one side, there was a large rue kilnflower vase, filled to the brim with white chrysanthemums, their delicate forms reminiscent of crystal orbs. The west wall featured a large landscape painting titled Mist and Rain, flanked by couplets that read, "In the leisure of mist and haze, I find solace in the wilderness." The table was set with a magnificent cauldron. On the left, a zeton stand held a sizable dish from the Daguan kiln, which cradled dozens of vibrant, golden Buddha's hands. The eastern wall displayed a sword of indeterminate rank, gleaming with brilliance. "Kind benefactor, please take a seat. I shall summon my mother." The enchanting Yunu fairy invited Xiang Chun to sit beside her. Xiang Chun nodded, settling into the seat as Yunu fairy gracefully closed the door behind her. With a slight smile, Xiang Chun surveyed the room's elegant arrangement. The so-called Yunu fairy was, in fact, a rare insect demon, her true form that of a unique butterfly. It was unexpected to discover that the demon clan retained a presence in this world, leading Xiang Chun to ponder the potential influence behind the Wanhua fortress. Before long, the door opened once more, and the Yunu fairy entered accompanied by a middle-aged beauty. This woman was adorned in a purple garment, her visage dignified and alluring, her figure curvaceous and enticing, akin to a perfectly ripened apple. A transcendent expert. Xiang Chun was taken aback upon seeing her, though his expression remained composed. The beautiful matron entered with a smile, saying, "I have heard that a distinguished guest has arrived at our Wanhua fortress, one who has cured Yunu's ailment. I did not anticipate such a young and handsome gentleman." Rising, Xiang Chun clasped his hands together and replied, "I presume you are the esteemed elder of Yunu Fairy. I am Xiang Chun, honored to make your acquaintance." The matron approached with a smile, saying, "Sir, you are too kind. You have healed my daughter. It is I who should bow to you." As she spoke, she offered a slight bow to Xiang Chun. "It is merely a fortuitous convergence that allowed me to assist Yunu in her healing. All is a matter of fate." "My lady," Xiang Chun responded, returning the gesture. The matron nodded and took her seat, inviting Xiang Chun to do the same. "I am the mistress of this Wanhua fortress, known in the martial world as Lady Dying. You may address me simply as Dying." Xiang Chun smiled and replied, "Lady Dying, your cultivation is indeed profound. To have endured the dragon flame poison and yet retained such vibrant health is truly admirable." His words caused Lady Dying's expression to shift slightly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she gazed at him, remarking, "Your medical skills are remarkable, sir. You discern my affliction and its poison with just a glance." Seated, Xiang Chun lifted the warm tea that Yunu had poured for him earlier and calmly stated, "The dragon poison has resided within you for over 2 centuries. During the lunar eclipse each month, you endure agonizing flames that scorch your body and soul, nearly rendering your extraordinary cultivation moot. Am I correct in my assessment?" Lady Dying's countenance grew serious as she scrutinized Xiang Chun, pondering how he could so effortlessly unveil the depths of her condition. She spoke in a low voice, "Who exactly are you, sir?" Xiang Chun set down his teacup and replied with a faint smile, "We are of the same kin, friends rather than foes. I am Chun, son of the moonlit demon queen of the East Sea, here to journey across the continent and happened upon this visit." As he spoke, a terrifying aura of the 3-legged golden crow, along with the pressure of his bloodline, surged forth from within him, transforming his form into that of a majestic golden 3-legged crow seated upon the chair. This overwhelming presence, the son of the moonlit demon queen of the East Sea. Lady Dying and Yunu's expressions changed dramatically as they sensed the terrifying pressure and pure, supreme demonic energy he exuded, revealing their disbelief. Lady Dying rose abruptly and bowed, saying, "I did not expect to encounter the son of the esteemed moonlit demon queen of the East Sea here. I apologize for any disrespect. The moonlit demon queen holds a significant position among the demon clans in the present realm." Yunu also gazed at the 3-legged golden crow in disbelief, then followed suit in bowing. "Please, do not be so formal. I too came here unexpectedly, not realizing this was a venue managed by our kin." The 3-legged golden crow reverted to his human form and assisted Lady Dying to her feet. "It is surprising that the son of the moonlit demon queen would visit us. We have had occasional contact with the queen in the past. May I ask how she is faring now?" Lady Dying inquired. Xiang Chun nodded. "My mother, the golden crow, is well. It is quite remarkable to find a place run by demons in this central continent." Upon hearing this, Lady Dying sighed. "Since the ancient demon clans suffered defeat, our Kuan demons have concealed ourselves in the mortal realm, barely managing to survive in this mundane world." Xiang Chun held little interest in the past of the demon clans. Although he was a demon himself, he had not experienced their former prosperity or upheaval and felt no strong connection to the ancient demon clans. Chapter 783. The demonic clan scheme. After feigning a sigh of sentiment, Xiang Chun cut to the chase. "Lady Dying, your ailment stems from the injury inflicted by the dragon beast, does it not?" The mention of this matter revealed a look of hatred in her eyes as she replied, "Indeed, during the war between humans and demons, I suffered severe injuries from the dragon beast of the great Xia dynasty, with the fiery poison of the flood dragon penetrating my body, harming my very foundation and leaving me with an unremovable affliction. Can you, young master, offer me healing? Xiang Chun smiled lightly. Since I have disclosed my identity, I can indeed provide treatment. I shall attend to you now. Lady Dying could not suppress her excitement, saying, if you can cure my ailment, you shall be the most esteemed guest of the Wanhua fortress. Should the fortress ever be in need, we shall not hesitate to risk everything. Xiang Chun chuckled. You overstate it. As fellow demons and a healer, it is my duty to save lives. Please lie down, and I shall treat you. Very well. Lady Dying reclined on a nearby soft couch, while Yunu stood vigil beside her. Xiang Chun proceeded to administer acupuncture to Lady Dying, treating her affliction. The poison within her was far more entrenched, requiring Xiang Chun a considerable amount of time to assist her in detoxification. Afterward, he provided her with a prescription to help restore her vitality. Once healed, Lady Dying was naturally filled with gratitude and presented Xiang Chun with a token of elder status. As afternoon approached, Xiang Chun prepared to depart, just as Xiao Wu emerged from his quarters. What a delightful sensation. My entire body feels rejuvenated. That melody was so soothing it nearly lulled me to sleep. Xiao Wu remarked, stretching languidly. It's time to leave. With this thing, we can come and go as we please, without any cost. Xiang Chun waved the token in his hand with a smile. What is this? Xiao Wu inquired, taking it to examine. It is the Elder's token from the Orchid Pavilion, a gift from our proprietress. Good heavens! What did you do to deserve such a gift? Being handsome has its advantages. You can always rely on charm, Xiao Wu teased. I don't live off others' generosity. This is a reward for my skills. I healed the proprietress, who was unwell, Xiang Chun retorted, playfully punching Xiao Wu on the head. Given Xiao Wu's height, Xiang Chun had to leap to reach him. Hee. It seems I must delve into the sacred medical texts left by my master. It's beneficial everywhere, Xiao Wu said, returning the token to Xiang Chun. By the way, you mustn't tell Bauer that I've been to such a place. Xiang Chun mockingly chuckled. What? Are you afraid? If you dare to come, don't be timid, you coward. Cough, cough. If you're so brave, why don't you tell me about the enchanting Sister Qingqing? Xiao Wu countered. Come on, we're all in the same boat here. The two bantered as they made their way to the first-floor hall, where Dongfang Sanqing and Dongfang Yuan awaited them with drinks. The four spent a while there before returning to gather their group for the upcoming gathering hosted by Princess Linglong. Meanwhile, in the Orchid Pavilion, Madame Dying and Yunu observed the two departing figures. Mother, why not inform young Master Chen about that matter? What if it leads to a grave mistake? Yunu expressed her concerns. We cannot ascertain his true background just yet. After all this planning, what if he divulges our secrets? Do not worry. I will instruct them to prevent any accidental harm to him, Madame Dying assured, her eyes glinting with determination. Be whisper, Madame Dying called out. At your command. A woman clad in a black dress, her figure gracefully accentuated and veiled, appeared. Ensure he is monitored discreetly, and investigate his background at the Wilderness Academy to verify his claims, Madame Dying commanded. Understood. The woman clasped her fists and vanished. We, the Demon Clan, shall not rest until the Daxia dynasty pays for its transgressions. Madame Dying gazed into the hazy distance, her eyes sharp with resolve as she beheld the majestic palace. At 5 in the afternoon, the Princess Linglong's estate stood as an expansive private palace, sprawling over 30 kilometers, heavily guarded. By this hour, students from the various palaces of the Jiuzhou had gathered at the Linglong Palace, numbering over 100, all of them prodigies of the 9 palaces. The banquet was to be held on a small island, adorned with blooming plum blossoms, creating a picturesque scene surrounded by tranquil lakes. Xiang Chun and his companions took their seats, eagerly awaiting the host's arrival. Are they from the Wilderness Palace? The most dismal of the 9 palaces. I wonder what face they have to be invited here, someone remarked. At the surrounding banquet, the students from other academies were engaged in discussions, their words dripping with undisguised disdain. Xiang Chen's gaze wandered to several tables. Among the 2 tables from the Qingzhou Academy sat a young man clad in azure garments, carrying a black sword sheath on his back. He was strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and an austere demeanor. Li Qingyi, the top scholar of the Qingzhou Academy, embodying formidable sword intent within. Xiang Chun discreetly observed the adjacent table, which belonged to the Yuzhou Academy. The individuals there exuded a chilling aura. Their leader, a young man with an indifferent expression, surrounded by an unsettling dark energy, Ji Xian, the foremost scholar of the Yuzhou Academy and son of the Yu King. Additionally, Ji Zhan and Ji Ran from the Zhongzhou Academy were present. Notably, Ji Zhan was the son of the Qing King, studying at the Zhongzhou Academy, accompanied by Mo Xiang, Yi Tianxi, and Mo Yan. Mo Xiang's gaze toward Xiang Chun bore a hint of annoyance, even hostility. Students from other academies were also in attendance, including those from the Yanzhou, Jinzhou, Beihai, and Jiangzhou academies. Ah, it is he. Xiang Chen's expression subtly shifted as his eyes landed on one individual among them. This was a young man from the Jinzhou seat, whom Xiang Chun recognized, the striking Jun Gang, whom he had encountered in the East Sea. The one who attempted to seize his little white tiger and ultimately fled in fright. Jun Gang seemed to have noticed Xiang Chen's gaze, looking over with indifference and a slight frown. However, he did not recognize Xiang Chun, as the latter had altered his appearance at that time. Hey, you there. What are you so furtively glancing about for? A voice from the Yanzhou Academy called out coldly. Mind your own business. My eyes are mine to direct as I please. Xiang Chun replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Qi Lu's expression turned icy. He slammed the table and stood up, declaring, Kid, don't think that just because your academy was invited, you are on par with us. Do you truly believe you are worthy to dine with us? His words immediately ignited the fury of those from the Huang Gong Academy, who rose en masse, their presence cold and sharp as if drawn swords. Little brat, did we somehow offend you Yanzhou folks, or disturb your ancestors? Why do you persist in antagonizing us? Xiang Chun retorted venomously. Well said. What a delightful description. Xiang, you are remarkable. The members of the Huang Gong Academy erupted in laughter. Qi Lu's face flickered between shades of green and red as he slammed the table in rage. Shouting, you little wretch, what did you say? Xiang Chun stood atop his stool, responding coldly, Son, are your ears deafened by a dog? Should I repeat myself? I will kill you. Qi Lu screamed in fury, unleashing his true essence. How outrageous. At the princess's banquet, who dares to cause a disturbance? At that moment, a cold voice rang out from among the guards, an overwhelming aura emanating from the realm of Ling Xiao. Qi Lu, do not act impulsively. We are in Princess Linglong's residence. The members of the Yan Province Academy hastily restrained Qi Lu, urging him to temper his impulsive nature while casting cold, disdainful glances toward Xiang Chun. Qi Lu's chest heaved with rage, his eyes bloodshot and ablaze with fury as if he were ready to devour someone whole. Fang Chong, Qi Lu bellowed. Qi Lu, my senior brother, Fang Chong, the top of the tiger list at Yan Province Academy, responded. If I encounter that little wretch during the Nine Palaces battle, ensure you eliminate him for me. Qi Lu replied icily. No problem, just wait and see. Fang Chong retorted with a sinister smile. His gaze also filled with malice directed at Xiang Chun. Umph, he dares not make a move, scoffed Xiahou Wu and others derisively. The esteemed members of Yan Province Academy are merely a troop of clowns, serving as mere embellishments to our grandeur. There is no need to heed their prattling. At that moment, from the Central Province Academy, Yi Tianxi remarked nonchalantly, Brother Yi speaks wisely. The individuals from the Guangzhou Academy can likely only boast verbally. Indeed. Xiao Du of the Yan Palace sneered in response. TSK, Yi Tianxi, you traitor of the Guangzhou, aiding other academies in their attacks. How treacherous and ungrateful you are. Forgetting your roots, Xiahou Wu stated coldly. Oh dear, monkey, you claim he is treacherous and forgetful of his roots, yet fail to recall your own origins. This world is never short of such treacherous individuals devoid of ancestral loyalty. It is best not to engage with him. He is repulsive and toxic, Xiang Chen chimed in. Yi Tianxi's expression darkened, feeling as though he had just ingested something foul. Xiang Chen, who are you speaking about? Mo Xiang inquired angrily, seemingly offended by Xiang Chen's words. Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, Little Marquis, we did not mention you. Why are you so agitated? Please, sit down and refrain from showing off. We are merely defending the honor of our homeland. As a fellow from the Guangzhou, I trust you would support reason over kinship. The little Marquis was momentarily rendered speechless by Xiang Chen's retort, unsure of how to respond. He glanced at Yi Tianxi, his future brother-in-law, and decided to uphold honor, stating, Brother Yi has traveled countless miles to seek knowledge in the central province for the sake of Guangzhou's reputation. Your earlier words were excessive, and an apology is in order. Apologize for what? Xiahou Wu was ready to explode, But Xiang Chun placed a hand on his shoulder, donning a smile. Since the little marquis has spoken, I must certainly show him respect, Xiang Chun said. As he spoke, he poured 2 cups of wine, seemingly intending to offer a toast. He approached with the cups in hand, addressing the assembly. Brother Yi, my words earlier were indeed inappropriate. I hope you will forgive me. Yi Tianxi regarded him with a sullen expression, somewhat astonished that he would bow to apologize simply at the behest of the little marquis. It was rather uncharacteristic. Brother Yi, what is this? Are you not giving me face? This is quite ungracious toward the little marquis. Xiang Chun maintained his smile. The little marquis shot Yi Tianxi a glance, urging him to bear with it, not to make things difficult in that moment. Yi Tianxi huffed disdainfully, accepted the wine, and downed it in one gulp, remarking indifferently, "You are young and inexperienced. In the future, you must exercise caution in your words. Some individuals are not to be trifled with." Xiang Chun grinned, bowing slightly yes. Brother Yi, your admonition is indeed wise. Having spoken, Xiang Chun returned amidst the scornful gazes of the crowd. I had presumed him to be a figure of resilience. Yet it took merely a few disparaging remarks from the young lord of Huangzhou to render him submissive. How pitiful indeed. The others from the academy shook their heads in disdain, their contempt deepening. Dongfang Sanxing and his companions felt a twinge of frustration. However, at that moment, Xiang Chun poured himself another glass of wine and boldly approached the Yin Prefecture Academy. With a smile, he addressed Brother Qilu of the Yin Academy, saying, I apologize for my earlier words, which may have been offensive. Please forgive me. I wish to toast you. Amidst the astonished, derisive, and scornful looks of many, Xiang Chun extended both hands in a gesture of respect. Qilu gazed at him in surprise, wondering if this fellow had truly capitulated so easily. Qilu scoffed, You still fear death, don't you? To which Xiang Chun replied, Who does not fear death? I truly spoke out of turn earlier. I implore you not to hold it against me. His sudden display of humility bewildered those from the Huangzhou Academy who were unfamiliar with him, leaving them with expressions of discomfort and embarrassment. What has gotten into junior brother Xiang? Why has he suddenly bowed his head? This is utterly disgraceful. One student from Huangzhou grumbled. Indeed, what has happened to brother Xiang? Dongfang Yuan echoed, equally perplexed. Xiao Wu, known for his steadfast and fiery temperament, smiled gently and said, Do not fret. There shall soon be a spectacle to behold. The others looked at him in confusion. My brother here has never been one to bow to authority. Xiao Wu remarked knowingly, a smile playing on his lips. Brother Qilu, I beseech you to show mercy and let this matter slide. Xiang Chun offered another toast. Qilu, with a cold laugh, replied, You've shown some wisdom, lad. Today, I shall not hold this against you. As he spoke, he reached for the cup and downed its contents in one swift motion. Very well, your generosity is commendable, Xiang Chun said, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he clasped his fists in salute and returned to his seat. How cowardly, what a weakling. I had thought him to be made of sterner stuff. It is disappointing to see such a feeble spirit, Zhizhan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Xiang Chun. His eyes filled with contempt. Compared to the weak, he held even greater disdain for those lacking resolve. The students of the Huang Academy had grown accustomed to their own humility. It seemed the students of this academy were utterly doomed. In Qingzhou Academy, Li Qingyi looked at the humbled Xiang Chun and remarked indifferently. Just then, a group of figures appeared down the corridor, accompanied by the sound of joyous music. The Princess Linglong has arrived. A eunuch's sharp voice instantly drew the attention of all present. Chapter 785. The exquisite Princess Linglong. The Princess Linglong has come. It is said she ranks third on the falling swallow list, a beauty beyond compare. Immediately, all the young talents present turned their gazes towards her, rising in unison. Among a throng of beautiful maidens clad in white palace attire, one led the way, moving gracefully like a lotus. She stood tall at a height of 1.80 meters, adorned in a flowing, pale green peacock gown that trailed gracefully behind her. Her hair was elegantly styled in a bun, accented with a purple butterfly floral crown. Her complexion resembled the delicate hue of peach blossoms, lightly enhanced, and her skin was luminous and fair. Within her beautifully lined eyes sparkled a gentle, warm smile, while her cherry-red lips were adorned with a soft pink lipstick. Her chin was delicately pointed, and her hands rested gracefully upon her abdomen, exuding an air of noble elegance with each step. Her exposed arms, reminiscent of pure lotus, were draped with a long pink ribbon. A retinue of stunning palace maidens followed closely behind, supporting her gown as she approached. To her left stood a woman clad in a purple gown, her figure exquisite and graceful, adorned with a sheer veil. How breathtaking! Is this the renowned Linglong princess? Truly a vision of beauty, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. In that moment, the gazes of numerous young talents were completely captivated by the Linglong princess. Your Highness, Linglong princess. The crowd bowed in reverence. Greetings, Aunt. Among the crowd, Ji Zhan and Ji Xian addressed her as such. The Linglong princess was their father's sister, connected through their lineage to the Qing king and the Yu king. Indeed, this princess is truly stunning, remarked Xiao Wu in a hushed tone. What? Do you wish to indulge in such comforts? Teased Xiangchun in response. Get lost. Am I the sort to rely on others? Xiao Wu retorted, slightly annoyed. The Linglong princess approached, her gaze sweeping over the talented youth, nodding with a smile. She then took her seat at the foremost position, gracefully gesturing with her gown as she spoke. Esteemed heroes, I appreciate your presence and the effort it took to arrive. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Take your seats. The woman in purple stood behind her. Thank you, Your Highness, the crowd responded, finally daring to sit. Ji Zhan and Ji Xian stood and approached the Linglong princess, offering a deep bow. Greetings, Aunt, they both proclaimed, kneeling in respect. The Linglong princess was indeed their elder, though she appeared to be in her 20s. Akin to an older sister, her true age likely surpassed 50 or 60 years. My dear Zhan and Xian, how you've grown in the years since we last met. The Linglong princess said, raising a hand in a gentle gesture. Thank you, Aunt, they replied, rising and bowing once more, casting each other a glance filled with unspoken tension before returning to their respective places. The Linglong princess looked at the assembly, smiling as she spoke. I merely wish to meet you esteemed young heroes prior to the Nine Palaces tournament. I hope you will not find me too forward. How could we ever think such a thing? We have long heard of your Highness's renown. To meet you today is indeed a blessing for us all, said Yin Gong Xiaodu, clasping his hands in reverence. Indeed, the grace of the princess is unmatched. To have the honor of meeting her is a fortune we have earned over 3 lifetimes, echoed others in agreement. As long as you do not find me intrusive, allow me to introduce the lady beside me, the disciple of the state minister, Princess Xuanji. The Linglong princess continued, presenting the woman in purple. Princess Xuanji, ranked second on the falling goose list, the one famed for her ability to read countenances, perceive fortunes, and foretell destinies, a direct disciple of the state minister. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the crowd turned their attention towards the veiled figure. We have long heard of Princess Xuanji's illustrious name. To have the fortune of meeting her today is truly a remarkable coincidence. Greetings, esteemed princess. The crowd bowed in unison. Princess Xuanji regarded the assembly with a nonchalant nod, her captivating gaze drifting towards a table nestled in the corner, occupied by individuals from the Arid State Academy. However, as her eyes swept over the group, her expression subtly shifted. She beheld an imposing presence resembling a tempest, the repressed spirit of a sword soaring skyward, and the overwhelming tide of sanguine energy. Akin to a savage beast from the primordial era, a flicker of brilliance danced in her lavender-hued eyes, revealing that the Arid Palace was indeed not as simple as the tale suggested. She immediately discerned several remarkably gifted talents among them. This woman possesses a unique ocular technique. Xiangchun squinted slightly, sensing an unseen power that brushed past him and his companions, grateful for his habitual ability to conceal his true aura. The ocular force transcends ordinary sight, allowing for profound perception. Curiously, how did she notice us so swiftly? Xiangchun pondered. The Arid Palace, seemingly inconspicuous, was the very essence of their presence. This gathering is merely a customary welcoming feast prepared for all of you. Please feel at ease to converse freely and indulge in the exquisite culinary offerings that await, Princess Linglong announced with a smile, discreetly relaying a message to Princess Xuanji. Xuanji, have you discerned anything? Princess Xuanji replied telepathically. Indeed, the Arid State is extraordinary, concealing several prodigiously gifted individuals. Ah, to be deemed prodigious by you is no small feat. Who might they be? Princess Linglong inquired, her intrigue piqued. Among them are 2 with formidable thunderous talents, likely having reached a celestial level, with boundless prospects ahead. One possesses an astonishingly robust vitality and is adept in both physical and ethereal arts, a rare genius indeed. Additionally, there is a lady infused with an immense sword spirit and intent, her swordsmanship rivaling that of Li Qingyi from Qingzhou, Princess Xuanji noted. Referring to the brothers Dongfang Sanqing and Dongfang Yuan, as well as Xiao Wu and Dugu Yoming. Aside from Xiangqin, she had yet to perceive the true essence of the enchanting figures present. After enduring years of decline, had the arid palace's fortunes begun to ascend? The sudden emergence of such talents astonished Princess Linlong, and her peripheral glance fell upon the seats of the arid palace once more. Though the fine wines and delicacies were delightful, in Xiao Du's heart, they paled in comparison to the allure of Princess Linlong's presence. A poem spontaneously emerged in his mind, one he wished to present to her. Rising with an air of elegance, he proclaimed, "Ah, is this the esteemed Xiao Du, the foremost of Yin Palace? Might I inquire about the poem you have in store for us?" Princess Linlong asked with a smile, oblivious to the prior conversation with Princess Xuanji. Xiao Du stepped forward, cleared his throat, and with his hands poised before him, addressed the gathering. "I shall now present my humble offering, inspired by recent sentiments. I hope you will indulge me." He recited, "The might of the great Xia Emperor reigns supreme, while the exquisite Lady Linlong admires the heroes. Blossoms vie for spring's vibrant hues. Yet none can rival the princess's radiant smile." Having concluded, he clasped his hands and offered a slight bow. "Well done. How splendidly composed." The assembly erupted in praise, with admirers from the Yin State Academy extolling his virtues as both a scholar and warrior. Others nodded in quiet approval, acknowledging the quality of his verses, albeit with a hint of flattery. The writing is utterly nonsensical, yet it dares to flaunt itself. Chapter 786, A Shocking Turn of Events, Part 7 of 20. The prose, though adorned with flowery language, is merely a display of sycophancy. My brother, Xiangqun, pens far superior works. Amidst a cacophony of applause, a voice of disdain emerged. While indulging in food, Xiangqun was caught off guard, choking as he turned to stare at Xiao Wu. What scheme does this fellow intend to conjure now? Has his mind short-circuited once again? The once smug Xiao Du, basking in the praise of the crowd, suddenly found his smile frozen, his gaze turning hostile towards Xiao Wu. "What did you just say, you brat?" barked Qi Lu, standing beside Xiao Du. "I claim my brother writes better than him. Any one of his works could effortlessly overshadow this one." Xiao Wu retorted with a cold smirk. "Monkey, do you wish to play that game?" Xiangqun asked, bemused. "I'm here to help you woo the princess. Hurry, come up with 2 verses that can surpass that wretched work from Yin Gong," Xiao Wu whispered. "Did I ever mention wanting to woo a princess?" Xiangqun shot him a disdainful glance. "Nonsense. If you have the guts, let him write a couple of lines." "He is nothing but a spineless coward," Qi Lu jeered. Xiangqun smirked. "It appears brother Qi Lu has a penchant for nonsense." Qi Lu frowned and retorted coldly. "What is this, spineless? Is your backbone stiffening again?" However, before Qi Lu could finish his sentence, a sudden rumble emanated from his belly, as a powerful wave of energy surged from his dantian, only to erupt explosively from his rear. With a resounding pft, 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 a series of ear-splitting flatulence erupted, causing his trousers to billow. The stench, visible and palpable, wafted toward the gathered crowd from the Central State Academy. The audience, caught off guard, stared in disbelief, their long hair billowing, as a foul odor permeated the air. The venue fell into a momentary silence, each person dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in shock. "Ugh, what a foul odor. Qi Lu, you rascal, what on earth did you consume?" The crowd from the Central State Academy immediately began to retch, pinching their noses and hurling angry curses. Ji Zhan and Ji Ran, their hair flowing, wore expressions of utter dismay, their eyes burning with murderous intent directed at Qi Lu. Qi Lu's face turned a deep shade of crimson, embarrassment washing over him. The members of Yin Gong stood aghast, staring at Qi Lu in disbelief. "Ha ha ha, what a moment. Truly, a thunderclap from a clear sky, a veritable shockwave." Xiangqun laughed heartily, mocking the scene. "My goodness, Qi Lu, must you be so wild? You truly let one rip, and it's horrid." Other members of the academies joined in the scorn. Above, Princess Linlong was left in utter astonishment. Someone truly dared to pass gas at her banquet. Not only did he do so, but he also made it resound. In such a volume, such a succession. With his face flushed, Qi Lu quickly clasped his hands in apology, exclaiming, "My sincerest apologies. I may have been unwell these past few days, and I meant no offense." All the while, he was turned away from his companions, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Xiao Du and the others. At this moment, a powerful surge of air erupted from within, aimed directly at the entrance. With a loud puff, a series of explosive flatulence reverberated, shaking the table, causing drinks to sway, and releasing a noxious odor that sent the hair of Xiao Du and his companions flying. Stunned and bewildered, they appeared to have consumed an unquantifiable amount of flatulence. Qilu, Xiao Shui, being a woman, let out an angry shout, pinching her nose and retching at the side. Qilu, what is wrong with you? The members of the Yin Palace were equally taken aback, quickly leaving their seats to avoid the chaos. I don't know. I didn't want to pass gas, but it just happened uncontrollably, Qilu lamented, his face contorted in embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. Ha ha ha, this is utterly delightful. What a thunderous uproar. A group including Xiang Chun roared with laughter, clutching their bellies. You little rascal, I'm going to get you. Qilu seethed, attempting to redirect his anger towards Xiang Chun and the others. Just then, another wave of gas emerged. With a puff, this time it was even more potent, releasing not just gas but something more substantial, an unbearable stench that shattered his trousers, leaving all present from the Zhongzhou Academy coated in a speckled mess. To make matters worse, one unfortunate soul found some of it splattered onto their lips, instinctively coughing. Ah, Qilu, I swear I will kill you. Ji Ran shrieked, her face smeared, summoning her magical artifact in a fit of rage against Qilu. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Qilu stammered, panicking and fleeing the scene. This is outrageous. Guards, throw this person out. Princess Linglong declared furiously, utterly humiliated by the audacity of someone to defile her gathering in such a manner. Yes, 2 guards, braving the foul odor, swiftly approached and apprehended Qilu, dragging him away. Your Highness, I didn't intend to. I'm sorry, everyone. Qilu cried, on the verge of tears as he was escorted out. Princess Xuanji frowned. Having never encountered such a disruptive individual, it was remarkably absurd. Xiang Chun, trying to maintain composure, turned beet red, nearly in tears from suppressing laughter. However, the likes of Xiahou Wu and others paid no mind to decorum, laughing heartily, clutching their stomachs. You're ruthless. My friend, Xiahou Wu gave Xiang Chun a thumbs up. Brother, was that you? That was quite devious, but I admire it. Dongfang Yuan also expressed her admiration secretly. Bring in a new banquet. Princess Linglong commanded, her expression dark. A troop of attendants hurried to replace the tables. Meanwhile, the crowd from the Zhongzhou Academy rushed to the lakeside to wash their faces, some even submerging themselves entirely, retching uncontrollably. After a while, as the banquet was replaced, many continued to grumble about the incident, casting sidelong glances at the members of the Yin Academy, who looked equally mortified, unable to meet anyone's gaze. That scoundrel Qilu. Xiao Du cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth in frustration. Cough, cough. Well then, everyone, let us put aside the unpleasantness of recent events, Princess Linglong said, her demeanor regaining a semblance of calm. Upon hearing these words, no one dared to continue discussing the matter. It was utterly revolting. Meanwhile, Xiang Chun, who was akin to a maggot in the corner, was nearly laughing himself into injury. He admired the ingenuity of Ba Gu, who had concocted such a morally dubious remedy. Little did he know, traversing through the annals of time, that a similar occurrence had transpired many years prior. The crowd tacitly agreed to refrain from mentioning the earlier incident. The earlier statement from the brother of the ruined palace, challenging others to recite better poetry, prompted Xiao Du to divert attention by responding. Chapter 787. The font too dark. 8 explosions 14. Indeed, young lad. What gives you the audacity to belittle the poetry penned by senior brother Xiao Du? Others from the Yenzhou Academy joined in, shifting their ire. Given the destitute state of the ruined palace, it was unlikely their literary merit was any better. How could they dare criticize others? Exactly. Lacking the measure themselves, they had no right to disparage another's work. The denizens of Yin Palace vociferously rebuked the critics, successfully redirecting attention from the distasteful earlier events. After all, the incident had been truly repugnant, and no one wished to linger on it. Hearing this, a smirk crept across Xiang Chen's face as he remarked, "Does what Xiao Du wrote even qualify as poetry? It's merely vapid. Since you all wish to hear, allow me to compose a couple of verses." Xiang Chun turned towards Princess Linglong and said, "Having encountered your highness today, I am inspired to present you with 2 poems, and I hope you do not find them lacking." Princess Linglong, gazing at the exceptionally handsome young man, was slightly taken aback by his striking appearance. She smiled and replied, "This banquet is indeed meant for sharing, So please do not hesitate, young Master Xiang. She had little regard for Xiao Du's earlier work, which was rife with sycophantic praise. After taking a sip of wine, Xiang Chun approached the gathering. His brow furrowed in contemplation as he began to delve into the 300 Tang poems and the 200 song lyrics stored in his memory. Humph, all pretentiousness. Let us see what you can truly produce, Xiao Du sneered. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's eyes lit up as he recited. In the imperial city, there exists a beauty. Unmatched and solitary, one glance can topple a city, a second can ruin a nation. Little do they know, with beauty that can topple both city and nation. Such a maiden is hard to come by. As these verses echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room, each listener savoring the words, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. In a glance, she topples cities. In another, she topples nations. Little do they know, with beauty that can topple both city and nation. Such a maiden is hard to come by. Princess Ling Long, upon hearing, meticulously pondered the lines, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What splendid words! She praised, acknowledging that while both were flattering, Xiang Chen's composition possessed far greater depth and elegance than Xiao Du's. Xiao Du, upon hearing this, felt his expression darken. The comparison was stark and immediate. Xiang Chun continued, "It may be somewhat unrefined. I beg your highness not to take offense, for I have another, even finer piece to present." "Oh, can you create something even better, sir?" Princess Ling Long inquired, her address to him now elevated to sir in her excitement. With a smile, Xiang Chun took another sip of wine, glanced at Xiao Du, and effortlessly recited, "Clouds envision garments, flowers yearn for beauty, as spring breezes caress the balustrade, dewdrops glisten. Were it not for the sight atop Mount Chuanyu, one would meet beneath the moon at Yao Terrace." As this poem concluded, a profound silence once again enveloped the room. One by one, they savored the exquisite poem, and soon could not help but exclaim in admiration. Clouds suggest garments, flowers evoke beauty, the spring breeze caresses the balustrade, and the dew is rich with splendor. Had I not glimpsed the peaks of the Jade Mountains, I would have met you beneath the moonlit Yao Terrace. The delicate Princess Ling Long silently recited this poem, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. This verse, devoid of direct praise, artfully accentuated her beauty in a manner so fresh and ethereal. Princess Xuanji, upon hearing it, gazed at Xiang Chun in astonishment. Was such a magnificent poem truly penned by him? What a splendid poem! Sir, did you indeed compose this? What is its title? Princess Ling Long inquired eagerly. Xiang Chun feigned contemplation and replied, "Let us call this poem Qingping Diao." It was inspired in a moment of sentiment, dedicated to the princess. At that moment, a classmate named Li Bai quietly emerged, brandishing a coffin board, sword in hand, intent on delivering a scathing rebuttal to Xiang Ergo, exclaiming, "How shameless! This was written by me. Qingping Diao is masterfully crafted. Someone, jot down this poem. No, sir, could you inscribe it personally for me? I wish to frame it." Princess Ling Long laughed heartily. Many had composed verses extolling her beauty, yet none matched the elegance of Xiang Chen's creation. Naturally, it is no trouble at all. The princess's delight is all that matters, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Someone quickly fetched the 4 treasures of the study. At once, Princess Ling Long summoned the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. Xiang Chun took up the brush and began to write the poem. Xiao Du's gaze darkened as he noted Princess Ling Long's profound admiration for Xiang Chen's work, his countenance turning ashen with fury. How could this fellow compose such a beautiful poem? The ladies, including Xiao Shui, were consumed with jealousy, lamenting how wonderful it would be if someone would pen a similar poem in their honor. It must be said that Xiang Chen's calligraphy was exceptionally beautiful. Had he not devoted those years to cultivation, he would have spent them engrossed in literature and the art of writing. This Qingping Diao was imbued with strength, yet its style remained exquisite, with the characters and the poem harmoniously complementing one another. As he signed his name, he hesitated, feeling somewhat remiss toward the immortal poet, and added a playful moniker. The one surnamed Li is known as Tai Bai. This one shall be Tai He. Brother Bai, I am promoting your poetic culture in this foreign realm. You should be grateful, he mused inwardly. Should the poet immortal possess any awareness, he might tremble and extend a bony finger from the coffin, silently gesturing his discontent towards Xiang Chun. Princess Ling Long gazed at the poem Xiang Chun had penned, utterly enchanted, instructing that it be framed in the finest spirit wood and publicly celebrated. "Mr. Xiang, Your literary cultivation is truly admirable. Might Linglong seek your guidance on poetry and song in the future? She inquired with a smile. Of course, it would be my pleasure, Xiangchen nodded. After a moment of thought, Princess Linglong presented him with a purple jade talisman, saying, "In the future, you may use this talisman to freely visit my Linglong Palace." "Thank you, Your Highness." Xiangchen accepted it with both hands amidst the envious and jealous gazes of many. His gaze lingered briefly on Princess Xuanji, and with a subtle focus, he employed his moonlight eyes to perceive her, revealing her inner essence as a gentle lamb. Princess Xuanji furrowed her brow, suddenly feeling as if her innermost self had been laid bare, her eyes instinctively locking onto Xiangchen. However, the youth exuded an ordinary air, devoid of any peculiarities, merely nodding in her direction as a sign of respect. Who was it that had been spying on me just now? Princess Xuanji cast her gaze towards the others. Amidst the envious and resentful stares of numerous male admirers, Xiangchen received a jade token from the princess's estate, after which he returned to his position. How infuriating! Could it be that the princess has taken a liking to him? Yi Tianxi felt a surge of jealousy, his teeth clenched in frustration. He had finally become a disciple of the Tiger Marquis, the future son-in-law of the Wild Marquis. Could it be that this undeserving fellow would surpass him? If Xiangchen were to enter the folds of Princess Linglong as her consort, his status would be elevated to unimaginable heights. After all, Princess Linglong is the cherished daughter of the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. This is intolerable. I must eliminate this rival, Yi Tianxi thought to himself, casting a glance at the plain-looking Mo Yin beside him. Mo Yin was neither particularly beautiful nor unattractive, and by comparison to Princess Linglong, she was utterly insignificant. In contrast, feelings of disdain and infatuation for Princess Linglong began to blossom within him. As Yi Tianxi consumed cup after cup of wine, his mood grew increasingly stifled. Suddenly, a peculiar potency from within him began to surge forth. Chapter 788. The Unparalleled Shadow Wall, 9 Explosions and 12 Strikes. Gradually, Yi Tianxi felt a dizzying sensation enveloping his head. It seemed the effects of the alcohol were beginning to take hold, and his vision became somewhat blurred. "Tianxi, you should drink less. It's not good for your health," Mo Yin advised from the side. Yi Tianxi turned to her, feeling an unexplainable wave of revulsion rising from the depths of his heart, an uncontrollable loathing. "Get away. I shall drink as much as I please." "What business is it of yours, you wretched woman?" Yi Tianxi retorted, pushing Mo Yin's hand away and hurling insults. Mo Yin was taken aback by the sudden outburst, and the surrounding onlookers turned their attention toward them. Her expression hardened as she replied, "What did you just call me?" "I called you a wretched woman. Did you hear me?" Yi Tianxi stood up, his steps unsteady and wavering, clearly intoxicated. "Yi Tianxi, have you lost your mind from drinking? Do you even realize what you're saying?" Mo Yin, furious, rose to confront him, suppressing her anger. "Ha ha, I am quite sober. You wretched creature, ugly woman. Do you really think I would be interested in you? I, Yi Tianxi, am a man of exceptional talent. Only someone of Princess Linglong's caliber is worthy of me. If you weren't the daughter of a marquis, you wouldn't even be fit to hold my shoes." Yi Tianxi scoffed, raising his cup, and before the astonished gazes of the others, he splashed the wine directly onto Mo Yin's face. Mo Yin was momentarily stunned as the liquid trickled down her cheeks. She never imagined that she held such a place in Yi Tianxi's heart. Were all the sweet nothings he had whispered to her after their encounters mere fabrications to deceive her? "Yi Tianxi, you scoundrel, what did you say to my sister?" Young Lord Mo roared, slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Tianxi. Yi Tianxi raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across young Lord Mo's face, coldly stating, "Do not point your finger at me. What are you in my presence?" Young Lord Mo was left reeling from the slap, falling to the ground, incredulous as he stared at Yi Tianxi. How dare he strike him? All eyes from the other tables converged upon the Central State Academy, each person rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Had Yi Tianxi succumbed to inebriation? Was this fellow truly intoxicated to the point of confronting Lord Mo? The representatives from the Wilderness Academy gazed at Yi Tianxi with astonishment. Had he indeed overindulged in drink? Xiao Wu nudged Xiangchen, who merely smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he swirled his wine glass. A pinch of heart-confounding poison, coupled with a dash of love-inducing powder, combined with the potency of this liquor. Who would have thought the effect would be so profound? Let us watch the spectacle unfold. What? Were you the one who orchestrated this? Xiao Wu transmitted, astonished. Yi Tianxi, have you truly overindulged? Others from the Central State Academy echoed in alarm. Yi Tianxi, your words are excessive, Ji Zhan admonished coldly. These are merely the truths I harbor. What excess is there in that? Yi Tianxi retorted with a sardonic smile, then waved his hand as he staggered from his seat towards Princess Linglong. In his slightly dazed eyes, admiration shimmered as he murmured, only a beauty like Princess Linglong is worthy of me, Yi Tianxi. Oh, Linglong, you are truly exquisite. Yi Tianxi's brazen words and advances towards the princess provoked a darkening expression upon her countenance. Presumptuous, Ji Xian bellowed, slamming his palm upon the table as he approached, channeling his true essence into a forceful strike directed at Yi Tianxi. With a resounding thud, Yi Tianxi cried out in pain, sent sprawling across the ground. Ji Zhan, is this the caliber of your companions? How dare he speak so insolently to my aunt? Ji Xian's voice was icy. Ji Zhan's expression soured as he replied, he has merely had too much to drink. A person's character is revealed through their behavior inebriated. It seems these are indeed his genuine sentiments, he mused aloud. In a corner, Xiang Chun interjected with a sharp remark. This fool may have forgotten the disgraceful nature of his drunkenness. As Yi Tianxi rose from the ground, he seethed. Ji Xian, do you dare to strike me? Yi Tianxi, enough? How could I ever find you appealing? Mo Yin shrieked. If it is separation you desire, then so be it. This means I can pursue Linglong without hindrance. He chuckled, yet again staggering towards Princess Linglong. You wretched fool, awaken. Ji Zhan could no longer contain himself, delivering a sharp slap across Yi Tianxi's face. Yi Tianxi howled as blood spilled from his lips, simultaneously purging the alcohol from his system, regaining some clarity. What just transpired? He muttered, shaking his groggy head. At that moment, young Lord Mo approached, delivering a kick that sent Yi Tianxi flying. What are you doing, young lord? Yi Tianxi shouted in anger. Young Lord Mo, his face twisted in fury, retorted, Yi Tianxi, you scoundrel! How dare you bully my sister and strike me? This matter is far from over. Your family's good days are numbered. Yi Tianxi, feeling utterly perplexed, turned to Mo Yin, only to find her in tears, looking at him with resentment. Yin, he began, but Princess Linglong's cold voice interrupted. Subordinate present. 2 guards approached, delivered 10 slaps, then cast him out, she commanded, pointing at Yi Tianxi. Understood. 2 individuals approached swiftly, seizing Yi Tianxi without hesitation. Your Highness, what have I done? I have not offended you. Yi Tianxi exclaimed in shock, utterly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. At that moment, a guard struck him fiercely across the face, eliciting a cry of pain as his mouth was left askew. The sound of slapping echoed loudly, drawing the attention of onlookers who witnessed Yi Tianxi's transformation into a pitiable sight. Subsequently, he was forcibly escorted out by 2 guards. How ruthless. TSK. Good thing we are brothers. If I had an enemy like you, I'd be haunted by nightmares, remarked Xiao Wu, communicating discreetly. You should consider yourself fortunate. Being acquainted with me is a blessing accrued over several lifetimes, Xiang Chun shamelessly added. Indeed, having you as a brother brings great comfort. I dream sweetly each night. Xiao Wu jested. Get lost, you nuisance, Xiang Chun retorted playfully, delivering a sharp kick to Xiao Wu's rear beneath the table. How peculiar, murmured a scholar from the Huangzhou Academy. What is so strange? Inquired a companion nearby. Yi Tianxi was drunk and acted foolishly, and coincidentally, both he and Qi Lu offended us, those who have been toasted by junior brother Xiang. Could there be a connection? Yu Yi questioned, casting a suspicious glance at Xiang Chun. Indeed, now that you mention it, it does seem that way, another individual responded, their curiosity piqued as they turned to observe the composed Xiang Chun, who continued to sip his drink. It undoubtedly relates to brother Xiang, Dongfang Yuan remarked, her gaze resting on Xiang Chun, a sense of conviction swelling within her. Reflecting upon the events, she felt a tinge of fear and apprehension. It truly is him. This fellow is exceedingly formidable, capable of causing death without consequence. Chapter 789. The opening of the 9 palaces, 10 consecutive explosions, 11. The banquet persisted until 7 in the evening when Princess Linglong announced her departure, prompting the guests to take their leave one by one. She urged Xiang Chun to visit the princess's residence more often, inciting envy among numerous attendees. A throng of individuals departed from the lakeside island, each forming their own groups. Hey you! Xiao Du and his companions suddenly blocked Xiang Chun and his friend's path. What do you all want? Xiao Wu stepped forward, his formidable physique resembling that of a fierce bear, shielding his brother. Dongfang Yuan and others also moved to the front. Xiang Chun maintained a tranquil demeanor, observing his adversaries with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm authority. Xiao Du coldly declared, "Writing poetry is of little consequence. Ultimately, a cultivator's status is determined by their cultivation and strength. In the battle for the 9 palaces, you will suffer a devastating fate. All of you from the Huang Palace will meet a grim end." Huh, such a hollow threat. Aside from a few spineless cowards, none in the Huang Palace fear you. Just wait and see, Xiangqin responded with a chilling laugh. Yes, we shall see. Fang Chong, if you encounter him, make sure to deal with him severely. Xiao Du instructed the members of the Yin Palace. Fang Chong smirked. Rest assured, senior brother Xiao Du, if I cross paths with him in the battles of the Divine Tiger ranking, I will ensure his demise. And you all? Xiao Du directed his gaze toward Dongfang Yuan and the others from the Huangzhou Dragon and Phoenix. In battles of the Dragon and Phoenix level, you will also face dire consequences. Dongfang Yuan raised her middle finger, sneering, "Did you see that? This finger will leave a mark on your face." Xiao Du scoffed, unperturbed, and said, "Let us go." The group from the Yin Palace then departed. At this moment, a group from the Zhongzhou Academy approached. Zhizhan cast a cold gaze toward Xiangchun and said, "Are you Xiangchun?" "Indeed, what advice do you have?" Zhizhan threatened, "Young man, refrain from forging connections with my aunt at the princess's residence. She is a lofty phoenix, not someone of your lowly status who can curry favor. Hey, what business is it of yours whether my brother comes to the princess's residence? What is your status? Even your aunt addresses my brother as sir. By that logic, he is also your elder," retorted Xiao Wu with a sneer. "What did you say?" The group from Zhongzhou Academy shouted angrily. "Zhizhan, does Xiang brother's interaction with your aunt pertain to you?" His jade talisman was a gift from her. Ji Xian approached with a group from the Yuzhou Academy, a mocking smile adorning his face. Zhizhan regarded Ji Xian with indifference. Their fathers, the Qin King and the Yu King, were rivals in the quest for imperial power, naturally leading to mutual enmity. Ji Xian, you wouldn't stoop so low as to associate with such base individuals, would you? Zhizhan retorted coldly. Within the 4 seas, all are brothers. I genuinely seek to befriend Xiang brother and others. Ji Xian replied with a faint smile. Very well, let us see how this unfolds, Zhizhan scoffed, casting a glance at Xiang Chun before departing with his entourage. Young Master Ji, Xiang Chun clasped his hands in salute. Xiang brother, your poetry is commendable. I have included your Pischingping Tiao in my collection. Let us exchange more poetry in the future, for I too have an affinity for literary pursuits, Ji Xian said. Patting Xiang Chun on the shoulder, though his expression remained shadowed, his smile somewhat eerie. It was said that those from the Yu King's residence practiced otherworldly demonic arts. Very well, let us seize future opportunities to exchange ideas, Xiang Chun replied with a gentle smile, not wishing to rebuff a friendly face. Ji Xian nodded at the others before leading his group away. He harbored a degree of disdain for the desolate palace, yet recognized the potential value in fostering a relationship with Princess Linglong through Xiangchun. The rivalry between Zhizhan and Ji Xian was a mere reflection of the 2 colossal factions vying for imperial power. Neither were virtuous individuals. Xiang brother, do not be easily embroiled in their conflicts, Dongfang Yuan cautioned. Ji Xian exhibited a hint of intent to win over Xiangchun. I understand, let us depart. Xiangchun nodded, and the group left the princess's residence. By the time they returned to their resting place at Zhongzhou Academy, night had fallen. The Night Master summoned Dongfang Yuan to inquire about the banquet's events. Upon returning, Xiangchun and Qingqing rested within a large tent. One smile can captivate a city. Another can captivate a nation. Clouds inspire garments. Flowers inspire beauty. Humph, the enchanting Princess Linglong must be quite beautiful. They lay side by side, with Xiangchun embracing Qingqing, who huffed softly. Not at all. These 2 poems were indeed written for you. Look, the first one bears your name. Qingqing, Xiangchun smiled, though inwardly he cursed. That scoundrel Hosey has revealed everything. A man's words are mere fabrications. I do not believe you. Qingqing retorted with a cold smile. Yet a hint of sweetness graced her lips as she succumbed to slumber. Xiangchun held her closely as they slept. Having never crossed any inappropriate boundaries, so let no one entertain foolish fantasies. The following morning, the members of the Huangzhou Academy gathered in the camp. Under the gaze of the moonlit night, Yi Xingyue addressed the gathered multitude, stating, "Today marks the commencement of the Nine Palaces battle. The venue has been duly announced. It shall take place in the grandest square of the Central State Academy, the Dragon and Phoenix Square, where a competition arena has been erected. This battle is pivotal for the future and honor of our Wild State Academy, and I entrust it to all of you." With a solemn fist salute, Yi Xingyue concluded, "We shall give our utmost effort." The crowd responded in unison, their voices ringing out in fervent agreement. "Very well, let us depart." With a wave of his hand, Yi Xingyue led the way. On this day, the Nine Palaces battle had begun, stirring fervor throughout the imperial capital. The Central State Academy opened its gates to the public, allowing citizens to witness the spectacle. However, in a rather cunning move, the Academy charged an entrance fee of 500 spirit coins per ticket. Yet, this did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the masses. Thousands flocked to the Academy, forming long lines at the four gates, with a stream of no less than several million thronging towards the Central State Academy. The Dragon and Phoenix Square was spacious enough to accommodate millions without issue, and at its center, a colossal artificial battle platform loomed, akin to a mountain. There were two such platforms, each comprising 11 tiers, from the summit down to the base. Soaring 1,000 meters high, one platform was designated for the prodigies of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings, while the other was reserved for the Tiger rankings of the 9 Provinces Academy. Each platform was remarkably vast, with its tiers appearing to float, resembling a suspended tower, protected by a barrier. Surrounding them were numerous spectator seats, alongside dedicated viewing pavilions for dignitaries. The 9 palaces gathered over 900 individuals in the preparation area, while the spectator zones were filled to capacity, with some individuals even hovering on magical artifacts in the sky. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, a cacophony of voices and discussions intertwining. With no less than several million in attendance, many students had never witnessed such a large audience and were exhilarated. The crowd largely comprised practitioners, most of whom possessed considerable cultivation, with the Yuan Yang realm abundant and Soul Moon experts aplenty. Only the masters of the Lingxiao sect managing to stand out amidst the throng.